Mediterranean Hegemon of Ancient Greece chapter 1128 to chapter 1188. However, the Daionia Ministry of Military Affairs had long studied the tactics of the Gauls, and Leotychides and Patroclus had also specially trained for it. Therefore, the light infantry who rushed out of the formation first attacked the war horses carrying the carriages from a distance. Then, the heavy infantry quickly turned into a checkerboard formation, widening the gap between the units and leaving a path for the remaining Gallic chariots. Even if the chariots rushed into the formation, they would not be able to cause much damage to the formation and would be quickly destroyed. On the other hand, the charge of the Gauls was met with the javelins of the heavy infantry of Daionia, resulting in many casualties. In close combat, although the Gauls attacked fiercely with their greatswords, they were facing the most elite soldiers of Daionia, the 1st, 2nd, and Legio III. Moreover, the 14th and 12th legions were not afraid after several victories against the invading Gauls in Etruria. Therefore, the entire front line stood firm, while more soldiers quickly attacked the flanks of the Gauls, gradually surrounding them. Supported by the belief of defending their homeland, the Gauls fought bitterly for more than 2 hours before they were finally defeated. The Dionysian army took the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, while the 2 cavalry legions continued to pursue them. The Gauls fled in disorder, and there were countless casualties, and captives. After that, the Daionia army was even more unstoppable, and in just over 2 months, they occupied the entire territory of Mountain Gaul. It was now the 21st year of the kingdom, 373 BC. The conquest of Gaul by the Holy Kingdom of Daionia had shocked the whole of northern Italy. The Venetians, Umbrians, and even some Ligurians had taken the initiative to send envoys to ask for an alliance or goodwill with Daionia. The allies in central and northern Italy were even more determined to follow the kingdom of Daionia closely. Many Latin allies saw that the 14th Legion's Roman soldiers had gained a lot of land after the war, and they clamored for the city-states to merge with the kingdom of Daionia in order to enjoy such benefits. The conquest of Mountain Gaul by the Holy Kingdom of Daionia caused a great stir in the entire western Mediterranean. But for the Greeks, except for a few who paid attention to the matter, most people were still focused on Sparta, Thebes, and Athens. The war in Greece had lasted for several years, and there was still no sign of an end. The expedition to Kerkyra was the first battle commanded by the famous general of Athens, Iphicrates, after returning to Athens after fighting for the king of Persia in Egypt. The battle went very well, and the Sparta army stationed on the island of Kerkyra was defeated. But soon Iphicrates encountered a shortage of military funds. He had to let his soldiers work in the fields of the Kerkyra people in order to make ends meet. At the same time, Iphicrates had to ask for help from his good friend in the army, the chief general of Athens, Callistratus. Callistratus had realized that it would be difficult to continue the war in this state, so he decided to return to Athens and persuade the citizens, either provide regular military funds for the fleet, or make peace. However, when he returned to Athens, he found that the citizens of Athens were focused on one thing, the trial of Timotheus. Because of the previous loss of Kerkyra, the citizens of Athens blamed Timotheus, and some people even reported him for corruption and malfeasance during the expedition. So the citizens were excited and immediately put him on trial, completely forgetting that it was Timotheus who first led the army to recapture the island of Kerkyra, and made the Kerkyra people join the Athens alliance. During this period, Athens only provided a small amount of military funds, and most of it was raised by Timotheus himself. However, the trial lasted for several months, and there was no definite result. This was mainly because Timotheus was quite famous in Greece, and he received strong support that ordinary people could not hope to obtain. Even the tyrant of Thessaly, Iazon, and King Alcides of Epirus personally came to Athens to prove his innocence. It was because of Timotheus' unremitting efforts that these 2 kings temporarily joined the Athens alliance, and it was also through them that Timotheus was able to borrow money to carry out the expedition of Kerkyra. Because of the previous military funds and the long period of the trial, Timotheus was almost bankrupt. Now, in order to entertain these 2 distinguished guests, and to make their daily lives match their status, Timotheus had no choice but to ask for help from his wealthy neighbor, the banker Passion. At the end of the trial, Timotheus was acquitted, but it was not because of the support of Iazon and Alcides. The citizens of Athens actually looked down on these 2 powerful figures from northern Greece, and regarded them as barbarians. The main reason was because Callistratus told them that Corcyra had been recaptured. Although Timotheus regained his freedom, the treasurer of the army that he was leading was tried, convicted of corruption and malfeasance, and finally sentenced to death. The people of Athens no longer trusted Timotheus, and Timotheus was completely disappointed with the people of Athens. This man of Athens, who had excellent leadership skills, especially in naval battles, soon left Athens and turned to serve Persia. After the repeated failures of Corcyra, the disappointment of the people of Sparta increased day by day. On the other hand, the attacks on the Thebes on land still did not make any progress. In addition, there were a few earthquakes in the coastal areas of Peloponnesus that year. The panicked people of Sparta hurriedly sent people to Delphi to ask for an oracle. The priests of Delphi had long been tired of the endless war, because the flames of war had spread to the territory of Phocis. Delphi was located in the Phocis region, so they asked the Pythia to give an oracle. This was Poseidon's anger towards Sparta's continuous warlike behavior. Therefore, Sparta finally decided to seek true peace. They still hoped to bring peace to Greece through the mediation of the king of Persia, just like in the previous Corinth war. Although the kingdom of Ionia, which was not far from Sparta, also had the ability to be a mediator, for some reason, the people of Sparta did not have this idea at all, so they sent messengers to the court of Persia. Coincidentally, the people of Athens also had this plan. Because the war had continued until now, military expenses had become a huge burden for the people of Athens, and it was even possible that the citizens' viewing allowance would be reduced because of this. Another important reason was that not only did the Thebes not weaken in this war, but they also became stronger with the help of Athens. Not only did they unify more than half of the city-states of Boeotia, but they gradually began to gain the upper hand in the confrontation with the allied forces of Sparta. The strength they displayed also made the people of Athens feel afraid. After all, before the Corinth War, Athens and the Thebes had been mortal enemies for decades. This year, especially, the Thebes raided Plataea in the southeast of Boeotia. Plataea, a small mountain state that had suffered many disasters, was once besieged by the allied forces of Sparta because it had resolutely supported Athens in the War of Peloponnesus, and was eventually destroyed. At the beginning of this war, in order to contain the Thebes, Sparta allowed the exiles of Plataea to return to their homeland and rebuild their homes. Because of its extremely important strategic position, it was the only place that the Sparta allied forces had to pass through from land through the Isthmus of Corinth, over the mountains, and into the Boeotia area. The Thebes had long intended to include it in the Boeotia alliance. Taking advantage of the fact that the attacks of the Sparta army were weakening and their own strength was increasing, they repeatedly sent messengers to persuade Plataea. While the people of Plataea perfunctorily said that they would consider it carefully, they quietly sent people to Athens, hoping to rejoin the Athens alliance. This matter was noticed by the Thebes. Under the suggestion of Peropides, the Thebes army raided Plataea and quickly occupied the city. They expelled the people of Plataea from their territory, and many people were forced to flee to Athens. When Isocrates learned of this, he immediately wrote a speech called on Plataea to express sympathy for their tragic fate, and at the same time, he condemned the evil acts of the Thebes. Although this incident did not make the two powerful city-states of Greece officially turn against each other, it undoubtedly further alienated the relationship between the two sides. Callistratus made good use of these reasons to persuade the people at the citizens' assembly to decide to make peace with Sparta and stop the war. The people of Athens also did not consider inviting Ionia as a mediator. First of all, they thought that inviting a former city-state to preside over the meeting was somewhat shameful for Athens. Moreover, the incessant propaganda of Isocrates in the past few years had also made Athens wary of Ionia. Secondly, as a mediator of this war, they needed to have enough strength and influence in Greece. Ionia had never set foot in Greece before, and it had signed a long-term peace agreement with Sparta. On the contrary, although Persia was thousands of miles away, it had been waving its sleeves in the city-states of Greece, constantly using money to win over this and attack that. The successful signing of the Great King's contract a few years ago had already demonstrated its influence in Greece. Therefore, Athens also sent messengers to Persia. After the Thebes learned that both Sparta and Athens had sent messengers to Persia to seek support, they became a little anxious. During the discussion, Peropides proposed for the first time to seek support from Ionia. As the Thebes had become stronger in the past 2 years, the Sparta coalition could no longer blockade the Thebes. Therefore, the leaders of the Thebes learned more about the outside world. What surprised them the most was that Dionia had defeated Carthage and become the overlord of Greece and Sicily. In the impression of the native Greeks, only these two places and Carthage were civilized places in the western Mediterranean. The other places were barbarian and not worth their attention. This showed that the kingdom of Dionia was very powerful and close to the Thebes. It had even sold food to the Thebes when they were in the most difficult times, expressing goodwill. Therefore, if they could get its support, the Thebes would not be afraid of Persia, which was thousands of miles away. Peropidas's proposal was supported by Epaminondas. Since Epaminondas' former teacher was Lysis of the Pythagorean school of Tarentum, he knew more about the kingdom of Dionia. But other than that, the other leaders of the Thebes expressed strong opposition. The reason was simple: the Thebes government had never had any contact with the kingdom of Dionia before. On the contrary, their enemy, Sparta, had maintained a 20-year peace agreement with this kingdom in the west. Without knowing the details of the other party, they rashly invited the other party to intervene in the disputes in Greece. Once Dionia changed its mind and supported Sparta, the Thebes might not even have time to cry. What's more, the strength of Persia was well known. Dionia might not dare to take the risk of offending Persia, which supported Sparta, in order to support the Thebes did not know that the kingdom of Dionia and Persia had fallen out in the Western Mediterranean War. Most of the Thebes chose to seek the support of Persia. Although Persia had been nominally a supporter of Sparta for many years, the Greek city-states had dealt with Persia a lot. They knew that Persia was capricious and unpredictable. Now, they supported Sparta only out of interest. Before this, Sparta had beaten the Persia army in Minor Siasia. Therefore, as long as the envoys of the Thebes performed well, they might be able to win over Persia. After some debate, the Thebes government decided to also send envoys to Persia, and the envoys were led by the charismatic leader of the Thebes, Peropidas. When Peropidas arrived in Persia, it was already the 22nd year of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, 372 BC, where Artaxerxes, the king of Persia, lived. He entered the main gate and set foot on the famous parade street. The ground was covered with colorful glazed bricks, and the streets were magnificent. Peropidas was shocked for a while. He raised his eyes and looked forward. The first thing that came into view was the most amazing building in the city of Babylon. It was a magnificent pagoda temple. It stood high in the center of the city, overlooking the huge city. Any Babylonian would be full of admiration when facing it. This was the Artamanangi, also known as the Tower of Babel, which was called by the Babylonians as the palace between the immortal world and the mortal world. At the end of the parade street was the palace of the king of Persia. This palace was also made of colorful bricks, and at the same time, it was inlaid with gold, silver, lapis lazuli, ivory, cedar wood, and other precious materials. It was extremely splendid, showing the wealth and luxury of the royal family of Persia. When the Babylonians passed by it, they all lowered their heads to show their obedience to the royal power. When Peropidas heard that the messengers from Sparta and Athens had been received by the king of Persia, he was worried that this powerful eastern king would refuse to meet him because of the bad words of the first two messengers. However, he didn't expect that not only did Artaxerxes meet him, but he also listened to his story about how the Thebes had been persecuted by Sparta over the past few years, and how they had to resist the Sparta in order to not be destroyed. Peropidas spoke with sincerity and was very practical. He was not as pompous as the messengers from Athens, nor was he as arrogant as the messengers from Sparta. This caused Artaxerxes to have a good impression of Peropidas. Artaxerxes praised Peropidas for behaving like a noble. He even had a simple discussion with Peropidas about what the Thebes would say about the terms of the armistice if the Thebes and Sparta reached an armistice. After receiving Peropidas, Artaxerxes also ordered his men to receive Peropidas well. Peropidas was excited by the king of Persia's kind attitude towards him. When the messenger from Athens, Timagoras, and the messenger from Sparta, Eutychus, heard the news, they both felt nervous and hurriedly moved around. In fact, the reason why Artaxerxes was so friendly to the messengers from Thebes was partly because of Peropidas's charm, but the main reason was that he hoped to achieve peace in Greece, and this goal could not be achieved without the compromise of the Thebes, the main party. It had been almost 30 years since Artaxerxes ascended the throne of Persia. Other than the initial uproar caused by Cyrus the Younger's attempt to usurp the throne, the political situation in the country had been relatively stable. However, his performance in the war had been criticized by the people of Persia. When Artaxerxes first ascended the throne, a small group of Greek mercenaries killed their way in and out of the hinterland of Persia. The powerful Persia could not do anything to them. This made the Greeks excited and the people of Persia depressed. Then, the Egyptians declared their independence, drove away the troops stationed in Egypt, and confiscated the fertile lands that were distributed to many nobles in Persia. The king of Sparta, Agesilaus, led his army to invade Asia Minor, and defeated the armies of several governors of Persia. After much difficulty, he organized an army to try to re-enslave Egypt, but in the end, he encountered a rare flood on the Nile. In addition, the generals were not on good terms with each other, and in the end, he returned without any success, because of the dissatisfaction of the people. The year before last, when the Dukia people in the mountainous area of Armenia in the north of Persia rebelled, he finally decided to lead the army himself. He wanted to conquer these barbarians and show off his martial prowess. Although he only led 30,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry, the region of Armenia was filled with mountains and precipitous ridges, and it was extremely difficult to pass through. Furthermore, the land in that region was barren and food was not abundant. Not only was it impossible to obtain food locally to fill the stomachs of the soldiers, it was also impossible to import the required amount of food from other regions in a short period of time. The only way was to slaughter the beasts of burden that carried the goods. In the end, Artaxerxes did not even have enough food for himself, and he was almost surrounded by the Dukia people. In the end, with the help of his minister, Tribasus, he was able to escape. Artaxerxes was already 60 years old, and the shock of the battlefield made him seriously ill. It also temporarily extinguished the fantasy of obtaining unparalleled martial prowess with his own hands like his ancestor, Darius, and leaving his name in the annals of history. After recovering from his illness, he immediately took a concubine, using this happy event to dilute his depressed mood, and this young concubine was his biological daughter, Amestris. Of course, the people of Persia did not feel that there was anything wrong with this, because this was the tradition of the Persia royal family. For example, in the past, King Cambyses had married his two sisters, who were later married by Darius, who usurped the throne, and gave birth to the incomparably noble fourth king of Persia, Artaxerxes. Now, the envoys of Sparta, Athens, and the Thebes had arrived one after another, allowing Artaxerxes to see an opportunity that was delivered to his doorstep, a good opportunity for Persia to better control the mainland of Greece, and this could be achieved without the need for a war. Therefore, he received the envoys of all three parties with great respect, without any distinction between them. A few days later, he gathered all three envoys together, and asked his most trusted minister, Tarabasus, to be the host of the meeting. Rather than a meeting, it was more like a small banquet. Everyone had a table in front of them, filled with delicious food, and there were beautiful Persia maids accompanying them. However, the faces of the three envoys did not look relaxed at all, because they knew that after a few days of contact, the people of Persia would finally show their attitude and who they would give more support to. Tarabasus saw the tension on their faces, compared to the envoy of the Thebes, Peropidas, who was calmer. No wonder the king liked this Thebes more, even though he was not as humble as the other two envoys in front of the king. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Tarabasus coughed softly, and after attracting the attention of the three envoys, he said in a clear voice, "Three envoys, before we meet, the king specifically asked me to express his gratitude to you, to thank you for your trust in the king, and to travel thousands of miles to seek help from him. Since the king ascended the throne, he has always shown great kindness to the Greek city-states, even though during this period, the Greeks helped the evil traitor, i.e. Cyrus the Younger, to disturb Persia, and later, the Sparta invaded Persia's Asia Minor." Although Tarabasus did not specifically look at the envoy of Sparta when he said these words, Luticary still felt embarrassed, because these two incidents were directly or indirectly related to the Sparta. However, the king did not hold a grudge because of this, and his kindness towards the Greeks did not change because of this. Therefore, when the Carian War broke out, the Greek city-states fought each other out of hatred, completely ignoring the fact that the people were displaced and their families were separated because of the war. The king made great efforts to let the states in the war sit at the negotiating table, and only then did the king's agreement was signed. The city-states that signed the agreement included Sparta, Athens, and the Thebes. However, the peace in Greece has only been a few years, and war broke out again. Until today, it has not subsided yet. This made the king very sad. Fortunately, you have realized the harm of war and are actively looking for a solution. The king's opinion is. Peropides and the other two immediately straightened their faces and pricked up their ears to listen. Tarabasus was satisfied with their reaction. He said in a serious tone, "The king hopes that the parties involved in the war will negotiate as soon as possible and restore peace. In the peace agreement, the independence and freedom of the parties involved will be guaranteed as much as possible, and the interests of the states will be protected as much as possible." Before Tarabasus could finish his words, Luticary could not sit still anymore. He immediately interrupted, "Protect as much as possible the interests of all parties? What does this sentence mean?" The Thebes shamelessly declared that the entire Boeotia region should belong to the Thebes, and used this reason to attack many city-states in the Boeotia region. Are we also going to support such an arrogant request? Lord Tarabasus, I'm sure you know that during the war a few decades ago, when the noble king of Persia, Xerxes' army entered central Greece with the help of the Thebes, the Boeotia region with the Thebes as the center was a whole. However, in recent years, there have been frequent wars, causing it to fall apart. Now, we, the Thebes, just want to restore our former state. Peropides then looked at Luticles and said calmly, "Sparta, on the other hand, has never heard of you owning all of Greece. However, in recent years, whether it is central Greece or northern Greece, I have seen you sending troops to start wars everywhere. Thebes was once occupied by you, and the port of Piraeus in Athens was also innocently harmed by you. From this point of view, it seems that Sparta is the biggest obstacle to restoring peace in Greece. Do you think I am right, Timagris?" Timagris was silent and did not respond. Luticles was agitated and wanted to refute, but Tarabasus said loudly, "Sparta indeed has a great responsibility for the wars in Greece. The king has given Sparta a lot of support, but Sparta has betrayed the king's trust. This is indeed a pity." At this point, Tarabasus saw that Luticles' face was ashen and sneered in his heart, "Vulgar, rude, stupid, and incompetent Sparta barbarians. If it was not for the fact that we still need you and do not let the king's efforts over the years go to waste, we would have already united the other Greek cities to destroy you. Just you wait, one day, we will settle the score with Sparta." But the king believes that Sparta will learn from the past and once again shoulder the heavy responsibility of maintaining peace in Greece. Of course, this will also require the full support of Athens, Thebes, and other cities. As for how you will negotiate and sign a new peace treaty, we, Persia, will not interfere. But the king hopes that the previous treaty will be used as a basis. For any city that does not negotiate seriously, or even intentionally obstructs, and still wants to continue the war, they will bear the wrath of the king. Persia will fully support its enemies to completely destroy them. Tarabasus' last few words were spoken with great force, and it shocked Peropides and the others. They could feel that the king of Persia was indeed very concerned about the restoration of peace in Greece. Tarabasus suddenly sighed and said, "The reason why the king is so concerned about Greece is because the Greeks have a small population and poor land, but you have always been able to fight against our powerful Persia. This has made him admire you very much. In his heart, he has always thought that the Greeks are the masters of the west of the Mediterranean Sea. But now, the situation has changed. During the frequent wars, a country called Ionia appeared in your colony, Great Greece. It is like a monster. In a short period of 20 years, not only did it conquer many foreign races, it also annexed many Greek states. Even Carthage has become its vassal. Now, it has become the ruler of the sea west of Greece. I am afraid that it will soon turn its greedy mouth towards the nearby Greece. If Greece does not quickly, and unite to defend against this powerful enemy, only death awaits for you, and states, Crotone, Lo, Locke, Caudarai, and Syracuse. Therefore, the king hopes that after peace is achieved, you can form a new alliance to protect the safety of Greece. It could be said that the war in the western Mediterranean Sea that happened thousands of miles away originally had nothing to do with Persia. However, the destruction of the Eastern Phoenician fleet and the subsequent refusal of Persia's envoy to Ionia to ask for a truce had greatly hurt the pride of the king of Persia, Artaxerxes. Even the most rebellious Sparta and Athens had to crawl under my feet in the end. How dare a small barbarian kingdom be so arrogant? They said that the western Mediterranean Sea is the territory of Dionia. If Persia wants to intervene, they should send their army. This was how Artaxerxes felt when he heard the messenger's exaggerated story. Although Dionia was thousands of miles away, Artaxerxes had always held a grudge against them. Now, he finally found an opportunity to fight back against the kingdom of Dionia that dared to offend his dignity. After listening to the words of Tarabasis, the expressions of the three envoys were slightly complicated, and their minds were filled with thoughts. I heard that in the war in the western Mediterranean Sea, Persia had sent a fleet to participate in the war, but they suffered a crushing defeat. It seems that this is true. No wonder the king of Persia received us so warmly this time, and was so eager for us to reach peace. But, to defend against Dionia, which is very aggressive in military and trade, this is in line with the interests of Athens and the demands of the people. But should we establish another alliance? But if this alliance is led by Sparta again, will it harm the interests of Athens? I am afraid that these decisions can only be made after going back to discuss. This was what Timagoras thought. Forming an alliance to fight against Dionia? Leutickery's mood was a little complicated. As Sparta had participated in the expeditionary army of Persia, they had long noticed the establishment of Dionia by mercenary leaders. Compared to other Greek city-states, they understood the entire process of Dionia's gradual development from a weak city-state to a powerful kingdom. During this process, it was not that Sparta did not use stratagems to obstruct its development. This was because they remembered the threat that the king of Dionia had once said to them. Therefore, even though the peace agreement was still in effect, they were always worried about the retaliation of Dionia, especially now that Sparta was deeply involved in the war with the Thebes. Therefore, the proposal of Persia was very tempting to Leutickery, because if it could be realized, it would undoubtedly give Sparta a guarantee of security. But at the same time, he was also worried that the establishment of this alliance would really anger Dionia. Could it really resist the possible attack of Dionia? After all, Sparta had some understanding of the strength of Dionia. And Peropidas looked at Tarabasis in surprise. He seemed to have heard another meaning from the words of the favorite minister of the king of Persia. Strange, the people of Persia seem to be afraid of Dionia? Is the strength of the kingdom of Dionia really that strong? He pondered for a moment, then said, Lord Tarabasis, the suggestion of the king of Persia is very good, but I have a small question. What is it? Tarabasis looked at him. As far as I know, Sparta has always been in close contact with the kingdom of Dionia that you just mentioned, and they have signed a long-term alliance agreement. Is it possible for such a city-state to lead the Greeks against Dionia? Shut your mouth. Don't spout nonsense if you don't know anything. Leutickery interrupted him and emphasized loudly, the agreement that Sparta and Dionia signed is a non-aggression pact. In fact, the relationship between us, Sparta, and Dionia is not good. The king is aware of this situation, so the king still suggested that Sparta should lead the Greeks to defend against the possible invasion of Dionia, but in order to clear the doubts of the other city-states, it is best for Sparta to draw a clear line with Dionia as soon as possible and cut off all contact. Tarabasis looked at Leutickery coldly, then looked at the other two messengers, and said in a deep voice, The king is very concerned about the safety of Greece, and will support you in restoring peace. He will also fully support you in forming an alliance to defend against Dionia. However, if there are any city-states that are still provoking war or refusing to join the alliance, defending against Dionia, or even secretly colluding with them, then we, Persia, will appeal to the other Greek city-states to unite and destroy them. If Dionia really invades Greece one day, the king promises that he will support the alliance of Greece with a huge amount of wealth and resources, and at the same time, a strong navy, to help the Greeks to repel the evil wolf in the west. Tarabasis' resolute words contained a strong threat, and at the same time, displayed the generosity and kindness of Persia. Peropidas and the other two were only messengers of the city-states, so they could not directly make a promise. They could only calculate and weigh the pros and cons in their hearts, so that when they returned to the city-state, they could persuade the people to make a certain choice. Therefore, the three of them unanimously maintained their silence. However, for Tarabasis, he had already completely conveyed the intentions of the king of Persia to the three messengers. His goal had been achieved, and he did not want to stay here with the Greeks any longer. So the banquet ended abruptly. However, after the three of them returned to their respective rooms, the messenger of Athens, Timagoras, who was the most silent during the banquet, quietly knocked on the door of the messenger of Sparta. When he saw Laticary, he said with a straight face, "Athens and Sparta need to have a good talk." Before the three messengers left Persia, Artaxerxes once again met with them. He once again reiterated his hope that Greece would restore peace and form an alliance to defend against Ionia. After that, he showed his generosity and gave the three messengers a generous reward. Among them, he even gave the Sparta messenger Laticary a floral crown soaked in perfume that he often wore. He also heard that Timagoras, the messenger of Athens, loved to drink milk, so he specially gave him more than a dozen cows of good quality. Only Peropidas did not show any special treatment, which was somewhat different from his previous behavior when he met with the three messengers. Other than that, he summoned Laticary one more time and specifically mentioned the matter of the friendly agreement between Sparta and Ionia. With a serious expression, he reminded Laticary that Sparta must sever its relations with Ionia, or else Persia would turn to support its enemies, Thebes. Due to the pressure exerted by the king of Persia, Laticary seemed to have a lot on his mind on the way back. Peropidas was also uneasy. Although the king of Persia treated him well in Babylon, he could feel that the people of Persia trusted and supported Sparta more. Moreover, during the previous meeting, they specifically mentioned that it would be better to negotiate peace based on the Great Agreement. This made him very worried. The one who was the most relaxed was Timagoras. Not only did he use this opportunity to reach an agreement with the Sparta emissary on certain aspects, he also completed the task that Callistratus had given him before he left. He also obtained a lot of wealth. The initial harvest this time was quite rich, and it would increase his influence among the people of Athens. However, not long after he returned to Athens, Timagoras was reported by the people, saying that he took bribes in Persia, sold the secrets of Athens, and betrayed the city-state. In addition, there were also many rumors in Athens, mainly saying that he behaved wretchedly in Babylon, and did not perform as well as Peropidas of the Thebes. He was despised by the people of Persia, and he was a disgrace to the people of Athens. It did not take long for the government of Athens to put Timagoras on trial. Although he tried his best to defend himself and hired a good lawyer, the majority of the citizens on the jury still found him guilty. In the end, he was sentenced to death. After Laticary returned to Sparta, the tough demands made by the people of Persia also caused a great stir in Sparta. Agesilaus, who had always paid more attention to Dionia, strongly objected. He reminded loudly, after Dionia defeated Carthage, their national power became stronger, and they have become a great threat to us, Sparta. Fortunately, there is the existence of the friendly agreement, and this kingdom has always kept its promises. So even though we have done some bad things to them during the period of the agreement, they have always maintained a state of peace with Sparta. Now, we want to take the initiative to cancel the agreement, giving them an excuse. Once Dionia intervenes in this war, it will inevitably bring disaster to the Sparta army that is fighting against the Thebes. Another king of Sparta, Cleombrotus, stood up and firmly supported meeting the demands of the people of Persia. His reasons were equally good. This war has lasted until now, and it is difficult for us, Sparta, to continue. If we break off relations with Dionia, we will not get the support of Persia. If the king of Persia really turns to support our enemy, the Thebes, as he said, then Sparta will face a great danger of being defeated. If we cancel the friendly agreement with Dionia, we will get the full support of Persia. Then, we will be like the Corinth War. Not only will we end this war quickly, but we will also become the hegemon of Greece again. At that time, even if Dionia declares war on us, we can gather the forces of the whole of Greece to fight against them. Moreover, judging from the fact that Persia is so eager to threaten us to cut off relations with Dionia, the king of Persia is hostile to Dionia. He will definitely support us in the war against Dionia. We can take advantage of this favorable situation to defeat the people of Dionia and get rid of this hidden danger that has been worrying us for a long time. It is said that Dionia sent 100,000 troops in the war with Carthage. Peloponnesus and Dionia are separated by the narrow Adriatic Sea. Once the friendly agreement is terminated, and Dionia really declares war on us, Sparta, these 100,000 troops are likely to land in Peloponnesus. How should we deal with it then? Teacher Agisai asked with a serious expression. Cleombrotus had long lost the fear and naivety he had when he was pushed to the throne in a hurry. He calmly replied, "Don't forget, Dionysius also led 100,000 troops to attack the people of Carthage in western Sicily. But in fact, we all know that his real combat power is the tens of thousands of mercenaries. Do you dare to say that the 100,000 troops of Dionia are all elites? I don't think so. On the contrary, after we re-establish the agreement with the Greek city-states, if Dionia really dares to send troops to land in Peloponnesus, we can just call on the Greek city-states to resist the invasion of Dionia. With the help of Persia, we can build an army and defeat them. Not only will we completely solve the hidden worries of Sparta, but we can also increase the influence of Sparta in Greece." Agesilaus frowned and reminded, since the establishment of Dionia, they have never suffered a defeat in the war they experienced. Even if their army is not all elites, their combat power is definitely not weak. And they are from the army of the same country. Even if we can call on the city-states to build an army, this army will certainly not be as united as them, and it will not be conducive to command, the respectable Agesilaus. Cleombrotus suddenly sneered, "All these years, we, Sparta, have commanded the coalition of other city-states to fight against the enemy, and we won more than we lost. This is a talent that our Sparta generals must have. More than 10 years ago, you even commanded the people of Asia Minor to fight against Persia. Why are you saying that what we are doing is wrong?" Without waiting for Agesilaus to respond, Cleombrotus looked around, suddenly raised his voice, and said loudly, "The so-called Dionysian army is always victorious, that is because they have not encountered us, Sparta. Do you still remember the threats that the king of Dionia said to us before we signed the first friendly agreement with Dionia? All these years, he has been peeping at us like a poisonous snake on the west coast of the Adriatic Sea, causing us to be on tenterhooks and not dare to slack off. Maybe now is the time to solve this problem. Wise elders and inspectors, whether Sparta can overcome this difficulty depends on your decision." Agesilaus looked at Cleombrotus, who was giving an impassioned speech in the middle of the hall. For some reason, the scene of him defeating his nephew Leotychides and seizing the throne more than 20 years ago appeared in his mind. Now that he was old and weak, did he really not have the courage to do so? Agesilaus hesitated. Breaking off relations with Dionia and offending Dionia might lead to war, but not breaking off relations would also offend Persia, which would turn to support Thebes. Not only would the current war not stop, but it would also become more difficult. This was a dilemma. Agesilaus opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not refute. Then, the 30 elders of Sparta, including the 2 kings, voted on whether to cancel the friendly agreement with Dionia. These Sparta nobles who were over 60 years old might have rich life experiences, but most of them were conservative and only sought stability in everything. Although Dionia was closer to Peloponnesus, it had never set foot in Greece. On the contrary, Persia, which was thousands of miles away, had always exerted influence on Greece. Whether it was the War of Peloponnesus or the War of Corinth, Persia had helped Sparta greatly. These elders were undoubtedly people who had personally experienced these wars and felt it deeply. But the final result of the vote was 2020. In fact, Agesilaus' influence played a big role in it. Compared to Cleombrotus, who had not performed well in military affairs, many elders were more willing to believe in the wise and prestigious Agesilaus. Now, the final decision fell on the hands of the 5 censors. The censors of Sparta had a lot of power. They could investigate and supervise the king and elders, and were responsible for diplomacy and supervision of the army. However, they were chosen from ordinary civilians. These civilians received arduous military training from a young age and continued to fight when they grew up. They only left collective life at the age of 30. Other than being proficient in military skills, most of them did not know much about politics, diplomacy, and other aspects. There were not many citizens who were as knowledgeable and politically intelligent as Cleombrotus. That was why Sparta had always been tough against outsiders. They would only choose to retreat when they suffered a heavy setback. But this year, all 5 censors chose to sever ties with Dionia. The reason was simple. The war with the Thebes had not made any significant progress, and the country was in dire straits. The soldiers were constantly injured, and the people were suffering. The war weariness was very strong. The choice of the censors reflected the public opinion at this time. The people of Sparta desperately wanted to stop the war and restore peace. As for the possibility that this would lead to a stronger enemy, Dionia, they did not think that far ahead. This result did not disappoint Agesilaus. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. Since the gods had made a choice for Sparta, he did not need to worry about anything else. Seeing Agesilaus stand up again, Cleombrotus could not help but say proudly, "Now that the resolution to sever ties with Dionia has been passed, it's useless even if you want to refute it." Agesilaus ignored him and looked around at the crowd. "Even if we have decided to sever ties with Dionia, we should at least send a messenger who can speak and explain to the king of Dionia why we have no choice but to sever ties. If we are sincere enough, I believe that Dionia will not be angered and declare war on us at a critical time when we are negotiating with the Thebes. I've said it before, Sparta is not afraid to fight with Dionia. We can use this opportunity to get rid of this big problem." Cleombrotus reminded with dissatisfaction. "King Agesilaus is right. If we can reach a peace treaty with the Thebes and Athens, and we can temporarily avoid a war with Dionia, that would be the best." Not only did most of the elders agree with this, even the inspectors did not have any objections. However, they were troubled by the choice of the messenger. Because from the few times they had dealings with Dionia, the king of Dionia was not a person who was easy to talk to. So sending a messenger who was familiar with him and good at diplomacy to Thurii would definitely have a much better effect. However, both Callisops and Phoebidas had died in battle, and the rest of Sparta was completely unfamiliar with Dionia. "I recommend a person to be the envoy of Sparta to Dionia. I believe he will be able to complete this mission." Agesilaus looked at the puzzled eyes of the crowd and said loudly, "This person is Xenophon." Cleombrotus was taken aback and immediately retorted, "You're out of your mind. Xenophon is not a citizen of Sparta, how can he be the envoy of Sparta?" Agesilaus was not angered by Cleombrotus' impolite words. He calmly said, "Xenophon has lived in Sparta for more than 20 years and has participated in many battles with the citizens. Even when facing his mother state, Athens, he did not stop waving his spear. His achievements are no less than our warriors. Moreover, he also used the pen in his hand to promote the excellence of our Sparta political system to the Greek city-states, increasing our influence on our allies. This is something that we, Sparta, cannot do." In addition, his son has always served Sparta and is still fighting in the Boeotia region. Such a Greek scholar who has made so many contributions to Sparta, even if he does not have the identity of a citizen of Sparta, his actions have proven that he is a citizen of Sparta and an excellent citizen of Sparta. As for why I recommend him to be the envoy to Dionia, it is because he participated in the Persia expedition and later became a mercenary leader in the expedition. I once heard from Chrysippus that during the Persia expedition, Xenophon had a deep friendship with the current king of Dionia and the Devers. I believe that with him as the envoy to Dionia, the effect will definitely be better than others. Despite Agesilaus' full recommendation and Xenophon's good reputation in Sparta, the conservative Sparta elders and censors still had a heated debate about this. Finally, at the end of the 22nd year of the kingdom, 372 BC, the Sparta Council of Elders finally made a strange decision. They appointed a Sparta general as the envoy and Xenophon as the deputy envoy to Dionia, but all the negotiations with Dionia would be handled by Xenophon. This was Xenophon's first trip to the western Mediterranean Sea. The moment he stepped onto the passenger ship, he could not help but feel emotional. In the past few decades, it was not that he had never thought of visiting Dionia. Even after Dionia held the Greek Scholars' Conference, they had sent him many invitations, but he did not go in the end. One of the reasons was that he knew that Sparta, where he settled, was hostile to Dionia, and Agesilaus, the king of Sparta, who had always taken care of him, was even more wary of him. If he rashly went to Sparta, the people of Sparta would definitely hold a grudge. Another reason was that he had rejected the invitation sent by the Devers when they went to Great Greece. Now that the Devers had established a great career in the western Mediterranean Sea, he could not go there in excitement. After all, he had his own pride. Now that Sparta had given him this mission, he finally had the opportunity to see the kingdom of Dionia established by his former good friend, the Devers, with his own eyes. The route Xenophon took to Thurii was almost the same as the route Chrysippus took to Thurii, but after more than 10 years of development, the situation was completely different. Not long after the passenger ship passed by Kekula Island and crossed the midline of the entrance to the Adriatic Sea, it encountered a patrol fleet of Dionia. It was a fleet consisting of 4 three-oared warships and 8 small and medium-sized warships. When the captain of the passenger ship told him that it was a patrol fleet of Dionia, he could not believe it. The strength of such a fleet was close to the naval configuration of some of the medium-sized city-states in Greece. Some city-states were even weaker than them. And this was just a patrol fleet of Dionia, so Xenophon asked twice. After getting a definite answer, he was still skeptical. He even thought that Dionia was deliberately expanding the size of its patrol fleet to intimidate the surrounding forces. The passenger ship landed at the port of Odlum. Today's port of Odlum was several times larger than when Chrysippus was sent to Thurii, and the scale of its sea trade had also increased several times. The main reason was that Dionia's conquest of Mountain Gaul had deterred the forces in central and northern Italy. The Veneti, Umbrians, had taken the initiative to express goodwill and form an alliance with Dionia. Even the influence of Dionia had spread to some of the Illyrian coastal city-states on the east coast of the Adriatic Sea. When these forces took the initiative to approach Dionia, of course, seized the opportunity to strengthen ties with them through trade and cultural infiltration. The Adriatic Sea was a natural sea route. Many of the towns of Dionia bordering the sea and the newly joined Dionia's alliance became unusually frequent. Odlum was just one of them. However, its geographical location was special. Not only could it enjoy the benefits of trade in the Adriatic Sea, but at the same time, some merchant ships from the eastern Mediterranean also docked here. In order to be able to meet the growing needs of trade and tourists, Odlum not only expanded the port, but also built 2 additional ports next to it. Its urban area had also expanded again and again. The size of the entire city of Odlum was even close to the center of the region, Uti. It was no longer the small town of Masapi in the past. When the governor of Odlum learned of the arrival of the Sparta emissary delegation, he specially sent people to welcome Xenophon and his entourage. He even held a banquet to welcome them. Xenophon politely declined and even praised that Odlum's port was exceptionally prosperous. It would definitely be one of the top towns in the kingdom of Dionia. If it continued to develop like this, it would definitely be comparable to the port of Piraeus in Athens. The governor of Odlum hurriedly expressed that there were many port towns like Odlum in the kingdom of Dionia. If Odlum wanted to become one of the top port towns, it would need to put in more effort. Many? When Xenophon heard this, he could not help but blink. He felt that he seemed to have discovered a characteristic of the Diorians: they liked to exaggerate the strength of the kingdom to outsiders. After bidding farewell to the governor of Odlum, Xenophon and his entourage sat in a carriage and headed west. Along the way, Xenophon saw the road built by the people of Dionia. It was flat, wide, sturdy, and beautiful. The carriage moved smoothly on it at a fast speed. He was amazed by it. However, when he heard from the coachman that roads like this had already been laid all over the kingdom, connecting various towns, his previous prejudice made him subconsciously think that the other party was boasting again. Because in his impression, even in Greece, such roads were only comparable to the road from Piraeus to Athens. Odlum's port was prosperous, so it was understandable that the road connecting to the outside world was better, but it was hard to say for other places. However, Xenophon gradually began to feel that this excellent road was built a little too long. After the carriage had traveled for more than half a day and passed by a town or two, the road was still extending. His prejudice in his heart was wavering. As they passed by Tarentum, Xenophon could not help but look at it. All these years, the people of Sparta who were on good terms with him would occasionally talk angrily about the Sparta state that was forcibly taken away by the people of Dionia. This was also one of the reasons why the people of Sparta were hostile to Dionia. At this moment, he very much wanted to go in and see what Tarentum, which had become a free city in the kingdom of Dionia, was like now. However, the person in charge of the Odlum convoy who was responsible for transporting them refused. He believed that it was their duty to send the Sparta emissaries safely to Thurii as soon as possible. There should be no delay in the middle of the journey to avoid accidents. Xenophon was a little dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. The convoy finally arrived at the naval base not far from Tarentum. It was already dusk. After the guards of the base carefully checked the official documents of the Sparta emissaries in Odlum, they were allowed to enter. As it was already late, the Sparta emissaries could only rest in the camp for the night. When Xenophon learned that this was the naval base of Dionia, he wanted to take the opportunity to take a look at the armaments of the Dionia navy. However, the guards in the camp restricted them to stay in the residence and were not allowed to walk around. Of course, the accompanying Sparta people were dissatisfied, but before they left, Agesilaus solemnly warned them that they should try their best to befriend the people of Dionia during the journey, and not provoke them to avoid bringing disaster to Sparta. Therefore, the Sparta emissaries chose to bear with it. Unexpectedly, the next day happened to be the training day of the naval base of Tarentum. 2 subfleets of the first flotilla of Dionia sailed into the port early for formation and confrontation training. When Xenophon and the others left the dock on a clipper, they were just able to see a corner of the fleet training. Amid the loud sound of bugles, nearly 200 warships were docked in the wide bay, constantly changing formations as they sailed at high speed. It was a spectacular and lively scene. Naval warfare was not Sparta's forte. Xenophon himself had never participated in a naval battle. They could not see anything from this training, but the number of triple-hulled warships still left them speechless. The size of this fleet is close to the naval level of the Athens Navy at its peak, so it's understandable that the patrol fleet has such a configuration. Xenophon thought to himself. Seeing their surprise, the captain of the clipper could not help but proudly remind them, these are not the only naval warships of Dionia. In addition to this naval base of Tarentum, there are also several naval bases such as Brindisi, Catania, Lily. There are more than 1,000 warships. Xenophon's heart skipped a beat. Although this time he still felt that the people of Dionia were bragging again, some of what they said might be true. Although Xenophon did not know much about other naval bases, Brindisi was close to Peloponnesus, and the people of Sparta had a certain understanding of it. Therefore, it was likely that Dionia, which had multiple naval bases, really had multiple naval bases. Looking at the place that the Dionia people called the naval base, it was not a naval port as the Greeks understood it to be. It was more like a town. But according to the captain of the clipper, the people living in the base were all the sailors and their families of the Dionia navy. Xenophon could not help but recall some of the information he had learned about the war in the western Mediterranean. In the few naval battles between Dionia and Carthage, both sides sent out about 400 to 500 warships. He had thought that it was an exaggeration, but now it seemed that it might be true. At this time, Xenophon had realized that he had been making a mistake since yesterday. He looked at Dionia with the eyes that he was used to looking at the Greek city-states, and naturally felt that everything was wrong. But in fact, Dionia was not an ordinary city-state. It was a kingdom, a country similar to Persia. Although Xenophon had adjusted his mentality, he continued to be shocked by the following journey. The ship left the port of Tarentum and sailed into the Gulf of Turii, named by the Dionia people. But in Xenophon's eyes, it was not a gulf, but a sea. It was just that this sea was surrounded by Dionia on 3 sides, and became a convenient route for the coastal towns to trade with each other. So the Sparta emissaries saw an endless stream of ships shuttling to and fro around the passenger ship, as though they were in a prosperous port. But in fact, they were on the vast sea, just that the Dionia people had completely turned the sea into their inland sea. When the passenger ship arrived at the mouth of the Crati River, they were even more surprised by the prosperity and bustle of the port. They were awed by the huge size and large population of Turii. Even the few Sparta people who were the most disapproving of this mission became uneasy. Because even the stupidest person could tell that with such a prosperous trade and large population, Dionia was fully capable of sending a large army to bring trouble to Sparta, who were in trouble at the moment. So everyone in the emissary group became a little gloomy, and gradually, they did not even speak. When the passenger ship entered the port of the inner city of Turii, officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Dionia came to welcome them. But they did not bring the emissary group to the royal hotel, but directly to the palace, because the king of Devers wanted to meet the Sparta emissaries. Walking in the streets of the inner city, Xenophon saw the dazzling statue of Hades on the hill in the distance, making him feel as though he was in the inner city of Athens. But in fact, there was a big difference. The inner city of Turii was obviously much quieter and tidier than Athens, and there were many strange buildings, such as the rumored elevated bridge, huge water wheels, automatic water-spraying pools, the triumphal arch that represented the glory of Dionia, the different arena, a unique and profound library, and the magnificent, the hall. Xenophon knew that it had been less than 30 years since the establishment of Dionia, but at this moment, he had the illusion that the city of Turiai had a deep and long cultural heritage. Finally, they came to the palace, where the national flag of Dionia was flying high. Xenophon and another Sparta emissary, the elders and censors of Sparta, finally agreed to Agesilaus' suggestion, but they only made Xenophon the deputy emissary, and the chief emissary was a Sparta general who had made many military achievements. This way, he could monitor Xenophon and prevent him from doing anything wrong, and at the same time, minimize the criticism from the people, led by the ceremonial officer into the palace. Because of what he had seen and heard, even the Sparta emissary, who was known for being overbearing and unreasonable, was a little nervous at the moment, let alone Xenophon. He had already forgotten the joy of seeing his old friend, and all he could think about was how to complete the task given to him by the Sparta people, and at the same time, prevent the powerful people of Dionia from retaliating. "Your Majesty, the emissary of Sparta has arrived. Invite them in." The voice was steady and heavy, almost without the familiarity it once had. Xenophon composed himself, adjusted his clothes, and stepped into the hall. In addition to the palace guards and the ministers of the main departments of the kingdom, there were also 6 former presidents of the Senate. They did not happen to be here, but had been serving in the palace for the past few years, because they were now known as the assistant ministers of the kingdom. In the 2nd year after Dionia conquered Gaul, in a Senate meeting, a newly promoted senator suddenly raised an objection, criticizing the current Senate system. The presidents presided over the Senate meetings, and at the same time, participated in the kingdom's administrative affairs, which allowed them to obtain more important information in advance, and use their power to better help those close to them, which was unfair to the other senators. His words immediately caused a huge uproar in the Senate. The elders who supported the rotating chairman all criticized him, while the other elders who were dissatisfied with him also helped him to refute. They even cited many elders who had won the election with the rotating chairman's help in the past few years. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The two sides quarreled fiercely over this matter, which did not subside for several days, and even seemed to expand. In the end, the king of Devers forcefully intervened, and order was restored in the Senate, but because of this, a new reform was carried out in the Senate. The rotating presidents of the Senate would be held by the senators in turn, and there would no longer be a fixed number of people, in addition to enacting and amending laws, electing regional governors, and supervising the administrative performance of mid-level and senior officials. All the kingdom's administrative decisions and foreign affairs would no longer be submitted to the Senate for review and approval, but would be directly decided by the kingdom's administrative office. The kingdom would establish the position of assistant ministers, a total of 6, whose terms were the same as the ministers of the various ministries, and would assist the king in managing the kingdom's administrative affairs. At the end of their term, they could be elected by the Senate, and approved by the king to take over. The Devers took advantage of the storm in the Senate this time to reform it. The Senate's power was reduced, and its functions became more singular. More power was returned to the kingdom's administrative office, which made the administrative efficiency faster and more efficient. The reason why the Senate made such a big concession was that ever since the Devers were crowned with the name Hades, their prestige in the kingdom was unprecedented. The ordinary senators did not dare to oppose them, and the rotating presidents who had the ability to organize everyone to oppose were caught in their weakness, becoming the core of this storm, unable to fend for themselves. In addition, the Devers gave them a way out by using the position of assistant minister, so his plan to take back power was successfully realized in the end. Of course, Xenophon did not understand the political changes in the kingdom of Dionia, nor did he pay attention to the ministers standing on both sides. Ever since he walked into the hall, his eyes had been fixed on the man sitting high on the throne. Divers, who was wearing a crown, stood up and walked down the throne with an agitated expression. He strode up to Xenophon and gave him a strong hug. As it happened too quickly, the ministers and guards in the hall had no time to stop them. They heard the Devers' hearty laughter. Xenophon, Xenophon, I thought I would never see you again in this life. I didn't expect that with the blessing of Hades, we finally meet again. The Devers' sudden action was also beyond Xenophon's expectations, and he was quite touched. He immediately put aside what he had planned to say when they met and sighed. Yes, we haven't seen each other for 27 years since we parted at Byzantium. You have a good memory. The Devers put his hands behind his back and bowed slightly to look at him. He asked with a smile. Do you remember what I said at the time? Xenophon frowned and pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I don't remember. The Devers raised his eyebrows slightly and pointed around. He said slowly, I said, I'm going to Greece, I'm going to build a country of my own, and I invited you to join us, but you refused. It's been 27 years. Do you think what I said at the time has come true? Your Majesty, King of Dionia, you have created countless miracles when you were in Persia. So, I take it for granted that you can do anything amazing after that, Xenophon replied unhurriedly. Ha ha ha. The Devers laughed heartily again. He patted Xenophon's shoulder and said meaningfully, I haven't seen you for so many years, and you've become very eloquent. Is it because you've been with King Agesilaus of Sparta for a long time? It's because of what I've seen in Dionia. I can't help but be in awe of it. Xenophon said sincerely. The Devers stared at him and stopped smiling. He said seriously, every time I read the long march that you wrote, I would think of the difficult days when we went through thick and thin together in Persia. Our friendship should not fade with the passage of time. Just like how no matter how powerful Dionia is, it will always treat its friends with sincerity. So, all these years, I've specially asked an envoy to send you an invitation to Dionia to participate in the Scholars' Conference so that we could have a good gathering. But I've never been able to fulfill my wish. Xenophon felt guilty and did not respond. It seems that you're not doing very well in Sparta. The Devers said half jokingly and half seriously. That's not right. Someone beside him immediately retorted loudly. Xenophon is highly respected in Sparta. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent as an envoy to Dionia this time. The Devers' gaze immediately became sharp and pierced the man in a red cloak with his hair combed into a thick braid. He asked in a deep voice, and who are you? Citizen of Sparta, Agesilaus. I was appointed by the Council of Elders to accompany Xenophon to Dionia. The man did not avoid the Devers' sharp gaze and answered in a loud voice. The Devers just nodded his head, indicating that he understood. He then turned to look at Xenophon and said with a gratified expression, to be able to become an envoy of Sparta as a guest, it seems that you've been living well in Sparta, Xenophon. He patted Xenophon's shoulder again and turned to his throne. At the same time, he asked, why did you come to Dionia as an envoy this time? To renew the friendly agreement? I remember it still has a few years before it expires. Agesilaus opened his mouth to speak, but Xenophon quickly stopped him, and then said in a measured tone, ever since the war between the Thebes and Sparta broke out, it has lasted for several years, causing great damage to both Peloponnesus and central Greece. In order to restore peace to Greece, Sparta decided to make peace with the Thebes and Athens. But the two sides have been fighting each other for years, with many casualties and deep hatred. It is not easy to make peace, so it is best to find a powerful country to persuade the two sides to sit down and negotiate, so Sparta chose to come to us, Dionia. The Devers, who had returned to his throne, leaned forward and interjected with interest, it seems that our friendship of more than 10 years has not been in vain. Both Xenophon and Agesilaus looked embarrassed. Xenophon coughed twice and said in a low voice, that. Sparta did consider inviting Dionia as a mediator, but although Dionia is powerful, it has no influence in Greece, and it is difficult to deter the unruly Thebes and Athens. And it just so happened that Sparta found out that Athens and Thebes had sent envoys to Persia one after another. You also know that Persia played a big role in the last Corinth war, being able to stop the war and reach an agreement. In order to prevent Persia from supporting the enemy, Sparta had to send envoys to Persia. Dionia doesn't have much influence in Greece. Isn't it because we strictly abide by the agreement with Sparta? Although it's so close to Greece, we, Dionia, have never interfered with the politics of Greece for more than 10 years. Now, Sparta is complaining that Dionia has no influence in Greece. Antares, one of the assistant ministers, could not help but interrupt and complain. On the contrary, Sparta has secretly done some things in the western Mediterranean during the period of the agreement, adding some trouble to Dionia. I also have a question for the emissary of Sparta. Everyone knew that Sparta had been receiving Persia's support all these years, which was why they signed the Great King's contract and became the leader of the Greek city-states again. This time, if Sparta wanted to stop the war and negotiate, shouldn't they first seek Persia's support? Why did they let the emissaries of Athens and Thebes beat them to it because they had to consider Dionia first? Another assistant minister, Cypros, also followed up with his own questions, trying to expose some of the lies in Xenophon's words. Faced with the questioning of the Dionia ministers, Xenophon could not help but feel a little nervous at the moment even though he was prepared. This Dionia's performance in keeping its promise is very respectable to the people of Sparta. And because you've defeated Carthage, you've become stronger, and you're very close to Peloponnesus, so Sparta did first think of asking for help from Dionia, but the reality is, alright, there's no need to explain. Since Sparta has decided to seek support from Persia, why did they send you to Dionia? Did Persia refuse Sparta's request? The Devers asked with a faint smile. Xenophon met the deep gaze of the Devers and faintly had an illusion that the king of Dionia had already known the whole story. Suddenly, he was enlightened and did not make any more excuses. He said directly, Persia promised to support Sparta, but asked Sparta to break off friendly relations with Dionia. Otherwise, they will turn to support Athens and Thebes, and let Sparta taste an unprecedented defeat. So Sparta sent me here as an emissary to end the friendly agreement that has lasted for more than 10 years with Dionia. Xenophon's words caused quite a commotion in the hall. In order to get Persia's support, Sparta did not hesitate to break off friendly relations with us, Dionia. Are they not afraid of offending us, Dionia, and causing a new war? The military minister, Alexis, asked sternly. Gesilas, who had been silent before, could not help but say loudly, before I left, King Agesilaus told me that ending the friendly agreement with Dionia this time was indeed a last resort. After the armistice agreement is signed, we, Sparta, will resume our relations with Dionia and sign a new friendly agreement. Please rest assured. It would have been better if he had not said this. After he finished speaking, the whole hall was like a frying pan. Even Hacker, who was usually gentle, said coldly, what does Sparta mean by this? Does Dionia look so easy to bully? If they want to break the agreement, they can break it. If they want to renew it, they can renew it. You have to know that this is the Western Mediterranean Sea, and Dionia is the only king here. All city-states and forces are scrambling to attach themselves to Dionia and take pride in joining the Dionia alliance. With the current strength of Dionia, it has rarely signed an equal agreement with other city-states. Since you, Sparta, don't think that this friendly agreement is precious, when this agreement is torn up, you, Sparta, will deeply feel the terrible pressure that you did not feel in the Corinth War and the Thebes War. After Gesilas finished speaking, Xenophon knew that it was going to be bad. Seeing that Gesilas still wanted to refute, he hurriedly stopped him and subconsciously cast a pleading look at the Devers. Enough. The Devers raised his hand and suppressed the anger of the minister. He said seriously, we, the people of Dionia, regard a promise as our life. Once the agreement is signed, no matter what happens in the future, we will fulfill the agreement. But perhaps for Sparta, an agreement is signed to be torn up. The Peloponnesus War achieved a truce, but a few years later, the Corinth War broke out. Not long after the Great King's Peace Treaty was signed, the Thebes War broke out. Every time, Sparta was the first to break the agreement and start the war. So, we have long been mentally prepared for this friendly agreement to be cancelled by Sparta. It's easy to cancel it, but it's difficult to get it back. You have to know that many people of Tarentum and Carthage still regret it. Xenophon listened to the Devers' meaningful words and was shocked. The Devers emphasized his tone and asked word by word, I am asking you now, Xenophon. Is Sparta sure that they want to cancel this friendly agreement? Xenophon hurriedly replied, yes. In order to reach a truce as soon as possible and restore peace, Sparta has no other choice. But I can guarantee that although the agreement is cancelled, Sparta will still maintain peace with Dionia. This is not up to Sparta. The Devers smiled slightly. Now it seems that the king of Persia has a deep grudge against Dionia. But for the sake of you, Xenophon, Dionia will not cause trouble for Sparta because of this broken agreement. Xenophon was overjoyed and immediately said gratefully, Thank you, Your Majesty. The people of Sparta will remember your kindness and are willing to always maintain peace with Dionia, and will never be manipulated by the people of Persia. The Devers blinked disapprovingly, put his hands on the back of the chair, and said with a smile, Now that business is done, let's talk about private matters. Tonight, I will be holding a banquet for you in the palace, and I will also invite some of my mercenary friends who fought side by side in Persia to attend, so that we can reminisce about parting. Having successfully completed the task given to him by Sparta, Xenophon was now in a relaxed mood, and immediately said, I am very happy to attend this banquet, and have a good drink with my former comrades, to make up for the regrets of the past. The Devers smiled at Alexis and the Minister of Commerce, Marigi. The banquet tonight will not be without the two of you, so I will first extend an invitation to you. Alexis and Marigi hurriedly expressed their willingness to attend. After Xenophon and Gesiulus left the palace, Antares, who had long been impatient, immediately asked, Your Majesty, are we just going to let the matter of Sparta's wanton violation of the agreement go away? Then what else do you want? The Devers looked at him and asked calmly, Declare war on Sparta? We should at least think of a way to punish their rude behavior, or else the other city-states will think that we, Dionia, are weak and easily bullied. Antares' tone was still unyielding. The Devers looked at him, and then at the other ministers with different expressions, and said in a low voice, Just a punishment will not cause much damage to Sparta, but will instead raise their vigilance. The Persia wants to be a mediator, to reunite the war-torn Greek city-states. I am afraid that they want to create trouble for us, Dionia. The Sparta wants to become the leader of the Greek city-states with the support of Persia. They are all thinking too highly, but I am afraid that things will not go as smoothly as they imagine. What do you mean, Your Majesty? Cypros' heart skipped a beat. The Devers did not give a direct response, but smiled slightly. What we need to do now is to closely monitor the development of the war in Greece, and wait for a favorable opportunity to come. Considering that some of the former mercenary elders were still working elsewhere, the banquet that night was not held, but postponed to 2 days later. In these 2 days, the Devers specially sent someone to accompany Xenophon to tour most of the places in the Turii region, so that he had a deeper understanding of the situation in the kingdom of Dionia. 2 days later, a grand banquet was held in the palace of Dionia. Other than the Devers and Xenophon, there were also Helos, Alexis, Amintas, Felicius, Agathia, Tormid, Capys, Antonios, Epiphanes, Matones, Olivers, Georges. Even Princess Christoia attended the banquet. At the banquet, everyone recalled their adventures in Persia and thanked the Devers, Xenophon, and other mercenary leaders for finally bringing them out of danger. They toasted to them one after another, and the atmosphere was quite warm. There were also people who lamented the rich life they enjoyed today and felt sorry for the wrong choices made by Clino, Timicin, and Xenophon. Of course, there were also people who advised Xenophon to leave Sparta and settle down in Dionia to enjoy the rest of his life with his former comrades, but Xenophon perfunctorily brushed them off. When the banquet was about to end and Xenophon toasted to the Devers, he boldly asked with the help of alcohol, Now that Dionia is so powerful, why is it so lenient towards Sparta for ending the friendly agreement in advance? The Devers squinted his drunken eyes and calmly told the story. A few years ago, Mauritania, in order to show its respect, sent a few elephants to the kingdom and kept them next to the royal residence. The hounds in the residence barked at the elephants from afar out of fear, but the elephants remained quiet and ignored them. Not long after, the hounds stopped barking, and both sides lived in harmony. Xenophon had visited the zoo in the past 2 days and knew how huge an elephant's body was. After listening to the story, he was silent for a moment. Sparta's emissaries quickly returned to Sparta. After learning that the king of Dionia had calmly accepted the matter of Sparta ending the friendship agreement and did not intend to punish them, the elders and inspectors heaved a sigh of relief. However, when Xenophon visited Agesilaus, he described in detail what he saw in the kingdom of Dionia, and reminded him solemnly, although Dionia has no ill intentions towards Sparta, it's best to sign a new contract with Dionia as soon as possible to restore our friendship. It was an obvious question, but Agesilaus thought about it for a while and said with a serious expression, You're right. We must hold the peace talks with Thebes and Athens as soon as possible. The contract must be signed as soon as possible. Only then will Sparta have the confidence to negotiate with Dionia. In the spring of 371 BC, the 23rd year of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, the War of the Thebes, which had lasted for many years, finally ushered in the dawn of peace. With the support of Persia, the two sides of the war would hold peace talks in the city of Sparta. As it was the home ground of Sparta, the main city-states of the Peloponnesus alliance had sent emissaries to participate in the peace talks. They were the first to arrive at the meeting place. They were followed by the emissaries from Athens. The chief general of Athens, Callistratus, was the main person in charge, and his assistant was Callias, the torchbearer of the Eleusis ritual. The last to arrive was the emissaries from Thebes, led by Epaminondas. In addition, Persia had also sent emissaries to participate in this meeting. At the beginning of the meeting, Athens launched an attack on Sparta. Callias and Callistratus successively accused Sparta of acting arbitrarily and oppressing their allies, which was the main culprit of the war. At the same time, they bemoaned the state of the universe and pointed out the harm caused by the war to the Greek city-states, which resonated with the emissaries from the various city-states present. Agesilaus and Archidamus, who attended the meeting in Sparta, seemed to feel that they were in the wrong and did not immediately refute. Therefore, all the emissaries present quickly reached a consensus: stop the war. It seemed that the people of Athens were still on the side of the Thebes against the people of Sparta, but in fact, through the contact between Timagoras and Eutychus in Persia, the two sides had secretly reached a certain tacit understanding. Therefore, in the following discussion of the signing of the contract, this tacit understanding was revealed. Both Athens and Sparta declared that according to the proposal of Persia, the basis of the peace was still based on the principles set out in the Great Contract, which was that all city-states must withdraw their troops, whether it was land or navy, stationed in other states, and any alliances must be dissolved, allowing all Greek city-states to maintain their independence. In this way, there was a big problem. This was also a problem that could not be solved after the end of the Corinth War and the signing of the Great Contract. The Athens alliance and the Peloponnesus alliance did not comply with the rules and should be dissolved. For this reason, Epaminondas, who had been quietly watching the performance of the people of Athens, immediately pointed out this problem loudly. Who knew that the people of Athens and Sparta were already prepared? Callistratus immediately admitted that the original Great Contract was indeed inappropriate. He thought that it should be amended to change the provisions to, no city-state could be forced to become a member of the alliance, but different city-states could cooperate with each other according to their will, but there was no need to sign a treaty to make it mandatory. Agesilaus immediately agreed to this. He thought that such a change was more reasonable and more acceptable to the city-states. The envoys of the other cities of Peloponnesus also expressed their agreement one after another. Together with the support of the envoys of Persia, the terms of the contract were confirmed, and all that was left was to sign the oath. One by one, the envoys of the cities of Peloponnesus rushed to sign the name of the city, followed by the envoys of Athens and Sparta. Finally, it was the turn of the envoys of Thebes. Everyone's eyes were focused on them. Epaminondas stood up with a solemn expression and solemnly swore in the name of Zeus. He then picked up a pen and wrote his name on the oath. Most of the people in the hall breathed a sigh of relief, but they heard Agesilaus say in a deep voice, "People of Thebes, you've signed the wrong name." Epaminondas said very confidently, "I've confirmed it, there's no mistake." At this time, the other people in the hall felt that something was wrong. They rushed to pick up the oath and saw that it was clearly written, Paiotia, Epaminondas. Agesilaus said angrily, "Epaminondas, are you fooling us? Everyone knows that Paiotia is a region, and the Thebes are just a city-state in this region. What right do they have to sign on behalf of all the city-states in the Paiotia region?" Epaminondas was not afraid at all. He looked at Agesilaus and said calmly, "What's so strange about this? You can think of Paiotia as Laconia. Laconia is the region where the people of Sparta live, or," Epaminondas turned his head to look at Callistratus and said very firmly, "Attica, not the Peloponnesus alliance or the Athens Sea alliance." As soon as this was said, the emissaries of the other city-states in the hall were shocked. The ambition of the Thebes was obvious. They wanted to unify Paiotia. Callistratus immediately retorted, "When the Greeks talk about Athens, they don't just mean Athens, but the entire Attica region. When the Greeks talk about Sparta, they are also referring to the entire Laconia region. But when people talk about Thebes, are they referring to the entire Paiotia region? Obviously, they are only referring to the city-state of Thebes. Why is this so? That's because Athens and Sparta have integrated a region a long time ago, and after a long time, the other Greeks have recognized this. Unfortunately, they can't recognize that the Thebes represent Paiotia, because until now, many city-states in the Paiotia region are still independent." Agesilaus then said sternly, "According to this oath, the Thebes must disband your newly established Paiotia alliance and let every city-state in Paiotia under your control gain independence and freedom." Epaminondas did not show any weakness and rebutted Agesilaus, "If you Sparta let every city in Laconia gain independence, then the Piotia alliance will be disbanded." Then, he looked at Agesilaus and Callistratus with a firm expression and argued, "You Sparta have no right to interfere with the internal affairs of Piotia, just like we Thebes have no right to interfere with the internal management of Laconia. Laconia, Piotia, and Attica represent different political systems, and under the witness of Zeus, each political system is legitimate. The alliance of Piotia and the development of Attica into a city are natural things. This process is as legitimate as the development of Laconia into an oligarchy under Sparta." Agesilaus' son, Archidamus, interrupted him loudly, "You are talking nonsense. You Thebes just want to continue waging war and attack other city-states in Piotia to deprive them of their independence and freedom. This is absolutely not allowed." Epaminondas sneered, "Didn't you Sparta people do this before? You shamelessly attacked our city and stationed troops and officers in other Piotia city-states to deprive them of their independence and freedom. It is because of your invasion that we, the Piotia, realized that we must unite to ensure the freedom of the Piotia people." Archidamus was speechless. Epaminondas then said to Agesilaus sternly, "For the sake of this Piotia alliance, we Thebes have indeed used some forceful measures, but you Sparta people have no right to interfere. This is because in the ancient times, when no one could accurately measure time, your ancestors adopted even more forceful measures. This kingdom that you maintain is built by them using this forceful method. Now, the friendly alliance of Thebes and Piotia has decided to adopt the same method as Sparta, to establish a united and unified Piotia alliance that includes all the city-states in Piotia. In order to achieve this great goal, our citizens will not fear death." Agesilaus was taken aback by Epaminondas' forceful words and fearless expression. Seeing that the situation was not good, Callistratus was about to speak to resolve it. However, he heard the Persia envoy, Datis, say sternly, "Since you have signed the contract, you must act according to the contract. Stop all wars and restore peace to Greece. This is the desire of the Greek city-states and the urgent request of the great Persia king. From now on, if any city-state dares to start a war or invade another city-state, Persia will strongly support the other city-states that have signed the contract to form an alliance and severely punish them. Thebes, I advise you to obediently fulfill the contract." Epaminondas sneered a few times and looked straight at the Persia envoy. His eyes were cold and threatening. "Previously, because we believed Persia's words, we signed the great contract and disbanded the Piotia alliance. In the end, Sparta violated the contract and ambushed Thebes, captured our citadel, and enslaved our people. What did Persia do about this shameless violation of the contract? Nothing at all. So, what peace? What independence? Let them all go to hell. We Thebes only believe in ourselves now." As Epaminondas spoke, he even clenched his fist, causing the Persia envoy to subconsciously take a few steps back. However, Epaminondas did not punch the Persia envoy in the face. Instead, he resolutely turned around and walked out of the venue. The other Thebes also followed him out of the venue. The Thebes envoy group left, and no one stopped them. For a moment, the venue was silent. "Does this signature of the Thebes still count?" Callistratus' voice broke the silence. "Of course not," Agesilaus said angrily with a sullen face. "Since the Thebes have no intention of signing the contract, there is no need for us to drag them in. I suggest that this signature be deleted." The envoys from the various cities expressed their approval one after another, and so did the envoy from Athens. "The Thebes are rude and unreasonable. I'm afraid they will continue to wage war when they return. The king of Persia will never allow such a thing to happen." At this time, the Persia emissary, Datis, roared angrily, "We of Persia will strongly support you in building an army to punish the Thebes and uphold the sanctity of the peace treaty. Datis is right. We should do this." Agesilaus immediately looked at Callistratus. "What do you people from Athens think?" Callistratus said without hesitation, "We of Athens also support this decision. If Sparta wants to punish the Thebes, we will provide naval support, just like how we helped the Thebes in the past. The Thebes do not have a navy at all. The navy provided by Athens is completely useless." Agesilaus knew this, But he did not object because he felt that regardless of whether the navy provided by Athens was of practical help to Sparta or not, this action by Athens itself was of great significance. It allowed the other cities in Greece to see that Athens was on the side of Sparta. And with this first support, there would be a second, a third. There was still a long way to go. Therefore, Agesilaus immediately expressed his gratitude to the Athens envoy group. While the envoys of the various cities continued to discuss the contract, the Thebes envoy group had already ridden out of the city of Sparta and went straight to the port by the sea. At this time, a Thebes emissary finally had time to complain. Epaminondas, although your speech at the meeting just now was exciting, it will inevitably anger Sparta and strengthen their attack on us Thebes. Epaminondas looked back at them and said in a deep voice, before this, some of us still had some illusions about this peace treaty. I believe that now they will completely give up. Our ally Athens has betrayed us. Like Sparta, they do not want us Thebes to unify the entire Boeotia region. You are right, Epaminondas. Another Thebes emissary said angrily, although it is stated in the contract that to ensure the independence and freedom of each city-state, to dissolve the established alliances or alliances, it also said that each city-state can help each other voluntarily. Even if Athens and Sparta disband their alliances, with the influence and strength of their city-state, the original alliances will still voluntarily rely on them and be ordered around by them. Once we disband the Boeotia alliance, we will soon become a pile of loose sand. Athens and Thebes are worried that after we unify the Boeotia region, we will have the ability to fight against them. That is why they are trying their best to stop us. We must not give in. Epaminondas' tone was firm. But this time, Sparta has the support of Athens and Persia. They will attack us even more fiercely. The Thebes emissary said worriedly. We are not fighting alone. Thessaly will fully support us, and we can also seek help from the kingdom of Ionia. Epaminondas comforted them. Ionia and Sparta have been friendly for more than 10 years. Will they choose to help us? I have discussed this issue with Peropidas, and we agreed that Persia and Ionia must have a grudge against each other. Since Sparta broke the friendly agreement with Ionia and chose Persia, it is very likely that Ionia will accept our proposal and form an alliance with Thebes. Epaminondas' words made the other Thebes emissaries fall into deep thought. But no matter who we form an alliance with, we, Thebes, must rely on our own strength to become stronger. Epaminondas looked forward with determination. 2 days later, the Athens emissary delegation also left Sparta and returned to their motherland. On the way, Callistratus was very satisfied and said to Callistratus, in this peace negotiation, we, Athens, have gained the most benefits and the greatest harvest. Callistratus was a little puzzled. Under the partiality of the Persia emissary, we have to help Sparta attack the Thebes. This is actually a re-recognition of Sparta's position as the leader of the alliance. It should be Sparta who has gained the most. Although Callistratus somewhat despised this mediocre emissary from Athens, as the torchbearer of the Eleusis ritual, Callistratus not only had a lot of influence in Athens, but also in Peloponnesus. Otherwise, the contract would not have been named after him, the Callistratus contract. Since Callistratus agreed to help Sparta attack the Thebes, when he returned to Athens, he would definitely be criticized by some political enemies. He needed Callistratus' full support, so he patiently explained to him, ever since the War of Peloponnesus, the strength of our Athens has been completely weakened. Not only have we been under the control of Sparta, but we have also been forced to disband all of our alliances. For Athens, which relies on the prosperity of sea trade, this is undoubtedly an extremely heavy blow. When the War of Corinth broke out, the national strength of Athens was restored, but the signing of the Great Contract forced us to disband the alliances that relied on us again. Until the signing of the contract this time, Callistratus said in a serious tone, Sparta has recognized the existence of the Athens Maritime Alliance, in fact, has placed Athens on the same level as Sparta. As for the fact that we agreed to help Sparta in the war, it is just to give Sparta a false reputation. In fact, the war against the Thebes does not require the use of the navy. Even if Sparta wants us to send the army in the future, we can find a way to do it perfunctorily. Sparta is now our ally, but in the future, there will be a conflict of interest with Athens. The Thebes have become our ally because of Sparta, but don't forget the reason why they were the enemy of Athens for a long time. This time, the Thebes did not sign the contract, which will inevitably lead to the continuation of the war between them and Sparta. This is a good thing for us. The national strength of the Thebes has now greatly increased, and Sparta will not be able to defeat them easily. The continuation of the war will consume the strength of both sides. When the time is right, we, Athens, will intervene and decide the final outcome, so that we can reap the greatest benefits. Callistratus was convinced by him. When the emissary group returned to Athens, Callistratus received an urgent notice from the council. There was a secret message from the city of Thebes, and they had sent Peropides as an emissary to Dionia in an attempt to form an alliance with them. Callistratus was shocked. Although they had been kings for many years, experienced many things, and met many famous people, the Devers could not suppress their curiosity. They looked at the emissary of Thebes standing in the middle of the palace hall, because this person was too legendary. When Sparta conquered central and northern Greece, and almost all the Greek city-states succumbed to Sparta's force, this young man, who was not famous at that time, bravely sneaked back to the Thebes with a few like-minded friends, assassinated the puppet that the Sparta supported, and called on the people to drive away the Sparta army in Thebes. When many Greeks thought that the resistance of the Thebes was just a flash in the pan, the Thebes government, led by him, was not destroyed by the continuous attacks of the Sparta army. On the contrary, the Thebes gradually grew stronger during the war, and in the end, they were even able to stand up to the Sparta. Peropides. The Devers repeated this name in his heart. In his previous life, he did not know much about the history of ancient Greece. He only remembered one of the Thebes, Epaminonda. Now, he thought that this person in front of him was also a great person. Peropides was also curiously looking at the king of Dionia. He thought that he had done something great so far, but compared to this person in front of him, it was nothing. When he had just become an adult and was still keen on attending banquets, competitions, and plays, this person had already led the mercenary army through many dangers and returned from the hinterland of Persia, winning a great reputation. Then, he went to Great Greece, defeated the natives with less than 1,000 troops, occupied Thurii, and founded the kingdom of Dionia. He defeated Crotone, Syracuse, and Carthage. In just over 20 years, this kingdom became the real overlord of the western Mediterranean Sea. He had been to Persia and seen the prosperity of Babylon. When he set foot on the land of Dionia, he carefully observed along the way, especially the magnificent size of the city of Thurii and the prosperity of the port, which made him feel that it was not much worse than Persia. Therefore, he was surprised and excited, thinking that he had come to the right place. Devers coughed softly and said in a serious tone, "Peropides, someone told me that you played an important role in the Thebes regaining their independence and being able to fight against the Sparta for many years. They even had a slight advantage over us." Peropides' spirit was lifted. He could feel a trace of kindness from Devers' words. He immediately replied humbly, "The Thebes are what they are today because of the joint efforts of all the citizens who love the Thebes. I'm just like them, I'm just doing my best. What I've done is nothing compared to the powerful kingdom you built. You're too modest." Devers smiled. Other than Plato, this was the first time he had heard such a high evaluation from a powerful figure in Greece. He felt slightly proud of himself. He patted the armrest and asked, "What's the purpose of your visit to Thurii this time?" "Your Majesty," Peropides said solemnly. 10 days ago, Thebes was invited to Sparta to negotiate a truce, Pelopidas said solemnly. The war has been going on for so many years. The land of the Thebes has been destroyed by the Sparta. The lives of the people are very difficult. We were very willing to stop the war and restore peace. However, during the negotiation, Athens betrayed us. They joined forces with the Sparta. With the strong support of the Persia, they jointly pressured us to disband the Pyotia alliance. However, their own alliance was preserved through such a contract. Peropides summarized the general content of the contract, and then said with grief and indignation, "Our emissary resisted the pressure and did not sign the contract. Once we agreed to their request and disbanded the Pyotia alliance, if Sparta violated the contract again and launched an attack on the Thebes, we would not be able to fight against them. Due to our refusal, the Persia threatened us, saying that they would fully support Sparta and severely punish the Thebes. So today, I came to Thurii to seek support from Dionia on behalf of the Thebes." After Peropides finished, he saw the Devers sitting firmly on the throne with his hand on his chin. He continued, before this peace negotiation, I heard that Sparta and Athens had sent emissaries to Persia to seek support. I was also sent to Babylon as the emissary of the Thebes, and was summoned by the king of Persia. In front of the three emissaries, the king of Persia clearly asked us to stop the war and said, Dionia has ambitions for Greece. Only when the Greek city-states unite can we resist the invasion of the Dionysian army. So, the king of Persia sent emissaries to promote this peace negotiation in Sparta. The Devers' heart skipped a beat. He did not think that Peropides lied to seek support from Dionia, because what he said also confirmed why Persia had previously forced Sparta to end the peace agreement with Dionia in advance. It seemed that the Persia had begun to play against Dionia. Thinking of this, the Devers looked at Peropides and said slowly, So, do you Thebes think that Dionia is a threat to Greece? I think what the king of Persia said is simply a joke. Peropides said indignantly, the Persia are foreigners. Since the beginning of the Greco-Persian War, they have been delusional about annexing the Greek land and enslaving the Greek people. For decades, they have never stopped interfering in the political situation of Greece. Nowadays, the continuous wars in Greece have a lot to do with Persia. On the other hand, Dionia is a kingdom mainly established by the Greeks. Since its establishment, it has been living in harmony with Greece without any conflicts or wars. Who is good and who is bad can be easily seen by comparison. So, I have come to ask the noble king to lend a helping hand and help the Thebes to fight against the allied forces of Persia and Sparta, so that all the city-states in Greece can regain freedom and peace, and no longer be under their control. If Dionia does this, not only will it destroy the series of conspiracies of Persia against Dionia in advance, but it will also allow Dionia to win prestige in Greece and the support of most of the city-states. The Devers nodded and showed a troubled expression. What you said makes some sense, but Dionia and Sparta have been friendly for more than 10 years. Not long ago, I even said to the envoy of Sparta that they will not be punished for ending the friendly agreement in advance, Your Majesty. Peropides immediately persuaded, Dionia keeps its promise and is famous for the Mediterranean Sea. It is admirable. But in the more than 10 years that you have been earnestly fulfilling the friendly agreement with Sparta, what did the Sparta people do? As far as I know, they violated the terms of the agreement and secretly maintained contact with Syracuse. They took the initiative to take in some of the remaining Greek forces that hated Dionia. During the war between you and Carthage, these forces also formed an army and invaded the territory of Dionia. It is hard to say that Sparta did not instigate this. The Sparta people are insidious and cunning. As long as it is beneficial to them, they will do anything. It is the same for Thebes, and it is the same for Dionia. To talk about trust with them is like cattle and sheep facing a wolf. We will always be the ones to suffer. Also, it's been almost a month since the Spartans broke their agreement with Dionia. During this month, the Spartans didn't take any hostile actions against the Spartans, so you can be considered to have fulfilled your promise. In addition, because of the armistice negotiations this time, the war between Thebes and Sparta has stopped for a period of time. In the eyes of the Greek people, peace has already appeared. If Sparta attacks the Thebes again after Dionia and Thebes form an alliance, it will let the Greek people know more clearly who the real perpetrator of the war is. It will also let the people of Dionia see more clearly how Sparta people treat Dionia, who has maintained a friendly relationship with them for more than 10 years. Of course, if they can take Dionia into consideration and restore peace in Greece, I think it will be a good thing for everyone. Devers sighed and said, It seems that your visit to Persia and you were courteously received by the king of Persia is true. You are indeed very persuasive. Pelopidas was overjoyed, but he responded modestly, That's because what I said is the truth. Devers finally said seriously, In this case, I agree to form a military alliance between the kingdom of Dionia and Thebes. I hope that this time, our sincere efforts can be treated sincerely by each other. Although Pelopidas had some confidence in gaining the support of Dionia, he did not expect that the king of Dionia would be willing to form a military alliance with Thebes. He could no longer suppress the joy in his heart, and his face was full of smiles. Soon, the foreign minister of Dionia, Ansitanos, and Pelopidas began to discuss the alliance. One day later, Ansitanos came to the palace and reported to Devers. Peropidas hopes that Dionia will support Thebes in unifying the Pyotia region? Devers frowned. Yes, Your Majesty. It seems that the Thebes have a strong obsession with this. I heard that when they were negotiating the contract with Sparta, it was because Sparta forced them to disband the Thebes alliance that the negotiations broke down. Anxitanos reminded tactfully. Devers tapped his hand on the wooden table and pondered for a while before saying, "Agree to it." Before Anxitanos could respond, Henoboris, who was at the side, asked doubtfully, "Your Majesty, judging from the current situation, Sparta will definitely launch another attack on the Thebes. We have already given the Thebes great support by forming an alliance with the Thebes at this time. Now, we have to help them unify the Pyotia region. Isn't this a little overestimating the Thebes?" Devers took over his words and said in a serious tone, "Henny, you should take a longer view. Don't just focus on the small benefits in front of you. Even if the Thebes really unify the Pyotia region, the land area is only comparable to Masapi, Pucheti, and other regions. It won't pose any threat to us." However, in order to achieve this goal, the Thebes dared to go against Sparta, Athens, and Persia. This shows how important it is to the Thebes. If we can help them, they will naturally be more grateful. This will be of great help to us in establishing a foothold in Greece in the future. What's more, if our allies are stronger, they'll be able to contend with Athens, Sparta, and other powerful Greek states. It'll be more helpful for us, Dionysia, to enter Greece in the future, and it'll be more beneficial to the stability of Greece. Your Majesty, you are indeed far-sighted. Henoboris praised loudly in admiration. Devers, however, did not appreciate his compliment. He pointed at Anxitanos and said, You just haven't thought about it properly. When your teacher came to report to me, he had already considered the pros and cons of these things. He understood it clearly." Henoboris immediately looked at Anxitanos. Anxitanos said calmly, "Your Majesty, Henoboris is not an official of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It is impossible for him to understand the complicated relationships between the Greek city-states in detail, and it is impossible for him to think about how to gain benefits from it every day like we do. How can he make a very accurate judgment?" "I understand. I'll go back and discuss with the others to fight for more benefits for the kingdom," Anxitanos replied. "Also." Devers hesitated for a moment before saying, "Do you want to reconsider your resignation as the Foreign Affairs Minister? Another war is about to break out in the complicated Greece. Foreign affairs are of utmost importance, and we need an experienced minister like you to take the helm. How can you leave at such a crucial time?" Anxitanos stretched out his skinny fingers and touched his gray hair. "Your Majesty, I'm old, and I don't have enough energy to handle such a heavy task, especially when the war is about to break out. I might as well resign as the Foreign Affairs Minister and seize the remaining time to do what I like, such as writing the history of the first 20 years of Dionia." "All right." Devers didn't force it. He thought for a moment before saying, "I've looked at the candidates you've listed for the Foreign Affairs Minister and thought about it for a long time. I think Topyrus is more suitable. He's made great contributions in the Western Mediterranean War and the Gallic War. He's qualified and capable enough. What do you think?" "I fully agree with your Majesty's decision," Anxitanos replied without hesitation. "Then, after the signing of the covenant with the Thebes, I'll gather the 6 assistant ministers to confirm this matter." "Yes, your Majesty." "Herney, send your teacher off for me." "Teacher, how many chapters have you written in the history of the first 20 years of Dionia? It's best to publish it at the same time as my records of the Western Mediterranean War so that the readers can compare the details and understand the history of that period." Henipolis was still talking nonstop on the way to send Anxitanos off. Anxitanos listened quietly and responded occasionally. When they walked out of the palace, he said with a serious expression, "Henipolis, you have to watch your tone when talking to His Majesty in the future. It's best not to be so casual anymore. I've always spoken to His Majesty like this. Is there a problem?" Henipolis was a little puzzled. His Majesty is no longer the same as before. Not only does he have unprecedented prestige in the kingdom, but his power has also increased. He had recommended a total of 4 candidates for the position of Foreign Affairs Minister, and 3 of them were his students. Be it qualifications or achievements, they were not inferior to Tapius, but the Devers chose Tapius, who was not that close to him. If it was a few years ago, important appointments such as the kingdom's Minister of Foreign Affairs would usually have to be discussed by the ministers and finally submitted to the Senate for approval. But now, it only needed His Majesty and the 6 assistant ministers to make a decision. It was basically decided by the Devers. Teacher, His Majesty is the same as before. There's nothing different about him. You're thinking too much. Henoboris had a different opinion on this, and he comforted Ansitanos instead. Ansitanos could only say helplessly, "It seems that I'm really getting old. My imagination is running wild." After the signing of the Treaty of Kaliaz, according to the contract, the contracting parties must recall their troops stationed abroad and dismantle their military fortresses in foreign countries. Therefore, Athens was recalling the troops led by Iphicrates who were stationed in Kerkyra, but Sparta did not implement the contract. On the contrary, after learning that the Thebes had sent an envoy to Dionia, the Sparta people felt a sense of urgency. They wanted to send an envoy, Xenophon, to Dionia to persuade the king of Devers not to provide support to the Thebes, but the Persia envoy, Datis, who had not left, warned Sparta not to have close contact with Dionia. He also said that in order to support Sparta in punishing the Thebes, a large number of Persia's gifts to Sparta were being carried by a fleet from Miletus and would soon arrive. Under such a situation, Sparta decided to attack the Thebes first. This time, the Sparta people summoned the alliance army faster than ever. As Agesilaus was not feeling well, the army was still under the command of another Sparta king, Cleombrotus. Before the signing of the contract, he was ordered to be stationed in the territory of Phocis. In May, the reinforcements crossed the Gulf of Corinth and rushed to meet him. At this time, the news of the alliance between Dionia and the Thebes had spread to Sparta, making the Sparta people nervous. Subsequently, the messenger of Dionia, Topyrus, also came to Sparta and reminded the council of elders that Dionia had formed an alliance with the Thebes. They hoped that Sparta could stop the war with the Thebes and restore peace, so that Dionia would not have to be involved in the war due to the alliance agreement. This would destroy the friendship between Dionia and Sparta that had lasted for more than 10 years. However, the elders, led by Agesilaus, said that Sparta did not know that Dionia had formed an alliance with the Thebes. Therefore, the army had already set off and might have even fought with the Thebes. Under such circumstances, it was difficult to withdraw the army in a short period of time. However, they would do their best to restore peace to Greece. Topyrus saw that the Sparta people were perfunctory, but he was only here to notify them according to traditional etiquette. The king of the Devers did not ask him to stop the war, so Topyrus quickly left. On his way out of the city, he encountered the messenger of Persia, Datis, who threatened and ridiculed him. Seeing that most of the Sparta people were on the side of the messenger of Persia, Topyrus did not refute them with all his strength. After a few words, he left awkwardly, but he remembered the humiliation in his heart. In the middle of June, Cleombrotus stationed his troops in Phocis and Pyotia's gateway, Chaeronea, waiting for the subsequent reinforcements to arrive before immediately marching towards the Thebes. Now, all the people in Greece believed that the decisive battle between the Thebes and Sparta was inevitable, and the vast army of Sparta made them believe that Sparta had the absolute advantage. The next step was to wait for the Thebes to be completely destroyed or become puppets controlled by Sparta. Even many of the Thebes had no hope of victory, and some even suggested to surrender to Sparta. Some city-states, such as Athens, gloated over the impending doom of the Thebes. Some city-states, such as Argos, silently prayed for the Thebes, and a few city-states, at this time, extended a helping hand to the Thebes, the most famous of which was Tarchus Iazon. He had secretly formed an alliance with the Thebes a year ago, and at this critical time, he sent 300 Thessaly cavalrymen to the Thebes by sea. Because the land route to the hot spring pass was controlled by Sparta, it was impossible for the Thessaly people to go south through it. At the beginning of July, Cleombrotus unexpectedly ordered his army to quickly pass through a narrow path in the mountains, avoiding the ambush of the allied forces of the Thebes, and arrived at Thisbe. He raided the only port occupied by the Thebes. Cleombrotus seized the few warships of the Thebes, thus ensuring the safety of the retreat route. After resting for 2 days, the allied forces of Sparta, with more than 10,000 soldiers, marched straight to the Thebes in the north. When they arrived at the highlands of Leuctra, the Sparta found that the road ahead had been blocked by the army of the Thebes. Originally, when the allied forces of Sparta entered the territory of Pyotia, many Thebes generals thought that this time, the allied forces of Sparta were aggressive, and their numbers were much greater than before, so they could not face the enemy head-on. Therefore, they suggested to temporarily avoid the front line, give up the military fortresses on the periphery, and retreat back to the city of Thebes to defend. However, Epaminondas firmly opposed this idea. He firmly believed that they should take the initiative to face the enemy, and not let the Sparta invade the core area of the Thebes. Otherwise, if they were allowed to destroy the farmlands and villages, the citizens' determination to fight would be shaken. Over the years, Epaminondas had led the Thebes to successfully resist the invasion of the allied forces of Sparta, so he had a very high reputation among the citizens. In addition, he had been elected as the military chief of the Piotia alliance. The highest position in the Piotia alliance was elected once a year, and the other one was Pelopidas. Pelopidas, who had returned to the city of Thebes, fully supported the decision of Epaminondas. Therefore, the Piotia alliance, led by the Thebes, finally decided to fight the allied forces of Sparta to the death. Epaminondas led all the forces of the Piotia alliance to the highlands of Leuctra early, waiting for the arrival of the enemy. The highlands of Leuctra was located at the southern end of the plain where the Thebes were located. It was full of low hills, and one of the round hills was relatively flat. It was the place where the commander and the main generals of the Thebes resided, and it was also the place where the heavy infantry gathered. When Epaminondas learned that the allied forces of Sparta had arrived, he did not immediately start to arrange his formation and assume a fighting posture. Instead, he moved his army to the hill opposite the settlement of the allied forces of Sparta and began to build a camp. At this time, some Thebes generals suggested to Epaminondas that they should take advantage of the fact that the Sparta army had just marched to this point, and when the veterans of the division were tired, they should launch an attack. Epaminondas did not take up the suggestion. On the second day, the Sparta still did not take any military action, but Cleombrotus had learned through the centuries that the number of Piotia alliance in the opposite camp was significantly less than his own. This finally prompted him to lead the fully rested Sparta alliance out of the camp on the morning of the third day, and began to arrange their formation along the gentle hillside. When Epaminondas heard the news, he immediately rushed outside the camp and looked at the opposite hill. He then smiled, because the formation of the allied forces of Sparta had not changed much from the formation that the Sparta had participated in the past. The army was still lined up, and the Sparta warriors in red cloaks were on the right wing, and they stood out from the entire formation. Sparta will be defeated by us. Epaminondas' strong confidence infected the generals around him. They quickly led the troops according to Epaminondas' plan and began to arrange the formation in front of the camp. Because the Piotia coalition army had fewer soldiers, the length of their formation was shorter than the Sparta coalition army's formation, and the thickness was also very thin. The only exception was the left wing, because at the front was the Thebes led by Pelopidas, followed by the Thebes heavy infantry led by Epaminondas. The thickness of the column was as high as 50 rows. Moreover, Epaminondas deliberately waited for the right wing and the middle wing to be arranged before he began to arrange the left wing. As soon as the left wing was arranged, he gave the order to blow the horn to attack, so that even if the Sparta people felt that something was wrong, they had no time to adjust their formation. The horn was blown, and the Thebes led by Pelopidas led the entire left wing to advance quickly. The army in the middle and right wing, under Epaminondas' prior instructions, deliberately slowed down, so that the left wing quickly broke through the front. The entire infantry formation was like a hammer swinging down with all its might, and the head of the hammer was the left wing. However, the first to start the battle was the cavalry. Epaminondas gathered the cavalry to the front of the middle in advance. Seeing this, the king of Sparta, Cleombrotus, naturally also gathered his cavalry to the front of the middle in order to fight against the Sparta army. When the horn was blown, the infantry of both sides were still advancing, but the cavalry of both sides had already fought. The Piotia coalition army cavalry, with the Thessaly cavalry as the main force, was obviously stronger than the Sparta coalition army cavalry, and they were quickly defeated. Under the deliberate driving of the Piotia coalition army cavalry, the Sparta coalition army cavalry had to retreat in the direction of the middle and left wing, which hindered the advance of these two infantry formations, and gradually separated from the Sparta phalanx on the right wing. The king of Sparta, who was in the middle of the formation, could not see that the formation had broken away, but he could see that the cavalry in front of him had been defeated. However, for the Sparta people, the cavalry had never been the main force in battle. They had been invincible in Greece for years because they had received military training since childhood, and they had experienced countless battles and tempering themselves. The king's guards were at the front, and they were the elite of the elite. Anyone who could become one of them would win the respect of the Sparta people. The establishment of the Sparta king's guards was 300 people, but over the years of continuous wars, the population of Sparta had plummeted, and they could no longer maintain this number. At this time, there were only 100 people in the formation. Therefore, the king of Sparta, like the surrounding Sparta warriors, was not moved by the defeat of the cavalry, and still believed that the final victory would belong to them. When they saw that the Thebes were not far from them, the Sparta people roared and began to charge. At the same time, the sacred team of Thebes also charged under the leadership of Pelopidas. The weapons and equipment of the sacred team of Thebes were no different from the heavy infantry behind them, but for the past few years, they had either been training or fighting, and they had defeated the Sparta soldiers many times in small-scale battles. Whether it was in terms of combat skills or spirit, they were far superior to the other duke's militia. Moreover, they believed that fighting side by side with their lover was the sublimation and integration of emotions. Therefore, as the speed of their charge increased, so did their fighting spirit. Therefore, when the heavy infantry of both sides collided, the sacred team of Thebes was actually evenly matched with the king's guards of Sparta in terms of strength and skills. But when the reinforcements of both sides pressed forward, the difference in strength gradually became apparent. Compared to a column of 50 people and a column of 15 people, the difference in strength was obvious. This difference was reflected in the battle when both sides pushed and pushed. The side of Sparta who had fewer people could only retreat step by step under the strong pressure, and the originally dense formation gradually became loose. The sacred team of Thebes bravely squeezed into the gap, trying to expand the gap and destroy the shield formation. They were not afraid of the continuous spears of the Sparta soldiers, because they wanted to show their bravery to their lover. Defeating the Sparta soldiers was undoubtedly a lifetime of glory, and they believed that even if they attacked with all their strength and reduced their defense, their lover would block everything for them. The sacred team of Thebes, fearless of death and the strong pressure of the super-thick column, caused the soldiers of Sparta to fall one after another, and the formation began to become fragmented. The worst thing was that their king was in trouble. Cleombrotus, who had personally joined the battle, had just stabbed his spear into the chest of a Thebes soldier who had rushed in front of him. Unexpectedly, the soldier spat out blood, but he held on to the spear and shouted a person's name. Then, another Thebes soldier beside the soldier rushed forward with tears in his eyes. He ignored the stabbing spears of the king's guards and pounced on Cleombrotus, who was caught off guard and fell to the ground. The king of Sparta, whose helmet had rolled to the side, watched as the soldier's back was pierced by several spears, but the soldier still tried to bite his throat with a ferocious look. The king was dead. The people of Sparta were founded on martial arts. Except for the battle at Hot Spring Gate, where the difference in military strength was too great, there had never been a king who died in any other battle. But today's tragedy happened, and it was hard to imagine how much of a blow it was to the morale of the Sparta soldiers. What's more, they were now facing the terrifying Thebes, who were like mad demons. In addition, they were facing a direct confrontation with the enemy, and the Sparta soldiers, who were known for their bravery and strength, were afraid. First, the soldiers of Hellas began to flee, followed by the Pariasis, and finally, the real Sparta soldiers threw away their spears and shields, turned around, and fled. The Sparta phalanx on the right was defeated, and the soldiers desperately fled back to the camp on the hill. At this time, the middle and left wing had already made contact with the enemy, and they even had the upper hand in the battle. However, the Sparta army had always been the core of the Sparta army. Now that the Sparta army was defeated, the allied army had no mood to fight anymore, so they hurriedly retreated. Although the Thebes army had defeated the Sparta army, the soldiers were exhausted. Moreover, the allied army of Sparta was almost unharmed, and they still outnumbered the Thebes. Therefore, Epaminondas did not dare to continue attacking the camp of Sparta's allied army, so he also retreated. The Battle of Leuctra had ended. In this battle, there were about 1,000 Lacetic Dream warriors, including 400 Sparta warriors. The Thebes Holy Squad also suffered 200 casualties, which accounted for 2/3 of their total strength. Although there were not many casualties in the battle, this battle was actually a competition between the strength of the two city-states, the Thebes and Sparta, and the Thebes won. Even many of the Thebes who personally participated in the battle could not believe that they had won. After returning to the camp, they cheered to their heart's content, and under the leadership of Pelopidas, they forcibly carried Epaminondas around the camp to express their joy and gratitude. The camp of Sparta's allied army was shrouded in the shadow of defeat. Although they still outnumbered the Thebes, the king of Sparta had died in battle, and the army was leaderless. Although some of the Sparta people were unwilling, they had to follow tradition and send messengers to the camp of Thebes to ask for a temporary truce so that they could bury the dead. This was, in fact, an admission of defeat. After burying the dead, both sides sent messengers at the same time. The messengers of Sparta's allied army had to rush back to Sparta as soon as possible to report the news of their defeat to the Council of Elders. They also had to ask them to appoint a new commander and send reinforcements so that they could be rescued from the territory of Boeotia. Although the dead king, Cleombrotus, had left them a safe place to retreat, Port Cleosis, the demoralized army was afraid of being attacked by the Thebes, so they did not dare to retreat alone, and remained in the camp on the hill. The Thebes sent 3 messengers, one to Athens, one to Thessaly, and one to Ionia. The first messenger to arrive was Athens, because it was the closest to the Thebes. When the messenger wearing a flower crown announced to the Council of Athens, "The army of Thebes has defeated the army of Sparta and killed the king of Sparta, Cleombrotus." This shocking news caused the whole hall to fall silent. For the elites of Athens, the victory of the Thebes made them even more afraid of the Thebes. Callistratus did not expect the Thebes to be able to defeat Sparta, so he and Iphicrates asked the messengers in detail. Although the messengers' answers were brief, they still felt that although the Thebes had won, the results were not great. According to the character of the Sparta, they would definitely retaliate crazily, and the intensity of the war would increase. Although this made Callistratus secretly happy, he was also worried that Athens would be dragged back into the quagmire of war. The second place that the Thebes messengers reached was Philai. After all, the port in the north of Boeotia could reach Philai directly by boat, and the distance was not too far. When Iason heard the news, he was overjoyed. He immediately gathered the cavalry and infantry, and announced that he was going to help his ally, the Thebes. 2 days later, he brought 8,000 infantry and 2,000 cavalrymen to the south and headed straight for the Hot Spring Gate. Originally, he thought that there would be a fierce battle at Hot Spring Gate. Who knew that when the Sparta allied army led by Cleombrotus attacked the Boeotia region, they called for the garrisons in central Greece to gather together. The Sparta garrisons at Hot Spring Gate sent out most of the garrisons. After learning that the battle had failed, the soldiers who stayed behind felt that they were alone and in a dangerous situation, so they took the initiative to retreat. Iason easily occupied this very important strategic point, and left 500 soldiers to guard it. Then, he led the cavalry guards, and without waiting for the main army to advance, he quickly passed through the territory of the Phocians. When Iason arrived at the Leuctra highlands, the battle had ended 7 days ago. The messenger of the Sparta coalition army also arrived in Sparta. The news of the defeat shocked the Sparta people. For years, Sparta had been at war with other countries. The real Sparta warriors had dropped from more than 3,000 at their peak to less than 2,000. Most of them relied on the armies of Pariasi, Helios, and their allies to fight. Now that 400 Sparta warriors had died in battle, including a Sparta king, it was undoubtedly a huge loss for Sparta. Not only were the people grieving, but according to tradition, a grand funeral had to be held for Cleombrotus. However, the situation was critical now. The Sparta coalition army trapped in Boeotia was still in urgent need of rescue. The Council of Elders and Censors led by Agesilaus had to plead with the people to temporarily suppress the grief in their hearts. They urgently mobilized the young men in the country, including Pariasi and some Helios, to form an army under the command of Agesilaus' son, Archdames, because Agesilaus was unwell and unable to lead the army. The neighboring allies had also provided support. Persia's messenger, Datis, who stayed in Sparta, was also shocked. He did not expect the Sparta army to suffer a defeat. This made him wonder if Persia's support for Sparta was a mistake. However, now that the Thebes had formed an alliance with Ionia, Persia could not change to another Greek city-state in a short period of time. Therefore, he rushed to the Council of Elders to question them. Many of the elders were angry, but Agesilaus swallowed his anger and promised him, "This is just an accidental defeat. The Sparta army is still strong. Soon, they will defeat the Thebes again and restore Greek hegemony." Datis did not comment on the answer, but proposed to them, "Not only is Persia willing to provide money and materials to support Sparta, but it is also willing to send troops to support." Agesilaus quickly expressed his gratitude, but tactfully rejected the request of Persia to send reinforcements. Sparta urgently needed money and materials because it could be used to hire mercenaries, expand the size of the army, and continue to fight against the Thebes. However, since the Greco-Persian War, no Persia army had set foot on the mainland of Greece for decades. If Sparta dared to invite Persia's army, it would undoubtedly cause the anger of the Greek city-states and become the target of public criticism. Even its former allies would betray it. Archidamus quickly led the army north, then boarded a ship through Corinth, and landed in Port Clysis. However, the speed of Sparta's reinforcements was still a little slow. While they were still on the way north, all of Thessaly's reinforcements had already arrived in Leuctra. The strength of the Boeotia coalition army had greatly increased, and it had already surpassed the strength of the Sparta coalition army. Therefore, Epaminondas proposed, "Take this opportunity to launch a fierce attack on the camp of the Sparta coalition army, and completely destroy the Sparta coalition army in Boeotia." At this time, Iason was not as excited as when he first heard the news of victory. This was because his most important minister, Acidamus, had also rushed to Leuctra. After analyzing the current situation in Greece with him in private, Iason realized that the failure of the battle in Leuctra had caused a big enough blow to Sparta's prestige. It had indeed weakened Sparta's obstruction to Thessaly's domination of Greece, but at the same time, it also showed him the potential of the Thebes. At this time, if he went all out to help the Thebes completely destroy the Sparta army, the strength of Sparta would be severely weakened, and the real benefit would undoubtedly be the Thebes. They would quickly take over the inheritance of Sparta in central Greece, and their strength would be rapidly improved. Instead, they would become the biggest opponent of Thessaly's domination of Greece. After thinking about this, Iason did not agree to Epaminondas' request. Instead, he advised, "It was not easy for the Boeotia coalition army to win the battle. There is no need to take further risks. After all, attacking the camp is much more difficult than fighting in the wild." In a situation where the Sparta coalition army's reinforcements will arrive at any time, if they fail to attack for a long time, it will put the coalition army in a dangerous situation. It is better to take advantage of the current situation and force the Sparta coalition army to sign a truce agreement so that the armies of both sides can safely withdraw. It sounded like what Iason said was reasonable, but deep down, Epaminondas and Pelopidas still hoped to pursue the victory, so the two sides continued to argue for a while. Seeing that Iason's attitude remained firm and unwilling to fight, Epaminondas realized that without the help of Thessaly's reinforcements, the Boeotia coalition army would inevitably have to pay a huge price to conquer the Sparta camp. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally agreed to Iason's suggestion. Therefore, Iason acted as the mediator between the two sides and arranged a peace negotiation between the two sides. No one knew when the reinforcements from the rear would arrive, and after the Thebes coalition army received Thessaly's reinforcements, they were obviously strong. Therefore, the low morale of the Sparta coalition army quickly signed a truce agreement with the Boeotia coalition army. On the same night, the Sparta coalition army quietly retreated. Being able to successfully mediate the war between the former overlord of Greece, Sparta, and the rising power of central Greece, the Thebes coalition army, made Iason famous. The power of the Thessaly coalition army also appeared on the political stage of the core area of Greece for the first time, attracting the attention of many Greek city-states. On the way back to Thessaly with his army, Iason did something that shocked the southern Greeks. He led his army to attack Heraclea, not the city of Heraclea of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, which was not far from the west of Hot Spring Gate. The city had always been under the control of Sparta, and it was a strong guarantee for the defense of Hot Spring Gate. After all, the terrain of Hot Spring Gate was too narrow for too many soldiers to be stationed for a long time. Not only did Iason easily take down the city, but he also completely destroyed it. In today's war-torn Greece, it was relatively common for a city-state to be captured or even destroyed. However, what Iason did was not simple. In the eyes of the Greek people, this was a rude act of the northern barbarians who wanted to step into the core area of Greece. After hearing the news, the commander of the Thebes, Epaminondas, and Pelopidas, who had just returned to the city and were welcomed by the people on both sides of the street, frowned. Previously, when Iason persuaded them to make a truce with the Sparta, they had felt uneasy. Now, they were even more certain of the ambition of Thessaly Tarchus. Sparta has not been completely defeated yet, but our former ally has become our new enemy? The people of Phocis were even more anxious than the Thebes. Because the Thessaly had destroyed Heraclea and occupied Hot Spring Pass, if they led their army south, the first place to be hit would be the Phocis region, followed by the Pyotia region. Therefore, the priests of Delphi were very anxious. Finally, they became proactive and prepared to invite the Greek city-states to hold a meeting of the Holy Alliance to discuss how to deal with the threat of the Thessaly in northern Greece. It would be best if the war between Sparta and the Thebes could be resolved, so that both sides could maintain a longer peace. The premonition of the Delphi priests was not wrong. Iason had indeed formulated a plan to conquer the Phocis region in his mind. As the Pythian Games would be held in Delphi next year, he had already planned to show off his great power in front of the Greek citizens of the other city-states. Therefore, he decided to issue an order when he returned to Philai, asking the city-states of the Thessaly to prepare cattle and sheep for the upcoming Delphi festival. He also promised to award a golden crown to the strongest bull. At the same time, he also asked the city-states to mobilize their military forces and form a large army. He would lead the army to Delphi to host the celebration. Iason had made up his mind to use force to strip the authority of the Holy Alliance's committee and force himself to become the chairman of the Pythian Games. In the history of his previous life, he had made preparations according to this plan without hiding anything. This caused the people of Delphi to panic. Even rumors about him planning to rob the sacred vault of the Delphi temple spread like wildfire. This caused the most devout believers of Apollo to be furious. Therefore, one day a few months later, after Iason had finished inspecting the army, he sat down to listen to the petition of his subjects. 7 young men, whose faces were flushed with anger from arguing, came forward and pretended to report the dispute to him for resolution. When they came close, they suddenly exploded and killed Iason on his seat. This assassination had completely changed the course of history. Iason had died before he could fulfill his ambitions. Thessaly, which had been forcefully unified by him, was quickly divided. In the end, it had benefited the Thebans, and later, it had also benefited the Macedonians. However, in this life, just as Iason's plan started to be implemented, it had to be temporarily stopped. This was because a major event had happened in the south of the Peloponnesus Peninsula. As the port of Clissus, which was originally controlled by the Thebes, had been occupied by the Sparta, the Thebes had no port in the Corinth Bay. Therefore, the messengers sent to Dionia had to rush to the bay north of the Pyotia region to take a ship. As a result, passenger ships had to take a big detour to reach Dionia, and they had to be careful to avoid the patrols of the Sparta fleet. Therefore, when the Thebes and Sparta armies reached a truce, the messengers still could not reach Thurii. However, Dionia had been paying close attention to this war for a long time. The intelligence department had sent spies to hide in the merchant ships that traded with the Greek city-states. Therefore, as soon as the Battle of Leuctra ended, the merchant ships of Dionia that were docked in the port of Corinth quickly left the port and sailed westward. The patrolling warships of Sparta did not dare to stop them. Therefore, when Iason received the news of the battle, the report of the battle had already been sent to the palace of Thurii. Therefore, the Devers summoned the assistant ministers, the main ministers, and the important military generals to hold an important meeting in the palace. The Devers asked Henoborus to make copies of the battle report and distribute it to the ministers. He then said, "Everyone, as we expected, not long after the signing of the Treaty of Callias, the war between Sparta and the Thebes broke out again. However, this time, the Sparta army was defeated by the Thebes. As an ally of the Thebes, what measures should we take in the upcoming war? What do you think of this?" While most of the people were still reading the battle report in detail and deep in thought, the commander of the 2nd Legion, Martones, was already praising loudly with admiration, "Your Majesty, your previous judgment is very correct. The Thebes really defeated the Sparta, who had been running rampant in Greece for many years." After the war began, the Devers held a military conference to analyze the war. Almost all the senior generals were not optimistic about the Thebes, but the Devers predicted that the Thebes had a high chance of winning. Even though the generals respected the Devers, they were skeptical about this judgment. But they did not expect the final result to be as the king of the Devers had predicted. "Your Majesty." Chief of Staff Printos immediately said, "The Thebes commander, Epaminondas, whom you have your eyes on, has indeed performed amazingly in this battle. His ingenious design against the traditional formation of the Sparta has played a huge role. As a result, the Sparta army, which was not weak and had more people, was defeated before they could display their full strength. It seems that the Thebes have been able to resist the attacks of the Sparta all these years, not only because of the bravery of their citizens, but also because of the outstanding commanding ability of their generals. The Thebes, who have been reborn in the disaster, are in line with Anxitanos's view. Their higher-ups are relatively united, with the capable and courageous Pelopidas at the helm, and the army is under the cool-headed and talented commander Epaminondas. The two sides work closely together, and the citizens are full of vitality and are willing to contribute to the revitalization of the Thebes. I am not surprised that they were able to defeat Sparta. I also believe that with the current momentum of the Thebes, they will have another shocking performance in the future. Am I right? Anxitanos. Your Majesty." Although the successor of the foreign minister Anxitanos had been confirmed, the decree had not been issued yet, so he still appeared at this important meeting. At this moment, he bowed slightly to the Devers and said with some emotion, "It is shameful to say that a few years ago, someone predicted that the Thebes would rise. At that time I did not pay much attention, but I did not expect him to be right. It is really amazing." "Oh?" The Devers were surprised and asked curiously. "Who made such an accurate judgment?" "Your Majesty, it is your son, Apotheosis." Anxitanos then repeated what Apotheosis said in the Dionia Academy and emphasized, "There were many students who attended this class at that time, and they can all prove that what I said is true." There were sounds of admiration in the meeting hall of the palace. Everyone praised Apox for his intelligence and wisdom. He was able to make such an amazing judgment at such a young age. No wonder he was His Majesty's son and was favored by Hades. The Devers had a smile on his face and looked very happy. He listened carefully to the praise of his ministers. After a while, he emphasized again, "Well, everyone, let's get back to the topic. What do you think will happen to the situation in Greece after this war? What measures should we take to deal with it? Everyone, please share your opinions." "Your Majesty." The head of the ministers, Lucius, stood up shakily with the support of his crutch. The Devers hurriedly said, "Lord Lucius, sit down and talk. Sit down and talk." Lucius did not force himself. He sat down again and said slowly, "Although we, Dionia, have formed an alliance with the Thebes, the situation in Greece has always been complicated. It is better for us not to get involved easily and be dragged down by it. Now, fortunately, the Thebes have defeated Sparta. We can take advantage of this great opportunity. With the good relationship between Dionia, the Thebes, and Sparta, we can act as the mediator of the war and urge the two sides to reach an armistice agreement. I think this will help our ally, the Thebes, and increase our influence in Greece. We will not be dragged into this war. This is a good thing that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. I think your Majesty should seriously consider it." At the beginning, Lucius did not agree with the alliance between Dionia and the Thebes. However, the Devers insisted and finally reached an alliance agreement. Now, he advised again. As soon as his voice fell, another assistant minister, Antares, immediately retorted, "Lord Lucius, I don't agree with your suggestion. Why should we, Dionia, form an alliance with the Thebes? Not because we want to take revenge on Sparta for tearing up the peace agreement, but because of the need for the development of the kingdom. Today, the situation in Africana and Iberia is stable. Mountain Gaul has been conquered. Although the Ligurians occasionally riot, they are no longer a threat. In addition, the other forces in the Western Mediterranean have basically attached themselves to our country. After a few years of recuperation, the kingdom has not only walked out of the predicament after the war in the Western Mediterranean, agriculture, commerce, handicrafts, all aspects have made great progress. The people are rich and stable. They are all eager to advance eastward and set foot on the ancestral land to win more glory and wealth. War, war. Lucius slapped the back of the chair hard and said in a hoarse, trembling voice, "Constantly waging war is not very good for the kingdom. It will destroy the stability of the kingdom and make the people greedy and belligerent. This is not good for our governance. Although the previous wars have been won, you have seen the damage caused to the kingdom. This will take a long time to recover. And victory will not always belong to us. In case we encounter defeat in the future war, the consequences will be unimaginable. So we still have to be safe." When he finished this last sentence, he looked at the Devers. The Devers looked calm and did not respond. Another assistant minister, Cypros, said, "Lord Lucius, the alliance with the Thebes is not only a need for the development of the kingdom, but also an important decision made by His Majesty based on the security of the kingdom. We all know that Persia has shown hostility to Daionia. It fully supports the restoration of peace in Greece, and is trying to unify the forces of the whole of Greece through Sparta to fight against us. We are separated from the mainland of Greece by the narrow Adriatic Sea. Once Persia's conspiracy is realized, the east coast of Greece will become very unsafe. So His Majesty took the initiative to attack and ally with the Thebes to destroy Persia's conspiracy. Now that Thebes has unexpectedly defeated the Spartan army, we should seize this opportunity and decisively send troops to Greece under the pretext of supporting our ally. We will completely defeat Sparta and shatter Persia's conspiracy. In turn, we will turn the Greek city-states into our allies and become the eastern barrier of our kingdom. We might even take a step further and use them as our forward base to threaten Persia." "Well said, Lord Cypros." Matones, Olivers, and the other commanders praised in unison. This made Lucius a little embarrassed, and even Antares felt a little uncomfortable. The Devers coughed twice, and the meeting hall immediately returned to silence. Soon, Hacker's distinctive sharp and slow voice sounded in the hall. "I agree that we should use this opportunity to ally with the Thebes to enter Greece and destroy Persia's conspiracy. However, I am worried that although the Thebes have won a battle, they are still at a disadvantage in the war. Is it possible that they will use this victory to reach a truce with the Sparta?" Hacker's words caused everyone to ponder. If the Thebes have really reached a truce with Sparta, it is not a good thing for us, because as an ally of the Thebes, we have no legitimate reason to send troops to Greece. Antares was the first to speak up. "We, the Daionia, have no influence in Greece, and even because we worship Hades, the Delphi temple views us as heretics. They have long slandered the reputation of the Holy Kingdom of Daionia in Greece, and the ordinary Greek people do not have a good impression of us. If we hastily send troops to Greece without a legitimate reason and without the support of an ally, I am afraid that it will cause strong resentment among the Greek people, and it will be extremely disadvantageous for us to control the situation there. What is there to worry about? As long as we are strong enough, we can completely conquer Sparta, and the other city-states will naturally show respect to Daionia." Matones said loudly. "In fact, other than the Thebes, we have another legitimate reason to send troops to Greece, and it will also gain the support of some of the Greek people. Your Majesty, do you still remember the promise you made to the Tyndaris after the war with Syracuse many years ago?" He bowed to Dives and said, "Your Majesty, do you still remember the promise you made to the people of Tyndaris many years ago?" The Devers suddenly understood. He recalled the scene at that time and said in a low voice, "If you did not mention it, I would have forgotten. I once promised them that one day in the future, they will be able to return to their homeland, rebuild their home, and worship their ancient hero again." Some of the ministers in the hall understood this, but some were confused. Hacker could not help but ask, "Your Majesty, where is the homeland of the Tyndaris?" Most of the Tyndaris came from Messenia in Peloponnesus. That land was forcibly occupied by Sparta 100 years ago, and the people who originally lived there were all turned into slaves by them. However, the Messenians were dissatisfied with the cruel rule of the Sparta, and the resistance against them never stopped. Through a great uprising, the ancestors of the Tyndaris finally forced the Sparta to expel them from Peloponnesus. The Devers briefly described the history of the Tyndaris. Sidorum continued, "I heard that many Greek city-states sympathized with the fall of Messenia and took in many Messenians who escaped from Sparta. If our army can enter Peloponnesus under the banner of helping the Messenians regain their independence, I think the Greek people won't be so disgusted with us. Moreover, if we really rebuild Messenia and let the Hellas regain their freedom, not only will we severely weaken Sparta's power, but the rebuilt Messenia will also be on our side and become the most supportive force in Greece. Devers nodded slightly. Clearly, Sidorum's proposal was to his liking. He immediately turned to Alexis and asked, "What does the Ministry of Military Affairs think about this?" Alexis answered almost without hesitation, "Your Majesty, from a military point of view, attacking Messenia is a very good strategic choice. If our army goes through Corinth Bay and lands in central Greece or north of Peloponnesus, it will be safer to fight with the Thebes. However, it also means that most of our gains will be taken by the Thebes. This will also raise the vigilance of the nearby neutral city-states, such as Athens and Corinth. However, if we were to open up a battlefield alone, the Peloponnesus Peninsula is mostly filled with mountains, making it difficult for an army to land and march. Messenia is undoubtedly the best target. Its southern coast is flat, making it suitable for an army to land. It is also very close to Sparta, but there are mountains in between. The reinforcements from Sparta will not be able to arrive quickly, giving the army enough time to completely occupy Messenia. Moreover, if we attack by land, we only need to pass through the Arcadians' territory to directly attack Sparta. If we attack by sea, it will be even closer. Sparta's southern coast is flat, making it suitable for landing. This way, we can avoid the possibility of direct conflict with the other powerful Greek states." Although Alexis was the chief military officer, he would seriously consider the political factors when making military plans. This was what Devers admired the most. "Very good. The Ministry of Military Affairs will make a plan to attack Messenia as soon as possible." "Yes, Your Majesty," Alexis immediately replied. "Your Majesty." Printos raised the battle report in his hand and said, "I noticed that there are many Thessaly cavalrymen in the Pyotia coalition army. According to the latest intelligence from Greece, the Thessaly region in the north of Greece has basically been unified by Iazon, the tyrant of Philai. If these cavalrymen were not hired by the Thebes, they could only be dispatched by Iazon. This means that Thessaly may have secretly formed an alliance with the Thebes. I'm afraid this will attract our attention." Thessaly. Devers rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. At this time, Martoni smiled and said, "It's good that Thessaly has formed an alliance with the Thebes. This means that before we attack Greece, we don't have to worry too much about the Thebes because of Sparta's crazy revenge. We can also consider forming an alliance with the Thessaly when the time is right." Martoni showed that he liked the Thessaly people. This was not surprising. After working together for so many years, they all knew that Martonis came from Thessaly, Olivers came from Thessaly, and Helos came from Thessaly. Now, in the Dionysian army, some of the former mercenary generals came from Thessaly. Even their king and Devers used to be from Thessaly. Therefore, they wisely did not refute Martoni's words. However, what they did not know was that Devers had no feelings for Thessaly at all. Instead, it was Printos' words that aroused his vigilance. Thessaly was located in northern Greece. In the eyes of Athens, Corinth, Sparta, and other traditional powerful states, it was a barbarian land. There had always been conflicts in the Thessaly region, and it had never affected the political situation in Greece. After 20 years of development, although the Dionia Intelligence Department's funds and manpower had been increasing, there were also more and more areas that needed to be investigated and monitored. Therefore, they did not put much effort into such a remote area. They only relied on Dionia's merchant ships that occasionally traded with Philai to obtain some information. In the past few years, even though the tyrant of Philai, Iazon, had conquered several neighboring city-states, it did not attract the attention of the intelligence department. After all, there were many tyrants in the Mediterranean city-states. It was not uncommon for some of them to have some achievements, but they were usually short-lived. It was not until the news that Philai quickly united Thessaly and Iazon to become Tarkus spread to Thurii that it attracted the attention of Aristides. Although in the following years, Iazon had stopped any wars and seemed to be satisfied with just becoming Thessaly's Tarkus, the Devers were even more vigilant. This caused the Devers to be even more vigilant. This was because Iazon had spent the past few years mainly integrating the city-states of Thessaly, promoting the trade within the region, stepping up the training of the public militia, and even building a navy. These actions of Iazon were somewhat similar to the tyrant of Syracuse, Dionysius. Due to the geographical environment that Thessaly was located in, its infantry and cavalry were stronger. Could it be that the tyrant of Thessaly finally could not bear the loneliness and wanted to intervene in the affairs of southern Greece? The Devers were vigilant and immediately said, "The tyrant of Thessaly Philai is very ambitious. This time, if he has really secretly formed an alliance with the Thebes, I'm afraid he wants to use this war to seize the hegemony of Greece. We can't just sit back and do nothing. Ansitanos, send a messenger to ask the Thebes if they are also forming an alliance with Thessaly. It would be best to find out the true attitude of the Thebes towards Thessaly. This will determine the measures we have to take when there is a conflict with Thessaly in the future." "Yes, your majesty," Ansitanos responded. "This? How could this be?" Matones was stunned. Printos, who had a little understanding of the situation, came up to him and whispered to him. The Devers did not pay much attention to it and continued, "The Sparta army was defeated, and Persia will not let it go. Now that Thessaly may be involved, since we have decided to intervene in the affairs of Greece, we have to take advantage of the time when the Sparta army is defeated and the other forces have not yet fully involved, and implement our plan as soon as possible. Alexis, Printos, the two of you make a judgment now. How many soldiers do we need to take over Messenia and then attack Sparta?" Alexis and Printos looked at each other, then called the military training chief Hieronymus, the military supply chief Altons, the military chief Matones, Olivers, and other generals to form a circle in the corner of the hall. After a quiet discussion, Alexis walked up to the Devers and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, according to the current situation of Sparta and the geographical conditions of the Peloponnesus region, after our discussion, we think that we only need to send 20,000 to 30,000 soldiers to complete the expedition. If we send too many soldiers, it will be difficult to spread out on the mountainous Peloponnesus peninsula 20,000 to 30,000 people." The Devers turned around and asked, "How long can the existing food reserves in the country support them?" The Minister of Agriculture, Bucos, stretched out his hands and carefully calculated, then stood up and said, "Your Majesty, the country has been having a good harvest for the past few years. Although there have been some battles in the Iberian and Wave River plains, they are basically local battles, and the consumption of food is not much. According to this year's survey, the food reserves in the various regions are basically full, and should be able to support an army of 30,000 soldiers to fight in Greece for more than a year." "More than a year? What about weapons and equipment?" The military supply chief Altons immediately stood up and answered, "Your Majesty, there are arrows, javelins, tents, blankets, carts, and other military supplies in the various military camps in the various regions. It is more than enough to supply 30,000 soldiers." After hearing this, the Devers revealed a somewhat satisfied smile. He thought for a moment, then glanced at the Minister of State Assistance, Hegemon, and said, "Considering that this is the first time we, the Daionia, are sending troops to fight in Greece, in order to reduce the resentment of the citizens of the neutral city-states towards us, it is best to send as many soldiers with Greek blood as possible. The last time we went to Gaul, we sent the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 9th, 10th, and 11th legions, so this time. Considering that we will be fighting with the people of Sparta, in order to be more secure, let's send the 1st, 4th, and 6th legions." "Understood, Your Majesty." Alexis asked again, "What about the cavalry?" "There is no need to consider whether the cavalry and auxiliary troops have Greek blood. Don't the armies of the Greek city-states often hire foreigners to fight, such as Thrace? So you can decide for yourselves." "Yes." The Devers then looked at the Minister of Household Registration, Raphael, and asked, "Are the citizens of Daionia of Messenian descent still concentrated in Tyndaris?" The city-state had already responded to the strong demands of the citizens and joined the Kingdom of Daionia a few years ago. Raphael, who had been quietly in charge of the kingdom's citizens' household registration for decades, had the distribution and migration of the kingdom's population firmly imprinted in his mind. He did not need to recall it all to immediately answer, "Your Majesty, it is like this. Nearly half of the population is still in Tyndaris, and the other half has gone to Himera, after the Western Mediterranean War. In order to strengthen its rule over the north coast of Sicily, the Kingdom of Auria rebuilt the city of Himera in the middle of the north coast. The terrain there is relatively flat, and there is a relatively large river flowing through it, suitable for grazing and farming, so it attracted many residents from other towns and cities on the north coast. Then inform the governors of these two towns to arrange for the citizens of the Messenian kingdom to come to Tilii as soon as possible and discuss how to rebuild Messenia together in the palace. Lord Lysias, you are in charge of this. Although Lysias was against Dionia's involvement in the war in Greece, he did not dare to disobey the Devers' orders. He reluctantly replied, yes. The Devers looked at him, then turned to another person who had remained silent until now. Prosus, you are the kingdom's ever-victorious general and born in Agos. You should be more familiar with Sparta. Do you have any suggestions for the kingdom's next military operation? Leotychides was a little surprised, then his expression became indifferent. He said, Your Majesty, I have no objections. In the Devers' impression, although Prosus was a man of few words, when it came to military matters, he would become talkative and insightful. Today was a little unusual. The Devers looked at him again and said, After the meeting, you have to discuss it with the Ministry of Military Affairs. This time you will be the commander of the army in Greece. Alexis and the other generals were not surprised to hear this appointment. Since His Majesty the Devers had designated the First Legion to go to Greece, then Prosus, as the head of the First Legion, was definitely the best candidate to be the commander. In the current Dionysian army, Alexis was the only one who could surpass Prosus in terms of military achievements, qualifications, and ability to command multiple legions. However, as the Minister of Military Affairs, it was usually impossible for him to personally participate in the battle. As for Amyntas, not to mention that he was now retired, the Tauran people had a lot of complaints about him for the past few years. This was because the First Legion he led had suffered too many casualties during the war in the Western Mediterranean. As for the rising stars in the army, such as Patroclus, Sextus, and the others, they all had important responsibilities. Moreover, the First Legion was also in the army, so it was impossible for them to be the commander. The ministers present all felt that this appointment was a matter of course, but Leotychides hesitated for a moment before replying. Yes. The Devers looked at him again and stood up. His deep eyes slowly swept across everyone's faces. With a serious expression, he said, Everyone, since we've made it clear that we're going to Greece, regardless of whether you have any objections or not, and regardless of how the war in Greece will develop, you must gather all of your strength and work together to prepare for this significant expedition. Yes, Your Majesty. After all the ministers had left, Diphos summoned Aristides, the head of the intelligence department. After Diphos took advantage of that great dispute to reform the Senate and completely stripped the power to make decisions from the Senate, he soon established a new intelligence department of the kingdom. Aristides, who used to work for him in secret, was now working openly. His highest position was the head of the intelligence department, which was the highest among the middle-level officials. He did not become a high-ranking official. This was also a small compromise that Diphos made with the other ministers. Did anything happen to Prosus recently? The Devers asked in a seemingly casual manner. Aristides thought for a moment and replied, Lord Prosus is the same as before. His life is regular and monotonous. There's nothing unusual. His family is also very peaceful. The Devers tapped on the table with his fingers. Recalling the scene of the meeting just now, Prosus was obviously a little absent-minded. It was the first time the Devers had seen this kind of situation from the ever-victorious general. Send a few more people to observe him more carefully in the coming days. It's best if they can find out about his diet, sleep, and so on. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll arrange it right away, Aristides immediately responded. We're going to Greece soon. We can't afford any mistakes. The Devers muttered to himself. He then looked up at Aristides and asked, Is there any report on the situation of the army at the border? Yes. Aristides was already prepared. He immediately took out 2 papyrus rolls from his pocket. One of them was obviously much thicker. The Devers took the thick papyrus roll first. He did not open it immediately. Instead, he asked, Is this from the Periver region? After the conquest of Mountain Gaul, the kingdom of Dionia established the middle reaches of the Periver region here? Yes. The Devers opened it with great interest. It was written in the same style as before. Not only did it record the daily actions of Hasdrubal and the main officers of the border army, the movements of the army, but it also recorded the consumption and changes of food supplies. There was even a detailed description of the local customs of the Ligurian region that the army passed through. In addition, there were also some opinions on defending and counterattacking the Ligurian tribes, as well as some suggestions on how to better deal with the Ligurians and further assimilate them. From the standpoint of surveillance and providing information, the recorder was obviously unqualified. However, the information he submitted was of great value to the Devers. That was why the Devers stopped Aristyrus from trying to force him to change his ways. I remember that the person who provided this information is called Maximus. He's from Rome, and he used to be the city magistrate of Rome. The Devers carefully rolled up the papyrus roll. He became an official citizen of Dionia last year, right? What's his current position in the border army of the River? Your Majesty, it was with your special permission that he became an official citizen last year. He's now the logistics officer of the border army, and he's deeply trusted by Hasdrubal. Logistics officer. That's quite a high position in the army. The Devers looked down at the papyrus roll and muttered, "It's a waste of talent for a person like this to be just an ordinary member of the intelligence department. I think we should find someone to replace him after the Ligurian rebellion is quelled. I have other plans for him." Your Majesty. Aristyrus quickly bowed. The intelligence department is newly established, and we're in desperate need of someone like Maximus who has profound knowledge and can organize things. If that's the case. The Devers pondered for a moment before saying, then transfer him back as soon as possible. He'll help you reorganize, plan, and manage the intelligence department properly. After all, the intelligence department is now the official administrative department of the kingdom, and we need to maintain a proper image. I don't want the Ministry of Supervision to complain about you all every day. Understood, Your Majesty. Aristyrus bowed again, his back breaking out in cold sweat. After Aristyrus left, Henoborus walked into the meeting hall and saw the Devers with his hands behind his back, staring at the map of the Mediterranean Sea on the wall. Your Majesty, I'm here, he said softly. The Devers did not turn around and said slowly, Herne, how many years has it been since Croto left Turris? Henoborus's heart skipped a beat. I remember it was in the 14th year of the kingdom, Your Majesty. You led the army north to attack Rome, and His Highness Croto followed. He's been staying in Rome ever since, and it's been 13 years now. It's been a long time since he left Turris. Yes, it's been a long time. The Devers sighed softly, turned around, and said meaningfully, although he's done a good job in Rome, and has been the governor of Rome for almost 3 years, he's been away from Turris for too long. It's easy for people to forget him. Henoborus's eyelids twitched. He couldn't help but recall what Ansitanos had said here. He immediately stood solemnly and remained silent. Right, the Devers said. Yes. Henoborus immediately sat down in front of the wooden table and quickly picked up a pen and paper. Give orders to the assistant ministers. Tell them that Crotokatax has been away from Turris for many years, and Princess Christoia has fallen ill from longing for him. Therefore, she has allowed him to retire in advance and return to Turris to serve her mother. The successor of the governor of Rome will be discussed and decided by them. As soon as the Devers finished dictating, Henoborus had finished writing and was about to hand the order to the Devers. However, the Devers said, give them another order. Tell them that I've approved Ansitanos' resignation as the foreign minister. The successor will be Topyrus. I hope they can complete the handover as soon as possible to avoid affecting the next military operation against Sparta. Henoborus's hand that was holding the pen trembled slightly. After a moment, he replied softly, Your Majesty, it's done. When Leotychides came out of the Ministry of Military Affairs and embarked on his way home, it was already dusk. In the beginning, Leotychides' home was in the port area of Turris. Later, when he became a soldier of the legion and became a citizen of Dionia, most of the land he received was concentrated in Cremissa, so he built a house there. However, he rarely lived there because he was already the commander of the 8th Legion at that time and stayed in the military camp of Catania all year round. Later, when he entered the Senate and with his brilliant military exploits, the kingdom granted him a residential area in the eastern outer city of Turris, not far from the Temple of Hera. Since then, his family had lived there. Most of the senators who lived in the inner city, because they were close to the Great Assembly Hall and the Victory Square, walked home. Most of the senators who lived in the outer city, because the distance was longer, and in order to avoid being disturbed by passers-by, went home in palanquins. Only a few of them chose to ride horses, which were reported to and approved by the city guard. Leodicides was one of them, and he was accompanied by 4 attendants on horseback to keep him safe. In the early years of the kingdom, the senators went to the Senate and various departments to attend meetings and deal with political affairs every day, often bringing only 1 or 2 servants. Later, there were several incidents of pedestrians harassing the senators, forcing the senators to bring guards with them every day to avoid accidents. According to the law, slaves were not allowed to carry weapons, and freedmen who carried weapons on the streets in Turin would be strictly checked and interrogated by the inspection team. Only citizens were relatively lenient, so a special industry was born in Turin, the senator's guard. In fact, some wealthy merchants and officials also hired guards. To establish a guard company, not only did one have to obtain a business permit from the commercial department, but they also had to obtain the approval of the Tulii inspection office. Furthermore, it had to be supervised by the Tulii military camp. As the majority of the guards were soldiers from the legion or the reserve forces, it had to be well coordinated with the military training in the military camp. Therefore, it was often funded by retired team officers from the legion, and at the same time, it also solved the livelihood problems of some injured retired soldiers, so it was also supported by the military department. When Leotychides passed through the east gate of the inner city, the city guards respectfully saluted the famous military commander of the kingdom. Leotychides' mansion was located on the side of a relatively lively street. It was a typical double-story house in the shape of a Japanese that was most often built by the rich in Dionia. There were several shops on the street side of the mansion that were rented out to vendors. A servant stood at the main entrance with a big yellow dog on a leash, staring at the door like a tiger watching its prey. Passers-by did not dare to linger for long. But when Leotychides arrived at the door, the fierce-looking dog wagged its tail and pounced on him excitedly, licking and rubbing against him. Leotychides patted the dog's head hard, and the big dog immediately quieted down. Then, Leotychides strode into the mansion. The mansion looked decent from the outside, but it was simple and crude from the inside. The surrounding corridors were not covered with mosaic flooring, and there was no pond or statue in the center of the front courtyard. There was also no garden in the backyard, and there was no kiosk in the middle for chatting and drinking. Instead, the front and back courtyards were completely connected, forming a large muddy playground in the middle. On one side of the field, his youngest son, who was 7 years old, was practicing riding. On the other side, his oldest son, who was 17 years old, was practicing fighting skills with a servant with a sword and shield. Leotychides originally had 3 children, but his second daughter died a few years after she was born. His wife sat on the veranda beside the sports field and watched. 2 dogs lay at her feet. The dogs, who were originally sleepy, suddenly stood up and ran toward the door. Hearing their excited cries, the wife realized that her husband had returned home. She immediately greeted him. "Why are you back so late today? The Ministry of Military Affairs has important matters to discuss." As Leotychides spoke, he tore off Bolton's coat and shouted towards the field, "Tiltotus, I'll practice with you." "All right." The eldest son, Tiltotus, stopped attacking and replied loudly, "Father, I won't admit defeat so easily this time." Leotychides strode into the field, took the wooden shield and sword from the slaves, got into position, and said in a deep voice, "Come on." Seeing the father and son fighting on the field, Regina revealed a puzzled expression. Having lived with Leotychides for so many years, she could feel that her husband was a little excited. This was too rare, and she could not help but feel puzzled. What happened? At this moment, the youngest son, Pagondas, dismounted and quickly ran to the side of the field. He picked up a jug of water and gulped it down. Regina hurriedly said, "Pagondas, don't drink too much, it's not good for your health. I soaked a big watermelon in the well, I'll cut it for you later to quench your thirst." The decoration of Leotychides' residence was very simple, unlike the residence of an elder. The only extravagant thing was that Regina had spent a lot of money to hire someone to dig a private well at the beginning of the house. The bottom of the well was relatively deep, and the water was bone-chilling. Usually, it was used to keep vegetables and fruits fresh. Oh. Pagondas obediently put down the jug of water and sat on the ground, watching his father and brother fight. Regina pulled him up and kicked him hard in the butt. Look at you, you're all sweaty. Hurry up and take a bath. After driving the youngest son away, Regina shouted to the two female slaves beside her, it's going to be dark soon. Don't just stand there, go to the kitchen and tell them to get dinner ready as soon as possible. 20 years had passed, and even though Leotychides had already entered the upper echelons of the kingdom and had a noble status, the broody Regina's shrewish temper was still the same. At the dining table, when Rufina asked again, what happened today? His Majesty has decided to support the Thebes and send troops to the Peloponnese to attack Sparta. I will be the commander of this expedition army. Leotychides finally put down the ox bone in his hand and said with a serious expression, His Majesty has decided to support the Thebes and send troops to the Peloponnese to attack Sparta. Father, you're going to lead an army to conquer Sparta? The youngest son exclaimed. His eldest son, Tiltotus, was also shocked. In the past, Leotychides did not spend much time at home. Every time he did, he would either train them or tell them stories after training. Most of the stories were about the legends and heroes of Sparta. He hoped that the children would gradually develop a sense of admiration for Sparta. However, the effect was not very obvious. The children were more eager to defeat Sparta, the treacherous villain. After all, they spent more time in school. Although Regina was careless, she was actually very smart. When she first got married, she was completely unfamiliar with the affairs of Greece. But after so many years, she had some understanding of Greece. Her husband was from Argos, so he should hate Sparta. However, he did not do so in his daily life, which made her feel puzzled. But since Leotychides did not say anything, she did not take the initiative to ask. But now, she could not help but ask, You didn't accept the appointment, did you? Of course I did. Leotychides looked at his wife and seemed to understand what she was thinking. He added, I'm very happy to teach Sparta a lesson. This was his true thought. When he escaped from Sparta, he swore that one day, he would lead his army back to Sparta and kill all the people of Sparta who humiliated him and forced his mother to commit suicide. The reason why he was behaving so strangely in the palace hall was that he did not expect the opportunity to fulfill his vow to suddenly come to him. He was desperately trying to suppress the excitement in his heart. Tiltotus, Leotychides continued, this time, you will come with me. That's great. Tiltotus was so excited that he almost jumped up. Regina suddenly reminded him, Tiltotus is not 18 years old yet. He can't serve in the army. He will be with me as my errand boy. He doesn't need to fight in the army. After Leotychides finished speaking, he buried his head in his food. This caused the mood of his family to become restless. Although the Devers had held many meetings to analyze and judge the possible changes in the situation in Greece after the Battle of Leuctra, the development of things still exceeded their expectations. First of all, the armistice agreement between the Thebes and Sparta caught Dionia off guard. However, this did not affect their preparation for the war. The matters of the expedition were still carried out in an orderly manner. Second, Iasion's series of actions after the battle had aroused the vigilance of the Devers. They specifically ordered Aristyrus to strengthen the monitoring of the territory of Thessaly. Then, the Devers originally thought that the failure of the Battle of Leuctra would cause Sparta to desperately retaliate in order to restore its prestige. However, they did not expect that Sparta would quickly sign the armistice agreement and really did not make any hostile moves against the Thebes in the subsequent period. The reason was that the impact of the battle on Greece and the entire Peloponnesus peninsula was so great that the higher-ups of Dionia did not expect it. After all, the Devers did not live in Greece, and they had almost never suffered a defeat in any war. Therefore, they could not understand how the Greek people felt about Sparta. After the Messenian War and before the Hippocratic War, the Sparta had dominated all of Greece. Its long-term dominance had created an inherent concept in the Greek people: unless the enemy had a great advantage in terms of military strength, the heavy infantry of Sparta was simply invincible in battle. This was an unbreakable principle. However, in this battle, which was considered a grand scale for the Greeks, the Thebans actually defeated the Spartans despite being outnumbered. Furthermore, the Spartan king had died in battle. It should be noted that ever since Leonidas sacrificed himself at the hot spring gate of Greece, no Spartan king had died on the battlefield. Therefore, when the details of the battle spread throughout the Greek mainland, many city-states suddenly realized that the Spartans weren't that scary after all. If the Thebans could do it, perhaps they could do it too. Therefore, many city-states were stirred up. 2 months ago, after the signing of the Treaty of Callias, according to the content of the treaty, Sparta was supposed to withdraw the military commanders stationed in the city-states. However, the Sparta people had been dragging out the implementation of the treaty. Now, these city-states had boldly expelled the military commanders sent by Sparta. To make matters worse for Sparta, as an oligarchic city-state, it had always implemented and supported oligarchic systems in the city-states and allied city-states under its control. These oligarchs who held the power would then persecute the democrats in the city and increase the exploitation of the ordinary people in the country. On the one hand, it was also to satisfy the military needs of Sparta. Now, encouraged by the victory of the Thebes in the battle, the exiled democrats of the city-states had returned to their motherland, inciting the already dissatisfied people and setting off a wave of riots. This wave even spread to Agos. In fact, Sparta had never been able to control the city-states of Agos. However, due to its strength, a group of pro-Sparta counselors gradually emerged in the political arena of Agos. Now, most of these wealthy counselors were beaten to death by the angry civilians with sticks. The Thebes, without a doubt, benefited the most from this wave. As the victors of the battle, the Thebes' influence in Greece increased greatly. Not only did the remaining city-states of Boeotia take the initiative to approach the Thebes, but even the Phocians, the Locrians, who were friendly with Sparta, and the Locrians, who were located in the southwest and northwest of Boeotia respectively, and even the Euboeans, who were friendly with the Thebes, wanted to form an alliance with them. The reason was that they saw the weakening of Sparta's power and wanted the military support of a new power to help them resist the threat. The Phocians and the Locrians were worried about Thessaly, while the Euboeans were worried about Athens. The Thebes had mixed feelings about this. They were happy that their power had been greatly increased, but they were worried that the threat of Sparta had not been eliminated yet. They might have to face a few more powerful enemies. Needless to say, there was already a rift between the two sides in Athens. Although Thessaly was an ally, Iasion's previous performance had already shown his ambition. At this time, he was even recruiting troops in the north. When he led his army south, it was likely that the two sides would meet. Under the strong suggestion of Peropidas and Epaminonda, the Battle of Leuctra had made Epaminonda the most prestigious person in the Thebes. The Thebes government decided to form an alliance with the Phocians, the Locrians, and the Euboeans. They wanted to increase their own power as soon as possible in order to cope with future challenges. Since then, almost all of central Greece, except for the Attica region, Athens, was under the influence of the Thebes. However, the Thebes were not the biggest threat to Sparta. The biggest threat came from the Arcadia region of Peloponnesus. Arcadia was located in the middle of the Peloponnesus Peninsula. Geographically, the Laconia region where Sparta was located was separated by towering mountains to the east and west, and the sea to the south. Only the north, which was connected to the Arcadia region, was relatively low-lying, making it more convenient for troops to enter and leave. Therefore, ever since the rise of Sparta, it had been to interfere with the affairs of the city-states in Arcadia, trying to completely control them. Due to the long-term suppression of Sparta, compared to other regions of Greece, the Arcadia region had never had a city-state that had a certain degree of influence in Greece. Even before the War of Corinth, due to Mandinia's disobedience, Mandinia was located in the northeast of Arcadia region. Mandinia's territory was invaded and completely destroyed by a water attack. The brutality of Sparta did temporarily deter the Arcadians, but it also made them more vigilant and uneasy. More than a decade had passed. While Sparta was busy fighting the Thebes, the exiled Mandinians gradually returned to their homeland and began to work hard to rebuild their homes. This made Sparta vigilant. Soon, they sent messengers to warn the Mandinians that they should get out of this land immediately, or else Sparta would send an army to expel them. However, within a few days, the other city-states in the Arcadia region sent messengers to Sparta to plead for the Mandinians. At this time, because of the continuous war, Sparta was short of manpower and resources. It relied more on its allies, and the Arcadians contributed a lot. So, Sparta had no choice but to reluctantly agree to their request. Of course, the Mandinians had to promise that Sparta would once again be their leader, and they would send their citizens to help Sparta in the war. The problem seemed to have been solved, but it was not. The Mandinians began to build walls and rebuild the city. To prevent the city from being flooded again, they even dug a new channel and changed the flow of the Orpheus River. The newly designed city was more sturdy, unique, and difficult to conquer. While the Mandinians were building the city, they were also secretly carrying out another important task. During the years of exile, one of their leaders, Lycomedes, gradually realized that the city-states of Arcadia must unite and build an alliance. Only then would they have the confidence to say no to the unreasonable demands of Sparta, and only then would they be able to protect the safety of the Arcadians. Therefore, Lycomedes spared no effort to persuade the other city-states of Arcadia. Things went smoothly, because these city-states had been suffering from Sparta for a long time. With Lycomedes taking the lead, except for a few city-states, everyone agreed to form an Arcadia alliance. However, the problem of which city-state to choose as the capital of the alliance arose again. Because the city-states of Arcadia were not too different in strength, there was no particularly outstanding city-state that could suppress the others. However, if any city-state was randomly chosen, it could quickly grow stronger after the establishment of the alliance, which was something that the other city-states did not want to see. In the end, Lycomedes put forward a proposal: gather the strength of the alliance and build a new city as the capital of the alliance. In the end, his proposal was unanimously approved by everyone. After many discussions, the location of the new city was selected, and the political structure of the entire alliance was discussed in more detail. In short, in 371 BC, the 23rd year of the Kingdom of Dionia, the preparations for the Pan-Arcadia alliance were basically completed, and the implementation began in full swing. Sparta learned that Arcadia was building an alliance, but at this time, its war against the Thebes was at a critical stage, and it really had no spare power to stop this matter. Moreover, the city-states of Arcadia had been sending troops and supplies to help it in the war, so the Sparta people pretended that they did not know about it. They wanted to wait until the problem of the Thebes was solved before dealing with this matter. However, they did not expect that the Battle of Leuctra would suddenly change the situation in Greece, and the few remaining city-states of Arcadia also began to waver. Therefore, under the active persuasion of Lycomedes, they also began to actively request to join the Pan-Arcadia alliance. Among these city-states was Tegea. Tegea was located in the southeast of the Arcadia region, and had always been regarded by Sparta as a staunch ally and a strong gateway to the northern frontier. Now that Tegea had changed sides, the Sparta finally could not tolerate it, so the procurators sent messengers to threaten the city-states of Arcadia, demanding that they immediately disband the alliance, or else they would face the wrath of the Sparta army. Of course, the Arcadians would not give in, but they also knew that Sparta was powerful, and they could not fight against it with their own strength, so they had to seek outside support. The first person they thought of for help was Athens. After the Battle of Leuctra, while Athens was happy about the decline of Sparta's power, it was also worried about the rise of the neighboring Thebes. So it made a move. It invited its own Sea Alliance city-states and the city-states of Peloponnesus to represent Athens to re-swear the previous Great King's agreement, and solemnly stated that in the event of an enemy attack, the members of the oath should help each other. It seemed that this move by Athens was a continuation of the previous Treaty of Callias signed in Sparta, and it was also a show of support for Sparta and its allies, who had been defeated on the battlefield. But in fact, Athens was trying to expand its influence in the Peloponnesus Peninsula, usurping the leadership of Sparta, and at the same time, trying to win over Persia. Many city-states of Mandynia and Arcadia also participated in the oath ceremony. According to the agreement, Athens was obliged to provide help, so the Arcadians sent messengers to Athens. While the messengers from Arcadia were on their way to Athens, a huge fleet was sailing across the Adriatic Sea, heading towards the Peloponnesus Peninsula. It was the army of Dionia that was going to conquer Sparta. According to the mobilization speed of the army of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, after the order to set out was issued, the various regions would usually be assembled within 4 to 5 days. For a region like Lucania, which was more vast and covered in mountains, it would take a lot of time for the military camp to notify the various towns and cities, and for the citizens of the towns and cities to gather at the military camp. Even if King Divers had to discuss with the Ministry of Military Affairs to make some military preparations, the time needed would not exceed 15 days. The reason why the army was ordered to go to war 2 months later was that the armistice between the Thebes and Sparta, and a series of anti-Sparta waves in the Peloponnesus Peninsula had attracted the attention of the higher-ups of Daionia. They specially suspended the military operation to observe the development of the situation, and it was not until 2 months later that they resumed the military operation. In order to prevent the news of the expedition from being discovered by the Sparta in advance, Daionia announced to the public that it was going to crusade against the Lusitanians who had repeatedly attacked the southern region of Iberia, so the place where the army embarked was not set in Brindisi, but in Crotone. The barracks of Legio IV were originally in Crotone, and the 1st and Legio VI were in the north and south respectively, not too far apart. The 3 legions soon boarded the long-prepared fleet at the port of Crotone, and under the escort of the 1st flotilla, they sailed eastward. The huge fleet passed through the heel of Italy and rested for a night in Odlum. The next day, after sailing across the Adriatic Sea, they sailed south along the west coast of the Greek mainland. Wherever the fleet passed, the towns and cities, such as Kakila Island, were all terrified. The people of Greece had never seen such a huge fleet before. There were more than 300 transport ships, more than 500 cargo ships, and 550 warships. In total, there were more than 1,200 ships. They were spread out on the surface of the sea, spanning 5 to 6 miles. This was because the entire fleet had chosen to set out on a few days when the sea conditions were better, so the ships were arranged more closely together. Although the Greeks did not know the destination of this large fleet, they were very familiar with the symbol of black hair entwined with a double fork on the sails. In the past, they had only seen it on the merchant ships of Daionia, but now it had appeared on a warship. Did this mean that the barbarian kingdom on the other side of the Adriatic Sea was finally going to attack the Greek mainland? Regardless of the fear and suspicion of the Greek people, the Daionia fleet did not slow down and went straight south. Soon, they passed the entrance of Corinth Bay and entered the waters of the west coast of the Peloponnesus Peninsula. As dusk approached, the fleet had to disembark early to prepare a camp. This was because they could not reach the southern coast of Messenia today. Further south was a steep and narrow coast. It was difficult for the ships to dock, and the crew could not get a rest. The place where the fleet docked was the northwest corner of the Peloponnesus Peninsula. The terrain here was relatively flat, and it had been called the Elis area since ancient times. It was very famous throughout the Greek world because the Olympia was held here. There was also the famous Temple of Zeus here. Of course, there were also 2 more famous city-states, Elis and Pisa. They had been competing for the right to host the Olympia and had always been enemies. The location where the Daionia fleet disembarked happened to be within the territory of Elis. Seeing the dense number of ships swarming to the coast and thousands of soldiers rushing to the beach, the neighboring Greek people were frightened and ran inland with their families. The people of Elis soon received the news and were also very panicked. Although they had little contact with the Daionia, they had never provoked this behemoth in the west. Without any warning, why did the Daionia send an army to invade their territory? The Council of Elis carried out an emergency military mobilization for the citizens in the territory and held an urgent discussion. They even came to a conclusion. It was said that the Daionia people believed in Hades and did not recognize Zeus as the king of gods. Could it be that this time, they came to destroy the temple of Zeus? The councillors of Elis sadly found that if this was the case, in order to defend the god Zeus, the people of Elis had to fight to the death. Just when the Elysians were feeling pessimistic, they received an urgent notice from the city guard. An envoy from Daionia had come to visit. Tisias, a citizen of Daionia and a native of Tyndaris, had served as a Tyndaris general for several consecutive terms. He had a high prestige among the people of Tyndaris. Later on, he responded to the request of the people, held and presided over the citizens' assembly, which finally allowed Tyndaris to be incorporated into the kingdom of Daionia. Because of that, he also became the kingdom's elder. When the news that the Devers had approved the Dionysian army to attack Peloponnesus and rebuild Messenia reached the Senate, he took the initiative to see the king of the Devers, hoping to follow the army, as his ancestral home was Messenia. At this time, Tisias walked to the center of the assembly of Elis with his head held high. Looking at the angry and frightened gazes, he felt a sense of pride as a citizen of a great country, But he suppressed this pride and tried to make his expression as sincere as possible. Descendants of Zeus, respectable citizens of Elis, on behalf of the kingdom of Dionia, I extend my sincerest apologies to you. Because it was getting late during our voyage, in order to prevent any accidents from happening, our fleet had to temporarily stop by the shore to rest. Hence, we entered your territory, but please be assured that we will only rest for one night and leave tomorrow. We will not cause any harm to this land or the people on it. Due to the inconvenience caused by our reckless actions, we, the kingdom of Dionia, will also pay a certain amount of gold and silver as compensation for the army's overnight stay in Elis. Tysius' words made the Elis counselors skeptical, but their hearts were finally at ease. There was a commotion in the assembly, and the senators discussed in whispers for a while before someone stood up and said, "People of Dionia, your reckless actions have indeed caused great trouble to Elis, but if things are as you said, we are still willing to forgive your reckless actions." Elis was not a city that was easy to talk to. Not to mention the decades of conflict between it and Pisa, during which it had fought several wars with Sparta. However, the reason why the senators of Elis were so reasonable at this moment was because of the sudden arrival of the Dionia, and the large number of their army, which made them feel that they could not defeat them, so they wanted to send this god of plague away as soon as possible. Then, another senator asked curiously, "May I know where your army is going?" Tysius was waiting for this question, so he immediately asked back, "Have you heard of the city of Tyndaris in Sicily?" Tyndaris should be a city-state established in the northeast corner of Sicily with the support of the original tyrant of Syracuse, Dionysius. It is said that more than half of its citizens are from Messenia, and later, Tyndaris defected to Dionia, said a senator. Not defected, but the citizens of Tyndaris collectively decided to join Dionia. Tysius corrected him loudly, then continued, "When the people of Tyndaris joined the holy kingdom of Dionia, the king of Devers made a promise that one day, he will help Messenia achieve independence, and free the Messenians who had been enslaved." But not long after that, due to the influence of the war, Dionia and Sparta signed a long-term peace agreement, and this promise was temporarily put on hold until this year, when the people of Sparta tore up the peace agreement with us, Dionia. Tysius had a gloating smile on his face, and said loudly, "The king of Devers finally has the chance to fulfill his promise. So the Dionysian army that you see is heading to Messenia to chase away the people of Sparta who have occupied the area for hundreds of years, and to make Messenia the home of the Messenians again." At the end of his speech, Tysius became excited, as if a flame had suddenly been ignited in the hall, and the people of Elis present were shocked and excited. This news was too shocking. The Hegemon of the Western Mediterranean, Dionia, had declared war on Sparta. Why were the people of Elis so excited? Wasn't it also a member of the Peloponnesus alliance? Elis was indeed a member of the Peloponnesus alliance, but ever since the king of Sparta, Arsus, Leotychides' father, led an army to invade Elis territory, defeated it, and even occupied part of its territory, the people of Elis gradually drifted away from Sparta. In the subsequent military campaigns led by Sparta, the people of Elis contributed very little. To punish them for their disobedience, the people of Sparta even gave the right to host the Olympia to Elis' nemesis, Pisa. In the Peloponnesus alliance, Elis was gradually being marginalized. What worried the people of Elis even more was that during the Armistice Conference in Sparta, besides Thebes, Elis was the second city-state that did not sign the agreement. According to the agreement, each city-state must be independent, and the people of Elis would never allow the towns under their control to become independent. Therefore, Elis also refused to participate in the swearing ceremony held in Athens. As a result, Elis was too isolated in the western part of the Peloponnesus peninsula. Therefore, during this period of time, when the people of Arcadia and Sparta fell out because of the establishment of the alliance, the people of Elis were wild with joy. A few days ago, they specially sent messengers to Megalopolis to express their support for the people of Arcadia. Now that the kingdom of Dionia declared war on Sparta, there was no doubt that it was another shot in the arm. In this boiling uproar, suddenly, someone shouted hoarsely, "Dear messenger of Dionia, you just said that the kingdom of Dionia will let the Messenians rebuild their homeland. Who are the Messenians you are referring to?" Tysius fixed his eyes on the person who spoke. It was the person who had answered Tyndaris' question. He had a rough idea in his heart. He said loudly, "All the Messenians who were enslaved by the Sparta, living in Messenia and Laconia, and all the Mycenaeans who were forced to live in exile in other city-states, as well as their descendants, will be regarded by the Holy Kingdom of Dionia as citizens of the Mycenaean city-state that will be established. The Holy Kingdom of Dionia welcomes them to return to the homeland where their ancestors lived and rebuild their homeland that truly belongs to them. In fact, I am a Mycenaean. This time, I will personally witness the Dionysian army defeating the Sparta bandits that have occupied our homeland for hundreds of years. I will also personally liberate my fellow Mycenaeans, allowing them to regain their dignity and freedom. The land of Messenia will be rejuvenated in the hands of the true Mycenaeans. After hearing Tisius' words, the counselor's eyes suddenly turned red. He could not help but open his mouth and sing, at the foot of the towering and precipitous Mount Taygetos flows the clear and gentle Pamesus River. The majestic Edom rock protects the beautiful city of Messenia. Countless cattle and sheep run on the fertile plains. Countless farmers work in the fields. Tisius was stunned for a moment, and then he sang along. Like wolves, the Sparta have seized our land and enslaved us like cattle and sheep. We cannot bear the heavy burden. Their cruel whips do not stop. More than half of the fruits of labor on the well-cultivated land belong to these ferocious bandits. At this moment, several Elis counselors joined in, singing passionately. Gods of Olympus, if you are willing to protect Messenia, I am willing to sacrifice my daughter like the hero Aristodemus, and then fight to the death. Gods of Olympus, please bless me. I will be like Aristophorus, fighting all my life. As long as the people can be saved, I am willing to go through hardships, to be covered in cuts and bruises, to be left with nothing. At the end of the song, the voices of 7 or 8 people drowned out the noise in the hall. At this moment, everyone's face was covered in tears. Ever since the fall of Messenia, this song, composed by an unknown author, had been quietly sung among the enslaved people of Messenia. It also made the Mycenaeans who had fled their homeland and scattered across the Mediterranean Sea always remember the suffering of their ancestors. It was not entirely a coincidence that the expedition army of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia had set up camp in the territory of Elis. Elis, as an outlier in the Peloponnesus alliance, was already in the consideration of the Devers. Furthermore, the Elis region and Arcadia region were close to Messenia, and many Messenians had fled to these two regions. The 7 or 8 Elis citizens who had just sung were all from Messenia. Previously, due to military secrecy, the people of Dionia did not announce it to the public. Now, they needed to let the people of the entire Greek world know that Dionia had sent troops to Peloponnesus not only to fulfill the covenant, but also to help the Messenians restore their country. Elis, which was passing by, could help them do this. After singing the song, the relationship between Tisia and the people of Elis was quickly drawn closer. The people of Elis also began to discuss some cooperation with him. After all, they were all ready to join forces with the Arcadians to fight against Sparta. Now that the army of Dionia to attack Sparta was right in front of them, this was a better opportunity for cooperation. On this evening, due to the huge commotion caused by the Dionian army landing on the coast, the citizens of Elis were not the only ones who received the news. The news soon spread to the nearby cities such as Olympia, Pisa, and Triphylia, a small city not far east of Olympia that originally belonged to Elis but was later forcibly taken away by Sparta. In a village called Silis under Triphylia, there was a large house. The respected hero of the Persia expedition, the famous scholar of Athens, Xenophon, lived in the house. More than 20 years ago, after returning from the Persia expedition, Xenophon was expelled from Athens and had to lead a mercenary army again. He followed the king of Sparta, Agesilaus, to conquer Asia Minor. Because of this, he was highly regarded by Agesilaus and became a distinguished guest of Sparta. Agesilaus assigned him land here. Xenophon had lived here for nearly 20 years and had regarded it as his second home. In addition to following the Sparta army to war, he spent more time in the quiet and peaceful village, concentrating on thinking and writing articles. Sometimes, he would take his children and servants to the nearby forest to hunt and relax, living a very comfortable idyllic life. He also raised his own money to build the temple of Arthemis near the village of Silis. He worshipped it every year, hoping that the god would bless this area and keep it peaceful and tranquil. Tonight, as usual, he sat in his study, lit an oil lamp, and began to think about his new book, History of Greece. This was a new idea that sprouted in his mind after the completion of expedition a few years ago. He wanted to continue the series of events that happened in Greece after Thucydides' history of the War of Peloponnesus. Many of these events were personally experienced by him, and he was very familiar with them. Just as he was thinking and writing, a sudden shout broke the silence of the village, and it did not disappear quickly. Instead, it caused the whole village to boil. Xenophon had no choice but to put down his pen and walk out of the study. As soon as he walked into the courtyard, he ran into his eldest son. He said in a slightly panicked tone, "Father, I heard from the villagers that the army of Dionia has landed on the coast of Elis and is preparing to attack inland." Dionia declared war on Elis? How is this possible? Dionia and Elis had never been in contact, and there were no signs beforehand. How could a war suddenly break out? Xenophon was puzzled and immediately asked, "Is this news you heard true?" "I heard from the villagers that a few Olympia priests happened to go to a village in Elis to attend a funeral. They saw with their own eyes that the ships of Dionia were anchored on the beach, and they could not see the end of it." Xenophon's expression turned solemn. He thought for a moment, and said to his son, "Go out and tell the villagers that I'm the one who said it. Tell them not to panic. Even if the Dionysian army is really going to attack inland, it's still far from here. We have enough time to make preparations. Let them go home and rest. Don't make a ruckus in the middle of the night. It'll easily cause panic and accidents." Not long after his son went out, the noise gradually subsided. Xenophon's prestige in this village was evident. Xenophon had no desire to write at this time. He paced back and forth in the courtyard irritably, recalling the matter of Sparta wanting to end the peace agreement with Dionia early. He was very uneasy about it at that time, but unfortunately, his words carried little weight. Even Agesilaus' strong opposition could not stop it. Now, not long after the agreement was suspended, the army of Dionia set foot on the land of Elis. How much impact would this have on the situation in Peloponnesus and the entire Greek mainland? Xenophon had just been to Thurii, and he had a deeper understanding of the strength of the kingdom of Dionia. At the thought of this terrible beast finally breaking out of its cage and pouncing on the Greek mainland, he could not help but tremble all over. There was only one thought in his mind: immediately rush to Sparta and tell them about this matter. Let them quickly discuss a good way to put this beast back in its cage, but, was there really a good way? Xenophon looked up at the dark night sky and remembered the smile on his face when he met the Devers, but his eyes were unreadable. The next morning, the crew of Dionia pushed the ships away from the beach. The soldiers quickly boarded the ships, and the entire fleet continued to sail south. Seeing that the people of Dionia had really left, the people of Elis breathed a sigh of relief. Next, they could not wait for the upheaval in the south to happen. There was one more person in this Dionia fleet. It was the descendant of Messenia, the Elis counselor, Ionicus, who had spoken to Tisias previously. He had taken the initiative to apply to follow the army as a liaison between Elis and the Dionysian army. At the same time, he was also a guide. Therefore, he was approved by Commander Leotychides to appear on the flagship of the First Fleet. At this time, he pointed to the coast in front of the left and said in a trembling voice, "After this promontory, we will enter the waters of Messenia. Don't be nervous. We have so many warships. The fleet of Sparta will not dare to attack us at all." Tisias comforted him. "I'm not nervous. I'm just a little excited." Ionicus let out a long sigh. Tisias looked at him and nodded sympathetically. He said softly, "Me too." At this time, the lookout on top of the flagship's mainmast shouted, "Raise a yellow flag on the clippers in front." Sicarion, who was standing at the bow of the ship and looking ahead, immediately said to the flagship's captain, "Tell the first B squadron to maintain their formation and continue forward. Ignore them unless they attack." "Yes, sir." The reason Sicarion dared to give such an order was because he knew that Sparta's current warships did not exceed 40, and more than half of them were from their allies. They were not enough to pose a threat to the First Fleet at all. In the entire Greek mainland, perhaps only the fleet of Athens could slightly raise Sicarion's spirits. In reality, it was 2 Sparta patrol ships that appeared in front of the first flotilla. Originally, they only wanted to warn the Dionysian fleet to stay away from the coastal route, but the first flotilla ignored them and went straight ahead. Hundreds of warships approached them riding the wind and waves. The sailors of Sparta had long been terrified, so they quickly turned around and retreated to the south. The difference between the Sparta navy and the army was like the difference between heaven and earth. Other than a great victory at the Sheep Horse River under Lysander's leadership, they did not have any other glorious achievements. In the past few years, they had been beaten by the navy of Athens repeatedly. Their morale was extremely low, and right now, they did not dare to challenge the enormous Dionysian fleet. Soon, no more Sparta warships appeared in the vicinity. The entire Dionia fleet sailed south along the coast smoothly. On one hand, it was more convenient to ensure the safety of the troop transports and supply ships, and on the other hand, it was convenient to observe the situation on land. However, what the crew saw were mostly continuous mountain ridges. Only near the coast could they see a stone tower every 1 or 2 miles. These are the towers that the Sparta forced the Myrcenians to build, but their purpose is to monitor the Myrcenians and prevent them from escaping, Ionicus said in a heavy tone. There are many similar facilities in the north of the Myrcenian territory. The Sparta made the whole of Messenia into a cage to imprison the Myrcenians. Back then, my father and nearly 200 people could not bear the cruel oppression and killing of the Sparta, so they desperately tried to escape Messenia. In the end, less than 15 people managed to escape to Elis alive. After listening to this, Tisias was silent for a long time. He secretly clenched his fists and said with hatred, "Today, we, the Dionia, are here to break this cage. Such a tragedy will not happen again in the future." As the two vented their anger towards Sparta, a voice interrupted, "Why don't I see anyone in these towers?" Ionicus turned around and saw that it was the commander of the Dionia army, Leotychides. He quickly explained, "In the past, there were at least 10 soldiers stationed in each tower. But now, the Sparta people go to war every year, and every year, there are casualties among their citizens. As a result, they don't even have enough people to defend Laconia. How can there be extra soldiers stationed in these towers?" Ionicus showed a look of schadenfreude, while Leotychides' expression was a little strange. Then Ionicus said, "But there must be Sparta soldiers stationed in the city of Pylos up ahead, because it is an important town for the Sparta on the west coast of Messenia." Half an hour later, the Dionia soldiers saw the city on the coast. Although it was called an important city, it was actually just a small stone city, wedged between the mountains and the coast. On top of the city stood a row of soldiers in red cloaks. The bayonets in their hands reflected the sunlight. From afar, it was hard to tell whether they were afraid or excited. They stood there motionlessly. Such a posture seemed to stimulate the Dionia soldiers, and their fighting spirit soared. "Quiet down, all of you. We will be landing on Messenia's beach soon. You will have plenty of opportunities to fight the Sparta." Marques shouted at the excited soldiers on the transport ship. "But for now, all of you better stay quiet and conserve your strength. When the ship docks, be the first to charge forward. Don't worry, Captain. We will never fall behind the other squads. We will be the first to break through the enemy's defense line," a soldier said loudly. Immediately, the other soldiers responded enthusiastically. "I hope so," Marques answered nonchalantly, but deep down, he was excited because he could use the morale. He held the side of the ship with one hand and looked down at the blue sea. He could not help but recall the first time he boarded a warship and landed on the Trine naval base. Later, he followed the army to Sicily and defeated Carthage's 100,000 soldiers. Then, he landed on Africa and conquered Carthage. He had long overcome his seasickness. After the war in the western Mediterranean, Marques and some nobles of Rome were arranged to live in the Thurii region. He was lucky enough to be included in the First Legion. Later, he went north and conquered Gaul. He was promoted to a captain and entered the ranks of Dionia's officers. Even more fortunately, he adapted to life in Dionia and did not want to associate with the former nobles of Rome who still held grudges against the kingdom. As a result, many nobles of Rome were arrested during the Thurii rebellion a few years ago, but he was not implicated. He was not even interrogated or investigated. His superior played a big role in this. Adorus was his immediate superior, the leader of the 3rd Brigade of the 1st Legion. After going through so many twists and turns, Max was once again under Adorus' command. It was truly fate. Adorus had indeed taken good care of him. Marques was still reminiscing about the past. The cheers of the soldiers on the ship brought him back to reality. We have passed the Cape. The fleet is turning around. We are almost there. The southern coastline of the Peloponnese Peninsula was shaped like an M. It formed two bays, the Gulf of Laconia on the east and the Gulf of Messenia on the west. When the fleet rounded the promontory formed by the mountain ridge, the warships of the First Fleet's 1st B Squadron, which was sailing at the forefront, split into two groups. A small portion of the warships turned north and approached the beach ahead, while the majority of the warships turned south and began to line up on the east side of the bay to guard against possible enemy ships and ensure the safety of the landing ships. Numerous troop carriers gradually spread out as they sailed north. They were spread out across the entire bay. Coupled with the supply ships that followed closely behind the troop carriers, the entire bay was almost filled with ships. Marquez's ship was at the forefront. He looked ahead, and as the ship moved forward, the scenery in his eyes became clearer. On both sides of the bay were the outlines of lush mountains. In the middle was a flat and wide plain with a white beach. In the middle, there was a white ribbon that divided it into two from the south to the north. There were no coastal towns built on such a fine bay. There were only a few villages, simple docks, and few ships. On the contrary, there were flocks of seagulls flying up and down in the sky. It was quite an interesting sight. Having been used to the prosperity and bustle of the port of Turiae, Marquez's eyes lit up when he saw the bay that was almost undeveloped. However, this feeling quickly disappeared because some Spartan soldiers had already appeared on the beach. The Sparta had experienced 3 wars in the process of conquering Messenia. In the first 2 wars, the Messenian soldiers relied on fortresses and towns to resist the attacks of the Sparta. The wars lasted for a long time and caused a lot of trouble for the Sparta. Therefore, after the complete conquest of Messenia, the Sparta demolished all the towns on this plain. As a result, compared to the other areas of the Peloponnesus Peninsula, there were only villages and no towns. However, there was a large military camp in the middle of the plain. It was where the Sparta trained their soldiers. It was also the base where they could form an army at any time and suppress the rebellion of the Black Rogues. During the war with the Thebes, due to the participation of Athens, the strength of the Athens navy posed a threat to the waters controlled by Sparta. In order to ensure the safety of the Messenia region, Sparta also sent some soldiers to Messenia. However, after the signing of the Treaty of Callias, Sparta immediately withdrew the extra citizens. Now, there were less than 500 Sparta soldiers left in the entire Messenia region. However, the Sparta people firmly believed that even with such a small garrison, Messenia would still remain stable. Because of decades of cruel rule and years of bloody killings, Sparta would allow young soldiers to kill any Black Rogues they saw at a fixed time. On the one hand, it was to let the young people see blood and build up their courage. On the other hand, it was to prevent the Black Rogues from overpopulation, so the Black Rogues had long been tamed like cattle and sheep. Even when foreign enemies invaded, they could organize the Black Rogues and use them as auxiliary troops to strengthen the size of the army and resist. The current situation was like this. The Sparta patrol ships hurriedly withdrew to Messenia and reported to the military camp that a large fleet of Dionia had appeared in the coastal waters. They were menacing and seemed to be up to no good. The commander of the military camp, Dorios, had undergone the cruel military training of Ago since he was a child and became one of the best soldiers. Thus, when he grew up, he was selected to join the king's guards. In his 20 years of military career, he had fought dozens of battles and made many achievements. His military experience could be said to be rich. The year before last, he was appointed as the military commander of Messenia, responsible for the defense of the region. After hearing the news, Dorios was immediately alerted. Not only did he quickly gather the soldiers in the military camp, but he also sent people to notify the security officers of the villages. These security officers were old and frail former Sparta soldiers who were appointed to manage the villages of Messenia. They had 3 main tasks: to supervise the work of the Black Rogues, to prevent them from slacking off, to collect most of the harvest after the autumn harvest, and to supervise the daily life of the Black Rogues. If there were any abnormalities, immediately notify the military camp to arrest and kill them, so that they could organize all the young and strong Black Rogues. The envoy sent by the Sparta military camp boarded a small boat and met the Dionia warship that entered the bay, ready to question why it suddenly invaded Sparta's territory without prior notice. However, before the envoy could board the Dionia warship, the boat was knocked over. The enmity of the Dionia people was obvious. Dorios, who received the news, immediately led the Sparta soldiers to the beach. At the same time, he ordered the security officers of the villages to bring the black rogues to the beach as soon as possible. When he hurried to the beach, Dorios could not help but be dumbfounded. All he could see were the endless ships of Dionia. This kind of earth-shattering momentum made Dorios, who had experienced hundreds of battles, feel his scalp go numb. In the past few decades, Messenia, which was ruled by Sparta, had been invaded. During the War of Peloponnesus, the Athens fleet had attacked this area many times. However, the number of Athens soldiers who landed on the shore was not large. Most of the time, before the Sparta reinforcements arrived, the Athens fleet had fled by ship. Even when they launched an attack on the camp, they were defeated by the Sparta soldiers who outnumbered them. At that time, the Athens army rarely fought with the Sparta warriors on land. It was the first time that Dorios encountered such a large-scale landing operation. Fortunately, the black rogues arrived one after another, and the entire army gradually increased to 3,000 soldiers. Even though most of the black rogues were only armed with a spear and did not even have a shield, Dorios was still relieved. But then he frowned again, because he saw that the ships were spread out on the sea, and it seemed that they were ready to land. The shore that could be landed was more than 20 miles wide, and he only had so few troops in his hands. How could he defend all of them? What's more, the number of black rogues in this army was several times that of the Sparta warriors. Once the Sparta warriors left the control of the Sparta warriors, it would be difficult to guarantee their loyalty. And if the Sparta warriors were scattered among the black rogues, it would greatly weaken the overall combat power of the entire army, especially against the rumored Diolian army. Dorios did not dare to take this risk. So he decided not to disperse his army, but to focus on defending the beach west of the Peloponnesus estuary. The number of Sparta soldiers seems to be quite large. At this time, Tisias, who had followed Leotiades from the flagship of the first fleet to another warship, shouted loudly. The warship he was on was less than 2 miles away from the coast, so he could see it quite clearly. Many of them are black rogues. They will not fight with all their strength for the Sparta. Ionicus reminded loudly, putting his hand on his forehead and looking forward. Beside him, Mukru pointed at the coast and reminded the commander, "My lord, the Sparta soldiers are concentrated together. They are not scattered." Leoticides looked at the coast attentively. The battle that was about to begin had caused his slightly fluctuating emotions to be suppressed. He spoke slowly, "Inform the warships to attack. Get the soldiers ready to land." "Understood," Mukrager replied. Ionicus was puzzled when he heard this. Why would the warships attack the army on land? After a while, he saw more than a dozen three-oared warships side by side, heading straight for the coast where the Sparta army was. When they were less than a mile away from the Sparta army, the warships stopped. Because they had reached the bottom of the sea, the crew on the deck immediately threw an anchor into the sea to fix the ships. Then, a piece of equipment was lifted from the cabin to the deck, a ballista. Some of the gunners were responsible for fixing the frame of the ballista, some were responsible for measuring the target parameters, some were responsible for installing the spring set, and some were responsible for carrying the stone projectiles. Not only this ballista team, but they also had a tacit understanding of each other. At the end of the war in the western Mediterranean, when the Dionysian army besieged the city of Carthage, the naval warships entered the lagoon and placed ballistas on the deck to assist the army in the siege. Since then, the use of ballistas on the warships had become a military training program for the navy. Dorios saw the Dionysian warships heading straight for the beach and thought that they were about to disembark soon. He immediately commanded his troops to form a loose horizontal formation in the direction of the warships. At the forefront were the helots with javelins in their hands. They were prepared to attack the Dionysian soldiers with javelins when they waded into the water to disembark. However, when these warships approached the beach, they stopped moving and did not move for a while. Dorios was puzzled when he suddenly saw small black dots flying out of the warships. By the time he saw that these small black dots were large round stones, they had already smashed down from mid-air. Some fell into the sea in front, setting off water columns that soared into the sky, and some fell on the beach behind, causing sand and soil to splatter in all directions. Although no one was killed or injured, the momentum of these people caused a commotion in the team, especially the Black Rogues. Ballista. A word popped up in Dorios's mind. Even though this weapon had never been used in a war in Greece, the Spartans, who had been paying attention to the Western Mediterranean, weren't completely clueless about it. Agesilaus had once made a suggestion to the Elder Council, hoping to create such a powerful siege weapon. The Elder Council had also agreed to his suggestion, but a city-state that had no other professions other than warriors and was passionate about military training but abandoned science, art, and entertainment did not have the technology to create such a weapon. The Sparta people also wanted to secretly ask the people of Syracuse for guidance, but unfortunately, after the war in southern Italy, Dionia captured the entire team of engineers of Syracuse and completely took them for themselves, causing Syracuse to lose this technology. In the end, the matter was left unsettled. Dorios never thought that he would witness the legendary ballista in such a special occasion. For a moment, he did not know how to deal with it. At this moment, another round of stone bullets was launched. Only one of the dozens of stone bullets hit the target on the shore. After all, the warship moved along with the waves, and it was difficult for the ballista to aim accurately. However, the effect of this stone bullet was very obvious. It smashed the head of one of the Black Rogues into a bloody mess, causing the surrounding Black Rogues to turn around and flee in terror. Dorios hurriedly ordered the Sparta warriors to slaughter the first Black Rock that ran away. Only then did the rest of the slaves manage to maintain their formation. Not long after, the sound of bugles could be heard from the sea. The hundreds of transport ships that were originally docked behind the warship began to move against the receding tide. The Dionysian army had begun to disembark. The transport ship that Max was on was heading towards the direction of the enemy on the shore. He had once landed on the coast of Africa and the coast of Mountain Gaul, so he was no stranger to landing on land. However, this was the first time that he was intercepted by the enemy. Therefore, he did not follow the previous two methods of asking the soldiers to help the sailors row the ship so that the ship could reach the shore faster. Instead, he asked the sailors to put on their armor and weapons as soon as possible, and sit quietly on the ship to conserve their energy. The transport ship was moving forward in the tide at a slow speed. This was actually a good opportunity for the Sparta army on the shore, but unfortunately, the Dionysian army came too suddenly. Sparta did not have archers, and they did not have time to recruit archers from their allies. Therefore, they could not fire arrows at the transport ship. The transport ship finally ran aground near the beach, less than 100 meters away from the Sparta army on the shore. Just as Max urged the soldiers to quickly disembark, the Sparta warriors on the shore also ordered the Black Rock with javelins to attack the enemy that had not yet landed on the shore. The Black Rock soldiers waded forward in fear, paying more attention to the stone bullets whizzing past in the sky. Max led the soldiers into the waist-deep sea one after another. He did not rush to the shore. Instead, he ordered the soldiers to gather together while observing the positions of the other battleships on the left and right sides. Advance. Under his command, the 50 soldiers waded through the water in a loose but unbroken formation. Then he saw the Black Rock javelins running from the shore. Raise your shields. As soon as he shouted, the soldiers had already raised their long shields diagonally and blocked in front of him. The Black Rock soldiers, who lacked military training, hurriedly threw their javelins at the approaching Dionysius soldiers without any accuracy or strength. They did not pose any danger to the Dionysius soldiers at all. On the contrary, after wading forward for a distance, the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia also threw their javelins with all their might. Immediately, many Black Rock soldiers were hit and fell into the water. The other Black Rock soldiers were so frightened that they hurriedly retreated. After the immediate threat in front of them was eliminated, the soldiers led by Max slowed down their advance. They moved closer to the surrounding units and gradually formed a line. Dorios, who was on the shore, originally thought that after the ships of Dionysius soldiers jumped into the sea, they would speed up and rush to the shore. Their strength would definitely be dispersed, which would be advantageous for him to concentrate his troops and defeat them one by one. However, he did not expect the Dionysius soldiers to be so steady and experienced. They gradually formed a formation while wading forward slowly, and the formation was constantly getting thicker and longer. Dorios turned his head to look at both sides. There were already countless Dionia soldiers on the beach in the distance and began to surround them. Dorios felt nervous, but he only hesitated for a moment before making a firm decision. Quick, retreat! Retreat! Although some of the Sparta soldiers were unwilling, they were known for their discipline. As soon as the order was given, all the soldiers quickly began to retreat, and the Black Rock soldiers scattered. Max and the soldiers were originally looking forward to a fierce battle with the Sparta army on the beach. They did not expect the enemy in front of them to run away before the battle even started. Were these really the Sparta soldiers who dominated Greece? To prevent any tricks, although the soldiers moved forward faster, they still maintained a complete formation. However, under the command of the team officer, they began to shout in unison, "Myrcinians, you are free." Leotychides set foot on the land of Myrcinia indifferently, but his mood was a little complicated. He was no stranger to this land. When he was young, he had received military training here. He had also killed Black Rock soldiers like they were wild beasts during his coming-of-age ceremony. He had also been stationed in Pylos for a period of time. He originally thought that he had forgotten these memories, but the moment he set foot on the beach, these memories kept popping up. Leotychides and dozens of guards walked forward slowly, step by step, on the soft sand. Tisias and Ionicus, who were originally beside him, had long disappeared. They were anxious to appease and persuade the Black Rock soldiers to surrender. An officer with a purple tassel on top of his helmet ran towards Leotychides and gave him a military salute. "Adoris, how was the battle?" Even in the face of the adopted son of the king of Devers, Leotychides' expression was still as indifferent as he was to other officers. Adoris replied with some frustration, "They say that the Sparta people are the bravest warriors in Greece. I think that's a lie. They are as timid as rabbits. They ran away before the battle even started, and they ran very fast. Before we could surround them, they had already fled into the mountains in the east. If only the cavalry could attack. Leds told me that their horses have been on the ship for a few days and are not in good condition. They need to rest for a few days before they can go into battle. Otherwise, there will be problems," Leotychides said calmly. "It seems that you have gained nothing this time? When we chased them to the Sparta camp, there was a Sparta officer and a few warriors guarding the door." At this point, Attilus's face became more solemn. "They asked to fight with our soldiers alone. They even injured a few of us. In the end, we killed the few Sparta warriors and captured the officer." Leotychides did not care much about such trivial matters. Instead, he asked, "How is the condition of the Sparta camp?" Adoris immediately understood what he meant and replied, "It's very intact. There is no damage. However, the area is not too big. It can barely accommodate a legion." Leotychides looked at the sky and looked around. There were naked black roofs obediently following behind the Dionia soldiers. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then he replied, "Mukalou, immediately inform Sicurion that the battle has ended. Let him lead all the warships to dock at the beach and build a camp. I will send soldiers of the 4th and Legio 6 to assist them. Also, send someone to inform Tisia. Ask him to lead the people from Tyndaris to persuade and mobilize as many black rogues as possible to help us unload the cargo from the ships." Mukrager received the order and left. Leotychides then said to Adoris, "Go and inform the soldiers of the 1st Legion to stop pursuing the enemy and to stop marching north. Immediately gather at the Sparta camp and seize the time to expand the camp. Also, where did the Sparta soldiers escape into the mountains? Send 2 soldiers to take me there." Leotychides could roughly guess where the Sparta soldiers might have escaped from, but he still needed to confirm it with his own eyes in order to prepare the defensive arrangements. Having witnessed the power of the Dionysian army's ballistae, Dorios realized that even if he retreated to the camp, he would not be able to defend for long. Due to the constant invasion of foreign enemies, the Sparta camp in Messenia was not well equipped and was rather crude. Therefore, he decisively issued 2 more orders. First, he handed over the command of the army to his adjutant and ordered him to lead the soldiers to retreat to the Lagonda Pass in the Taygetos Mountains. This was to preserve as much as possible the 400-strong Sparta army of Sparta soldiers. Second, he sent a messenger to the city of Pylos on the west coast to inform the soldiers in the city that the Dionia army had landed in Messenia and ordered them to abandon the small city and retreat to the north as soon as possible. Dorios, on the other hand, decided to stay. Even if he died at the gate of the camp, he would not want to escape. He knew that although the enemy was strong and retreating was completely reasonable, the loss of Messenia was definitely a big deal for the Sparta people. The resentment and rumors of the people would always surround him. As a former member of the king's guard and a veteran of more than 20 years, he did not want his honor to be slandered. Unfortunately, he only managed to kill one Dionysius soldier before he was stabbed in the thigh by the enemy and became a captive. Despicable Dionysia, at this moment, he was carried by 2 soldiers into the tent. Under the candlelight in the tent, he saw a Dionysia general in black armor sitting in front of him. He had short hair and no beard. It was said that the Dionysia people had a strange habit of not growing their hair. But judging from his appearance, he was not younger than 50 years old. Huh? Sparta, tell me, how many soldiers do you have in Messenia? How many of them are Sparta warriors? Leotychides asked coldly. Dorios didn't answer. He just stared at Leotydes' face and couldn't help but take a few steps forward. The guards on both sides immediately pulled him back and shouted, "The commander is asking you a question, hurry up and answer." Dorios struggled to break free from the soldier's grip and shouted excitedly, "Leotychides? You are Leotychides." Leotychides was shocked. He thought that after leaving Sparta for so many years, he had changed a lot, and most of the Sparta people who were familiar with him had either passed away or retired. They would not be able to recognize him on the battlefield. He did not expect that his identity would be exposed as soon as he set foot on the land of Peloponnesus. Mucrager immediately shouted, "This is the commander of the Dionysian army, Persosus. He once led the army to defeat Carthage's army, captured Syracuse, and conquered Gaul. He is the famous and ever-victorious general of the kingdom of Dionysia. Man of Sparta, stop your nonsense and answer the general's questions truthfully. If you perform well, we will consider letting you go back to Sparta. He really is Leotychides, the son of the former king of Sparta, Arsus." Dorios was still stubbornly pointing at the general of Dionysia in front of him and said loudly, "I will never mistake him for someone else. The scar on his chin was left by the alpha wolf when we were sent by our instructor to hunt a wild wolf. If it wasn't for me, he would have been bitten to death by the wolf." Dorios' words were so convincing that the others in the tent subconsciously looked at Leotychides. Indeed, Persosus did have a rather obvious slender scar on his chin. If Leotychides had grown a beard and tied up his hair, Dorios would not be too sure. But now, other than the wrinkles on his face, Leotychides did not look much different from when he was young. With the continuous reform of the regime in Sparta over the past few decades, the power of the king was almost gone. But other than the right to command the army, there was another right that had never been taken away. That was, the princes did not have to participate in the cruel military training since young. Otherwise, babies like Agesilaus, who was born with a foot problem, would have been thrown into the valley. But Leotychides was one of the few royals who volunteered to participate in Agesilaus training. Naturally, he received a lot of attention from the other Sparta youths in the military camp. Leotychides, on the other hand, rarely paid attention to other people. It was just that the wolf kiss that almost killed him left a deep impression in his memory. So even though the Sparta man in front of him was dirty and covered in blood, he could roughly guess who he was. This world is so small. Leotychides sighed in his heart. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Leave this captive. All of you are dismissed." Mucalou stared at Leotychides. Seeing his calm and determined expression, he opened his mouth but did not say anything in the end. Instead, he turned around and left the tent. 2 guards were a little hesitant. "Commander, it's too dangerous to leave this Sparta man alone in the tent. Do you think I'm afraid of an injured Sparta man? Get out," Leotychides said firmly. The guards obediently left, leaving only Leotychides and Dorios in the tent. The two looked at each other. After a while, Leotychides broke the silence. He pointed at the wooden stool beside him and said, "Have a seat." Dorios did not hesitate. He dragged his injured left leg and sat on the stool. "I didn't expect to meet you here, Dorios," Leotychides said slowly. "I also didn't expect that the Prince of Sparta would become the general of Dionysia." Dorios sighed with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "Why not? Agesilaus became the king. If I didn't escape from Sparta, would I want to stay in Sparta and be constantly accused of being a bastard? Then, like my mother, suffer injustice and commit suicide? Leotychides' voice was trembling. He was emotional, which was rare for him. At that time, other than Dionia, which dared to oppose Sparta, the other city-states were either allies of Sparta or subordinates of Sparta. I didn't have many choices. But now, it seems that my choice was right. That's why I'm here today. You've made the right choice? Dorios heard this and immediately became angry. Without a declaration of war, Dionia attacked the precious property left to us by our ancestors, Messenia. This is completely untrustworthy. Do you know how much trouble Sparta will suffer if we lose Messenia? How many people will lose their noble citizenship and become lowly people after losing Messenia? Just because you have a grudge against King Agesilaus, you are willing to harm all the people of Sparta. Don't forget that you are also a citizen of Sparta. Leotychides knocked on the table with his hand and said calmly, I am now a citizen of Dionia. The decision to attack Messenia was not made by me. It was an order from His Majesty the Devers. Besides, it was Sparta that did not keep its word. It was you who ended the peace treaty early, so that Thebes could have the chance to ally with us, Dionia. Now, you have violated the Callias Treaty and led troops to attack Thebes again. Of course, Dionia has to honor the treaty. But Thebes have signed a truce with us, Sparta. Dorios roared. There have been rumors of this in Dionia, but Thebes did not send any messengers to inform us. Moreover, Dionia is so far away from Greece that it is impossible to confirm whether the rumors are true or not. So, the plan of attack has not changed. Besides, there are some citizens of Dionia who were born in Messenia. His Majesty the Devers had promised them that he would restore Messenia's independence. Today, he has fulfilled his promise. Leotychides said casually. So, Dionia has decided to become the enemy of Sparta? Dorios said fiercely. Don't think that just because Dionia is the ruler of the Western Mediterranean that it is invincible. It is only because of your undeclared war that we were unprepared, that you were lucky enough to succeed. But soon, we, Sparta, will gather our army and recapture Messenia. When that time comes, I am afraid that it will be the soldiers of Dionia who will become prisoners of Sparta. If Sparta really sends an army to fight for Messenia, that would be the best. Leotychides' tone was heavy. His eyes flashed with a strange light as he looked at Dorios. In fact, even if you don't say it, we are well aware of the current situation of Sparta. There are no more than 500 Sparta warriors stationed in Messenia, and all the Sparta warriors add up to less than 2,000. Therefore, these elders passed a resolution to grant some Pyrrhiaci and a few black rogues as Sparta citizens, but they are not given any land. In fact, their status is still low, and they do not have a strong desire to fight. They even have conflicts with the Sparta warriors. Also, the years of non-stop fighting have made many Sparta warriors unable to supervise the work of their black rogues, and thus unable to pay enough taxes. Thus, they are deprived of the right to eat public meals. In fact, they have become lowly people. They must have deep resentment in their hearts. I think the current situation of Sparta is probably worse than when they hunted down Gendon. Dorius' expression changed drastically when he heard this. After a long time, he squeezed out a sentence. We have the support of Persia, Leotychides sneered, what an irony. I remember when we first joined the army for training, our goal was to defeat Athens and Persia. I didn't expect the Sparta warriors to be proud of being a vassal of Persia. Dorius' face turned red, and he was speechless. Since you saved my life, I'll let you go back to Sparta tomorrow. Tell Agesilaus and the Council of Elders what I said before. Let them understand why Dionia sent troops to Messenia. At the same time, tell Agesilaus. Leotychides stood up and said in a powerful voice, I, Leotychides, will wait for him in Messenia. Guards. The guards entered the tent. Dorius was still shouting, Leotychides, no matter what, you are the prince of Sparta. Your ancestors led the people of Sparta to create the glory of Sparta. Do you really have the heart to destroy the motherland that gave birth to you and raised you? Leotychides answered without hesitation, the current Sparta will only be destroyed under the rule of Agesilaus, the Council of Elders, and the censors. Only under the rule of Dionia will Sparta be reborn. After that, Leotychides waved his hand, "Take him away." After returning to his tent, Mukra did not rest. The news that Leotychides was most likely a Sparta made him uneasy. Although he had worked with Leotychides for many years and had a deep friendship, after a series of mental struggles, he still decided to report to the military judge. Just as he was about to leave the tent, the guards came to inform him that Commander Prosos wanted to see him immediately. Mukra hurried into the tent. As soon as he saw Leotychides, he asked, "Commander, are you really a Sparta? And a prince of Sparta at that?" "That's right. I'm the only son of the former king of Sparta, Agesilaus. My original name is Leotychides." The commander of the Daionia Expeditionary Army looked at Mukra calmly and said with a serious expression, "After my father died of illness, my uncle Agesilaus used a trick to seize the throne and suppressed me. He even forced my mother to commit suicide. I had no choice but to escape from Sparta and come to Daionia. Considering my special identity, and to avoid being hunted down by Sparta, I decided to hide my identity." After accepting this military mission, Leotychides had already considered the possibility of exposing his true identity. He was already mentally prepared for this, which was why he spoke so calmly. Mukra heaved a sigh of relief, but he was still a little worried. "Commander, Sparta is your mother country after all. When our army fights with Sparta's army, or when we attack Sparta's territory, can you really give orders calmly without any interference?" Leotychides replied impatiently, "I've already said that I'm a citizen of Daionia. Sparta is now our enemy. I will not show mercy on the battlefield." Mukra nodded, but he was still a little worried. "I'm worried that the morale of the soldiers will be affected if they know about this. I'll need you, the staff officer, to help me out a little more. But you don't have to worry too much. Once I lead my army and fight with Sparta again, all doubts will be eliminated," said Leotychides meaningfully. In the past, the Dionysian army had an adjutant who was responsible for assisting the military commander. In recent years, the Dionysian army had undergone a new reform. The adjutant was abolished and a new advisor was added. This increase and decrease did not change much in terms of numbers, but there was a significant change in the responsibilities. The advisor was appointed by the staff department of the Ministry of Military Affairs. Not only did he have to assist the military commander in handling various military affairs, he also had the right to make suggestions and supervise the military commander. Also, if the military commander was injured or unable to take command due to other reasons, he also had the right to temporarily take command. "All right, leave this matter to me," Mukra replied seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, the tent was pushed open. Tiltotus barged in and said anxiously, "Father, I heard that you're a citizen of Sparta? Is this true?" Mukra immediately gave Leotychides a look, which meant, "Look, the news has already spread." "Where did you hear this news?" asked Leotychides with a serious expression. "That Sparta prisoner has been shouting loudly, and many soldiers heard it." "Is this true?" After realizing that Dorieus was deliberately trying to disrupt the morale of the army, Leotychides' face darkened. He immediately called the guards and gave an order, "Beat Dorieus up, then gag his mouth." Seeing that Leotychides was explaining the situation to his son, Mukra quietly walked out of the tent. After receiving the news, several commanders, military judges, and Tisius visited Leotychides one after another. They all wanted to ask Leotychides if the rumor was true. Leotychides did not speak as much in the past year as he did in the past 2 days. Naturally, he was not in a good mood. Although the news that Commander Prosos might be a prince of Sparta caused a commotion in the army, it did not affect the various departments of the expeditionary army to carry out their work as planned after the occupation of Messenia. Although Sparta had evacuated from the Messenian plains, a small number of them were hiding in the mountains in the north. The garrison of Pylos decisively retreated to the northern border of Messenia after receiving the news, and some of them were hiding in the pass fortress of Mount Taygetos. Unwilling to accept defeat, they began to raid the Daionia army last night. The 3 well-trained legions and the 1st Flotilla infantry were well guarded and did not suffer too many losses. After another day, Leotychides, who had temporarily gotten rid of the rumor, issued a new order. Legio 6 was to go to the northern border, build a defensive camp, and protect the safety of the territory. Legio 4 was to build a camp outside the pass of Mount Taygetos to block the shortcut of Sparta to Messenia. Tisius and other Dionia citizens of Messenia took a small number of soldiers and traveled through the villages of Messenia, killing or capturing Sparta sheriffs and other Sparta people. They constantly announced to the black rogues that the Sparta people have been driven out of Messenia by the Dionysian army, and they have regained their freedom. Then they enthusiastically talked about their compatriots, conveyed the goodwill of the kingdom of Dionia, and encouraged them to bravely rise up and build their own city-state. At the same time, they also distributed food and supplies looted from Sparta to these poor black rogues. Along with this team were the medical personnel of the legion, who took the initiative to treat the sick black rogues. The black rogues, who were treated like cattle and sheep by the Sparta people since birth, had never enjoyed such kindness. They were all moved to tears, and the sound of crying could be heard everywhere. They firmly remembered the name Dionia in their hearts. Most of the black rogues did not receive any education. They worked in the fields all their lives, and it was impossible for them to participate in the governance of a city-state. However, because of the small population of Sparta, and the frequent wars in the past few decades, there were not enough people to manage Messenia. Therefore, they appointed a few Messenians as the village leaders of each village. Other than paying less taxes and having more freedom, they had no other rights. They were regularly hunted by young Sparta warriors, and their deaths were in vain. If the harvest of the whole village was not good, and the taxes were insufficient, these village leaders would be severely punished. The lightest punishment would be beatings. Sparta's punishment was famous throughout Greece for being extremely heavy, and there were often people who were beaten to death or maimed. It was the same for their allies, so many Greeks openly said that the Sparta people were cruel and barbaric, and the more serious punishment would be having their hands and feet chopped off. Therefore, they lived in fear. But because of this, they had good management skills. Tisius gathered them together and invited them to participate in the construction and governance of a new Messenia. They were all overjoyed. Of course, the future leadership of Messenia would mainly be held by these citizens from Dionia. When the Devers summoned them for negotiations, they specially gave them an order: those who stayed in Messenia were allowed to retain their citizenship of Dionia. According to the laws of Dionia, dual nationality was not allowed. The reason why this group of people was made an exception was because the Devers considered that after defeating Sparta and conquering Messenia, they could not incorporate this region into the kingdom of Dionia for the time being. Otherwise, it would cause the entire Greek population to be united against a common enemy. Therefore, they allowed the Messenians to govern themselves, fully rely on Dionia, and become an important support force for Dionia in Greece. Therefore, this group of people was key. They would become the future pillars of Messenia's leadership, so it was very important to retain their citizenship of Dionia and keep them loyal to the kingdom of Dionia. These people, led by Tisius, also knew that time was running out. The news of Messenia regaining its independence would soon spread throughout Greece, and the exiles might return here one after another. They had to form a government as soon as possible and create a stable political system so that the latecomers could only follow their lead. In fact, the system of government of New Messenia had long been formulated in the royal palace of Dionia. Dionia citizens of Messenia and the village chiefs of Hellas would form the Messenian Council, a total of 223 people, known as the Council of 300, with 65% of Dionia citizens, which would be responsible for the formulation of laws, diplomacy, war, and other important matters. Then, the council would elect 5 members from the council every year to form the General Executive Committee, which would be responsible for the internal affairs of the city and leading the troops in battle. These village chiefs were already grateful to Dionia for being able to gain their freedom. Now that they could also become the higher-ups of this new city-state, they were overjoyed and did not have any other considerations. Not only did they agree to all the suggestions from their fellow Dionia compatriots, but they also took the initiative to propose that the candidates for the Council of Generals should be from Dionia, as they were more knowledgeable and had more experience in governing a country. Of course, the people from Dionia did not refuse. 5 generals were quickly selected, and Tisius, a senator of the kingdom of Dionia, became the chief. Ionicus watched all this from the sidelines. Although he could see some clues, he did not dare to make trouble. He had witnessed Dionia's unusually strong military power, whether it was the navy or the army, and even its complete military logistics, which made him realize the horror of this kingdom from the western Mediterranean. Unexpectedly, Tisias quickly found him and made it clear that as long as he was willing to join Messenia, there would be a seat for him in the council. Ionicus thought for a while and finally agreed. Although he grew up in Elis, he did not have much influence in the council, and had never held an important position. The reason was known to everyone, but it was not said out loud: he was a Messenian immigrant. However, he also put forward a condition: he hoped to bring a few Messenian immigrants from Elis who he had a good relationship with to join the new city-state and become a member of the council. Tisias agreed. Ionicus immediately applied for a fast ship from the first flotilla and hurried back to Elis. The new Messenian government, headed by Tisias, continued to promulgate laws in full swing. All the Hercules in Messenia would not only be free, but they would also become citizens of New Messenia and would be given land. With the assistance of the village chiefs, the councillors from Dionia would confirm and register the population and land of each village for subsequent distribution. In order to protect this hard-won freedom and independence, the citizens of New Messenia must receive strict training from the soldiers of Dionia in order to defend their city-state when the Sparta army attacked. New Messenia must also have its own city. The council quickly made a decision to rebuild the city of Messenia as the center of the new city-state. Other than that, no other cities would be built, so that the citizens could be more united. Thus, it was the turn of the soldiers of the First Dionia Legion. They would lead the new citizens of Messenia to expand the former Sparta barracks into a town. A Greek city-state also needed a patron god. The original patron god of the Messenians was Zeus, but Xianxia and the others easily convinced the village chiefs not to believe in him. This was because the Messenians had lost 3 wars in the past, which meant that Zeus did not bless them at all. Out of gratitude and trust to Dionia, the citizens of New Messenia finally decided to ask Hades for protection. At the same time, the council also decided to erect statues of the heroes Aristodemus and Aristomenes, who had once led the people against Sparta. The council also decided to send messengers to the city-states of the Peloponnesus Peninsula to inform them of the independence of Messenia in order to gain their support. Of course, Sparta was not one of them. The Messenian plains were filled with a joyous atmosphere, but the territory of Sparta across the Taygetos mountains was gloomy. The defeat of Leuctra had not yet affected Sparta, but now, an even greater disaster had suddenly befallen them: Messenia had been taken away. Messenia was extremely important to Sparta. 60% of the entire city-state's agricultural output came from there. Half of Sparta's land was also there. In addition, more than half of Sparta's labor came from Messenia. Without Messenia, Sparta's strength would be reduced by at least half. However, when the news of Messenia's capture came, the vengeful Sparta did not immediately organize an army to attack Messenia as usual, because Sparta was now in a precarious situation. Previously, Sparta was determined to send troops to attack the Mandinia-led Arcadia Union, but only a small number of Peloponnesos's allies responded to the call. So, until now, the coalition army to attack the Arcadia Union had not been formed, and there was a huge shortage of military supplies. In such a terrible situation, Sparta did not have the strength to fight against the stronger Dionysian army. In the Elder Council, the censor and the elders all cursed Dionia's treachery, but there was nothing they could do about the predicament Sparta was facing. Agesilaus, who attended the meeting despite his illness, was also furious. He scolded them for being short-sighted. They knew that Dionia had been hostile to Sparta for a long time, but they still did not listen to his advice and ended the friendly agreement with Dionia prematurely. As a result, the Thebes took the opportunity to form an alliance with Dionia, causing the Devers' threat to Sparta to come true. Messenia was captured, more than a decade ago. Some elders refuted, pointing out that Agesilaus was also an active promoter of Sparta seeking support from Persia and ending the war with the Thebes as soon as possible. Agesilaus should understand that if Sparta did not break off relations with Dionia, they would definitely not be able to gain the trust of the king of Persia. The Elder Council finally made this decision because they had no other choice. Other than the censor, the elders were all old and would not waste their energy on meaningless curses and arguments. It did not take long for everyone to calm down and discuss how to solve the huge threat that Sparta was facing. As the city-state in Greece that had the most dealings with Dionia, they more or less knew the strength of the kingdom on the Italian peninsula. They did not think that the current Sparta could fight against it. Naturally, they turned their eyes to Persia for help. Therefore, the envoy of Persia, Datis, who was still in the city, was invited to the meeting. When Datis heard the news that Dionia had sent troops to attack Messenia, he felt nervous. Instead of being arrogant, he was very proactive. After all, he had come to Sparta with a mission. Now, he had failed to realize the plan of Sparta to unite all the city-states in Greece. Instead, Dionia invaded Peloponnesus prematurely. This was very likely to ruin the strategic plan of the king of Persia. Therefore, he had to work hard to salvage the situation. First, Datis comforted the people of Sparta not to be too nervous. A large amount of food supplies and 50 talent dalex were on the way from Persia. He also promised to ask the king of Persia to donate more gold and silver to Sparta. At the same time, he would allow Sparta to recruit soldiers in Asia Minor, so that it could build a large army as soon as possible to defeat the incoming Dionysian army. The Battle of Leuctra had shaken Sparta's hegemony. Coupled with the establishment of the Arcadia Union, most of the allies of Sparta were not as active as before. Therefore, the people of Sparta had to recruit soldiers in Macedonia, Thrace, Ionia, and Asia Minor, which obviously cost money. The censor and elders calmed down a little, but they soon discovered the biggest problem. Recruiting soldiers and building an army required time, and now the Dionysian army was west of Mount Taygetos. They could invade Sparta's territory at any time. Agesilaus analyzed the situation seriously. If the Dionysian army wanted to attack Sparta, they had three options. The first option was to take the middle route and cross Mount Taygetos. However, Mount Taygetos was steep and controlled by the Dionysian army. The second option was to take the northern route and cross Arcadia region to invade Sparta. However, the cities in Arcadia region had never had any dealings with Dionia. Now that they had formed an alliance, they would not easily allow a large foreign army to pass through their territory. The third option was to take the southern route and allow the army to enter Lagania Bay and land on the coast of Sparta. According to the information obtained from the defeated warriors of Messenia, Dionia had many transport ships and their army was fast and fierce. This route was the biggest threat to Sparta. Everyone agreed that Agesilaus was right. After some discussion, the Council of Elders finally made a decision to temporarily suspend the military action against the Arcadia alliance and send envoys to express their goodwill. At the same time, they urgently mobilized the territory's military, strengthened the defense of the coast, and quickly built facilities to prevent landing. They also recruited the young Pariasis and Helaoshi in the territory into the army. Moreover, the Council of Elders specifically passed a resolution to deal with the Heloist soldiers. Only the Heloist soldiers who performed well in the war would be granted freedom. Agesilaus also requested Datis, the envoy of Persia, that Persia could send a fleet to help Sparta defend Lagania Bay. Datis agreed and promised to convey Sparta's request to the king of Persia. In addition, the Council of Elders also decided to send an envoy to Messenia. In addition to taking the opportunity to find out the next move of the Dionysian army, the main purpose was to delay the attack of Dionia as much as possible under the guise of a discussion, so as to buy time for Sparta to build an army. This important meeting that concerned the life and death of Sparta only ended in the afternoon. Agesilaus dragged his tired body home and immediately summoned Xenophon, who had been waiting in his mansion. He briefly told him the contents of the previous meeting. That night, Xenophon received the news that the Dionysian army had landed on the coast of Elis. He felt very uneasy and rode to Sparta at dawn. Unfortunately, he lived far away from Sparta. When he arrived at Agesilaus' mansion, Sparta had already received the news that the huge fleet of Dionia had invaded Lagania Bay. However, before Sparta could send reinforcements, the Dionysian army had already landed on the coast of Lagania Bay. When Sparta faced a crisis, Xenophon chose to stay. At this moment, he was a little surprised to hear Agesilaus' words. "You want me to be the messenger to Messenia? This is my suggestion, and the other elders have also expressed their agreement," Agesilaus said solemnly. Agesilaus said solemnly, "It can be seen that everyone agrees that in such a difficult situation, only you can perform the duties of a messenger." Xenophon did not feel proud of this. Instead, he looked ashamed. "But the last time I went to Thurii, the results were not good. Dionia still declared war on Sparta. It's not your fault." Agesilaus comforted him, then said in a low voice, "Ever since we announced the end of the friendly agreement with Dionia, Dionia appeared to be peaceful. There were no abnormalities. It was only when the Thebes took the initiative to form an alliance that Dionia had the intention to send troops to Peloponnesus. Of course, Agesilaus sighed and said with a heavy heart, if we could defeat the Thebes and Leuctra, perhaps Dionia would not have sent troops to invade Myrcenia. When a lion falls ill, even wild dogs will come to bully it. Moreover, Dionia is a terrifying beast. Sigh. I should have taken the initiative to ask for the right to command the army. Xenophon knew that the crushing defeat in the Battle of Leuctra had a huge impact on Sparta. Many people resented Cleombrotus for his incompetence. The elder council had not held a funeral for him until now, and naturally had not chosen a new king from the Eulopontides royal family. Of course, this had to do with the urgency of the situation and the lack of time. Since it has already happened, there is no point in regretting it. We must face reality and do our best to solve the current crisis. Don't worry, I will also do my best to complete this mission. In order to comfort the depressed Agesilaus, Xenophon immediately made a promise. At the same time, he said with a serious expression, you and I both know that the kingdom of Dionia is powerful. The last time I went to Thurii, it gave me a great shock. Even if we can finally defeat the Dionysian army this time and recapture Myrcenia, Sparta is not far from Dionia. Dionia is fully capable of sending troops to invade Peloponnesus. Does Sparta want to keep fighting with Dionia? Even with Persia's support, I'm afraid Sparta will not be able to bear it. Agesilaus stroked his forehead with great effort. After a while, he said in a low voice. For Sparta, the most important thing now is to get through the current crisis. There is no time to think about the future. Xenophon was stunned. He looked at Agesilaus, who was half lying on the wooden chair. He realized that the wrinkled face of this king who had been fighting for half his life looked especially old at this moment. There was also a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Xenophon suddenly realized that Agesilaus, whom he had always thought was wise and far-sighted, also felt helpless against the invasion of the Dionysian army. He hesitated for a while, and finally mustered up the courage to suggest that Agesilaus should seriously consider making peace with Myrcenia after defeating the Dionysian army. But at this moment, Archidamus walked into the living room. Father, the elder council has invited you for a meeting. I just came back from the meeting. Why is there a meeting again? Agesilaus was stunned. Dorieus is back. He said he brought important information. Dorieus did not die in battle? Agesilaus was surprised. According to the soldiers who had retreated, Dorieus had the intention to die in battle, so he stayed in Myrcenia alone. How was he still alive? I heard that he was released by the Dionia. Archidamus had a look of disdain on his face. Like most of the Sparta soldiers, he was furious that Dorieus did not lead the soldiers to fight the enemy to the death, but instead ordered the army to abandon Myrcenia. However, Dorieus bravely chose to stay, which reduced their anger slightly. But now that they knew that Dorieus did not die in battle, and had become a prisoner of the Dionia, they were even more disdainful of him. Agesilaus had once expressed his approval of Dorieus's actions. In a situation where the enemy was too strong and unprepared, it required great courage and wisdom to dare to abandon Myrcenia to preserve their strength instead of fighting head-on. So he had once regretted that Dorieus ultimately chose to die in battle. Quick, bring me my wooden staff. Agesilaus said immediately, at the same time struggling to stand up. Father, you don't have to be too anxious. They will wait patiently for you to reach the meeting. Archidamus quickly went forward to support him. Agesilaus wanted to reach the meeting as soon as possible to protect Dorieus and avoid the censor's criticism and punishment. After all, these young censors who were born as ordinary citizens were not as mature and prudent as the elders, and they were too radical in their actions. With Agesilaus' current physical condition, it might be better to travel in a sedan chair, but in Sparta, where everyone worshipped martial arts, there was no habit of taking a sedan chair at all. Fortunately, Agesilaus' mansion was not far from the meeting. With his son's help, he hobbled to the meeting. They met many Spartans along the way, and they all greeted the respected king. Most of them asked Agesilaus anxiously, when are we going to gather the citizens, attack Messenia, and chase away the enemies there? Even though they already knew that the Dionysian army in Myrcenia had a large number of people, most of them, including the elderly and women, were not afraid. Instead, they were full of fighting spirit. However, even though the people were agitated, after hearing Agesilaus' perfunctory words, although they were somewhat dissatisfied, they did not pester him endlessly. They were not like the other city-states, where the citizens gathered to protest at the council whenever something major happened. Before Agesilaus stepped into the meeting, he heard the censor's angry reprimand. "You're quibbling. The fact that there are too many Dionia soldiers on land is not a reason for you to retreat without a fight. Why don't you learn from Bernarda?" When the people of Athens landed in Myrcenia, even though the number of soldiers he led was far less than the opponent, he still chose to fight without hesitation, and in the end, he won. Compared to him, not only are you weak, but you're also useless. I don't know how you were selected into the king's guards. Agesilaus hurriedly walked in, and the moment he stepped into the meeting, he immediately felt the atmosphere was a little strange. The meeting suddenly became quiet, and both the elders and censors focused their attention on him, and their gazes were very strange. "What did you say? The commander of the Dionysian army in Myrcenia is Leotychides?" After listening to Dorieus, Agesilaus shouted in disbelief. Looking at King Agesilaus, who rarely lost his composure, Dorieus said with a deep voice, "Even though the Dionia soldiers call him Prososus, he is indeed Leotychides. I've been training with him since I was young, I would never mistake him," and he admitted it himself. Prososus. Agesilaus was a little absent-minded. He now knew why everyone in the meeting had a strange expression. According to what we know, Prososus was once the commander of the 8th Legion of the Kingdom of Dionia. He once led the army in the war between Dionia and Carthage to defeat Carthage many times, and made great contributions to Dionia's victory over Carthage. Therefore, after the war, he became the commander of the 1st Legion, which the people of Dionia claimed to be the strongest army. He also once led the army to conquer the fierce indigenous Gauls of northern Italy, so he was known by the people of Dionia as the most victorious general after the king of Devers and Alexis. I didn't expect him to be a Sparta, and the son of Arsus. The one who spoke was Praxidas, a nearly 70-year-old Sparta elder who was once the regent of the Eulipontes royal family. In the past, he had always been against Agesilaus, but the defeat of the Leuctor battle had caused many people to complain about the Eulipontes royal family. In the meeting, Praxidas was much quieter. It was rare for such a strange thing to make Agesilaus suffer, so he couldn't wait to stand up and speak. With a gloating expression, he said, "Our Eulipontes royal family is not in a good situation, and your Agedi royal family won't be any better." Since Dorieus said that this Leotychides grew up in Sparta and only left at the age of 23, he should still have some feelings for our Sparta. I think we can send an emissary to persuade him to take some actions that are beneficial to us. A censor glanced at Agesilaus and suggested. "You are still young and don't understand the situation back then." An elder said, "The citizens of Sparta will not leave their hometown unless they commit a crime and are banished from the city. Leotychides must have escaped from Sparta with extreme resentment. I even think he might have played a big role in Dionia's declaration of war against Sparta." With that, he looked at Agesilaus. "I don't think Leotychides would take the initiative to instigate Dionia to attack Sparta." Dorieus looked at Agesilaus and said hesitantly, "But he did tell me personally that he came for revenge." Almost everyone in the meeting would subconsciously consider Agesilaus when discussing this topic. They knew that Leotychides' current situation was closely related to Agesilaus, but no one dared to directly point it out, including Praxidas. This had something to do with the great reputation that Agesilaus had built in Sparta over the past few decades. It also had something to do with the fact that Cleombrotus had died in battle and another king had yet to ascend the throne. The people were more reliant on the capable Agesilaus. However, Agesilaus had remained silent ever since he found out about this. Some people suggested to change the messenger and send someone close to Leotychides. Some people who understood the situation back then objected, thinking that this would only be counterproductive. Both sides argued endlessly and could not reach a consensus, so they had to temporarily turn to another topic, Dorieus's retreat without a fight and his abandonment of Myrcenia. At this time, Agesilaus spoke up. He supported Dorieus, causing Dorieus to only be deprived of his right to a communal meal and become a lowly person. On the way home, Agesilaus once again saw the people greeting him, but he had a different feeling in his heart. Back home, he was alone in a room, pondered for a long time, and finally made a decision. In Myrcenia, the soldiers of the various Daionia legions were busy every day under the leadership of the team officers and engineers, building the city of Myrcenia, building simple docks, building important defense camps. The helos of this land were quickly organized by the village chiefs of the various villages and rotated to the military camps of Daionia. These Myrcenian citizens, led by Tisius, registered them and officially announced them as citizens of the new city-state in the name of the Holy Kingdom of Daionia and New Myrcenia. At the same time, they were allocated land and briefly explained the political system and laws of New Myrcenia to them. These helos, who had been ordered around by the Sparta since they were young, were confused, but they were very clear about one thing: they were free. They were the masters of this land. After living in darkness for so long, they suddenly saw the light. The helos were extremely grateful to the people of Daionia. At the same time, with the reminder of Tisius and the others, they did not want the happiness that they had just obtained to be snatched away by the people of Sparta, so all of them were filled with boundless energy. They actively participated in the construction of the city of Myrcenia and other facilities, and in addition to the hard work, they also participated in the military training organized by the soldiers of Daionia. At night, when they returned home, almost all of them were exhausted, but few of them complained of tiredness. The high spirits of the Helots also infected the soldiers of Daionia, so that the whole of Messenia was full of vitality. Leotychides was the only one who felt more and more depressed. Not only did he have to give a detailed explanation to the corps commanders, senior team officers, and even Sicarion, but the rumor that he was the Prince of Sparta had spread throughout the Dionysian army in the past 2 days. Whether he wandered in the camp or went out for inspection, he was faced with strange looks from the soldiers. He learned from his son that the most popular topic among the soldiers was, since His Excellency Persosus is the Prince of Sparta, will he lead us to fight against Sparta and destroy them? Leotychides understood that the whole army was still in good order because of the deterrence of military law and the influence of his illustrious achievements in the past, but if this continued, it would inevitably affect his control of the army, leading to a decline in combat effectiveness. But in a short period of time, he could not show his determination to the soldiers. At this time, he was really a little helpless and regretted being too careless before, so he simply shut himself in and stayed in the big tent. "Commander, there is a small boat coming from the east, saying that it is a messenger from Sparta, asking to see you." The staff officer Mukru walked into the big tent and reported to him. A messenger from Sparta. Leotychides thought that this was a good opportunity. "Bring him here. Inform the corps commanders and the 3 corps commanders to come to the big tent for a discussion." And the military judge. As Leotychides' partner of many years, Mukru heard this and could roughly guess what he wanted to do, so he immediately replied, "Okay." Leotychides was the commander of several corps. According to the military law of Daionia, his tent had to be spacious enough for military meetings, so a staff officer, a military judge, 2 corps commanders, and 24 corps commanders stood together in the tent. There was still a passage in the middle, so it did not seem too crowded. "Report, the messenger from Sparta has arrived. Let him in." Leotychides sat upright, his face cold and solemn. The generals on both sides also straightened their bodies, but there was more or less a trace of curiosity on their serious faces. The curtain of the tent opened, and a white-haired old man walked in. Not only was his body slightly hunched, his body was very thin, and he was also walking with a limp. The generals were surprised. Sparta actually sent a disabled old man as a messenger. What is the meaning of this? Only Leotychides, who was sitting in the middle, suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared at the person who walked in. The Sparta messenger held a wooden staff in his hand, his eyes also staring straight at Leotychides, and he unconsciously staggered forward. It was not until he was stopped by the guards that he came back to his senses and said in a disappointed tone, "Dorios is not mistaken, you are indeed my nephew, Leotychides, as soon." As he said this, the surrounding generals were shocked. According to the age and appearance of the messenger, some of them quickly came up with an unbelievable answer in their hearts. "You are, the king of Sparta, Agesilaus?" Olivers could not help but ask aloud. There was a sudden uproar in the military tent. Most of the people present were high-ranking officers of Daionia. According to the usual practice, they would naturally go through the information in the military camp before coming to Greece to fight with Sparta, to strengthen their understanding of Sparta in order to know themselves as well as the enemy. The most mentioned person in the information about Sparta was Agesilaus. This Sparta king had achieved impressive results against Persia and other Greek city-states in his decades of conquest. He was famous in the eastern Mediterranean Sea. At this time, in the eyes of the people present, he was just an old man with a frail body. There was no sign of a Sparta warrior at all. It was no wonder that some Greeks who were hostile to him called him the king of Sparta, who is the least like a Sparta. However, his courage to come alone was indeed admirable. Mucius subconsciously looked at Leotychides, only to see the Dionia commander leaning forward with his right elbow on the table and his left hand on his thigh. His body was leaning forward, his face was frighteningly gloomy, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Although Agesilaus' appearance had changed a lot, Leotychides still recognized him at first glance. At that moment, a wave of anger rushed to his head. He could not help but want to rush forward and stab Agesilaus to pacify his decades of hatred. However, the cold temperament that he had developed over the years and his current identity suppressed the impulse in his heart, allowing him to maintain some calmness. He exhaled softly. He wanted to see what this cowardly man who rarely went into battle was planning to do by risking his life to come here. Agesilaus ignored the questions from the people around him. He saw that the person in front of him was gloomy and silent, and his expression gradually became sorrowful. "I know that you must have hated me for all these years, thinking that I took away your throne. When your father passed away, I really wanted to become the king of Sparta. I'm similar to you. We were discriminated against by the people since young, so we always wanted to do something to prove ourselves. You broke the tradition of the royal family and participated in Agagos training, but because of my health," Agesilaus patted his broken leg, and his words became more honest. "I couldn't fight for glory like a normal Sparta citizen, so I wanted to become the king and command the army to win. At that time, Sparta's situation in Greece wasn't too good. I was confident that I could lead Sparta out of its predicament better than the young and energetic you, so, sigh." Agesilaus let out a long sigh from the bottom of his heart, and his eyes became a little lonely. "But Sparta's situation today is worse than back then. It's obvious that I haven't done well all these years. Maybe I was wrong back then, and I shouldn't have fought with you for the throne." Leotychides glared at the sincere king of Sparta. The aggressive, confident, and arrogant image in his mind had now become old and lifeless. He loosened his fist, then clenched it again, and squeezed out a sentence in a cold tone. "You forced my mother to her death." Agesilaus did not avoid his nephew's knife-like gaze. He said calmly and painfully, "In order to become king, I did use some despicable means, but I never thought that I would force your mother to her death, and also force you to leave. All these years, whenever I think of this, I feel a little sad. Perhaps Sparta's situation today is Zeus's punishment for my sins." As Agesilaus spoke, his whole body slowly squatted down, his right hand supporting himself with the wooden staff. His healthy right leg bent while his left leg dragged behind, and he actually knelt on the ground. Everyone was shocked. The dignified king of Sparta actually knelt in front of everyone. Leotychides was also surprised, but his wooden expression effectively concealed his emotions. Agesilaus' next words were even more shocking. "If killing me can eliminate the anger in your heart, I am willing to die by your sword. I only hope that my death can make you no longer hate the Agedi family that gave birth to you and raised you. No longer hate the people of Sparta who have the blood of Hercules flowing in their veins like you. Think about the majestic mountains of Taygetos, the surging rivers of Ordas, the ancient temple of Artemis, the arduous Ago training. That beautiful land was created by the great gods. We, the people of Sparta, have lived there for hundreds of years under the guidance of the gods. Even if it is destroyed one day, it should not be done by you, a pure royal of Sparta, because when you grow old and recall the past, perhaps you will feel pain and regret like me, Agesilaus." Leotychides sneered and interrupted him, "Is this how you want to stop me from leading the army to attack Sparta? Isn't it too clumsy?" As Leotychides spoke, he stood up and walked towards the king of Sparta who was kneeling on the ground. Agesilaus looked up at his nephew, who was walking towards him with a frosty expression and thunderous footsteps. There was not a trace of panic on his face, but a hint of joy. "The Elder Council will send a special envoy to discuss the war between Dionia and Sparta. The reason I came here is because I just heard from Dorios that the famous general of Dionia, Prososus, is actually you. This is the blessing of Zeus." The war has been going on for years, and the men of our family have died in battle one after another. Now, other than me, only Archidamus is left. Sigh. The noble bloodline of the Agidi family is about to end, and you also know that your brother has not been steady and easily trusting others since he was young. Until now, he has not changed much. He does not have enough ability to lead Sparta out of its current predicament. I have carefully studied your performance in Dionia, and your talent has far surpassed mine. I hope. With a crisp sound, Leotychides pulled out the short sword from his waist and pressed it against Agesilaus' neck. You said that you are willing to use your life to make up for your sins. Leotychides looked down at him as if he was looking at a dead man, and said in a cold tone, I hope you don't regret it. The sharpness of the short sword pierced his heart, and the cold light reflected dazzled his eyes. His body's heartbeat instinctively accelerated, and Agesilaus tried his best to suppress the slight fear in his heart. He straightened his neck, closed his eyes, and said in a serious tone. I was wrong back then, and I want to atone for my sins to your mother and you. After my death, I hope that you can return to Sparta. Before I came here, I have discussed with the censor and the elders. You will inherit the throne that belongs to you. I just hope that you can treat Archidamus well. He is your only silk. Agesilaus gritted his teeth and groaned. His shoulder was cut open by the dagger, and it immediately shocked the people who were watching the show from both sides. The military judge hurriedly shouted, Lord Prosoius, please stop. We can't kill the emissary. Leotychides ignored him and pressed the dagger against Agesilaus' wound. Agesilaus groaned in pain again, his entire body trembling. Stop. The military judge shouted anxiously, if you kill him, you will be violating military law. It also severely damaged the reputation of the kingdom. Hurry up. Hurry up and stop him. Just as the generals were about to charge forward, Leotychides quickly retracted his dagger. With a wave of his hand, a string of blood droplets fell to the ground. He looked down at Agesilaus in disdain. I thought you were really not afraid of death. Agesilaus collapsed to the ground, but he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. There's nothing to talk about with the people of Sparta. Chase him out of the camp. Leotychides walked back to his seat and said calmly. Of course, the people in the tent would not follow this order. Otherwise, if the old king of Sparta died on the way, Dionia would really become the laughingstock of the Mediterranean countries. Therefore, Mucrager immediately ordered the guards to carry Agesilaus to the medical camp. Lord Prososus, I will report this matter truthfully to His Majesty, the military judge said solemnly. Leotychides nodded calmly, then waved his hand and said, the meeting is over. Dismissed. Even if the generals had their own thoughts after watching the show, they wisely left quietly. Only the captain of the First Legion, Adorus, said loudly, Lord Prososus, please don't be tempted by the people of Sparta. Leave us behind and run back to Sparta. In the past, Leotychides could not be bothered to respond to such a stupid topic, even if the person who spoke was special. However, when he saw the people who were about to leave the tent suddenly slowed down and looked at him, he realized that he had to make a statement. Don't worry, I'll be a citizen of Dionia until the day I die. Agesilaus' wound was carefully disinfected and bandaged. After observing him for a while and making sure that he was fine, they escorted him back to the pier by the sea. Other than the crew members, there was also Archidamus who insisted on accompanying him. At that moment, when he saw his father's upper body was wrapped in white cloth and he looked dispirited, he quickly went forward to support him and asked angrily, Father, you're injured? Did the people of Dionia do this? Agesilaus glared at him and said in a low voice, I'm fine, let's hurry back. Although Agesilaus' tone was weak, he had always been a man of his word at home, so Archidamus could only obey. After he helped his father sit down, he glared at the soldiers of Dionia who were monitoring them from the shore and said with hatred, shameless people of Dionia, I'll remember this. One day, I'll pay you back in double. Set sail. After the ship left the pier, Agesilaus said, the commander of the people of Dionia is indeed Leotychides, and I was slashed by him, so it was that bastard who did it. Archidamus gritted his teeth and said, I've said before that he hates our family to the core, so there's no way he'll listen to your advice. This time, I've gained something from this trip. Agesilaus touched the bandage on his shoulder and recalled the previous situation. he muttered, Leotychides didn't slash me hard. Even though I'm the envoy of Sparta, I feel that what I said had a certain effect on him. Also, when I met him, the military tent was filled with the generals of Dionia. After listening to what I said, I'm afraid they'll have some thoughts about Leotychides. But the final effect will depend on the following situation. If Leotychides can remember the past, or if he has a conflict with his subordinates, or if the king of Dionia is suspicious of him. As long as it can buy us more time, my trip today will be worth it. Archidamus looked at his father's old and haggard face and felt ashamed. Agesilaus did not notice his son's abnormality. He stared at the coast and said with a sigh, what I hope the most is that the king of Dionia will withdraw Leotychides. After all, he knows the situation of Sparta too well. And he has indeed changed a lot now. The expressionless face appeared in Agesilaus' mind. He touched the bandage on his shoulder subconsciously again. He has always been very calm, so I can't guess what he's thinking. No wonder he has so many victories in the past. If he's our opponent, it'll be very troublesome. Father. Archidamus immediately said with dissatisfaction, we'll only know who's more powerful on the battlefield. When we recruit enough soldiers, we'll let the people of Dionia know why we, Sparta, have always been the overlord of Greece. Agesilaus knew very well that his son had always looked down on Leotychides when he was young and often said the word bastard. So there were some things that he did not say out loud. In his heart, he really wanted Leotychides to return to Sparta because the current Sparta was indeed lacking in talents and could not be compared to Thebes and Athens. If Leotychides, who was the leader of both Sparta and Dionia, could return, he might bring some good changes with his support, but Leotychides' indifferent expression from the beginning to the end made it impossible for him to estimate the probability of this wish coming true. He calmed himself down and said seriously, I took the risk of getting injured this time and gained some benefits. Because the people of Dionia felt guilty, they did not cover my eyes after the meeting, so I was able to observe the situation in the Dionia camp. I've long heard that the medical skills of the kingdom of Dionia are very high, but they actually built a large clinic in the military camp. Not only are there many doctors, but the environment is clean and well equipped. My wound was quickly treated by them, and they used some treatment methods that I've never seen before. Now I feel, Agesilaus moved his injured arm. I don't feel any pain now. Instead, I feel a little cool. Very good. Think about it, with such a military clinic as a guarantee, the number of injured soldiers of Dionia dying or becoming disabled will definitely be greatly reduced. Their morale will also be maintained. So after defeating the Dionysian army, we must try our best to capture these doctors of Dionia and make them work for us. Archidamus continued, his face full of greed. As a Sparta warrior who had been fighting for many years, he certainly knew the benefits of having a group of highly skilled doctors. Agesilaus looked at him and continued, I also saw countless soldiers of Dionia digging trenches and building earthen ramparts around their camp, and they have already built a very long earthen rampart. The people of Dionia are strengthening their defenses. Are they preparing to occupy Messenia for a long time? Archidamus gasped. I'm afraid this will be an obstacle for us to recapture Messenia. More importantly, it's not just the soldiers of Dionia who are building the camp. There are also many black rogues. They don't work under the threat of whips, and they seem to be getting along well with the people of Dionia, Agesilaus said with a gloomy expression. Archidamus' expression became solemn, but he also seemed to be a little suspicious. Father, you mean the black rogues of Messenia have all defected to Dionia? But it's only been a few days. Even those barbaric Italian natives have defected to the people of Dionia, let alone these stupid and docile black rogues, Agesilaus said worriedly. With the help of the black rogues, the Dionysian army's control over Messenia will be stronger. It will be more difficult for us to fight them in Messenia, and these black rogues will also affect the stability of Sparta. Are you saying that the black rovers in our territory will be affected by it and will rebel? Archidamus' expression became solemn. The Black Rovers' rebellion was not unprecedented. The Second and Third Massyrian Wars happened like this. Father, after you go back, you have to propose to the council to strengthen the control of the Black Rovers. If necessary, you have to carry out a few more hunts to achieve the purpose of deterrence. Archidamus said casually about slaughtering the Black Rovers as if it was slaughtering cattle and sheep. Agesilaus did not feel strange and nodded in agreement. Agesilaus continued, on the way to the dock, I also saw the Dionia people transporting supplies to the camp. Not only were there a large number of carts and laborers transporting the supplies, but there were also some soldiers, team officers, and craftsmen. They were mainly responsible for guarding, commanding, and maintaining. Although the entire transport team was relatively large, it was very orderly, and there was no chaos at all. I've long heard that the Dionysian army also has a special transport team. This time, I've seen it with my own eyes, Father. It's not a big deal for the Dionysian army to have a special transport team. Don't the Persia have it too? They were defeated by us many times. The Greeks usually brought their own rations when they fought. During the battle, if the rations were running out, they would either plunder the local food, or the commander would open a market near the camp. Merchants from all over would bring food and supplies to the camp for the soldiers to buy. Archidamus said disapprovingly, Look at what you said, Father. There's a hospital and a transport team. I think the Dionia people have such good logistical support for the army. Can their soldiers still bear hardships? You have to know that the victory of the war is ultimately determined on the battlefield. Only an army that has gone through tough training and is not afraid of death can win the final victory. Archidamus was obviously full of confidence in the combat effectiveness of the Sparta warriors. Agesilaus had to say in a deep voice, I'm saying all this to tell you that the Dionysian army is different from the other Greek city-state armies we have encountered before. We must be careful. The current Sparta can't afford another defeat, cough, cough, you're right, I know. You've just been injured, so take a good rest. Don't talk anymore, Archidamus said a few words and turned to the bow. Agesilaus sighed helplessly. He could tell that his son was being perfunctory. That was why he was still leading the army to battle even though he was already in his 60s. He was worried about Archidamus. He looked at the coast in the distance and thought about what he saw in the Dionia barracks. The worry on his face deepened, and the thought that if Leotychides could really return to Sparta. Mucilu returned to the camp and entered the tent. He found that Leotychides was still sitting on the main seat, motionless, as if deep in thought. He stepped forward and said softly, Commander, that the Sparta emissary has been treated by the medical camp and is now fine. He has left by ship. Leotychides seemed to come back to his senses. He looked up at him and asked, What did you say? Mucilu coughed softly and said, The Sparta emissary has been sent away. Leotychides nodded and did not say anything. He was immersed in his thoughts again. Although Leotychides often had the habit of falling into deep thought during the war, Mucilu, who had worked with him for many years, still felt that there was something wrong with him at this moment. He did not have the uncomfortable feeling that he used to have. He remembered that he had joked with Leotychides about this once, saying that Leotychides was always thinking about how to defeat the enemy, and that this kind of aura affected the people around him. Could it be that he was thinking about that uncle of his? Just as Mucilu was thinking about it, he heard Leotychides' voice, Bring me a pen and paper. Mucilu hurriedly brought it over and asked, What order do you want to give? Leotychides looked at him and said in a calm tone, There is no order. I want to write a letter to His Majesty. The slightly uneasy Mucilu did not ask any questions and walked out of the tent. The papyrus was spread on the table and the pen was dipped in ink, but Leotychides did not start writing. In his mind, the scene of his mother's suicide and Agesilaus kneeling in front of him alternated. It could be said that Agesilaus' visit this time had caused him a lot of trouble. It was not because he completely believed in Agesilaus' words, but because Agesilaus' apology and the sword that he used to cut Agesilaus had made the hatred that had been building up over the years disappear a lot. At this moment, his heart was empty, and the memories of his life in Sparta were churning out from the depths of his heart. In fact, after so many years in Dionia, Leotychides had always maintained the pride of being a Sparta warrior. Now, this pride had suddenly turned into a complicated attachment to his homeland, causing him to lose the desire to fight here. He was also very clear that after this incident, the other generals and soldiers would be even more suspicious of him. If he led such an army into battle in such a state, the result would probably be terrible. Leotychides took a deep breath and resolutely picked up the pen. After the envoy of the Arcadia Union asked Athens for help but was rejected, they had no choice but to turn to the Thebes. At this time, the news of the Dionysian army conquering Messenia spread throughout Peloponnesus and quickly spread to central and northern Greece. Iazon, who had been closely monitoring the situation in the south, soon heard the news and was very surprised. In the past, he had heard about this new rising power in the western Mediterranean, but he did not think much about it. After all, this country had little influence on Greece. But this time it dared to directly declare war on Sparta, and even gained the upper hand. This made him realize that the strength of Dionia was probably not just for show. So he suspended the military operations that he was preparing to carry out and decided to observe the development of the situation in the south first. He sent a lot of spies to the Peloponnesus Peninsula to gather information, and he tried his best to collect information about the kingdom of Dionia. Most of the time, he analyzed the situation in the south with his men in his mansion in Phyllis. Therefore, he reduced the number of visits to the barracks outside the city. Thus, he safely passed the day when he was assassinated in his previous life in the city. For the government of the Thebes, the request of the envoy of the Arcadia Union put them in a dilemma. Whether it was following the principle of the enemy of my enemy is my friend or from a strategic point of view, the establishment of the Arcadia Union was a great thing for the Thebes. It greatly weakened the power of Sparta. As long as the Thebes and the Arcadia Union could unite, they could completely suppress Sparta in Peloponnesus. However, the Thessaly in the north was preparing for war. The news that Iazon was going to lead the army to the south was spreading like wildfire. Even the Thebes, who had once formed an alliance with Iazon, felt great pressure. They had sent messengers to Phyllis to find out what was going on. However, Iazon had always been perfunctory and did not give a clear answer. This made the Thebes even more vigilant. Even though Peropides and Epaminondas insisted on sending reinforcements to the Arcadia Union, they were strongly opposed by the other members of the council. Their reason was very good. In the case that the safety of the Thebes could not be guaranteed, the citizens of the Thebes, who had already experienced the pain of losing their city, would never agree to join the army and leave the Boeotia region. Moreover, the other city-states of Boeotia that had formed an alliance with the Thebes would also not agree to send reinforcements for the same reason. In the previous life, the Thebes also hesitated about this for a long time. It was not until Iazon was assassinated and Thessaly was in civil strife that the Thebes decided to send reinforcements to the Arcadia Union. In this life, Iazon had been safe and sound. Although the military mobilization in Thessaly had stopped, the pressure was still there. How could the Thebes dare to be careless? However, when the news of Dionia conquering Myrcenia came, the Thebes were overjoyed. They deeply felt that compared to the alliance in the north that could turn against them at any time, the newly formed kingdom in the west was undoubtedly more reliable. After the Battle of Leuctra, the Thebes led by Epaminondas wanted to take advantage of this victory to expand their victory. However, due to Iazon's obstruction and other reasons, they had no choice but to sign a truce with Sparta. In fact, they were very unwilling. Now that Dionia had directly dealt a heavy blow to Sparta's nest, Sparta would inevitably shift their focus to the Dionysian army. The military pressure that the Thebes suddenly faced from the south and the north was suddenly greatly alleviated. The excited Thebes decided to send messengers to Myrcenia to comfort the Dionysian army. Epaminondas volunteered himself. At the same time, Peropides solemnly told the messengers of the Arcadia Union that although the Thebes could not support the Arcadia Union for the time being, the Thebes sympathized with the situation of the Arcadians and were willing to recognize the Arcadia Union and form an alliance with it. They would also send messengers to Myrcenia to persuade their ally, Dionia, to help the Arcadia Union repel the upcoming invasion of Sparta. The Arcadia emissary delegation was excited when they heard this. The entire delegation immediately split into two groups. One group stayed in the Thebes to discuss the alliance, and the other group followed the Thebes emissary delegation south to Myrcenia. I can't believe that this process is actually the Prince of Sparta. In the palace's meeting hall, the Devers patted a stack of letters. These letters were from the armies in Myrcenia. There were secret reports from the intelligence department, letters from Olivers and other commanders, letters from military judges. The letter at the top was written by Leotychides himself. Although the Devers' tone was calm, Aristides could still sense the anger on the Devers' indifferent face. He lowered his head in fear and pleaded for forgiveness. Your Majesty, this is a dereliction of duty on the part of the intelligence department. We did not investigate in time and caused a loss to the kingdom. Please punish us. This is indeed a dereliction of duty on your part. The Devers suddenly increased his tone and said sternly, although process is incognito and not easy to investigate, if things were that easy, would there be a need to specially set up an intelligence department? There are many foreign citizens in Dionia, and many of them hold important positions. Once someone harbors disloyalty, it may cause great losses to the kingdom. Therefore, the intelligence department should do its best to investigate the past of these foreign citizens who hold important positions and ensure the safety of the kingdom. The Devers paused for a moment, and his tone became gentler again. The intelligence department has made many contributions in the past. This is the first time you have made a mistake. I will punish you with half a year's salary as a warning to the intelligence department. Thank you for your forgiveness, Your Majesty. Aristyrus said gratefully, feeling relieved. When you go out, help me call Henoboris in. Yes. Aristyrus walked out of the meeting hall and felt a chill on his back. Only then did he realize that Bolton's shirt was soaked in cold sweat. Seeing Henoboris walk in, the Devers' expression was much gentler than before. Herney, send a warrant to the Ministry of Military Affairs. Okay. Henoboris immediately sat in front of the desk and took out a pen and paper. Tell Alexis that there is no need to change the commander for the battle against Peloponnesus for now. Prososus will still be in charge. Henoboris was stunned. He could not help but remind, Your Majesty, Prosus is the Prince of Sparta, and now he is reuniting with his former comrade. What if he does not carry out his mission seriously, and even leads the army to rebel? You think so, right? The Devers took over and laughed, his face full of confidence. Most of the soldiers are citizens who grew up in Dionia. They love and support the kingdom that nurtured them. If Prosus has any bad intentions, he will only be abandoned by them. Moreover, there are Olivers, Trotyras, and Sicarian in the army. Sparta is now like the setting sun. Prosus, who has lived in the kingdom for many years and won a great reputation, will not give up everything here and turn to Sparta that he has always hated. The Devers paused for a moment and said, what's more, a dignified prince of Sparta is actually the commander of tens of thousands of soldiers in Dionia. If this news is known by the Greek city-states, it will not only show the strength of Dionia, but also let them feel our magnanimity. It may have a special impact in Greece. So that's how it is. Henoboris nodded thoughtfully. Write a letter back to Prosus in my name. The general meaning is, I trust him completely. Tell him not to have any concerns and continue to fight against Sparta according to his own plan. I will still fully support him as in the past. After writing it, hand it to me for my signature and send it out as soon as possible. Yes, Your Majesty. Aristyrus returned to the intelligence department and immediately held a meeting. He pressured his subordinates to increase their efforts to strictly investigate the foreign citizens in their areas, especially the officials of the kingdom. He wanted to thoroughly understand their background before they came to the kingdom. Anyone who made a mistake would be severely punished. The meeting lasted until it was dark before Aristyrus announced the end of the meeting. When he dragged his tired body home, he found his wife smiling and seemed to be in a good mood. This afternoon, Queen Christoia called me over. She said that I'd been working hard and helped her a lot. After Asuna and Aristyrus got married, she still worked in Christoia's Chamber of Commerce. In the past 2 years, Christoia has been busy taking care of her grandson, so she has less energy in the Chamber of Commerce. She has been relying more on Asuna to help Eunice. In order to express her gratitude, she gave me a lot of things, too talent. Aristyrus was stunned. He immediately thought of his half-year salary that was deducted and immediately realized that this was the compensation from the King of Devers. I originally didn't want to accept it, and I repeatedly refused to accept it. But Queen Christoia asked me, is the villa your family built in Catania finished? I thought about it, yes, we've spent all the money we've saved over the years on that, and there's still some money that we haven't paid yet. Asuna kept talking, but Aristyrus suddenly interrupted her and asked, did you tell Queen Christoia about the villa? I didn't. Didn't you tell me not to tell anyone? Asuna's answer stunned Aristyrus again. Ever since the intelligence department was officially recognized by the kingdom, there had been a sudden increase in work. As he grew older, he began to feel a little tired, so he began to want to retire. That was why he bought a villa at the foot of the foothills on the western edge of the Catania plain, thinking that he could go back to his hometown after he retired. But this had been carried out secretly, and no one was told. How did His Majesty know? Aristyrus suddenly felt a chill in his heart. A few days later, the Devers received another letter from Leotychites. This time, he summoned Alexis, the Minister of Military Affairs. Alexis, Persosus has sent a letter requesting to resign from his position as commander and to be transferred away from the expedition to Sparta. What's your opinion on this matter? The Devers asked. In a gentle tone. Alexis stared blankly for a moment. Glancing at Diver's face, she thought, my opinion is exactly the same as what you just said, but you already rejected it last time. Of course, he would not say that. Instead, he frowned and said in a slightly embarrassed tone, Your Majesty, Persosus is not only the commander of the expedition to Sparta, but also the commander of the First Legion. The First Legion is also the main force of the war. Now the army is in the war zone, and the battle with the Sparta army may start at any time. At this critical moment, as the commander, Persosus, requested to be transferred away. This will not only weaken the army's morale and combat power, but it will also seriously affect our success in the war against Peloponnesus. The Devers looked at him and said slowly, however, Persosus confessed in the letter that he, as a Sparta, missed his hometown, and could not lead the army to fight the Sparta army with all his strength. So, he requested to be transferred back to avoid affecting our war in Greece. This is Persosus's fault. Alexis said in a low voice, if he had confessed his true identity to Your Majesty before the army set off, he would not be in such a predicament. According to the military law, he should receive some punishment. Well, since Persosus no longer has the desire to fight, and forcing him to stay there will only affect the war, then he should be transferred back. Of course, he must be punished. This matter will be discussed by your Ministry of Military Affairs according to the military law, and then reported to me for approval. Speaking up to this point, the Devers said in a serious tone, however, it is not easy for the kingdom to cultivate an outstanding commander. After so many years of war, only you and Persosus can truly take charge and fight for the kingdom. Your Majesty, you are the best commander in the kingdom. Alexis quickly interrupted. The Devers smiled lightly, then sighed softly, and said in a serious tone, Persosus hiding his identity is pardonable, and he did not secretly collude with the enemy, and he took the initiative to confess. Don't punish him too heavily. Alexis hesitated for a moment, then replied, Understood, Your Majesty. The Devers nodded in satisfaction, then changed the topic, regarding the Expeditionary Forces commander and the temporary successor of the First Legion's commander. Do you have a candidate in mind? Alexis did not answer immediately, but sank into deep thought. The Devers first signaled Henoboris, who was taking notes at the side, to call someone to bring some paste water, then they waited quietly. After a while, Alexis raised her head and said, Your Majesty, the soldiers of the First Legion are more arrogant and difficult to tame than the other legions, and their 1st Battalion commander was just appointed last year, so I'm afraid that he has not fully established his prestige in the legion. If he were to temporarily act as the legion commander, it would be difficult to tame the soldiers, and it would be difficult to fully display the First Legion's combat strength. The First Legion is the main force of this war, so its temporary legion commander must be chosen carefully. The Devers nodded, expressing his agreement. According to the military law of Dionia, if an abnormal situation occurred during wartime, the legion commander could temporarily take over the position by the 1st Battalion commander. Now that the 1st Battalion commander had been ruled out, it was even more impossible for the other battalion commanders to take over. Alexis did not mention the 3rd Battalion commander, Adoris, and the Devers seemed to have completely forgotten about it. I have a very suitable candidate, Tessus, Your Majesty, do you still remember him? Of course I remember. This is the first time I've heard of a team officer insisting on refusing the position of legion commander. The Devers smiled and asked jokingly, how many promotions has he rejected in total? This? I'm not sure, but Tessus has been the 1st Battalion commander of the 1st Battalion for more than 10 years. He is undoubtedly the longest-serving 1st Battalion commander in the kingdom's army. His prestige among the soldiers is sometimes even higher than that of the legion commander. During the Western Mediterranean War, when Amyntas was the commander, he was temporarily responsible for the 1st Legion's battlefield command a few times, and his performance was very good. Where is he now? Devers asked with interest. He retired 2 years ago and returned to Amandara. But he's a restless man, so he applied to the Ministry of Military Affairs to be Amandara's military trainer. Xantaparis is in his 60s, but he's still able to lead a legion and kill enemies. Tessus is younger than him, so I think he'll perform just as well. But? Devers asked with uncertainty. He's rejected the position many times. Will he agree this time? Your Majesty, this time is different from the past. The First Legion is facing a war at any time, and this is a huge crisis for the First Legion. As a veteran of the First Legion, Tessus won't just stand by and watch. Plus, this is a temporary appointment. I don't think he'll reject it. Alexis said with certainty. All right, it's him. Devers agreed without hesitation. What about the candidate to replace Persosus? What do you think of him, Your Majesty? Alexis asked hesitantly. He's a fierce general. He'll have no problem charging into enemy lines, but he lacks the experience to command multiple legions. Plus, the political situation in Greece is complicated, Devers said tactfully, but Alexis understood. What about Olivers? Olivers is indeed quick-witted, but he also lacks the experience of commanding multiple legions in battle. Also, he is sometimes not decisive enough at critical moments. Now, the army is facing the Spartans. Divers' words were equally tactful. What about Lazaru? Did you forget that I specifically said not to send non-Greek citizens to battle? Not to mention, he's the commander of an army. Your Majesty, I was careless. Then, what about Helos? Why would Helos suddenly abandon his duty as the chief executive of the tourist region and go to Peloponnesus to lead the army? Plus, he's been away from the front lines for many years. I'm afraid he's rusty at commanding battles. Not only him, but Capys is the same. Devers was a little dissatisfied with the candidates he had proposed. He couldn't help but say, What do you think of Patroclus? Alexis was prepared for this and immediately replied, Patroclus is indeed a suitable candidate, but he is currently in the Wave River region and has to fight against the Aeolians at any time. He also has to ensure the stability of the Wave River region, so it is not suitable to transfer him away at this time. Sextus is the same in the Iberian region, and although Chalcidius is also very capable, he lacks the experience to command a large army. Devers looked at him and said in a more serious tone, There are so many generals in the kingdom. Can't you find a suitable candidate? Your Majesty, any of the generals mentioned above are qualified to be the commander-in-chief of an army. It's just that this is our first expedition to Greece. In order to better display the strength of our kingdom to our mother country, we have higher requirements. Alexis also tried to persuade him in a tactful tone. He paused for a moment and then said happily, Your Majesty, I've thought of a suitable candidate. He should be able to meet your requirements. Oh, tell me. Printos, Alexis said confidently. Alexis said confidently, although he is now the chief of staff, he was once the commander of the 14th Legion. He also commanded many legions during the Western Mediterranean War. His performance was outstanding. Your Majesty should know more about his achievements than I do. But he is now the chief of staff and has a lot of work to do. We can let Talmud or Felicius take over for the time being. Devers stroked his chin and said, Wait for me to discuss it with Printos personally and listen to his wishes before making a decision. After watching Alexis walk out of the conference hall, Devers said softly with some emotion, Many of the old people in the Ministry of Military Affairs are not very willing to give more opportunities to the young. It seems that even Alexis is no exception. At this time, Henepolis said, Your Majesty, I see that Lady Alexis and Lord Printos have a very close relationship. Hearing this, Devers was silent for a moment before slowly saying, They have been comrades for many years. Your Majesty. Henepolis looked at Devers and mustered up the courage to say softly, I also have a suitable candidate that I would like to recommend to you. Oh? You also have a candidate? Devers became interested and said with a smile, Tell me about it. I think Prince Clodocatax is suitable to be the commander of the expeditionary army. The candidate that Henepolis mentioned was beyond Devers' expectations. He looked at Henepolis and thought to himself, My son hasn't returned to Turiae for long and hasn't had much contact with Henepolis. Is this just Henepolis' own idea? Devers asked tentatively. Clotho rarely goes into battle and has no experience in commanding an army. How can he be the commander? This is a war of life and death, not a game. Prince Clotho doesn't have any experience. Printos can assist him. Your Majesty, didn't you say before that you transferred Prince Clotho back from Rome to give him a greater responsibility? Prince Clotho is your heir and the future king of Dionia. Although he can't be as victorious as you on the battlefield, he should at least have a certain amount of influence on the army. Otherwise, in the future, when facing military generals like Alexis and Amintas who have decided the life and death of millions of people, will he be able to calmly refute their suggestions and put forward his own opinion? Henopolis said earnestly. Devers looked at him for a long time and sighed gently. In the entire kingdom, only you can think for me like this. At dusk, the Devers returned to the mansion on the hill. Dinner was the liveliest time for the Devers royal family. The large round table was full of people: King Devers and his 2 wives, Clotho Catax and his 2 children, Mr. and Mrs. Abox and their 1 child, Eunice, and his wife. Eunice married the famous sculptor Erex of Tarentum last year, Bryant's, Avria, Cynthia and her 2 children, and Adoris's wife, Edu, and her child. Since a few years ago, when the children gradually grew up and began to have their own families and careers, the Devers and his wife had entered their old age and longed for the family to be lively and prosperous. However, the mansion was often lonely, so the Devers hired the best engineers in the kingdom to design the mansion according to the terrain of the entire hill. Then, Christoia paid a huge sum of money to hire a large construction team to build many mansions on the hill according to the drawings. The Hill of Kings was flat, and the hilltop and hillside were suitable for building a large number of houses. However, because of the Devers' noble status, there was only 1 mansion on the entire hill. Because of the sufficient funds, a few more mansions were built on the hill in just half a year. Then, the Devers forcibly ordered Abox and Antibris to move to the new mansion. Eunice also did the same after he got married. Although Antibris resisted, he had no choice but to give in the end. The Devers also requested that the whole family eat together as much as possible at night. Sometimes, Christoia would also invite Cynthia and Adoris' families over for dinner. Since Clotho Catax and his family had just returned, Cynthia and Adoris's wife often came over for the gatherings. The game is almost over. Our team is still 1 point behind, but we still have 1 last attack. We're only 3 meters away from the end line. 3 meters isn't that far, right? Antibris asked the children around him. Yes. A few of the older children answered, and the younger ones followed suit. But, Antibris drew with both hands and said with a serious expression, the opposing team's players formed a dense wall in front of us. There was no gap for us to pass through. What should we do? After the referee blew the whistle, the game began. Our team's quarterback passed the ball to the left winger. After diverting the opponent's attention, he quickly passed the ball to the player next to him. The player who received the ball was me. The children gasped in surprise. There wasn't much time left. I held the ball, lowered my head, and arched forward with the help of my teammates. The opposing players tried their best to block me, and a few of them even fell on top of me. I used all my strength to carry them, and arched forward. There were feet in front of me, and I couldn't see where the end line was. It felt like time was passing by. Suddenly, I heard the whistle, and we scored. The game is over. Our tourist team won the championship of the Kingdom Rugby Championship, and I, your uncle, became the best player in the final. Wow. Uncle, you're amazing. Antibris was proud of himself under the admiring eyes of the children. Wasn't it just an outstanding performance in the final last year? Look at you, bragging every day. Eunice could not help but say, I've always thought that the reason you were able to succeed in the end was because of your identity. UDS players did not dare to hurt you. You're blaspheming the sacred rugby championship. Antibris was so angry that his face turned red. He stood up abruptly. Eunice, don't you talk nonsense, enough. Christoia slammed the table hard and shouted, be quiet, both of you. You're already so old, yet you quarrel as soon as you see each other. Why don't you set a good example for the children? She said at first, you're still talking. Christoia roared again. Antibris had no choice but to shut up, feeling wronged. Antibris could only shut his mouth, feeling wronged. Who would have thought that Kristoya's roar would frighten Clodocatax's little son, who was only a little more than a year old? He immediately burst into tears. "Mother, can you speak softer?" Dido, who was feeding the child, immediately complained. If Dido spoke to her like this normally, Kristoya would have been displeased, but now that she saw her beloved grandson bawling, she suddenly felt guilty and hurriedly said with concern, "Be careful, don't let him choke." Eunice snickered. Kristoya turned to look at her. "You're already married, yet you're still not serious." "Mother, that's not right. I'm always busy in the Chamber of Commerce during the day, and I'm exhausted. It's not easy for me to relax during dinner, but I still have to be criticized by you. It's too stressful. Why don't I quit tomorrow and enjoy myself at home?" Eunice immediately expressed her displeasure. Kristoya was speechless for a moment, then turned to look at Antibris. "How old are you? You're still single. At your age, your eldest and second brothers are already married and have children. So many senior officials have come to propose marriage for you, but you've rejected them all. All you do is train, train, train every day. Do you want to marry a rugby player?" "Grandma, the students at school all say that my uncle is very good at rugby, and they all worship him." Cynthia's eldest son interrupted loudly. "Don't talk, eat properly." Cynthia hurriedly reprimanded her son in a low voice. Antibris was very proud of being praised by the younger generation, but when he saw Kristoya glaring at him, he hurriedly put on an aggrieved expression. "Mother, didn't I meet them every time according to your request? But I really didn't get hit by Eros's golden arrow, there's nothing I can do about it. Besides, I'm not the only one who's not married. Avria isn't young either, she's not married either." Avria, who was eating quietly, immediately blushed. "Third brother, little auntie, you're bullying Avria again." Eunice immediately reprimanded him loudly. "Hey, I told you, don't call me that." Bryance yelled. "Are you two done?" Clodocatax finally couldn't help but yell, "Can you eat quietly? If anyone dares to cause trouble again, you can leave first." The dining room fell silent. Eunice and Bryance lowered their heads and ate. Devers saw this and nodded in his heart. After a few years of training, the once gentle eldest son had also become dignified. "You guys should also return to your seats and finish your dinner," Clodocatax said to the children gathered around Bryance. Although he was gentle, he ignored all the children except for his own child, Christos. At that moment, Epoch said to them, "Hurry up and finish your dinner. I'll get Uncle Anter to continue telling you his story later, okay?" "Okay." The children immediately ran back to their seats. "Brother, you're still the best," Clodocatax praised. Epoch smiled. "Brother, you've been away from Turin for so many years. The children aren't familiar with you. After a while, they'll listen to you." The two looked at each other and smiled. After dinner, when the moon was just beginning to shine and the stars were shining, Christos asked the servants to light candles in the courtyard. She chatted with Agnes, Cynthia, Eunice, Avria, Neria, Epoch's wife, and Melina in the garden pavilion. The children surrounded Bryance and listened to his lively stories. The whole courtyard was filled with laughter, a harmonious and lively scene. Epoch returned to his mansion alone and continued his research during the day. Clodocatax was called to the study by Devers. "I haven't had a good chat with you since you came back." Devers gestured for his son to sit down, and then asked in a pleasant tone, "Have you adapted well after returning to Turin? Dido and I are very happy to be able to return home and live with you, my two mothers, and my brothers and sisters." Clodocatax paused and said frankly, "I just feel a little too idle, and I'm not used to it." "It seems that you still have some complaints," Devers said with a straight face. Divers pretended to be serious. Seeing that his son was eager to explain, he waved his hand and said with a smile, "I was going to let you rest for a few days and assist me in managing the affairs of the country, but Henepolis gave me a suggestion today." Clodocatax saw that Devers suddenly stopped talking, and was not in a hurry to ask. After a while, when Devers still did not speak, he asked, "What is it?" Devers did not respond immediately, and then asked, "What do you think about the kingdom sending troops to Peloponnesus?" Clodocatax thought about it seriously, and then said unhurriedly, although this time is different from the previous wars, and we are taking the initiative to send troops. In fact, Sparta has been hostile to us for a long time. During the war in the western Mediterranean, the entire Apria region was invaded by Sparta secretly. Taking advantage of the favorable opportunity of Sparta's decline this time, we send troops to completely eradicate this hidden danger, which is good for the security of the kingdom. And although Sparta is the overlord of Greece, it is the main culprit of the frequent wars in Greece. Greece and the kingdom are separated by the narrow Adriatic Sea. In the long run, a war-torn Greece is not good for the kingdom. By conquering Sparta this time, we can gradually intervene in the political situation of Greece, and eventually lead Greece to restore peace and prosperity, thereby thwarting the conspiracy of the Persia, and making Greece a powerful barrier in the east of the kingdom. Devers was very happy to hear this. Well said. It seems that all these years, you have not only been immersed in the heavy tasks, but also paid attention to the situation around the kingdom, and have carried out serious thinking, and have your own views. This is very good. Clotho-Catax was a little embarrassed. In Rome, sometimes I was invited by Sir Assists to attend banquets, and I learned a lot from him. Good at learning from others, and then turning the beneficial things into your own, this is also very good. Devers nodded in appreciation, and then asked again, do you think we can defeat Sparta in this expedition to Peloponnesus? Clotho-Catax replied without hesitation, we can definitely return victorious. Oh, you are so confident? Father, a few years ago, the Gallic army invaded Etruria. At that time, the people of Rome were terrified, and so was I. But not long after, not only was the Gallic army destroyed, but we even conquered the entire mountain region of Gaul. Clotho-Catax said passionately, although brother Patroclus played a big role in the whole war, when I was in Rome collecting food and supplies for the army, I had a deeper understanding of the strength of the kingdom. At the beginning of the war, food and military supplies transported from the south quickly filled the warehouses of Rome. An army of 100,000 was quickly formed, and transported by countless ships, they successfully landed in the territory of the Gallic people. The Gallic people that the forces of central and northern Italy feared were conquered by us in just a few months, so although the bravery of the Sparta people has long been known in the eastern Mediterranean, their territory is far smaller than the Gallic people, and their population is also far smaller. Our war with Sparta is more like a duel between adults and children. How long it takes to conquer them depends on how much power we put in. That's right, the key to the victory of the war is the strength of the country. Devers was a little surprised. He did not expect that Clotho-Catax had a glimpse of the essence of war through the Gallic War. This made him feel very gratified, and he felt that the decision to let him take root in Rome was correct. At this moment, the smile on his face became even wider, and he said, what do you think of Hennebor's suggestion to let you be the commander of the expedition to Greece? Clotho-Catax asked in surprise, isn't the commander of that army Persosus? Persosus is the son of the former king of Sparta, Agesilaus. After Agesilaus inherited the throne, he fled to Ionia and concealed his identity. This time, he led the army into battle, and he was recognized in Messenia. The generals and soldiers of the entire army know about it, and now the morale of the army is shaken. He himself has asked me to resign from the position of commander, and soon, the Ministry of Military Affairs will transfer him back to Thurii. Father, General Persosus has lived in the kingdom for more than 20 years, and he has made great achievements in the war. Just because he is the Prince of Sparta, we can't, don't worry, the matter about Persosus will be decided by the public. We are talking about you now, don't change the subject, Devers said bluntly. Clotho-Catax had to face the problem directly. He hesitated for a while, and then said frankly, Father, the only time I have been on the battlefield was when we conquered Rome many years ago. Until now, I have not even been a squad leader, so how can I command tens of thousands of soldiers and make them trust me? Father, I am not you. I do not have the ability to command the army, and I am not suitable to be the commander of the army. I will be a joke to the people. Clotho-Catax was fascinated by the story. He asked curiously, since that scoundrel is not good at leading troops in battle, why did he win in the end? There are two main reasons for his victory. Devers looked at his son and slowed down his speech, but his tone became more serious. First, he was good at using people. He led excellent people who were good at handling administrative affairs to govern the territory he conquered, and provided sufficient logistical support and soldiers. He let talents who were good at commanding battles serve as generals to lead the army in battle, and let talents who were good at strategizing advise him. Those who relied on him were able to make use of their respective talents. Second, he was good at absorbing the correct opinions of his men, and was good at correcting mistakes. Therefore, he was able to grasp the overall situation of the war more accurately, and formulate the right strategy. This is why he was able to win in the end. After listening to this, Clotho-Katax fell into deep thought. Devers said softly and earnestly, as a king, you don't need to master the ability to command troops, but you need to master the ability to command generals, give them tasks that suit their talents, and let them fight for you. Your main focus should be on analyzing and grasping the overall trend of the war. For this reason, I will appoint Printos as your staff officer, and Koreas as your military diplomat, to provide you with advice at any time. Daionia was founded on military force, and its citizens were proud of their military exploits. If you are a blank in military affairs, you will lack prestige among the people in the future. Moreover, the Ministry of Military Affairs is the most important department in the kingdom. It is only under the jurisdiction of the king. If you want those generals with outstanding military exploits to completely obey you, you must also do something in military affairs. When you just came of age, you worked in the staff office for a period of time, so you should have some understanding of the situation of the kingdom's military affairs. You have also been in Rome to prepare military supplies for the army that went to Gaul. If you add this to the battle, you will have a comprehensive understanding of the entire military operation of the kingdom. In the future, no one will be able to fool you in this regard. Devers' patient guidance moved Clotho-Katax. He said in a low voice, Father, I am willing to go to Myrcenia. Good. Good. Devers nodded in satisfaction. But, Clotho-Katax hesitated for a moment before speaking with a serious expression, the citizens of the kingdom can't focus on farming or business. They spend most of their time on military training and only think about fighting and earning merits. If this goes on, I'm afraid it won't be good for the stability of the kingdom. Devers stopped smiling and looked at him seriously. I'm glad that you can see this. The reason why Daionia rewards wars is because we have been surrounded by powerful enemies since the beginning of the kingdom's establishment. We have no choice but to do so in order to survive. It's impossible to carry on like this for a long time, but we have to defeat the powerful enemies that threaten us and ensure the safety of the kingdom. Clotho-Katax breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that his father wouldn't listen to his suggestion. Devers sighed softly, then said to him with a serious expression, but you have to understand that the system of rewarding wars has been implemented for so many years. It's deeply ingrained in the people. It can't be changed all at once. We have to work hard for several generations to change it bit by bit. Also, you have to understand that even if we defeat all the powerful enemies in the Mediterranean Sea, we can't completely put down our weapons and shields. That will cause the people of the kingdom to gradually indulge in comfort, become cowardly, and fear war. In the end, they will be destroyed by a new rising force like Carthage. Therefore, how to balance the two is a headache for me, for you, and for our future generations, but it's also a very important problem. Late at night, Clotho-Katax returned to the mansion on the mountainside. After taking a bath, he walked into the bedroom. Dido was sitting on the edge of the bed, holding the child and softly humming Gayao. When she saw her husband come in, Dido asked the female servant standing next to her to carefully carry the sleeping child to the outer room to sleep. She then asked in a low voice, "You're back. What did father call you to talk about?" Clotho-Katax didn't answer immediately. He looked around and asked in a low voice, "Why don't I see Chris?" "Your mother left him on the mountain again," Dido said coldly. Hearing the anger in his wife's voice, Clotho-Katax quickly comforted her, "Mother loves Chris. She'll definitely take good care of him. Anyway, they're close, so don't worry." "How could I dare to worry? Your mother is the princess who is deeply respected by the people of Daionia. Even father has to listen to her." Dido sneered to express his dissatisfaction. Clotho-Katax remained silent. He was already used to it. He knew that it was best not to speak at this time. As expected, Dido only vented for a while before asking, What did father say when he called you over? Father wants me to be the commander of the army that will go on an expedition against Peloponnesus, Clotho-Catax said truthfully. If it was an ordinary woman, the first thing that would come to her mind would be the safety of her husband. However, Dido's thoughts were different. She immediately asked in surprise, isn't the commander of that army Persosus? He has already led the army to conquer Messenia and made a great contribution. How can he let you take over? Is father preparing to send another army? General Persosus is the Prince of Sparta. Clotho-Catax briefly explained the situation. I see. Dido's pretty face lit up with joy. Now I can rest assured. You've been back for so many days, and I was a little worried about you. Now it seems that father is prepared. This is my first time leading an army. Why aren't you worried about my safety? What if? Clotho-Catax said half jokingly and half seriously. Since father dared to let you go, he must have made thorough preparations. How could you be in danger? Dido bowed slightly, revealing her snow-white chest under her pajamas. She smiled brightly, and the bedroom was lit up. Your Highness, I wish you victory in advance and become the hero of the kingdom. Clotho-Catax gulped. Then do you want to give me some rewards in advance? As he said this, he pressed his wife down on the bed. Early in the morning, Mount Amandara was shrouded in mist, and the houses on the mountain were indistinct. In the open space in front of the Temple of Zeus at the top of the mountain, many years ago, some people proposed to rebuild the Temple of Zeus into the Temple of Hades, the guardian of the kingdom, but this was opposed by the old people. They believed that it was because of the protection of the Temple of Zeus that many Amendarans survived the Lucanian invasion. Due to their persistence, the Temple of Zeus was now the only Temple of Zeus in Greece, and people from other towns often came to worship it. Hundreds of young men in military uniform stood in a neat line. At the front of the line stood an old man with white hair and beard. Although he looked old, his figure was more vigorous. He was Tessus. At this moment, he said with a dignified expression, Arsenes, is everyone here? Yes. Not yet. We're still missing one, the young man in the lead said hesitantly. Who's missing? Tessus shouted loudly. Well. That. Depends. Arsenes, although you're only a temporary captain of the military training company, Tessus reprimanded him with dissatisfaction. Tessus. Reprimanded in dissatisfaction. But since you've become an officer, you should strictly carry out your duties and not try to cover up for your friend. You should know that military law is merciless. The reason why the Dionysia army is invincible is because of our strict discipline. Do you understand? Yes, sir, the young men replied in unison. Line up immediately and march 50 laps around the square. 1 lap around the square of the Temple of Zeus was about 150 meters, and 50 laps meant 7,500 meters. The young men were all wearing armor and holding wooden sticks and shields. Because it was only training, they did not use real spears and shields, so the amount of exercise was quite large. But none of the young men objected. They immediately began to move. At this time, a young man hurried into the square. Report. You're early, Depends. Tessus stared at him. Hearing this, Depends shuddered subconsciously. Arsenes, according to military law, what's the punishment for being late for training? Tessus asked coldly. This time Arsenes did not hesitate. You should be punished with 10 strokes. Depends, did you hear that? Depends immediately panicked and tried to defend himself. Uncle Tessus, I'm late because there are only soldiers and instructors on the training ground. Get down. Tessus strode over and gave Depends a kick. Depends did not dare to dodge. After taking the kick, he obediently lay down on the wet ground. Depends looked very obedient, but in fact, he was the second son of Legion Commander Totyrus. Of course, almost all of these young men were from noble families. Matones, Olivers, Geogres, Agathia. Many of the sons of the kingdom's generals and ministers were among them. Arsenes, who was temporarily appointed as the captain of the company, was the adopted son of Legion Commander Melisande. After all, Amendola was the birthplace of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia. It was a special situation. Therefore, many retired soldiers of the Legion avoided the position of military training officer of Amendalara. However, Tessus was different. He was originally a Persian mercenary and was comrade in arms with the fathers of these young men. Before he retired, he had been the 1st Battalion leader of the 1st Legion for many years. He had enough prestige and dared to train these young men strictly according to military law. The young men who were punished did not even dare to complain to their families because it would not only be ineffective, but they would also be beaten up by their fathers. Instead of letting Arsenius and the others carry out the execution, Tessus did it himself, because he could control his strength and the landing point of the blow very well, making Tepans feel a lot of pain without injuring his muscles and bones. After 10 strokes, Tepan still did not dare to groan loudly. He touched his butt and obediently returned to the team, following his teammates to carry out the rapid marching training. The messy and heavy footsteps and the ear-piercing sound of armors colliding continued. Then, led by Arsenius, the young men sang the Song of the Legion in unison, covering the noise. After 50 laps, although the formation of the whole column was not in a mess, most of the young men were already panting, and a few of them could not even stand steadily. When the young men wanted to catch their breath, Tessus's stern voice sounded, "There is an enemy 100 meters in front of you. Immediately split the column into phalanxes, march steadily for 50 meters, merge into a continuous horizontal formation, and then charge." Hearing this, there was a small commotion in the team, and some people expressed their dissatisfaction in a low voice. Tessus glanced at the team with a dignified face and said disdainfully, "What's wrong? You can't even complete this little exercise?" When Legion Commander Amyntas led the 1st Legion to the first battle with the Rome in the Wolsey territory, in order to seize the opportunity, the entire legion of 8,000 people, whether heavy infantry, light armor, or light infantry, immediately went into battle after marching for more than 10 miles. You should know that the Rome army was very strong at that time, but the soldiers of the 1st Legion dragged their tired bodies and finally defeated the Rome army, obtaining the first victory against the Rome army. Of course, the casualties were not small. There was a flash of sadness in Tessus's eyes, and he said in a serious tone, "You said that you want to become an excellent soldier of the 1st Legion, but you can't even complete this small task. What qualifications do you have to become an official soldier? I think it's better to take the kingdom's examination and become a public official of the kingdom." The panting in the team disappeared, and every young man's face turned red, staring at Tessus. Arsenius shouted sternly, "Attention, brothers! Column into phalanxes! Roar!" The youths responded in unison. In the kingdom of Dionia, the military trainers were also divided into ranks. The military trainers of the Ministry of Military Affairs were the highest ranking, followed by the military trainers of the barracks of a region, and then the military trainers of the towns. Some towns were too large, such as Catanae, which had several military trainers, and each of them was in charge of several demos. The reason why the military training officers were so detailed was to ensure that the citizens could receive adequate training during their military service. After all, the kingdom of Dionia was vast. During the busy farming season, the military camps in a region would only train once every 7 to 8 days, and it would take an entire day for the citizens to gather at the military camp. That was why the military training was usually carried out by the military training officers of various towns and dermo districts. They would seize all their free time to conduct strict military training for the citizens nearby, such as morning and night training, to help the citizens improve their military capabilities. This was an important manifestation of the importance Dionia placed on the military. The military trainers in towns and demos were basically retired soldiers of the Legion. Their pay was very low, and they took up the position mainly out of nostalgia for the military life and loyalty to the kingdom. Despite years of development, Amendola was only a small town with a population of a little more than 10,000. Therefore, there was only one military trainer, Tessus. In the past, he had to train thousands of people, but because the 1st Legion was transferred to Peloponnesus to fight, there were only a few hundred young citizens left in the town. Although it was only morning training today, they had trained continuously for 2 hours. When the red sun in the east leaped out of the sea, dispersing the morning mist between the mountains and spreading its scorching light, Tessus announced the end of the training. All the youths were so tired that they collapsed to the ground. At this time, Tessus's serious expression changed. He walked in front of each youth and commented on their training performance. Most of them were compliments, and he even asked Topans if he felt any discomfort. Although Topans repeatedly said that he was fine, Tessus still let the doctor who had been acting as an ambulance treat his previous injuries. Only after all the youths had safely left did Tessus get on his broody horse and leisurely go down the mountain. Along the way, he occasionally greeted and chatted with the people of Amendola that he was familiar with. When he returned home, it was almost noon. Then, he heard the servant tell him that there was an important guest waiting in the living room. "Lady Alexis, what brings you here?" Tessus walked into the living room and saw the military minister. He was a little surprised. Alexis didn't answer him directly. Instead, she looked at him carefully and said with relief, "Looks like you've been training even after your retirement." Tessus sat on the wooden chair and didn't care about Alexis's presence. He took off his breastplate and helmet, and the servant immediately came to carry them away. Tessus moved his sore body and said, "I can't help it. I'm a military training officer. If I want those brats to listen to me, sometimes I have to set an example." "Looks like you're doing well as a military training officer." Alexis praised him and then said seriously, "This time, I'm here on behalf of His Majesty and the Ministry of Military Affairs to invite you to take over as the commander of the First Legion." "Take over?" Tessus was very surprised. Isn't the First Legion commander Persosus? Although, after Leotychides became the commander of the First Legion, Tessus retired after serving under him for a few years, he felt that this relatively young commander was still very capable. Alexis sighed and briefly explained the matter of Persosus being the Prince of Sparta. Then she said sincerely, "I know that you've always refused to be a commander, but the situation now is special. The First Legion is on the battlefield, but it lacks a commanding officer. A battle could break out at any time, causing too many casualties. If I appoint someone else to be the commander of the First Legion, I'm worried that they won't have time to familiarize themselves with the Legion, build up their prestige, and convince the soldiers. They won't be able to fully utilize the strength of the First Legion. I've thought about it, and only you are the most suitable. Are you willing to take over the position and help the First Legion overcome this difficult time?" "All right, I'm willing to accept this appointment." Tessus didn't hesitate, but he emphasized, "But this is only a temporary appointment. When the war is over, I'll still have to retire and go home." "No problem." Alexis nodded and agreed. "When do we leave?" "We'll have to wait for a few days, because the Ministry of Military Affairs is preparing to send the 7th Legion and the 1st Cavalry Legion to Messenia." "Is there a need to send so many soldiers to deal with Sparta?" Tessus was confused. "This is His Majesty's decision," Alexis simply replied. "Right, Persosus resigned as the commander of the First Legion, and also resigned as the commander. Then who will be taking over as the commander of the expeditionary force?" Tessus suddenly remembered to ask this question. Alexis hesitated for a moment, then said, "Clotocatax." "Who?" Tessus was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized who she was talking about. His eyes immediately widened. How can he be the commander? Even if he is His Majesty's eldest son, he has never had the experience of commanding an army in battle. "Chief of Staff, Printos will be the temporary chief of staff for this army, mainly in charge of military affairs," Alexis interrupted him and said simply. Actually, with regards to this appointment given by the King of Devers, the other officers in the Ministry of Military Affairs didn't really agree with it. However, the army was under the direct control of the King of Devers, so under his insistence, Alexis could only obey. Although Sir Printos will be helping, it is still a bit rash to let Prince Clotocatax be the commander. Tessus was still muttering. "This is an order from His Majesty himself." Alexis emphasized again. Tessus didn't say anything else. "As an old general, this time when you go to Peloponnesus, you must properly help Prince Clotocatax. This is also for the First Legion." Alexis reminded again, "How about this, you go to Turin tomorrow and meet with His Royal Highness, and help him deal with the military affairs of the expedition." "All right, I'll listen to you," Tessus reluctantly agreed. The next day, when Tessus arrived at the Turin military camp, he was welcomed by Clotocatax with great respect. This was out of Tessus's expectations, and it made him have a good impression on him. And in the process of dealing with military affairs, Not only did Clotho-Catax actively listen to the opinions of Printos and Tessis, but he also showed his familiarity with military affairs, and began to change Tessis's misunderstanding of his lack of military experience. A few days later, the 7th Legion went north and stationed at the Turin military camp. A few days later, the 2nd Fleet arrived at the port of Turin from Lillib. Under the warm send-off of the Devers and ministers, Clotho-Catax led the 7th Legion, the 1st Cavalry Legion, and some other troops, a total of more than 10,000 people, boarded the warships, and set off for Peloponnesus Peninsula. In January of 370 BC, the 24th year of the Kingdom of Dionia, the fleet arrived at the coast of Messenia. At the simple dock, Clotho-Catax, who disembarked, was warmly welcomed by the senior generals of the expeditionary army and the Messenian councillors led by Tisius. Clotho-Catax, who was entrusted with the task by the Devers, obviously did not have such thoughts. He first walked in front of Leotychides and solemnly saluted him, then said sincerely, "General Prosos, thank you for your meritorious service for the kingdom. As for your voluntary resignation as the commander, Father expresses his understanding and hopes that you will not be too bothered by it. He also asked me to bring you a letter written by him." After saying that, he took out the letter from his pocket with a slightly exaggerated gesture and slowly handed it to Leotychides. This scene was seen and heard by the people around, especially the generals of the army. They immediately understood one thing: even though Prosos was the prince of Sparta had been proven, he still did not lose the trust of the king of Devers. Since Agesilaus' visit, under the connivance of some people, some news had spread among the army, causing the morale of the army to be somewhat unstable. Even if Leotychides tried his best to rectify the situation, the effect was not too good, because there was a rumor that Prosos would be removed from his position as the commander and returned to his country to be investigated and punished. Now it seemed that the rumor was only half right. General Prosos was still highly regarded by His Majesty, at least this could make the soldiers of the 1st Legion feel at ease. Leotychides' stiff face had a slight change of expression. He took the letter and said, "Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. I hope that everything will go smoothly in the upcoming battle, Your Highness. General has made outstanding contributions and is familiar with the situation of Peloponnesus. I still have many things to ask General." Clotho-Catax said sincerely. "Sure." Leotychides nodded without hesitation. Clotho-Catax turned to the commander of Legio IV and said with the same sincerity, "Uncle Olivers, this is my first time as a commander, I hope to receive your help." After Agesilaus' visit, Oliver saw a glimmer of hope that he would take over as the commander, but when the envoy from the Ministry of Military Affairs arrived at Messenia before the fleet and announced the new appointment to everyone, this commander, who was a friend of the Devers, immediately understood His Majesty's intention and quickly adjusted his mentality. At this moment, he said with a smile, "Your Highness Clotho, please rest assured, I will do my best to assist you." "Thank you, Uncle Olivers." After Clotho-Catax expressed his gratitude, he turned to the Legio VI commander and said, "Commander Trotyras, it's a pleasure to fight alongside you." Before Clotho-Catax could finish, Trotyras quickly saluted and said loudly, "Your Highness, please rest assured, I will strictly abide by military law and execute your orders." Although Trotyras was also one of the soldiers of Menon's mercenary army, he was not in the company that the Devers belonged to, so he did not build a deep friendship with the Devers like Helos, Metones, and Olivers during their time in Persia. However, he was very content. He felt that compared to his comrades who died in battle, were disabled, and retired, being able to have his current position was already the greatest blessing that Hades had given him. Even when Georges retired and the Ministry of Military Affairs wanted to promote him to the commander of the 5th Legion, he expressed his refusal and stayed in Siriton. Now, he did not think too much about the position of commander. Even if the person who took over as commander was Clotho-Catax, who had no military experience, he firmly believed that the king of the Devers, who had led them to countless victories, would not give this appointment randomly. After getting the promise from the two commanders of the expeditionary army, it was much easier for Clotho-Catax to take over the army. He walked towards Tisius happily. When Tisius saw Clotho-Catax approaching, he immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Your Highness." Clotho-Catax quickly held him up and said, "Sir Tisius, thank you for your hard work. Father asked me to bring him a message, and these are his exact words. When you arrive in Messenia, you must pay a visit to Tisius. Tell him that he has completed the mission given by the kingdom very well. I hope that he will continue to lead the other citizens of Dionia to work hard so that Messenia can develop faster and better. Not only will it become Dionia's strongest ally in Greece, but it will also become a very powerful ally. If they can do this, the kingdom will not forget their contributions. Tisius turned around and said excitedly to the crowd, "Did you all hear that? This is His Majesty's affirmation of our achievements. His Majesty also encouraged us to build Messenia better. Long live the King of Dionia!" The Dionia's councillors shouted excitedly, and the native Messenian councillors also followed suit. While the Messenian councillors, led by Tisius, were enthusiastically reporting to Clotho-Catax about the situation in Messenia, Olivers and Trotyras also met with Tessus, Prothos, the commander of the 1st Cavalry Legion, Cucius, and the commander of the 7th Cavalry Legion, Tegtinos. "Printos, I'll have to trouble you to assist His Highness in handling the military affairs." Although Printos was the chief of staff and was higher in rank than Olivers, Olivers considered himself a veteran of the army, so his tone was preachy. Printos did not seem to be displeased by this. Instead, he said humbly, "No, Commander Olivers, I can't do it alone. We need everyone to discuss and work together to finally achieve victory in this expedition to Greece." Olivers was stunned, and his face turned slightly red. When he learned that the chief of staff, Printos, had become the temporary chief of staff of this army, he understood that His Majesty wanted him to escort Clotho-Catax, so he could not help but feel a little jealous. However, this senior officer of the kingdom's Ministry of Military Affairs, who was more than 10 years younger than him, not only took the initiative to discuss with everyone, but also addressed him according to the requirements of military law to show respect. This made Olivers appear to be too petty. Just when he was still hesitating whether to make up for it, he heard Printos say, "Although His Highness lacks experience in military affairs, he is very intelligent and cool-headed. He also has the protection of Hades, so he has the talent to become an excellent commander. Also, before I left, His Majesty repeatedly told me that I can provide various suggestions to His Highness, and even criticize and correct the orders he wants to give, but it is best not to exercise command on his behalf." Oliver's heart skipped a beat. After a moment of silence, he glanced at Printos and said to the person behind him, "Tessus, I didn't expect that you would be the one to take over as the commander of the First Army. I also didn't expect that I would be called back by the Military Affairs Department to become the commander of the First Army after I retired. Sir Olivers, you know that I don't want to be the commander of the First Army. There are too many troublesome matters. Fortunately, it is only temporary." Tessus spread his arms and said with a teasing smile, "But I am still very happy to be the commander of the First Army and be ranked ahead of you." The reason why Tessus dared to joke like this was because he had a good relationship with Olivers. In his early years, he was under Matones' command. He was lazy by nature, which gave Matones a headache. On the other hand, Olivers, who had always been against Matones, would secretly send people to encourage Tessus to continue doing this. As expected, Olivers laughed and scolded, "Well done, Tessus. A temporary commander of the First Army is enough to make you arrogant. Do you think you can lead the First Army with your body after you retired? You are 2 years older than me." "If you can, of course, I can too," Tessus retorted. "You brat. You are so stubborn now. I will hold a feast for you tonight, and I will get you drunk." Olivers laughed and scolded. Tessus didn't say anything because he couldn't hold his liquor well. "Lord Olivers, will I be at the feast tonight?" The commander of the 7th Army, Tecticus, interrupted. In the War of the Western Mediterranean, Tecticus led the 9th Army to conquer the entire island of Sardinia. Although the Third Fleet played a big role, Tecticus still played an important role. Therefore, after the war, the Devers had planned to transfer Tecticus to the Ministry of Military Affairs to replace the old Hieronymus as the military training officer, but he refused. He preferred to stay in the army, so the Devers had to promote him as far as possible to the front of the army. According to the military tradition of the kingdom, the higher the rank of the commander, the higher the position in the army. Of course, this did not mean that the combat power of the commander was higher. At this time, the commander of the 7th Army, Xantiparis, died of illness and was replaced by Tecticus. Not long after, Georges was persuaded by the Devers to become the military supply officer, and the position of commander of the Fifth Army was vacated. The Ministry of Military Affairs sent another letter to Tacticus to replace him, but he refused. He said, "I have just arrived in Rockley, and I haven't even known the soldiers yet. If I am transferred away, it will be like a deserter. Let me be the commander of the Seventh Army first." In the end, the Ministry of Military Affairs had no choice but to let the former commander of the 10th Army, Melisande, become the commander of the 5th Army. "Of course there is you. How can you not be a wine barrel?" Olivers laughed. He turned to Trotyrus and said, "This is a rare occasion. The 4 commanders gathered in Myrcenia are all comrades from Persia. Tonight, the 4 of us will have a meal and drink together, and have a good chat about the past." Trotyrus glanced at Clotocatax, who was chatting with Tisius not far away, and said softly, "A meal is fine, but it is best not to drink. Although the army has not been fighting during this time, we are still in a state of war, and drinking is forbidden. Moreover, your highness has just arrived, and us commanders are already drinking together." I'm afraid Olivers's expression changed. He immediately realized that he had almost made a big mistake. If he had really done that and His Majesty the Devers found out about it, he would definitely think that he had taken the lead to embarrass Clotocatax. Then, he would definitely face the wrath of His Majesty, so, he quickly laughed and said, "Haha, the drinking was all to scare Tessus. We're just having a meal and chatting tonight. You're in luck. Messenia Bay has always been closed off, so the seafood is very delicious. The oysters are plentiful, big and fat. You can eat until you're stuffed to death. Then I'll have to taste it." Tigerdalos quickly followed up. At that moment, he also realized that he had said the wrong thing. Printos breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he could not help but look up to Trotyrus. Clotocatax and his party arrived at the camp, or rather, the city of Messenia, after more than a month of joint efforts by the Dionysian soldiers and the Messenians. This former Sparta camp could barely be considered a city. They entered the military tent and handed over military affairs to Leotychides. "This is my first time serving as an army commander. I don't have much confidence in being able to complete the heavy responsibility that my father has entrusted to me. General Persosus, you are a veteran general of the kingdom, and you have a deep understanding of the Peloponnesian Empire. Can you give me some pointers?" Clotocatax said frankly, "General Persosus, you are a veteran general of the kingdom, and you have a deep understanding of the Peloponnesian Empire." Originally, after the handover of military affairs, Leotychides was ready to pack his bags and leave as soon as possible. He did not expect Clotocatax to make such a request. He looked at the sincere prince in front of him and looked around. Apart from the 2 of them, there were also Printos and Mukru in the tent. Both of them were whispering something. Although Leotychides had been transferred, Staff Officer Tagru would still stay behind as Printos' subordinate to handle trivial military affairs. Leotychides hesitated for a moment and said coldly, "I'm the Prince of Sparta. Do you believe my suggestion? Father firmly believes that you will not betray the kingdom, so when he received your first letter, he rejected the proposal of the Ministry of Military Affairs and let you continue to be the commander. It was not until he received your second letter, when you voluntarily asked to resign from your position, that he hesitated for a long time before he finally agreed. He told me, people are human because they have rich emotions. It's completely reasonable that you can't fight your fellow countrymen. Moreover, he said to me with a sigh, I didn't expect that Persosus, who looks like a wooden man, is actually so affectionate and righteous. These were my father's exact words. Although I don't know much about you, my father trusts you. I have no reason not to trust you." Clotocatax was still as honest as ever. After listening to these words, Leotychides' heart stirred slightly, but his expression was still indifferent. He continued to ask, "After defeating the army of Sparta, how will your highness deal with Sparta?" Clotocatax said solemnly, "Sparta is the most important city-state in Greece, and it is also an important part of the various forces in Greece. If we completely destroy it, not only will the people of Greece resent it, but it will also cause the power imbalance in the whole of Greece and the whole of Peloponnesus. This is not what my father wants to see, and it is not in the interests of the kingdom, therefore, we will deal with the defeated Sparta the same way we dealt with Carthage. Sparta will lose its former glory, and there may be some changes in its political system, but it will continue to survive. Even the ordinary people of Sparta may live a better life than they do now, because as far as I know, the people of Sparta are living in a terrible state. After hearing this, Leotychides did not say anything. He slowly walked to the side of the main seat, pulled a wooden chair, and sat down. He turned around and said, "Mukalu, bring me the map of Peloponnesus." The wooden map was placed on the table. Leotychides glanced at Clotocatax, then said in a deep voice, "Now that we have occupied Myrcenia, there is only Mount Taygetos between us and Sparta. However, it will not be easy to invade their territory. There are two ways. One is for our army to land on the coast of Sparta by boat, and repeat the method we used to conquer Myrcenia. However, we were able to successfully conquer Myrcenia because our operation was too sudden, and Sparta did not have time to prepare their defenses. After Sparta lost the battle against Leuctra, their military strength in Myrcenia was obviously weakened, and their military strength in Myrcenia was obviously insufficient. This allowed our army to land successfully. However, to land on the coast of Sparta was much more difficult. First of all, although the number of Sparta soldiers may be less than 2,000, this only refers to the young and strong citizens. Old people over the age of 50 can still wear armor and fight, and their fighting strength is not too weak. This way, Sparta can temporarily form an army of nearly 4,000 people. Before I left Sparta, I remembered that the population of the Bariaci was 3 times that of the Spartans. Now, there might be an obvious decrease in the number of Bariaci, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem for them to form an army of 5,000 people. Furthermore, according to Sparta's tradition, as long as there is a war, the Bariaci must provide sufficient soldiers. In recent years, Sparta has been in frequent battles, so the Bariaci's fighting strength shouldn't be weak. There is also a large number of black rovers living in Sparta. The ancestors of these black rovers were conquered by Sparta long ago, and Sparta is stricter with them. Compared to Myrcenia, they are more loyal to Sparta. From what I remember, the number of black rovers is 7 to 8 times that of Sparta. Now, even if we lose Myrcenia, the number of black rovers left is at least 3 times that of Sparta. It should not be a problem to form a temporary army of 10,000 people. This way, Sparta can temporarily form a reliable army of around 20,000 people to defend against our landing. Secondly, the coast of Sparta is much narrower than the coast of Myrcenia, which makes it easier for Sparta to defend. Also, I received news from the navy that during this period of time, Sparta has set up countless wooden stakes near the coast. In this situation, if we want to forcefully land, even if we win in the end, we will have to pay a huge price. There is one thing I'm afraid you don't know. Some time ago, the First Fleet occupied the Xianxia Island, an island in the Lagonia Gulf. The Sicarian persuaded me to lead an army to land on the coast of Sparta, but I refused. He couldn't help but send out the infantry of the fleet to attack the coast of Sparta, but he failed. I heard that hundreds of people died. Clotocatax looked at Printos in surprise. Printos' face suddenly became solemn. The Ministry of Military Affairs did not receive any battle reports on this. Leotychides said faintly, "Maybe the battle report is still on the way. He is now on the Xianxia Island, you can also ask him directly." Clotocatax felt a little headache. He thought that the biggest problem for him as a commander would be to make the officers of the expeditionary army obey him, but he actually forgot about the navy. The Sicarian, the father of the navy and the hero of the kingdom, was the most difficult to deal with. Leotychides did not care what the 2 people in front of him were thinking. He pointed at the map with his finger. The other way is from the north of Myrcenia, through the south of the Arcadia region, bypassing Mount Taygetos and entering the north of Sparta's territory. But the key problem is whether the Arcadians will allow our army to enter their territory. The city-states of Arcadia used to be allies of Sparta, but recently, they formed an Arcadia Union, wanting to be independent from the Peloponnesus Union, so they were threatened by Sparta. If it weren't for our arrival, they would have probably gone to war with Sparta. The Arcadians had sent messengers to the Thebes for help, and the Thebes advised them to ask us for help. They also sent messengers to Myrcenia, wanting to intercede for the Arcadians. "You mean the Thebes sent messengers?" Clotocatax asked. "They came 3 days ago, and the messengers were Epaminonda." Leotychides deliberately paused. Sure enough, Clotho-Katax asked in surprise, the Pyotia commander who led the army to defeat the Sparta army in Leuctra? That's him. Leotychide said calmly. But I didn't talk to him in detail. I told him that a new commander was coming, so he was willing to stay and wait. The Arcadians didn't send messengers? Printos asked. He and Clotho-Katax had the same doubts. Since the Thebes were here to help the Arcadia Union, why did the Thebes messengers arrive, but not the Arcadians? According to the Thebes messengers, the Arcadia Union messengers who were following him were suddenly called back before they could enter Myrcenia. This was because Sparta sent messengers to the Arcadians to ask for peace. Clotho-Katax was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood. He could not help but ask, Sparta wants to stop the war with the Arcadians, and then focus on us. But will the Arcadians, who have been bullied by Sparta, agree? Your Highness. Leotychide sat firmly on the wooden chair and pointed at his feet. In a deep voice, he said, in the land of Peloponnesus, you must remember this saying, do not trust any agreement made by any city-state. For the sake of better survival and benefits, most of the cities here would be allies today, enemies tomorrow, and then restore peace the day after. This was quite common. For decades, the Arcadians have been allies of Sparta. However, in recent years, they have been dragged into wars by Sparta. They are dissatisfied with the tyranny of Sparta, so they want to become independent from the Peloponnesus alliance. If Sparta takes the initiative to recognize their alliance and stop the war against them, it is very likely that the relationship between the two sides will be restored, and they may even join forces to deal with us. At this point, Leotychide sneered, perhaps in the eyes of the Arcadians, no matter how vicious the Sparta people are, they are still one of their own. No matter what we, the Dionia, say or do, we are still outsiders. They will be wary of Sparta, but they will be more worried about the real intention of the Dionia people to invade Peloponnesus. Clotho-Katax pondered for a while and asked with uncertainty, General, do you think that if Sparta takes the initiative to ask for peace, the Arcadians will join forces with the Sparta people to fight against us? This is my speculation. Otherwise, the Arcadians would not have sent an emissary after so many days. However, the situation in Peloponnesus is complicated, and I have been away from this place for a few decades. I don't know much about the current Arcadia region, so my speculation may not be accurate. It is also possible that the Arcadians are willing to cooperate with us, hoping that we can help them get rid of Sparta completely, said Leotychides cautiously. Clotho-Katax began to worry, what if the Arcadians really reconcile with Sparta and do not allow our army to pass through their territory? It's very simple. Just ignore them and lead the army to force our way through. With such a powerful army, they would not dare to stop us at all. Leotychides' answer was firm, but Clotho-Katax frowned, but this will incite the dissatisfaction of the Arcadians. As outsiders, we have already caused suspicion and dissatisfaction among the conservative people of Peloponnesus by invading the Peloponnesus Peninsula. However, as long as we completely defeat Sparta, the other cities of the Peloponnesus will be intimidated by our strength. Even if they are dissatisfied, they will submit to us, Leotychides said calmly with a hint of disdain. Clotho-Katax didn't quite agree with what Leotychides said, but he didn't say anything against it. Instead, he continued to listen carefully. Even though Sparta might receive reinforcements from Persia, it's still relatively easy for us to defeat them head-on with our current forces. Not to mention that your Highness has brought an entire legion with you, Leotychides asked straightforwardly, are you going to use so many soldiers just to deal with a weakened Sparta? Clotho-Katax hesitated for a moment and secretly glanced at Printos. Printos nodded slightly. So, Clotho-Katax said frankly, defeating Sparta is only our initial goal. His Majesty hopes that we can use this victory to unite the Greek city-states and dominate the political situation of the entire Greek. He wants to push the Persia out of Greece and make Greece a truly powerful barrier for the kingdom. Clotho-Katax's words were within Leotychides' expectations. He said with a serious expression, it's not that easy for the kingdom to replace Sparta as the leader of Greece. These powerful Greek city-states will not easily yield, especially Athens. The people of Athens, like the people of Sparta, see Greece as their own and will not allow any external forces to compete for it. Therefore, if we want to complete the task given by His Majesty, we must first make Athens yield. Also, be careful of the people of Athens. Although they are our allies, they may not necessarily support us in taking control of Greece. In short, Athens, Thebes, Argos, Corinth, etc., including Elis, don't trust them too much. Your Highness, the only thing you can trust is the powerful army you lead. As long as you win a few more battles, you will eventually achieve your goal. Clotocatax fell into deep thought for a while before nodding solemnly. Thank you for your reminder, General. I will keep it in mind. Before I leave, I hope that you can agree to a request of mine, Your Highness. Go ahead. My eldest son, Tertotus, is 17 years old this year and is still underage. This time, he came to Myrcenia as my bodyguard. Originally, I wanted to bring him to Sparta's territory for a walk. But now, I can't do that. There was a rare hint of regret on Leotychides' face. But after he found out about his identity, he is now unwilling to leave with me. He insists on seeing his so-called motherland with his own eyes. So, I hope that Your Highness can keep him and satisfy his, that's not a problem. He can stay as my bodyguard and follow me to Sparta in the future, Clotocatax agreed readily. After sending off Leotychides, Clotocatax looked at the chief of staff. Lord Printos, what do you think of General Persosus's words? Your Highness. Printos said seriously, General Persoius not only has a strong commanding ability, but he is also excellent at political affairs. Whether it was the pacification of the Cycles or the series of arrangements made after the conquest of Mountain Gaul, he not only quickly stabilized the situation, but he was also in line with the laws of the kingdom. In addition, he grew up here, and he has a deeper understanding of the Greek mainland than we do. What he said should attract our attention. Just like he said, since we have no foundation in Greece, if we want to control the situation in Greece, I'm afraid that we will have to rely more on the military. Clotocatax fell into deep thought. In the evening, Adoris arrived at the camp's main tent. Clotocatax personally came out to greet him. However, when Adoris saw him, he immediately saluted. First Legions. 3rd Brigade, Adoris, greets the commander. Clotocatax quickly said, Brother, it's just the two of us. Don't tease me. The kingdom's army is very particular about discipline. If I casually see a commander, I will be ridiculed by my colleagues and soldiers tomorrow. I might even be impeached by the military judge. Eris said seriously. As a commander, you must have the dignity of a commander. Clotocatax blushed and quickly returned the salute solemnly. It was not until they walked into the main tent that Adoris relaxed a little. He looked around the empty tent and saw the banquet in the middle. Clotho, did you ask me to come to the banquet? I've been in Rome for the past few years. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's have a good gathering today. Clotocatax said excitedly. A gathering is fine, but no alcohol, Adoris reminded. Don't worry, as a commander, I won't be the first to make mistakes. Clotocatax smiled and invited Adoris to sit at the table. I really didn't expect you, Clotho, to be the new commander. I've been in the army for so many years, and I haven't even become a legion commander yet. Adoris sat down and let out a sigh. I also didn't expect to be a commander. Clotocatax replied a little awkwardly. Maybe father has his own considerations. Anyway, the ones who really make the plans and give the orders are Chief of Staff Printos and the legion commanders, so you don't have to worry, Clotho. Adoris looked at him and said angrily. Since you are already a commander, you must bear the responsibility of a commander. The lives of thousands of soldiers are in your hands, and this is not child's play. You must be alert, seriously consider their suggestions, and carefully give the correct orders. Only then will you live up to father's expectations. Brother, you're right. Clotocatax hurriedly admitted his mistake. I will do my best to be a good military commander, but I hope to get your support. Of course, I will support you. Adoris replied without hesitation. As long as you don't mess around, I will mobilize all the soldiers of the 1st Legion to support you. Thank you, brother. Clotocatax scooped a bowl of chicken soup for Adoris, and then asked, how is General Tessus becoming the commander of the 1st Legion? The Ministry of Military Affairs has made the right choice in appointing this person. Adoris drank a mouthful of soup and said with a slight excitement. 2 hours ago, Tessus came to the First Legion's encampment and called for a meeting of the officers above the company captain level and above. It turned out to be a lively scene. Do you know, more than half of the 8 company captains and 40 company captains used to be under his command, and all of them surrounded him and called him Old Sir. It was only the first time they met, and the First Legion was already under Tessus's control. Seeing the envious look on his face, Clotho-Catax thought for a while and asked, "How is the morale of the soldiers now?" "Very good, but also not very good." Adoris gave this contradictory answer, and then explained, "The soldiers of the First Legion are very eager to fight with the Sparta, to prove that the First Legion is the most powerful warrior in the Mediterranean Sea." But when they landed in Messenia, the Sparta retreated, which disappointed the soldiers. They longed to invade Sparta's territory and conquer the city-state that has dominated Greece for decades, but now they have been staying in Messenia, helping the Messenians build cities and houses. Although the Messenians are grateful, the soldiers still have a lot of complaints. I believe that it won't be long before their wish comes true. As Clotho-Catax said this, he thought of something and took out a few letters from his pocket. "These are letters from my sister-in-law and sister, Cynthia. They have been praying at the main temple of Hades every day, hoping that Hades will bless your safe return." Adoris took the letter and didn't even look at it. He stuffed it into his pocket and said with a serious expression, "Clotho, there's something I have to remind you. You can't not give me an important military mission just because I'm your brother. You can't even stop me from leading the company to the battlefield. If you do that, I won't recognize you as my brother." Literature Museum cough, cough. When Adoris said these words, Clotho-Catacus was drinking his soup. He suddenly choked several mouthfuls and replied in a somewhat embarrassed manner, "Big brother, you look down on me too much. I am the commander of the army. If I show favoritism to my relatives, how can I command the other soldiers to fight to the death? Don't worry, I won't do that." Adoris looked at him and asked again, "Really?" "Really?" Clotho-Catax replied calmly. "Good." Adoris raised the bowl of soup in his hand and said proudly, "With this soup as wine, I wish us brothers to work together and achieve great feats in Greece." As the new commander of the Dionysian army had yet to arrive, Epaminondas stayed in the city of Messenia for a few days. Not only did he not complain, he was very happy. Because the Thebes were Dionia's allies, Epaminondas was not blindfolded and restricted from going out like Agesilaus. Other than some sensitive areas, he could roam freely in Messenia. In order to avoid any misunderstandings, with Leotychides' consent, advisor Mucilu assigned him a Dionia officer as a guide. During this time, not only did Epaminondas carefully understand the entire operation of the new Messenian government from the villages to the towns, he also observed the daily activities of the Dionysian army. From the morning exercises organized by the various brigades, to the construction of the cities and houses during the day, to the return to their tents to rest under the supervision of the officer at dusk, not only did he go to the pass of Mount Taygetos to watch the Dionysius soldiers build watchtowers to strengthen the defense against Sparta, he also went to the coast to watch the warships of the First Fleet patrolling and training in Messenia Bay. He even saw the supply camp using many camels to transport food and supplies from the simple port to the camp, cooking and distributing food to the soldiers in the camp, and the medical camp treating the injured soldiers. Except for the engineering camp, which he was not allowed to enter because it involved the production of some military equipment, he almost visited the entire camp. Until one day, he received a notification from the officer guide that the new Dionia commander wanted to see him. In fact, he already knew about the arrival of the new commander, because on that day, he specially rushed to the coast and witnessed the entire process of the Dionia army disembarking on countless ships and quickly assembling on the coast. Walking into the military tent, Epaminondas smiled and nodded at 5 to 6 fully armored officers. Finally, he looked at the young man sitting in the middle of the tent and bowed solemnly. "Epaminondas, envoy of the Thebes, greets the commander of the Dionia. Please take a seat, General Epaminondas." Clotho-Catax asked the soldiers to bring a wooden chair that had been prepared, and said very politely, "You are the military commander of the Pyotia alliance, and also the hero who led the Pyotia alliance to defeat the Sparta in the Battle of Leuctra. Your visit is a great honor to us." Epaminondas thanked the guards, sat down, and said humbly, "The victory of Leuctra is indeed a great encouragement to the Thebes and the people of Pyotia. But it is just like a person who has been starving for a long time eating a full meal. He will feel very satisfied, but for those who always eat a full meal, this is nothing. And Dionia is a person who always eats a full meal, am I right? Epaminonda's words made Tessus, Oliver's, and the others feel very comfortable. General, you are too humble. Clotocatax immediately said, a few years ago, when my father talked to me about the situation in Greece, he mentioned you. He said that you and Peropidas are the most important pillars for the rise of the Thebes. Facts have proven that his judgment is correct. Upon hearing this, Epaminonda's heart skipped a beat. Of course, he knew who Clotocatax was talking about. He could not help but ask, may I ask when His Majesty the King of Devers first mentioned me? Clotocatax thought for a moment and said, well, I think it was after the war with Carthage. He mentioned it in a letter to me. At that time I was serving in Rome, which is a town in the north of the kingdom. After the war between Dionia and Carthage. Epaminonda carefully recalled that it was the most difficult period for the Thebes. In the face of Sparta's attack, they struggled to hold on. Even some members of the Thebes government did not have much hope for the future. However, the king of Dionia, who was far away in the west, firmly believed that the Thebes would rise. He even knew Epaminonda, who was unknown at that time. It could be seen that Dionia had been paying a lot of attention to the Thebes for a long time. Seeing that Epaminonda was silent, Oliver's interrupted, His Majesty the Great Devers is a descendant of the god Hades. He is blessed by the god, so he can always make accurate judgments. The forces that are hostile to Dionia will eventually suffer the punishment of failure. That's right. Tessus and Tegtinos immediately echoed. Worried that the implied threat in Oliver's words would make Epaminonda unhappy, Clotocatax hurriedly said, if I had known that you had come to Myrcenia, I would have come earlier. I would not have made you wait here for so many days. It doesn't matter. After staying here for a few more days, I have a deeper understanding of the Dionysian army. I have also deeply felt why the Dionysian army is so powerful. If your army is an adult, then the armies of the Greek city-states, including us, the Thebes, are still children. Epaminonda said with a serious face. Clotocatax was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, General Epaminonda, you are too modest. He did not continue on this topic. Instead, he asked, is there anything important this time, General? This time, on behalf of the Thebes and the people of Pyotia, I am here to express my gratitude to Dionia. Epaminonda said with a solemn expression, Thebes and Dionia have just become allies. In the past, we did not have much contact with each other. This time, the enemy of Thebes is the most powerful city-state in Greece. We originally only hoped that Dionia would be able to support us in terms of food and supplies during the most difficult time of the war. But unexpectedly, you have truly fulfilled the alliance and initiated the war against Sparta, and soon launched an attack against Sparta. As the rumors say, Dionia is a country that keeps its promises. The Thebes are very fortunate to be able to form an alliance with Dionia. After listening to these words, Clotocatax felt very proud. He tried his best not to let this emotion show. Instead, he said humbly, keeping our promises is the principle of Dionia. It is our duty to send troops to help our allies when they are in danger. However, the Thebes were able to get out of the difficult situation mainly because of your own efforts. It is precisely because General led the army to defeat Sparta in Leuctra that our attack on Sparta became easier. Clotocatax's words were also very frank, but Epaminonda showed a grateful but helpless smile. The victory of Leuctra is indeed very important to the Thebes, but it only temporarily freed the Thebes from the difficult situation. In the end, it plunged the Thebes into greater trouble. Clotocatax glanced at Printos and then showed a puzzled expression. Epaminonda explained seriously, Athens and the Thebes have been enemies for decades. Because of Sparta, they formed an alliance with the Thebes in recent years. It should be said that they have given the Thebes a lot of help. However, as the Thebes gradually recovered their strength, Athens' attitude towards us changed. When we signed the Kallias contract, I clearly felt that Athens and Sparta had reached an agreement to jointly exclude us, the Thebes. And after the Battle of Leuctra, Athens sent troops to the western border to station, obviously showing hostility towards us. Our other ally, Iazon of Thessaly, also gave us a lot of help in the previous war against Sparta. However, after the Battle of Leuctra, he suddenly sent troops to occupy Hot Spring Pass and carried out a large-scale military mobilization in Thessaly. He also threatened to send troops south and refused to meet the emissaries we sent. All the city-states in the entire western part of central Greece, including us, the Thebes, are very nervous. Phocia, with us as the main Thebes, Phocis, with Delphi as the main Phocis, and Locris have already discussed to unite to resist the invasion of the Upper Greeks. Is the military strength of the people of Thessaly very strong? Olivers couldn't help but ask. Like the Devers, he was also a person of Thessaly. However, he had left Thessaly for decades, so he didn't know much about the current situation of his hometown. His impression of Thessaly was still stuck in the situation where the city-states fought with each other decades ago, which resulted in the weakening of their strength and the frequent bullying of the indigenous people in the surrounding mountains. Since the usurper of Philai, Iazon, became the Thessaly's Tarchus, all the city-states in Thessaly are under his control. He can at least form an army of more than 30,000 people, and the soldiers are not weak at all. This is a huge threat to central Greece. Epaminondas reminded in a heavy tone. Thessaly actually has Tarchus. Olivers was a little surprised. The words "an army of more than 30,000 people" had also attracted the attention of the other commanders. Before Clotho-Catax left, he had been repeatedly reminded by the Devers that the chief of staff, Printos, would be able to obtain more information from the Ministry of Military Affairs. Therefore, both of them were relatively calm. After the Battle of Leuctra, we, the Thebes, were suddenly faced with three threats from the north, Thessaly, the east, Athens, and the south, Sparta. The situation is quite dangerous. It is precisely because Dionia generously sent reinforcements to restore Messenia, which distracted the attention of the people of Sparta and Persia, temporarily relieving the greatest danger for the Thebes. We are grateful for this. Of course, I also have to ask for your forgiveness. The Thebes had to focus on dealing with the threat from the north, so they dared not send their troops to meet with you to deal with the people of Sparta together. I am very sorry for this. At this point, Epaminondas lowered his head and bowed respectfully to express his apology to Clotho-Catax. Although the people present did not know much about the difficulties the Thebes were facing now, they had never thought of asking the Thebes to provide assistance and fight against Sparta. Therefore, Epaminondas' sincere apology surprised and moved the people led by Clotho-Catax. Clotho-Catax immediately said, "General Epaminondas, the Thebes are now facing difficulties and cannot support us. We can understand this, so His Majesty has specially sent enough soldiers to Peloponnesus to deal with Sparta. The strength of Dionia alone is enough. When Sparta is completely defeated, we will lead the army north to help you remove other threats and restore peace to the Thebes." Clotho-Catax did not make a promise casually because of a moment of excitement. He considered that since the kingdom of Dionia wanted to dominate the situation in Greece, it was likely that there would be a conflict with Athens and Thessaly in the future. So, using the excuse of helping the allied Thebes could not only gain the gratitude and assistance of the Thebes, but also conceal their true purpose. Why not? Printos also considered this, so when Clotho-Catax made the promise, he did not interrupt or cover it up. When Olivers, Tegatilos, and the other commanders heard that there were other battles to fight besides Sparta, they naturally expressed their approval. Epaminondas looked quite touched. He said emotionally, "When I go back, I will definitely tell every Thebes what Dionia has done for the Thebes, so that the Thebes will never forget your kindness. Apollo above, I swear in your name that I will do my best to make the Thebes the strongest ally of Dionia in Greece." When Epaminondas knelt on one knee, palms to the sky, and solemnly swore, Clotho-Catax was a little stunned. He suddenly felt a little ashamed and quickly stepped forward to help him up. "General Epaminondas, you, compared to the great help Dionia has given the Thebes, this is the only thing I can do," Epaminondas said sincerely. Clotho-Catax was a little moved and did not know what to say for a moment. Epaminondas said again, "Now that you are at war with Sparta, the Thebes can't send troops to the war for the time being, but we have persuaded the Arcadians to support you. I have heard about this from the former commander." Clotho-Catax frowned and said in a gentle tone, "However, I heard that Sparta has sent an envoy to restore friendly relations with the Arcadians, so the Arcadians have not sent an envoy to ask us for help so far." Epaminondas smiled and said seriously, the Arcadia Union has just been established, and its affiliated city-states have always been allies with Sparta. In the face of Sparta's rare goodwill, hesitation is inevitable. However, the leader of the Arcadia Union is Mandinia. The city of Mandinia was destroyed by Sparta, and the people of Mandinia have been homeless for more than 10 years. They have a deep hatred for the Sparta, so it is impossible for them to reconcile with Sparta. Moreover, the chief general of Mandinia, Lycomedes, is the main person who facilitated the establishment of the Arcadia Union. Not only in Mandinia, but also in the entire Arcadia region, he has a very high reputation. He once sent an envoy to Thebes to ask for help, but we persuaded him to ask for help from Dionia instead. On the way to Myrcenia, I have spent a few days with him. I think he is a very wise and far-sighted man. He will definitely not allow Sparta's conspiracy to succeed. Since the general has said so, we will wait a little longer. Clotocatax agreed with Epaminondas' suggestion. Beside him, Olivers had some objections. He wanted to voice his opinion, but Printos stopped him with a glare. Epaminondas saw his unwillingness, but Epaminondas pretended not to see it. He continued to talk with Clotocatax calmly. Both sides exchanged some opinions and suggestions on how to defeat Sparta. In the end, they even discussed how to train soldiers and how to organize an army. Even Olivers and the other captains joined in. The conversation lasted for more than 3 hours, and even after Epaminondas left, the others still felt that it was not enough. Looking at his back, Clotocatax could not help but sigh. Not only is Epaminondas very insightful in military affairs, but he is also very knowledgeable. He is also so humble and eager to learn. What a respectable old man. What a pity. Printos said in a low voice, we have come to Greece. This will definitely limit the growth of the Thebes. Epaminondas may not have the opportunity to continue to display his talents. But at least we have prevented more Thebes from dying, Clotocatax said softly. Your Highness. Olivers interrupted, are we really going to wait for the Arcadians to make a decision before we lead the army to attack Sparta from the north? Uncle Olivers. Although Clotocatax's tone was gentle, his expression was firm. The situation with Peloponnesus is complicated. We cannot rush it. Otherwise, we may very well turn friends into enemies. As it turned out, Epaminondas' judgment was not wrong. Clotocatax's decision to wait was also correct. On the second day after Epaminondas left Myrcenia, the emissaries of Arcadia arrived, led by Lycomedes. Originally, he had only come to ask for help. However, in Myrcenia, he saw the powerful army of Dionia, and the Dionysian army was doing their best to help the Myrcenians rebuild the new Myrcenian government and city. After some thought, Lycomedes changed his mind. He decided to form an alliance with Dionia. Clotocatax held a meeting with him as the commander of the Dionia expeditionary force and as a prince. After 2 days of discussion, the two sides drafted a preliminary resolution. The main content of the resolution was, Dionia recognized the Arcadia Union and guaranteed that its interests would not be violated. The Arcadia Union also recognized Myrcenia and would maintain friendly relations with it. Dionia would assist the Arcadia Union in building the city of Megalopolis as a symbol of friendship between the two sides. Dionia and the Arcadia Union would form a military alliance. When one side was invaded by a strong enemy, the other side would provide full support. If they wanted to attack the enemy together, they would only target Sparta. Judging from this alliance treaty, Dionia undoubtedly suffered some losses. However, during private discussions between Clotocatax and Printos, they had reached an agreement. As long as they could gain the support of the people of the Arcadia region, which was located in the center of Peloponnesus, even if it was just to maintain neutrality, Dionia's attack on Sparta would undoubtedly be much smoother. It did not matter if they suffered some losses for the time being. After the agreement was reached, Lycomedes did not stay in Myrcenia for long. He immediately returned to Arcadia and prepared to persuade the Arcadia Union to finally pass the agreement. Clotocatax also sent messengers to bring the agreement back to Thurii and handed it over to the Devers for review. This naturally took some time. During this period, under the suggestion of Printos, Clotocatax suspended the construction activities of the soldiers, and all of them were replaced by the Myrcenians. He began to strengthen the training of the army, and he stayed in the training ground every day to supervise the training of the army and let the soldiers get used to his presence. After the agreement with the Arcadia Union was submitted to the King of Devers, it was quickly approved. However, this matter caused a lot of controversy in the Arcadia Union. In fact, all the members of the Arcadia Union were thinking, accept Sparta's request for peace? Or ask for help from Dionia? There was already a lot of disagreement on this issue. Lycomedes had also spent a lot of effort to finally get the Arcadia Union to agree to ask for help from Dionia. It was said that the people of Sparta were conservative, but the people of Arcadia were even more so. This was because the Arcadia region was located in the center of the Peloponnesus Peninsula. It was not near the sea and was mostly mountainous. It was geographically isolated, and the local people were very wary of outside forces. Among them, the people of Myrcenia were much better off. After all, they had been wandering for more than 10 years and had more knowledge. However, 100 years ago, the descendants of Tegia and Oconus were the most resolute in their opposition. Tegia was located in the southeast of the region. Ever since it joined the Peloponnesus Union 100 years ago, Sparta had always used it as a barrier to the north of the Laconia region. Therefore, they had been suppressing and coaxing it for a long time. Even after Tegia joined the Arcadia Union, there were still many people who supported Sparta. Therefore, when Sparta sent an envoy to the Arcadia Union to ask for peace, Tegia was the most proactive. On the other hand, Oconus was located in the east of the Arcadia region and was adjacent to Pisa. The two had a close relationship. When the Olympia was held, Oconus even shared some of the benefits. For example, Oconus merchants were allowed to set up stalls in some good areas of the Olympia, and Oconus priests were allowed to participate in the Olympia. Pisa, on the other hand, was fully supported by Sparta. This caused the people of Oconus to have mixed feelings towards Sparta. In the eyes of these city-states of the Arcadia Union, independence from Sparta's control was a last resort. However, helping an outside force to fight against Sparta was unacceptable. Even though Lycomedes argued that this was only a temporary measure to ensure the safety of the Arcadia Union, the councillors of these city-states still found it hard to accept. Therefore, for a few days, the Council of the Arcadia Union debated on the issue of forming an alliance with Dionia. At this moment, a shocking piece of news came: a large Sparta army had entered the Arcadia region from the north. The councillors of the Arcadia Union were shocked, especially the Mandynians led by Lycomedes. Wasn't Sparta in the southeast of Arcadia? Why did its army appear in the north? It turned out that Sparta had hired many soldiers in northern Greece, Ionia, and Asia Minor with the gold and silver provided by Persia. Persia also provided ships to transport them to Greece. However, they did not land on the coast of Sparta because the Dionysian fleet had blocked the coast. Instead, with the tacit consent of Athens and Corinth, they entered the Cerone Bay on the east of the isthmus and docked at the port of Corinth. After the mercenaries had assembled, Archidamus led them to the south. Lycomedes was anxious. Mandynia was located in the northeast of the Arcadia region, which was the only route for the Sparta army. Moreover, as the initiator of the Arcadia Union, Mandynia was a thorn in Sparta's side. Lycomedes shouted in the alliance, "The army that Sparta built with the help of Persia has entered Arcadia without permission. They are not here for peace. They are here to destroy the Arcadia Union, which is seen as a threat by Sparta. They want to enslave Arcadia and fight for the interests of Sparta again. If the Arcadia Union does not form an alliance with Dionia as soon as possible and let the Dionysian army stop the ruthless mercenaries of Sparta, then the newly formed union will soon perish, and all those who support the establishment of the union will become ghosts under the club of Sparta." Lycomedes' words moved the councillors. Then they received news that the Sparta soldiers who invaded Arcadia had destroyed and ravaged the land of Phreos. Finally, the Arcadia Union passed the agreement with a slight advantage. In the early spring of 370 BC, the 24th year of the kingdom of Dionia, the Arcadia Union and Dionia formed an alliance. Then, Cloto Catax led the 1st, 4th, Legio VI, the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade, the 1st Cavalry Legion, and half of the 7th Legion. 3,000 soldiers were stationed in Messenia, with a total of about 32,000 of soldiers, to the north and entered Arcadia. At this time, the Sparta mercenaries led by Archidamus were already attacking Mandynia. The Sparta Council of Elders had already learned from the pro-Spartan faction in the north that the Arcadia Union was going to form an alliance with Dionia. They hated the leader of the alliance, Mandinia. Because the timely arrival of the mercenaries boosted their confidence, they decided to deal a heavy blow to Mandinia first to intimidate the Arcadia Union and force it to side with Sparta again. The reason why the Sparta people dared to make such a decision was that this army, which cost a lot of money to build, had 8,000 heavy infantry, mainly hired from Miletus, Ephesus, Samos, Chios, Lesbos, Aeolia, and other Greek city-states that belonged to the western coastal area of Persia, 4,500 Thracian light shield soldiers, mainly hired from the Thracian tribes that were located north of the Kingdom of Macedonia, near the Aegean Sea, and near the Rhodope Mountains, 1,500 cavalrymen, mainly hired from the Kingdom of Macedonia, 1,200 archers and stone throwers from Crete and Rhodes Island, and more than 4,000 light armored soldiers from the various islands of Ionia in the Aegean Sea. In total, there were more than 20,000 soldiers, and at least $10,000 gold coins and countless food were consumed every month. Of course, these were all provided by the people of Persia. This was the first time that Archidamus had led such a large and well-equipped army, and he was confident that he could take down Mandinia in a short time. However, when he led his army into the territory of Mandinia, the people of Mandinia had already hidden in the city, so Archidamus began to attack Mandinia. He originally thought that with his superior forces, he should be able to take down Mandinia quickly, but he did not expect to run into a snag. The former city of Mandinia was destroyed by Sparta with a flood. After the Mandinians returned to their home after many years of exile, they were determined not to let their city fall to the Sparta again, so they made a clever design for the new city. The Mandinians chose a very high place on the bank of the Orpheus River as the place to build the city, and then they dug a new channel nearby, so that the Orpheus River was divided into two upstream of the city, bypassing the new city site and joining downstream. The river, which was originally a huge threat, became a natural moat for the city after such a transformation. They also laid a solid stone foundation for the entire city, and the city walls were all made of bricks. However, the city walls were not completely continuous, because the entire city was divided into 10 independent parts, and each part of the city wall was not connected to the other part, but there were places where the walls overlapped with each other, and these overlapped places had gates, so the new city of Mandinia had 10 gates. For such a unique and irregular city, for the Sparta army, they had to take down the city one by one in order to completely occupy the whole city. On the other hand, the city walls of Mandinia were independent of each other according to the height of the terrain. This prevented the Spartans from fully deploying their superior forces, and the soldiers attacking the city would also suffer long-range attacks from the defending side. Moreover, there was also the Orpheus River as a barrier. Archidamus launched several attacks on Mandinia using the traditional Greek siege method, but not only did he not make any progress, but he also suffered some casualties, forcing him to change the attack to a siege, and then send messengers back to Sparta to report the situation. At the same time, Cloto-Catax had led his army into the southwest of Arcadia region, which was a rare hilly area in the Arcadia region. The Helicon River ran through the entire area from the south to the north. In the mountains in the east of the central part of the area was the main sacred mountain of the Arcadians, Lycaon, and the new central town of the Arcadia Union, Megalopolis, was located between the east bank of the Helicon River and the sacred mountain of Lycaon. Due to the outbreak of the war with Sparta, the construction of the new city of Megalopolis had stopped. The city walls that formed the outline of the city were only half built, and the temple of Zeus, which was the most important to the Arcadians, had only a dozen pillars erected. Scaffolding and stones could be seen everywhere in the city. Only one building, though simple, had been completed a long time ago, and that was the Council Hall of the Arcadia Union. It was the foundation of the existence of the entire Arcadia Union. The 3 councillors elected by the people of each city-state lived here for a long time, and according to the rules set by the Arcadia Union, they discussed and decided the diplomatic and military affairs of the Arcadia Union. At this moment, dozens of councillors of the Arcadia Union walked out of the city of Megalopolis and looked south. In the distance, they saw countless Dionia soldiers dressed in excellent armor and weapons, lined up in neat columns, crossing the pontoon bridge they quickly built on the Helicon River. Although the sound of footsteps and armors colliding was quite noisy, and dust was flying everywhere, few people complained loudly. The whole army was like a silent black dragon, swimming forward without stopping. The counselors of the Arcadia Union stood and looked for a while, but they could not see the head of the dragon, nor could they see its tail. They were a little surprised. At this moment, another branch of the long dragon split off and headed straight north. When they were about to reach them, the young general who was riding a tall horse and wearing a golden crown on his head raised his right hand and waved it down. Then, the army behind him instantly stopped advancing, and the soldiers stood in silence. This scene once again shocked the counselors. Lycomedes immediately went down from the high ground and went to greet them, and the other counselors followed closely behind. Clotocatax also dismounted and led Printos, Mukru, and the palace guards to greet them. "General Clotocatax, thank you very much for your timely help." Lycomedes solemnly bowed to the Prince of Dionia. Clotocatax quickly held him up and said sincerely, "Sir Lycomedes, now that the Arcadia Union and Dionia are allies, this is what we should do. Please rest assured, according to the military law of Dionia, our soldiers will not do anything to destroy the friendship between the people of the two countries on the land of our allies. If there are soldiers who violate the law, they will be severely punished." As soon as this was said, many of the counselors of Arcadia breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, one of the counselors asked loudly, "How many soldiers did you send?" Printos continued, "Considering that Arcadia is mountainous, and it's not easy to spread out our forces, we only brought more than 30,000 soldiers, and there are still more than 10,000 soldiers stationed in Myrcenia." Printos counted both the Myrcenians and the First Fleet's infantrymen. Most of the counselors sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed, "More than 40,000 fully equipped soldiers." They had never seen such a large army in their lives. No wonder the marching army of Dionia was so long that they could not see the end of it. The last time such a large army appeared in Greece was during the Greco-Persian War 100 years ago. The Greek city-states had gathered more than 100,000 soldiers, 2/5 of the heavy infantry, to fight against the Persia in Plataea. The second time was during the Peloponnesus War a few decades ago. It was said that Athens had sent about 30,000 soldiers to attack Syracuse in Sicily, but suffered a crushing defeat in the end. However, these two times had been so long ago that they did not see it with their own eyes. The few counselors had only experienced the recent Battle of Leuctra. The Peloponnesus army led by Sparta had more than 10,000 soldiers, and the two sides had a total of about 20,000 soldiers. In their eyes, it was already a large-scale battle. After hearing the number that Printos said, and looking at the endless march of the Dionysian army in front of them, the counselors of Arcadia felt that even if the number that Printos said was exaggerated, it should not be too far off. Hence, the councilmen's attention towards Dionia was raised to a whole new level. Some of them even temporarily suppressed their other thoughts. "General Clotocatax, let me introduce you to the counselors of our alliance." Lycomedes' voice broke the sudden silence. "That's great." Clotocatax smiled and nodded. "This is Miletus of Mandinia, nice to meet you." Clotocatax's expression was sincere, his words were sincere, and his behavior was elegant. He left a good impression on the counselors who introduced him, and the atmosphere became friendly. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion among the counselors, followed by complaints. "Hey, you two, don't be in such a hurry to push forward. I'll introduce you later." Lycomedes was stunned. He quickly looked behind him, wanting to know who was so rude and embarrassing the alliance. Suddenly, he heard a shout, "Your Highness, be careful." Then, he saw the guards on both sides of the Dionia commander in front of him suddenly rush forward. At the same time, the two counselors beside him were violently pushed to the ground, and at the same time, he was also pushed to the ground. Someone rushed out from the back and stepped on his hand when he landed. But he endured the pain and hurriedly shouted, "Be careful, there's an assassin." Two people rushed out from the crowd with shining daggers in their hands, and fiercely rushed towards Clotocatax. Two palace guards were already in front of him, and they drew their swords and stabbed at the assassin. One of them was immediately stabbed, and the other burly assassin slightly tilted his body to avoid being hit in the vitals, and forcibly took the blow. Then, using the momentum of his forward charge, he knocked away the guards in front of him. At this moment, Printos, who was at the side, kicked the assassin's ankle. He immediately fell forward, and the dagger that was stuck in his sternum pierced through his chest. The assassin immediately stopped breathing, and the dagger in his hand fell to the feet of Clotocatax. Clotocatax had experienced several assassinations like this, but this one was just a little more dangerous. His expression was still calm. He picked up the dagger and looked at it, then pushed away the long shield that the guards gave him, and thanked the guards and printos who stopped the assassin. When I was young, I came from the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade. It's rare for me to have a chance to fight against an enemy, Printos purposely said jokingly, trying to make him feel more relaxed. Clotocatax quickly went forward to help Lycomedes up. In the process, the palace guards behind him rushed forward with swords and shields in their hands, and surrounded the dozens of councilmen of the Arcadia Union who were in a panic. After Lycomedes got up, he did not have the time to thank them, nor did he care about the pain in his right hand. He ran toward the two assassins on the ground, but he was stopped by the guards. "Let me see them. Let me see them," Lycomedes shouted anxiously. Clotocatax nodded, indicating his agreement. Lycomedes first looked at the assassin who was pierced by a sharp sword, then looked at the assassin whose neck was cut and bleeding profusely. The assassin was on the verge of losing consciousness, and he kept mumbling. Lycomedes did not care about the blood-staining Bolton, and went closer to listen carefully. "The Lord of the Gods. Zeus above. The great and merciful. Zeus bless. The Lord of the Gods. Zeus above." As the assassin was on the verge of death, he did not dare to ask loudly. Instead, he frowned and thought for a while, then turned around and said to Clotocatax with a serious face, "Please believe us. We, the Arcadia Union, will not assassinate our allies just after we formed an alliance." Clotocatax looked at the panicking councilmen of the Arcadia Union, and without any hesitation, he walked forward and said loudly, "I believe you, the allies of Dionia. I'm afraid that some forces are afraid of seeing us form an alliance, so they used such a despicable method to make us suspect each other." After saying that, he waved his hand, and the palace guards immediately put away their swords and shields and began to retreat, but there were still guards on both sides of Clotocatax. Lycomedes breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the councilman and said loudly, "Agilus, come here and see if you know these two assassins. I heard their accent just now, and I think they are from the west." "That's impossible." Agilus walked out of the crowd and looked angrily at Lycomedes, but he still quickly walked to the two assassins and carefully identified them. Then, he lay on the ground and listened. Finally, he stood up and said confidently to Clotocatax, "These two assassins are definitely not from Oconus. But I can roughly guess where they are from." "Where?" Lycomedes asked anxiously. Agilus said with a slightly complicated expression, "It should be near the Olympia. The people there address Zeus differently." "Oh, now that you mention it, I remember." Lycomedes suddenly understood. He hesitated for a moment, then said to Clotocatax, "These two assassins are probably sent by the Pisans because they are loyal allies of the Sparta, but it could also be the decision of the Olympia people." Although Lycomedes did not finish his words, Clotocatax already understood what he meant. Because Dionia had Hades as the guardian of the kingdom and also worshipped him as the lord of the Greek gods, this was obviously different from the Greek view of the gods. This was especially true for the people of Olympia, who had the most magnificent temple of Zeus, held the grandest games to worship Zeus in Greece, and had the most devout believers of Zeus in Greece. They undoubtedly hated the faith of the Dionia to the bone. Clotocatax subconsciously looked at the temple of Zeus that was still under construction in the new city of Megalopolis. Originally, he wanted to take this opportunity to promote the kingdom of Dionia's attitude towards all faiths and religions equally. It was not like he had never done such a thing in Rome before. But after thinking about it, he gave up on the idea and said, "Now that everything is clear, the Pisans and Olympia sent assassins to kill me in an attempt to destroy the alliance between Dionia and Arcadia, and to stop the reinforcements of the Dionysian army to Arcadia. We must not let their plot succeed. We must defeat the invading Sparta as soon as possible, and then we will go back and settle the score with the Pisans." "That's right. Mandinia is now besieged by the Sparta, and they urgently need reinforcements," said a Mandinian counselor eagerly. The other counselors also rushed to agree. Everyone wanted to escape from this strange and awkward atmosphere. "What's the current situation in Mandinia?" Clotocatax looked at Lycomedes. He had been negotiating the alliance agreement with this Mandinian leader for 2 days, and he had a deep impression of this man's steadiness and foresight. So, he was more willing to believe what Lycomedes said. Lycomedes looked at his Mandinian colleague and said in a heavy tone, "We, the people of Mandinia, have learned our lesson from the last time the city was destroyed. The design and construction of the new city should be very sturdy, and we should not be afraid of the enemy's long-term siege. However, we did not expect the number of soldiers hired by the Sparta would be so great, and they are also well equipped. If the Sparta continue to launch a fierce attack, we are very worried that Mandinia will not be able to defend for long. This situation is very likely to happen, because the Sparta people hate us very much. Once Mandinia falls, I'm afraid that this time, the people of the city will be slaughtered by the Sparta people." Clotocatax nodded sympathetically. Just when he was about to speak, Printos beside him asked, "How many Sparta soldiers are besieging Mandinia?" Based on the reports from the messengers who risked their lives to escape from the city, the Sparta army has about 20,000 soldiers, and there are no less than 6,000 heavy infantry soldiers. They also have more than 1,000 cavalry soldiers. Lycomedes replied. Printos compared what Lycomedes said with the information obtained by the mountain reconnaissance team, and he had a rough idea of the situation. He then signaled to Clotocatax with his eyes. By now, Clotocatax had calmed down. Because he almost made some kind of promise out of impulse just now, he felt a little guilty and gestured for Lycomedes to speak. Printos immediately asked, "Regarding the invasion of Sparta, what is the plan of the Arcadia Union to deal with it?" After receiving the news of the invasion of Sparta, the Arcadia Union has begun to mobilize the entire region. Lycomedes said solemnly, "However, the Sparta mercenaries are coming from the northeast of Arcadia, and the southeast of Arcadia is adjacent to Sparta. Therefore, the citizens of all the cities in the east must first defend their cities. I estimate that the Arcadia Union can only gather about 3,000 soldiers, and it will take at least 4 to 5 days for them to gather together. After that, we will lead this army to help Mandinia. However, compared to the Sparta army, our numbers are too small. Therefore, in order to defeat the Sparta army, we need your help. It's not just about saving Mandinia. If Sparta's own army attacks from the south, they may directly threaten this place." Then, another counselor's words resonated with everyone. Printos looked at the worried faces of the Arcadia Union counselors and said loudly, "The reinforcements of Dionia are advancing eastward, and it is estimated that they will arrive at the border of the Tegea region this afternoon. This region is adjacent to Sparta's territory. We will build a camp there, and try to make the camp as far east as possible to block the road to Tegea. This will allow the Dionysian army to set up camp and store rations in the Arcadia region. It will also protect this place from Sparta's armies from the north and the south, preventing them from threatening the new city of Megalopolis." He then looked at Lycomedes and said solemnly, "It will take at least 3 days to build the camp. After the camp is basically built, His Highness Clotocatax will lead the main force eastward, pass through Tegea, and head north to reinforce Mandinia and defeat Sparta." His words caused a commotion among the Arcadian counselors. They discussed in low voices for a while, and they all agreed with the Dionia's plan, believing that they had thought it through. The first to respond was Lycomedes, as he understood why the other party was looking at him. He immediately said, "We, the people of Mandinia, are confident that we can hold on for at least a month." Then, someone else said, "When our soldiers are assembled, we will rush to Mandinia as soon as possible and fight with the people of Sparta with you." Printos replied with a serious expression, "Our soldiers are happy to have the opportunity to fight alongside the citizens of Arcadia. However, based on the current situation, I have a suggestion for you to consider. This is the center of your alliance, and there are many villages around it, but they lack sufficient protection. Although we will build a camp in the east to stop the invasion of Sparta, we are not familiar with the geography here. We do not know if Sparta will cross the mountains, bypass the camp, and launch a surprise attack on Megalopolis. Therefore, I suggest that you build an army here, and defend against the surprise attack of Sparta together with our army in the camp." When Printos made this suggestion, Clotocatax was surprised, as it was a little different from the plan they had discussed before. However, he suppressed his doubts and did not raise any objections on the spot. On the other hand, Printos's suggestion moved the Arcadian counselors. After a short discussion, they agreed. At this moment, their attitude towards Cloto and Catax had greatly changed. they became much more enthusiastic. After all, the Spartans were currently invading the territory of the Arcadians. However, it was the Dionic army that blocked the Arcadians' way, preventing them from suffering too many casualties. It was inevitable that they would feel guilty. After Clotocatax and the rest bid farewell to the Arcadian councillors and rode their war horses to catch up with the army, Printos took the initiative to explain to the young commander, "Your Highness, please forgive me for changing the previously discussed plan." The previous military plan of Dionia was to let the Arcadia Union send an army to fight side by side with the Dionysian army. This would not only enhance the friendship between the two sides, but at the same time, with the Arcadian army as a guide, it would undoubtedly allow the Dionysian army to integrate into this unfamiliar war zone faster. "I think Lord Printos must have an important reason for doing this," said Clotocatax in a gentle tone. The reason why Printos dared to make a decision on his own and change the plan was that he had a deeper understanding of Clotocatax's character after spending some time with him. At this time, Clotocatax's understanding made him feel reassured, and also made him more determined to assist the young prince. Printos pulled himself together and said seriously, "Your Highness, although you are very magnanimous and did not pursue the assassination just now in order not to affect our alliance with the Arcadia Union, even if the assassins came from Olympia, how did they know that we would meet with the councillors of the Arcadia Union today? How did they wear the same color as the councillors of Arcadia, avoid the patrol of the Arcadian soldiers, and blend in with the troops? All of these must make us think deeply, because it will affect our next battle with Sparta." "You mean?" Clotocatax said thoughtfully, "there are spies among the councillors of Arcadia?" Printos further reminded, "The Arcadia Union has just been established, but the alliance between the city-states of Arcadia and Sparta has lasted for decades, the longest among all the alliances of Sparta. Although they have now betrayed Sparta, I think there are many people in their country who are close to Sparta." Clotocatax thought for a moment with a solemn expression, and then said hesitantly, "You are worried that when we fight with the Arcadians, they will suddenly turn from allies to enemies? That is why you propose to let the Arcadian army stay in Megalopolis and not let them meet with us?" "Your Highness," Printos said sincerely, "in the past wars of the kingdom, His Majesty has cleverly instigated the internal strife of the enemy many times, thus shortening the time to achieve the final victory. Because of this, we have to be even more careful if the enemy uses this strategy on us, especially now that we have to go all out to fight against the powerful Sparta. If our allies suddenly attack us, the consequences will be unimaginable. So, for the sake of safety, it is safer for us to not let the Arcadians participate in the battle. Moreover, with the current strength of our army, we can deal with the Sparta people. Without the burden of the Arcadian army, we will be able to command the army more smoothly, and we will be more determined in the battle." "I understand. Thank you, Lord Printos, for your reminder. I agree to carry out the new plan." Clotocatax still had some doubts. "But, without the help of the allies, how can we get the help of the local people in the next battle? How can we not be seen as enemies by them?" "Your Highness, not all of the cities of Arcadia have a close relationship with the Sparta people in the past." Printos's reminder made Clotocatax's eyes brighten up. "You mean Mandinia? It seems that while we are building the camp, we have to send someone to have a good talk with the Lycomedes. I hope he can send us some Mandinians as guides." "Yes, Your Highness," Printos said respectfully. This was not an act, but a sincere one. In his opinion, although this young prince lacked military experience, he was not only good at listening to the opinions of his subordinates, but also able to quickly draw inferences about other things once he was given some advice. He was definitely not a puppet that could be fooled easily, as expected of someone with the bloodline of Hades. At this time, they had already caught up with the main army. The soldiers, who had been marching for a long time, had already started singing the Song of the Legion under the command of the officers. Clotocatax immediately rode close to the marching column and sang along with the soldiers without caring about his status. He even shook his head when he sang excitedly. Not only did the soldiers not find it funny, but it also made them feel close to him. The vigorous and heroic singing washed away the fatigue of the soldiers, and it also echoed among the hills and mountains. Arcadia's counselors stopped to listen. Although the lyrics could not be heard clearly, it did not stop them from exclaiming, "The morale of the Dionia soldiers is very high. Not only is their morale high, look at their equipment, look at their marching, this is a well-trained army, they are fully capable of fighting against Sparta. Just fighting? You and I have fought with the Sparta people many times. The Sparta soldiers are indeed well-trained, but how many of them are they? Look at this Dionysian army, it has been so long, but I still haven't seen the tail of their army. I'm afraid the number that the Dionia general said is correct. They have more than 30,000 soldiers, I'm afraid the Sparta soldiers are no match for them. Can you tell the combat power of an army just by looking at their marching? I think in the end, we will only know who is stronger and who is weaker after the real battle. In any case, with the powerful Dionia as an ally, we will feel very at ease. Don't forget, the powerful Sparta was our ally in the past, but why do we still want to form an alliance? Sigh. I'm afraid that after we drive away the old Wolf King, a new Wolf King will be ushered in. The key is that this new Wolf King's faith is different from ours. They believe that Hades is the master of all gods. Otherwise, why would the Olympia assassinate the Dionia commander? Everyone, don't forget, Zeus is also the protector of our Arcadia Union. As soon as these words came out, there was a dead silence. Lycomedes hurriedly said loudly, everyone, the covenant between us and Dionia states very clearly that both sides respect each other's religious beliefs, and will never slander or interfere with each other. You don't have to worry about this at all. Now that the Sparta army is attacking, it concerns the survival of the alliance. We need a powerful ally, Dionia, to help us defeat the enemy. This is the most important thing we should do at this time, and we can put other things aside for the time being. Lycomedes is right. Some counselors agreed loudly, but some remained silent. Lycomedes felt a little helpless. This was the current situation of the alliance. In order to convince them these days, he had spent too much energy, and now he was a little tired. In the mansion of Epaminonda in Thebes, Peropidas had just visited. Epaminonda, what's wrong with you these 2 days? Every time after the end of a meeting, you immediately disappear. What are you doing hiding at home? As soon as Peropidas saw Epaminonda, he put on a look as if he was going to interrogate him. Epaminonda knew his best friend well, and said faintly, it's good for me to calm down and think when it's quiet at home. Climax, what are you thinking about? The people of Dionia? Peropidas asked. To be precise, it should be the Dionysian army. Epaminonda said honestly, this time, I went to Messenia and stayed there for a few days. I was lucky enough to visit Dionia's camps, checkpoints, temporary ports, and watch their training, logistics, and treatment of soldiers. I learned a lot from them. To prevent myself from forgetting, I took the time to record and organize them after I came back. After hearing this, Peropidas immediately understood his intention. Do you think that these beneficial things implemented by the Dionysian army can be applied to our army? Epaminonda shook his head gently. Dionia is a powerful kingdom, but we haven't even unified the whole of Pyotia. We don't have such a strong national power, so there are many things that we can't implement. However, we can learn from them. More importantly, we can determine the direction of our army's future development. After you finish organizing them, you must let me see them first, Peropidas said with interest. Of course. When the time comes, I will have a new army reform proposal to submit to the parliament, and I need your support. In this regard, I have always supported you. Peropidas agreed without hesitation. He then said, it seems that you have already confirmed the strength of the Dionysian army and that they can defeat Sparta. Yes, I think that even if Sparta didn't go through the Battle of Leuctra, they will never be a match for Dionia. Epaminonda said with certainty. Even if they have the support of Persia? Persia is too far away, and they can't support Sparta indefinitely. Then what will happen after Dionia defeats Sparta? Peropidas changed the topic. I remember when you came back and told the parliament about your trip to Messenia, you said, the commander of Dionia hopes that Greece can stop the war and restore peace. What do you think he meant by that? Don't you think this sentence sounds familiar? The people of Persia mentioned it not long ago. Epaminonda said meaningfully. Peropidas was not surprised. He stood up and paced as he pondered. You and I are thinking the same thing. The people of Dionia probably want to become the second Persia and control the whole of Greece. With the current strength of Dionia and the hostile relationship between it and Persia, it is completely understandable that they want to control Greece. But Although Dionia is closer to here than Persia, their territory is not here. Do you think Dionia will choose Sparta to control the situation here like Persia? Epaminondas pondered and said, judging from the current situation, the people of Dionia and Persia want to control Greece first and use it as a springboard to fight against each other. But the situation in Greece is very complicated. There is hay everywhere, and a small spark may cause a big fire. So the method you just mentioned should be the best choice for the people of Dionia. We should try our best to become Sparta in the hands of Dionia. This will be very beneficial to the development of Thebes in the future. I think so too. And if Dionia really wants to do this, we, Thebes, will undoubtedly be their best partner in Greece. Although Peropidas said so, he did not seem excited. Instead, he frowned. It's just that the situation has changed. Before coming to your house, I met with the priest of Delphi. Why did Delphi send the priest to Thebes? Epaminondas was immediately alerted. Peropidas said solemnly, the priest told me that after they heard the news of the Dionysian army invading Peloponnesus, they felt that something was wrong. So they asked Apollo for an oracle. In the end, the Pythia saw an illusion of the temple of Delphi burning in the fire. They thought that this was a warning from Apollo. If they did not stop the invasion of the heretical Dionia, Greece would be destroyed. So they sent priests to all the city-states of the Sacred Alliance, hoping that the city-states of Greece would unite and repel the foreign race of Dionia, just like how they repelled Persia. The expression of Epaminondas, who was speaking calmly and elegantly, changed. He asked anxiously, what did you say to the priest of Delphi? Of course I don't agree with what the priest of Delphi said. If the gods could really give us a warning, why didn't they protect us Thebes back then? Why did Sparta take over our citadel so easily? Peropidas said angrily, then sighed. However, Delphi has a great influence among the people, so I didn't object to it directly. Instead, I said, we Thebes have a bad relationship with Athens, and we have to guard against Thessaly's invasion of the south. We really don't have the strength to fight against the Dionia. Moreover, we have just signed an alliance agreement with them. Now that the Dionia are fulfilling the agreement and helping us fight against our mortal enemy, Sparta, how can we, the Thebes, go back on our word and betray the Dionia? However, the damned priest of Delphi said, the Thebes should never have allied with Dionia. This gave Dionia a reason to interfere in the war in Greece. They have been coveting Greece for a long time. He asked us to dissolve the alliance agreement with Dionia as soon as possible. He also told me not to worry about the safety of our territory. Delphi has discussed with the priests of Olympia, and they have agreed to send messengers to each city, including Thessaly, Xianxia and Athens. They want to persuade them to put aside their hatred and work together to fight against the foreign invaders, Dionia. They want to form an all-Greek coalition to fight against Dionia. Epaminondas gasped. He did not expect that the Dionysian army entering Peloponnesus would cause such a huge reaction from Delphi and Olympia. Although these two places had almost no military force, they were the holy places of all of Greece and had a great influence on the people. If they were determined to fight against Dionia, the governments of the cities might be able to do so under the pressure of the people. He calmed himself down and said, I think Athens is likely to agree with the suggestion of the priest of Delphi, but will Xianxia agree? Back then, Thessaly already had the strength to fight against Sparta, but this man has been hiding his ambition like a cunning wolf hiding in the bushes in the north. It was not until we defeated Sparta in Leuctra that he began to take action. Will he do the same thing again this time? Xianxia is indeed very shrewd. Priest Delphi may not be able to persuade him, Pelopidas agreed. He said with a solemn expression, I did not give a definite answer to Priest Delphi, but tomorrow he will go to the council to make a request to all the counselors. So you came to me first, and then you will go to the other counselors to seek support? Epaminondas understood the real purpose of his friend's visit. He immediately asked, so what is your opinion on the request of Priest Delphi? My opinion. Didn't I say it just now? If Dionia wants to become the second Persia, then Thebes must become the second Sparta. I have been to Persia and Dionia. The ordinary towns in the kingdom of Dionia are more prosperous than many of the city-states in Greece, not to mention their central city, Turai. I feel that it is no less than Babylon in Persia. In fact, it is even more vibrant than Babylon. What's more, you just told me that the army of Dionia is also very powerful. So I think that even if Greece gathers the strength of most of the city-states, it will still be difficult to fight against the powerful Dionia. Thebes should stand on the side of the winner, so that our efforts over the past few years will not be in vain. I support you. Epaminondas was the first to express his attitude. At the same time, he cautiously reminded, but it will be difficult for you to get the full support of the councillors, and it will be even more difficult to convince the people of Thebes. Taking a step back, even if you really get the council to agree to your proposal, I am afraid it will be difficult to get all the other allies of Pyotia to support our decision. By that time, not only will the alliance of Pyotia that we have painstakingly built be disbanded, but in central Greece, Thebes will be isolated and even besieged by other city-states again. I have considered these problems that you have mentioned. Of course, I will not explicitly reject the request of the priest of Delphi and openly support Dionia. Peropidas revealed a sly smile, but I can buy time. Athens, Corinth, Argos, Ellis, Phocis, Locris, and Thessaly. There are many city-states in Greece, and each of them has their own interests and needs. There are also many contradictions between them. It is impossible for Delphi and Olympia to convince them in a short period of time to unite against Dionia. And even if they are convinced, it will take a lot of time for the city-states to mobilize and finally gather their armies together. I think it will take at least 2 to 3 months. In such a long period of time, maybe the war between Dionia and Sparta will end, and Dionia will take a new action. The situation will become clearer, and it will be beneficial for us to make a new decision. Epaminondas pondered and said, I think it's doable. Let's use the fact that the Thessalians and Athens have yet to make their stance clear, and their hostility towards Thebes is still obvious, and Pyasia's safety is still threatened as an excuse. We can adopt the resolution of not making our stance clear and temporarily buy time. I believe that the councillors and people of Thebes will be able to accept it, and it will also be in line with the interests of the other Pyasia allies. Every time I talk to you, it always dispels a lot of my worries. Peropidas said half jokingly, half seriously, I can't talk to you anymore. I have to visit the other councillors next. By the way, we should let the people of Dionia know how much pressure we have endured to maintain this alliance, and how much effort we have put in. It would be best if you quietly send someone to Messenia tomorrow and let the people of Dionia know about this, so that they can make early preparations. Okay, leave the matter of sending someone to me. After Epaminondas sent Peropidas out of the door, he returned to the study. Looking at the plan of the Dionia barracks drawn on the papyrus, he picked up the pen again, but his thoughts were too chaotic, and he could not calm down to write for a while. He subconsciously tapped the word Dionia on the paper with the tip of the pen, thinking only one thing in his mind. No matter how beautiful Peropidas's idea was, the first thing to do was to see if Dionia could completely defeat the people of Sparta as soon as possible. These days, the first fleet commander Sicarion was in a bad mood, but it was not because of the new army commander, Clotho-Catax. Although when he first arrived, Sicarion did not go to greet him out of the reserve of an old general, but on the second day, the prince personally visited the camp of the first fleet near the coast and was very respectful to Sicarion. In the end, Sicarion was moved, and he took the initiative to promise that he was willing to lead the fleet to fully cooperate with the army in the battle. The reason why Sicarion was unhappy was that although he had occupied the island of Kizira in the Lagania Gulf and completely blocked the coast of Sparta, the mercenaries recruited by Sparta from outside the mainland still landed on Peloponnesus, increasing the difficulty of the army conquering Sparta. This was not the fault of the first fleet. Before Sicarion left Thurii, the Devers had told him that after the first flotilla arrived at the southern waters of Peloponnesus, they should try not to cross the Lagania Gulf to patrol the east coast of Peloponnesus or even further north in order to avoid the dissatisfaction of the coastal city-states such as Argos, Corinth, and even Athens. Sicarion had been strictly following the teachings of the king of the Devers, but he did not expect that the cunning Sparta not only allowed the mercenaries to land on the port of Corinth, but also frequently sent grain ships to the port of Corinth. With enough mercenaries and a steady supply of grain, the Sparta people had the confidence to fight the Dionysian army. Just as Sicarion was sitting in the tent sulking, the staff officer walked into the tent. Commander, I just received a report from a fast ship. There are 5 cargo ships full of soldiers sailing towards the Isthmus of Corinth. Sicarion stood up abruptly. Where did they find them? Which city-state are they from? They should be near Naxos Island, not Naxos Island in Sicily, but an island in the Aegean Sea. They should have entered the port of Corinth by now. Just like before, these cargo ships are flying the flags of Miletus, Samos, Ephesus, Halicarnassus, and other Greek city-states in Asia Minor, the staff officer replied in a slightly angry tone. Clang! Sicarian kicked the chair over. His face was as cold as frost. He paced quickly in the tent, his hands clenched into fists. Suddenly, he stopped and shouted, "Order the crew to push the ships into the sea. Get ready to sail." The staff officer immediately understood his intention and hurriedly advised, "Commander, please calm down. His Majesty the Devers has given an order." "That's not an order, it's just a reminder," and His Majesty used the word try. Sicarian said emotionally, "We didn't want to have a conflict with these city-states, but these Greek city-states colluded with the Persia and took advantage of our patience. They kept sending food to Sparta, and now they're sending soldiers to Sparta again. In the long run, the war between us and Sparta will become very difficult, and this will cause great losses to the kingdom's interests. So, the navy can no longer stand by and watch, we must take action." At this point, he softened his tone and said, "You're still young, and you're not familiar with His Majesty's style. He never gives orders to the commanders of the expeditionary army. Instead, he allows them to make their own battle plans according to the actual situation on the battlefield. Now is the time for us to change our strategy." "I understand, sir." The staff officer quickly accepted Sicarian's point of view. In fact, he was also holding back his anger. "Which fleet are you going to send?" Sicarian answered firmly, "All the warships of the First Fleet." "The entire First Fleet?" The staff officer was greatly surprised. The First Fleet had more than 500 warships, and it was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife just to sink a few troop and grain carriers. Sicarian saw through his thoughts and said in a deep voice, "This time, we're not just going to capture or sink all the ships that transport food and soldiers to the port of Corinth. We're going to completely hurt them so that they won't dare to help Sparta in the future. At the same time, this is also an armed voyage for the first flotilla of Dionia to enter the Aegean Sea. We're going to show those Greek city-states our great strength, and let those city-states that want to go against us reconsider whether they have the ability to do so. Yes. I'll inform the entire fleet to get ready to set sail immediately." More than an hour later, Sicarian boarded his flagship, raised the flag of departure, and blew the bugle. Apart from the 2 columns of 50 warships anchored at Xianxia Island to blockade the coast of Sparta, the Ministry of Military Affairs, after the war in the Western Mediterranean, under the instructions of the Devers, the Ministry of Military Affairs made some adjustments to the Navy. Not only did it change the 4 major fleets to 3 major fleets, but it also changed the organization of the fleets. It was clearly stipulated that the subfleets had 100 warships under their jurisdiction, and they were composed of 4 columns, each consisting of 25 warships. Therefore, the battleship column became the smallest unit of the Navy of Dionia. The rest of the warships, about 500 of them, were arranged into 4 columns and sailed eastward. After the fleet rounded the Cape and turned north, Sicarian issued another order. Given that there were many islands in the sea, and the fleet was unfamiliar with the sea conditions here, they would slow down and advance along the east coast. After giving the order, Sicarian returned to his seat to rest. After the end of the war in the Western Mediterranean, the Ministry of Military Affairs had discussed with the commanders and shipbuilders of the fleets on the issue of whether the flagship of the fleets needed to be redesigned and improved. Some people proposed to use Carthage's double-headed dragon warship as the blueprint to build the flagship of the fleet, others proposed that the former 4-tiered Carthage warship could be improved as the flagship of the fleet. Sicarian objected, believing that whether it was the double-headed dragon warship or the 4-tiered warship, they were too clumsy and bloated. The admirals would never let a ship slow down the speed of the entire fleet and affect combat efficiency just because of their greed for enjoyment. Sicarian's opinion was supported by Middleades, the commander of the 2nd Fleet, and Stephacas, the commander of the 3rd Fleet. In the end, the matter of changing the flagship was left unsettled. Other than the hull being slightly larger and the mast taller, Sicarian's flagship was not much different from the Raven warship. Sicarian sat at the stern of the warship. The stern of the warship tilted up like a scorpion's tail, forming a pocket with a wooden chair inside. Since the top of the ship could block the sun, it was more comfortable for him to sit inside. Xianxia held the handle of the wooden chair with both hands and looked out of the warship. The sea here was exceptionally blue, and the wind and waves were very light, so the warship sailed very smoothly. Looking to the left, not far away on the coast, there were strange rocks and strange peaks. Because it was spring, the cliffs were full of green trees and red flowers, pleasing to the eye. Looking up at the sky, there were white clouds floating leisurely in the clear sky. From time to time, flocks of seabirds would fly past, and the gentle sea breeze carried cold water gently brushed against his face, making him feel relaxed and happy. While Xianxia was enjoying a rare moment of comfort, the residents on the shore were very frightened. This coast was still Sparta's territory. Although most of it was cliffs, there were still some small coastal towns. In recent years, there had been frequent wars, and the people in the towns and villages here often saw fleets passing through the nearby waters. They were either ships from Athens and its allies, or the fleets of the Peloponnesus alliance. But they had never seen such a terrible scene. Countless warships covered most of the sea as far as their eyes could see, and every ship was as black as ink, as if it had dyed the blue sea black, just as they ran north along the coast in panic to inform the people in Sparta of this shocking news. The vanguard of the Black Fleet had turned northeast. After bypassing the peninsula on the east side of the territory of Agos, the first flotilla entered a large bay, Cerone Bay. It was like entering a bustling town from a sparsely populated village. Hundreds of ships full of goods could be seen entering and exiting this large bay. Most of them were sailing to Athens in the north, some were sailing to Corinth in the east, and a few were sailing to Megara in the southeast. Even during the war, this place had become one of the most prosperous bays in the Mediterranean Sea a long time ago. But at this moment, the first flotilla of Dionia was like a hungry wolf breaking into a flock of sheep. For a moment, there was chaos, and the ships fled in panic. It did not take long for the bustling bay to become a lot quieter, and no other ships appeared around the warships of the first flotilla. The captains of the first flotilla apparently did not care about such a change. They followed their plan and turned the warships to the east, going deeper into the bay. In the middle of this bay, there was an island called Ina. More than 100 years ago, it was still considered a powerful Greek state. Athens suffered a lot when it came to its navy. It was not until Themistocles suggested that Athens use most of its wealth to develop its navy that Athens gradually began to gain the upper hand in naval battles with Ina. Finally, during the reign of Pericles, Athens entered a golden age. Without Sparta's intervention, Ina was finally conquered and became the territory of Athens. Ina was annexed, and Salamis Island, which was not far from its northwest, also belonged to Athens. Therefore, the northern part of the bay was under Athens' control. Although Xianxia made a shocking decision, he did not lose his rationality. He did not arrogantly let his fleet of warships break into the northern waters and provoke Athens. This was very likely to drag Athens, who was originally neutral, into the war at this time and add unnecessary trouble to the kingdom. Therefore, he let the fleet of warships sail through the southern part of Ina Island. Of course, this was also a risky decision. There were some small islands and reefs in the southern part of Ina Island, and the route was relatively narrow. The warships of the first flotilla, who were not familiar with the sea conditions here, could only form a long column and pass through at a slower speed. If a hostile Greek city-state fleet suddenly launched an attack at this time, the head and tail of the first flotilla fleet would not be able to coordinate with each other and would inevitably suffer greater losses. In this sea area and the nearby waters, only Athens had a strong navy. According to the information provided by the Ministry of Military Affairs, Xianxia knew that there was a military port of Athens on Ina Island, where some warships were docked. Therefore, Xianxia had long lost his previous ease and began to feel nervous. The first flotilla quickly divided into two columns and began to pass between Ina Island and Masina Island. Then, they carefully circled to the south of Agtistri Island. After that, they gradually increased their speed. At this time, the southern coast of Ina Island was full of the people of Athens. They stared at the three-oared warships sailing past them one after another. Their faces were full of astonishment. How many warships are there? I've been counting just now. 205 ships have passed by, and there's still a long way to go. I estimate that there are at least 400 ships. This should be the fleet of Dionia. I heard that when they had a naval battle with the Carthage people, the total number of warships on both sides reached 1,000. At that time, I thought that the self-deprecating colonial kingdom was trying to intimidate the forces in the western Mediterranean. Aristophanes' play, The Dionia, was popular in Athens, causing many people in Athens to think that the Greeks, the main body of Dionia, ignored their noble identity and took the initiative to integrate the indigenous people into their kingdom, giving them citizenship, and living together with them. This was a sign of self-deprecation, and deliberately exaggerated their strength. But now, it seems that it may be true. 400 warships is nothing. The total number of warships in Athens used to be more than this. Even if our warships are far fewer than theirs now, with our superb sailing skills, we can still defeat them in a naval battle. Young man, it's good to have confidence, but don't blindly belittle the other party. We're all sailors. Take a closer look at their ships before you make an evaluation. The fleet of Dionia should not be familiar with the sea conditions here, but look at their speed. The distance between each row of warships and the row of warships behind them is always stable. In the narrower area in front, 2 warships of each row can easily make turns without slowing down, and there has never been a collision. This shows that the fleet of Dionia is well trained, and their sailors are good at handling their ships. We must pay attention to them. Hey! You guys, now that the fleet of Dionia has arrived at our doorstep, you still have the leisure to stand here and watch. Shouldn't you be dispatching our warships to prepare to protect our homeland? What do you know, a woman like you? Look at the direction of the Dionysian fleet, it doesn't look like they're coming for Athens. Besides, we haven't received the order to attack from the executive committee of the general. If we attack rashly and cause a war between Athens and Dionia, we may be condemned by the assembly of citizens. While the people of Athens were standing on Ina Island and discussing, the vanguard of the first flotilla had quickly arrived near the port of Xianxia, located in the eastern part of the Isthmus of Corinth. The land here was concave inwards, forming a small bay. The warships of Dionia immediately blocked the mouth of the bay to prevent the ships from escaping. The arrival of the first flotilla was very coincidental. After the 5 troop carriers from Asia Minor entered the port of Xianxia, another 2 grain carriers from Asia Minor arrived near the port of Corinth. When they received the news that the Dionysian fleet had appeared in Cirone's Bay, they panicked because of their guilty conscience. They swarmed into the port, causing panic and congestion at the entrance of the port. The port could not be closed for a while. The warships of the first flotilla seized the opportunity to rush into the port, trying their best to hit all the ships flying the flags of the city-states of Asia Minor that they could see, even though they had already docked at the port. In the process, in order to clear the route, they inevitably knocked over other ships. The port of Xianxia was in chaos. The people on the shore were panicking and screaming. But for a while, the officials of Corinth at the port could not find any effective measures to stop the Dionia warships from wreaking havoc in the port. The strength of the Corinth navy was considered good among the Greek city-states, but the Cirone's Bay in the eastern part of the isthmus had always been the domain of the Athens, so all the warships were docked at the main port in the western part of the isthmus, Lycium. And even if the fleet was in the eastern port this time, they could not compare to the number of Dionia warships that were constantly pouring into the port. In addition, more than a dozen Raven warships docked at the port one after another, and the fleet's infantry immediately went ashore. But they did not go after the people of the port, nor did they try to seize the port. Instead, they lined up in a neat phalanx of nearly 500 people, holding shields and swords in their hands, and shouted in unison, "We only attack the cargo ships that transport troops and food for Sparta. We mean no harm to Corinth. We only attack." The shouting of the fleet's infantry was a little ridiculous, but it worked in the current chaotic situation. The Corinth fleet hesitated, and because of the deterrence of the Dionia soldiers who landed on the shore, they neither fired rockets from the sentry tower, nor did they find a way to close the water gates. Not long after, the bugle sounded on the flagship of the first fleet, and all the Dionia warships in the port quickly evacuated. The people of Corinth in the port calmed down a little, but the entire port was filled with broken boards and wreckage, and the cries for help of the sailors who fell into the water could be heard incessantly. It was a tragic scene. The Dionia warships successfully evacuated the port of Corinth, and Sicarion breathed a sigh of relief. When he was about to give the order to evacuate the Cirone's Bay, the lookout at the top of the mainmast suddenly shouted, "A yellow flag has been raised by a fast ship in the northeast." Sicurian's heart skipped a beat. He knew that this meant that the number of warships less than the first flotilla was approaching, and in this big bay, there was only one city-state that dared to make such a move, Athens. Sicurian began to get excited. He shouted, "Raise the stars, the fleet is heading northeast." The captain of the flagship rushed to the stern and asked anxiously, "My lord, are you going to start a war with Athens?" "Calm down, Acritus." Sicurian comforted him and said, "The intentions of the Athens people are unclear. I'm just making preparations. If they dare to attack, then we can fight back." The bugle sounded, and the black flag was raised. The 500 Dionia warships that were gathered outside the port of Corinth quickly spread out with their respective fleet as the center, and at the same time, moved northeast together in a formation. Not long after, dozens of Athens warships appeared in the sight of the captain of the warships at the front of the first flotilla. This did not affect the Dionia warships at all, and all the warships were still moving forward at a steady speed. The same was true for the Athens warships. 6 miles, 5 miles, 4 miles. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. At this time, the crew of Athens should be able to clearly feel that compared to the Delnia fleet, there was a clear gap in numbers. However, the many glorious victories that they had in the past had given them courage, especially when there was a victory monument erected on Salamis Island not far from them. Decades ago, it was in this bay that the Greek coalition fleet, with the Athens warships as the main force, fought against the Persia fleet that had several times the number of warships. In the end, they won a glorious victory, creating a miracle of war and saving Greece. This legendary story inspired the people of Athens generation after generation. The crew of Athens who were ordered to leave the port today more or less had such a little bit of hope to offset the nervousness in their hearts. As the distance between the two sides got closer and closer, even Sicurian could not help but feel nervous. He was not afraid of the dozens of Athens warships in front of him. As a high-ranking general of the kingdom like him, not only did he have to fight comfortably, but he also had to consider how the change in this situation in Greece after the defeat of the Athens fleet would affect the military plan that Dionia was implementing in Peloponnesus. But the situation in Greece was complicated, and he had no way to predict it. Fortunately, when the distance between the two sides was close to 2 miles, Sicurian received news that the Athens fleet had stopped moving forward. Sicurian hurriedly ordered the fleet to stop moving forward. The warships of both sides were 2 miles apart, facing each other quietly. Both Sicurian and the Athens navy generals breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, they raised their guard against the enemy's fleet. After all, it was not easy for so many warships to stop in a short period of time after receiving an order. This meant that the navy of this country had a complete command system and was well trained. After a while, a fast ship sailed out of the Athens navy fleet and headed straight for the Dionysian fleet. As it approached the Dionia warship, someone on the ship shouted, "The envoy from Athens wants to see the commander of the Dionysian fleet." 20 minutes later, the envoy from Athens navy boarded the flagship of the first fleet of Dionia. "I'm Sicurian, the commander of the first fleet of Dionia." Sicurian spoke loudly while sizing up the newcomer. He had a square face, a high nose, thick eyebrows, big eyes, a beard, a wide forehead, a medium build, not fat nor thin. Although his hair was a little white and he looked like he was about 50 years old, he had a dignified appearance and looked particularly energetic. "Chief General of the Athens Navy, Callistratus." The envoy stared at Sicurian with a sharp gaze. His voice was deep and magnetic, but his words were sharp. "The 300,000 people of Athens have entrusted me to ask the general, is Dionia declaring war on Athens?" Sicurian did not expect the other party to ask so directly. He quickly explained in a serious manner, "You've misunderstood. Dionia has no ill intentions towards Athens. We're just chasing after a fleet that was transporting food to Sparta. We had no choice but to come to this bay. To avoid misunderstanding, our warships deliberately avoided the waters of Athens." "No ill intentions?" Callistratus sneered. "If the fleet of Athens sailed in the Bay of Taranto, would the people of Dionia think that this fleet came with good intentions? Would you warmly open the port of Thurii and invite them in?" Sicurian was speechless. Before he could think of a response, the envoy continued, "I think you're a Greek. Then you should know that the survival of the Greeks depends mainly on trade. For the past few decades, Greece has been at war. Who knows how many naval battles have taken place, but the sea trade of the city-states still continues. Few warships take the initiative to attack merchant ships, because the sailors of every city-state know that attacking merchant ships is to dig at the roots of the Greeks. Corinth is just doing what every city-state should do in the sea trade, and those ships that were built for Sparta are just abiding by the trade contract. The sailors are just making some money for the livelihood of their families, but now you. Callistratus's eloquent accusation made Sicarion feel wronged. He quickly coughed and interrupted the envoy impatiently. Please don't talk about these irrelevant things anymore. Just tell me why you're here. A trace of contempt flashed in Callistratus's eyes. He looked calm, but his tone was forceful. After the war between Ionia and Sparta, Sparta once asked Athens for help. The people of Athens considered the relationship between Sparta and Thurii, so they did not agree to the request of the Spartans. I also hope that Ionia can take into account the friendly relations between Athens, and not let the flames of war affect Athens, and promise that before this war is over, your warships will not appear in the Aegean Sea again. Callistratus's words were full of threats, but Sicarion was not one to be threatened. He raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "Our warships will leave immediately, but if there are still fleets to transport troops and food for Sparta, we will come again." Both sides parted on bad terms. After Callistratus left on his ship, a majestic bugle sounded from the Ionia fleet. The warships at the front of the Dionysian fleet turned south one after another, and the warships at the back turned north one after another, and then began to move forward. Not long after, the originally stacked fleet formed two long columns again, drawing a large circle in front of the Athens fleet, and then returned to their original route. The sailors of Athens listened to the impassioned bugle sounds coming from the front, and watched as the Ionia warships turned their hulls to face the bow of the Athens fleet, and swaggered past them. They were surprised by the boldness of the Ionia people, and at the same time a little angry. The Ionia people are demonstrating to us. Chabrias, the temporarily appointed commander of the Athens fleet, looked at the sea in front of him, and said with a solemn expression, "But the Dionysian fleet can change their formation so quickly even with so many warships. If we go to war with Ionia in the future, their navy will be a huge threat to Athens." At this point, he turned to look at Callistratus beside him, and with a solemn expression, he asked in a low but powerful voice, "Now is the best time to defeat this fleet. Should we launch an attack?" Callistratus shook his head. "Athens has not declared war on Ionia, and the citizens are not ready. Let's wait." Only when the entire fleet sailed out of Cirone's Bay did Sicarion loosen his clenched fist. He took a deep breath and said loudly, "Order the fleet to sail east, pass through Kisnos Island, and after reaching the vicinity of Delos Island, go straight south, and only return to the station when they see Crete." "Yes." While the Dionysian army was still building their camp in the territory of Megalopolis, Archidamus, who received the news, immediately lifted the siege on Mandinia and led the army south, bypassing the city of Tegea. He also began building camps at the southern border with Sparta, and began to confront the Dionysian army in the west. Knowing that the siege of Mandinia had been lifted, under the advice of Printos, Clotocatax was not in a hurry to lead the army east. Instead, he patiently continued to let the soldiers fortify the camp. Although the main forces of both sides did not move, the two camps were not peaceful. Battles between scouts from both sides occurred every day, including cavalry and infantry scouts. Of course, the more professional and well-trained Ionia side had the upper hand, especially when a small team of scouts from the mountain ridge ambushed a group of about 20 Sparta mercenaries to search for food. They killed 6 people, killed 4, captured 2, and did not suffer any casualties themselves. All of this put a lot of pressure on the Sparta mercenaries. A few days later, the king of Sparta, Agesilaus, led 7,000 soldiers out of the northern part of Sparta and entered the territory of Tegea to meet up with the Sparta mercenaries. "Father, you're finally here." Archidamus personally came out of the camp to greet him. His face, which had been covered with gloom for the past few days, finally relaxed and revealed a smile. Although Agesilaus was leaning on his cane and looked a little tired, his smile was even more cheerful. "You've worked hard, Archidamus. In order to satisfy your request, I brought all the brave warriors of Sparta. Before I left, I specially went to the temple of Nina in Athens to offer sacrifices. the oracle I received was a good omen. Usually, before the war, the two kings of Sparta who had the right to offer sacrifices would send people to Delphi to ask for an oracle. However, now that the war is happening in the northern border, it is very dangerous to go to Delphi. Moreover, there is not enough time, so we can only offer sacrifices in the citadel of Sparta. That's great. Archidamus looked relieved. Agesilaus looked around at the mercenary generals standing behind Archidamus and said confidently, "Actually, even without the oracle, I believe that Sparta will win this time. In the past, we, Sparta, only needed to send a few hundred warriors to join up with the allied army, and we would be able to dominate Greece. Now, not only have we, Sparta, sent out all our elites, but the army that you, Archidamus, lead is also made up of the most elite soldiers from various city-states. With the two combined, this is the largest and most powerful army that I've led in all these years. I believe that no one can match it." "That's right, King Agesilaus is right." The mercenary generals shouted excitedly. Then, Archidamus introduced these mercenary generals to his father one by one. Agesilaus chatted with them warmly. Some of them were people that he knew. After all, he had fought in Asia Minor for many years 20 years ago, so he was very familiar with the situation there. Therefore, he knew every mercenary general's home country like the back of his hand. He talked about them with great familiarity, which made the generals feel close to him. To these mercenary generals, Agesilaus was a living legend. He fought in the territory of Persia all by himself, causing the people of Persia to be in an awkward situation. They had taken the initiative to ask for peace several times, and his charm had made many Greek city-states in Asia Minor willing to support him. Until now, many of his stories were still circulating in Asia Minor. Therefore, the mercenary generals rushed to salute Agesilaus. It was an honor to be able to talk to him, and the atmosphere was very warm. After a long time, Agesilaus said goodbye to them with the reason that he was a little tired and needed to rest, and followed Archidamus into the central tent. After entering the tent, Agesilaus threw away his wooden staff and leaned against a wooden chair with the help of his servants. The smile on his face had disappeared, and his expression became serious. "What's the situation now, father?" Archidamus' expression was equally serious. A small amount of food was shipped from the port of Corinth the day before yesterday, but no more food was shipped from the north yesterday. The people of Persia told me that the fleet of Dionia is patrolling the Aegean Sea every day. Any fleet that enters Sarone's Bay will be intercepted and interrogated. Several of their fleets have been captured, and the people of Persia have to temporarily stop the food shipments. Apex Agesilaus was not surprised. The reason why he led the army here was because he had received the report from the messenger Archidamus sent to Sparta. Now, the situation had only become more serious. He thought for a while and asked, "How many more days can the food stored in the camp last?" "If you count the troops you brought, don't count them yet. After receiving the news from you, I asked the soldiers to bring 5 days' worth of rations. About 7 days, so I sent people to collect food in the Tegea territory. Unfortunately, the Tegea people have long hidden in the city, so we didn't get much. Immediately stop collecting food from the Tegea territory. At the same time, forbid anyone from destroying the Tegea's villages and fields, and forbid anyone from looting their houses." Agesilaus said sternly. "Father, why are you doing this? We trusted the Tegea so much, but they betrayed us. We must punish them severely. We must let the cities of Peloponnesus know the consequences of betraying Sparta." Agesilaus looked at the confused Archidamus and sighed in his heart. His son fought bravely and was good at making friends. He had a good reputation among the Sparta people, but he had one biggest shortcoming: he was not willing to use his brain, did not do things meticulously, and did not look at the problem comprehensively. Of course, this was also a common problem among most Sparta citizens. Sparta could do this when it was strong, but when it was deserted and the enemy invaded, not only would it not be effective, it would have the opposite effect. However, Agesilaus understood his son's stubborn personality. He did not intend to use words to persuade him, but to let the facts of the future leave a deep impression on him. So he said in a tone that could not be refused, "This is an order." Although Archidamus was almost 40 years old and had led troops into battle many times, he still had respect for his old father. He did not explicitly object, but reminded him, "I'm afraid those mercenaries will not accept this order." "They will accept it," Agesilaus said with certainty. Archidamus couldn't say anything more about this issue, so he changed the topic. "Father, the elders should have met the messenger of Corinth, right? What is the decision of the censor and the council of elders regarding their proposal?" Agesilaus said unhurriedly, "Although the Corinth have always been cunning and capricious, and had once brought disaster to Sparta, I'm referring to the Corinth War, and remained neutral in the war against the Thebes, the elder council is still willing to believe Corinth's words. It's not just because the Corinth emissary said that the Dionysian fleet had ambushed their port and humiliated them greatly. They want revenge. And because Dionia has seriously damaged the interests of Corinth's people, they've been holding a grudge for a long time." "Wait. Dionia damaged the interests of Corinth. What interests?" Archidamus couldn't help but interrupt. Seeing the puzzled look on his son's face, Agesilaus covered his forehead with his hand, but he still patiently explained, "The fundamental interests of Sparta are in Peloponnesus, the fundamental interests of Athens are in the Aegean Sea, and the people of Corinth have been developing westward for a long time. They have many colonies in the western Mediterranean, including Caecula and Syracuse that we're familiar with. They used to be very rich by relying on trade with these colonies, but now, Archidamus suddenly realized, Dionia annexed all the city-states of Great Greece, which made Corinth hate them. No wonder they agreed so easily to open the port of the Eastern Isthmus and allow us to transport troops and food." The messenger of Corinth said that they will unite all the city-states of Greece to fight against Dionia, and we also believe that they can do it. The people of Corinth are not good at war, but they are quite good at this aspect. When Agesilaus said this, he did not have the sarcasm of the other people of Sparta, but a bit of admiration. He still clearly remembered that when he was still a young man, the Peloponnesus War had been going on for almost 10 years, and Sparta had encountered a crisis. Not only were they defeated in both naval and land battles, but the helots in the country were also constantly defecting. Sparta's prestige was greatly reduced, and just domestic affairs alone made them anxious, let alone sending troops to war. To make matters worse, the alliance between Sparta and Argos had expired, and Argos refused to renew the contract. Instead, they formed an alliance with Athens. The Peloponnesus alliance was also facing fragmentation, especially since Mandynia and Elis had their own interests and were in conflict with Sparta. Therefore, the power of Sparta was severely weakened, and they were forced to sign the Treaty of Nicias with Athens. However, because Sparta did not strictly abide by the contract, war could break out at any time, and the people of Argos were also restless. Sparta was facing a huge crisis. At that moment, Corinth stood up and carried out a magical diplomatic operation. Not only did he stabilize the Peloponnesus alliance, but he also prevented Athens and Argos from cooperating well. Instead, there was a gap between them, allowing Sparta to overcome this difficulty and finally win the war. Agesilaus exhaled lightly, blowing away the past, and said seriously, "Dionia is a power in the western Mediterranean. It rose to power by annexing the colonial city-states of Greece for more than 20 years. To the local city-states, it's not only a little unfamiliar, but also more or less in conflict of interest. Now, this outsider has not only sent troops to run amok in the land of Peloponnesus, their fleet is also cruising freely in the Aegean Sea, which will inevitably make many city-states feel angry and threatened. Therefore, the Council of Elders believes that Corinth should be able to form a temporary alliance against Dionia." At this point, Agesilaus exhaled again and said softly, "But this alliance mentioned by Corinth, we can't count on it for the time being. Because an alliance that wants to include more than half of the city-states in Greece and form a powerful army can't be done in a short period of time. What we lack now is time, right, father?" Based on his experience in leading troops to fight against other Greek city-states in the past few years, Agesilaus could guess the reason for this. The Council of Elders has verbally agreed to Corinth's suggestion, but we all know very well that we can't count on this non-existent alliance at this stage. But the army of Dionia is already at our doorstep, and we can't maintain such a large army for a long time because of the lack of food. Agesilaus lightly hammered his broken leg with his hand and said solemnly, "There's one thing you probably don't know. In the past 2 days, the Dionysian fleet has not only been cruising in the Aegean Sea, but some warships full of soldiers have also approached our coast many times, pretending to land again. This has put a lot of pressure on the Council of Elders. It took me a lot of effort to convince the Council of Elders and the inspectors to take the risk and send out 7,000 soldiers. Now, there are less than 1,000 young warriors left in the territory of Sparta. We mainly rely on the old people, the Pariasis, and some Heloths to defend the territory. We don't have enough troops, and there's a great danger. So what we need to do now is to defeat this Dionysian army as soon as possible and then return to defend the territory of Sparta. As long as we win this victory, we can win more support from the Persia and revive the prestige of Sparta in Peloponnesus. It can also buy us more time to wait for the Greek alliance that Corinth's people mentioned to be established and fight with them against Ionia. Then we will have a greater chance of winning. As Agesilaus spoke, his emotions gradually became agitated. However, the commander of the Dionysian army seems to be more cautious. Archidamus reminded again with some worry, these days, the Dionysian soldiers have been building their camp. They don't seem to have any intention of fighting with us in a short period of time. Maybe they want to wait for us to run out of food before attacking. Are we going to attack the camp of the Dionia? The Dionia will come out. Agesilaus replied confidently. Pausanias, the former king of Sparta. When the Corinth War broke out more than 10 years ago, he and Lysander were ordered to each lead an army to attack the Thebes together. The Elder Council of Sparta and the censors made a fatal mistake. They only considered the abilities and positions of these two men when they chose their commanders, but they forgot that these two men had long regarded each other as enemies because of their opposing political ideals. As a result, Pausanias, who should have met up with Lysander's army in time, did not arrive. This caused Lysander to defend against the attack of the Thebes alone, which eventually led to a crushing defeat. The hero of Sparta also died on the battlefield. When the news reached Sparta, the people were extremely sad. Under the instigation of Lysander's supporters, they strongly demanded that Pausanias be tried. In the end, Pausanias was banished from Sparta, never to return. For a king of Sparta who loved his hometown deeply, this punishment was far crueler than death. In the end, Pausanias chose to settle in Tegea because it was very close to Sparta. So even though Pausanias was exiled due to his crimes, the Tegeans still treated him as a VIP. In the next 10 years or so, Pausanias did not waste his time. He worked hard to become a bridge between Tegea and Sparta, and actively integrated into Tegea society. Not only did he befriend many Tegea counselors, but he was also elected to the Tegea Noble Council. However, due to the prolonged war with the Thebes, even the Tegea alliance, which had a close relationship with Sparta, had to provide a large amount of military rations every year. They also had to send their citizens to assist in the war. Even with Pausanias' efforts to mend the gap, the Tegeans who were dissatisfied with Sparta continued to grow. So when the Sparta army suffered a crushing defeat in Leuctra, the Arcadians wanted to form an alliance and seek to break away from Sparta. Under such circumstances, many Tegeans were motivated. In the end, the anti-Sparta faction gained the upper hand in the council, and Tegea joined the Arcadia Union. The pro-Sparta faction secretly informed Sparta of this news, and that was how Sparta warned the Arcadians to immediately cancel the alliance, or else war would come. The Arcadia Union, led by Mandinia, refused. Even though a conflict broke out in Tegea, Tegea still decided to follow the Arcadia Union and fight against Sparta. Seeing that the dark clouds of war were about to envelop Tegea, the Tegeans began to panic. Pausanias wanted to take this opportunity to persuade the Tegeans to return to Sparta's embrace. But in the end, the Dionia suddenly invaded Myrcenia, and the entire situation changed. Dionia. Pausanias vaguely remembered that it was a newly established city-state in Great Greece. When Phoebidas returned from his diplomatic mission to Great Greece, he spoke ill of the city-state, and was ridiculed by many. As the overlord of Greece, Sparta did not even pay attention to this little colonial city-state. After Pausanias went into seclusion in Tegea, news became even more isolated, and he occasionally heard rumors. Dionia won the war with Syracuse. Dionia won the war with Carthage. At that time, he could only sigh. This city-state is quite warlike. After that, he threw it to the back of his mind and did not pay much attention to this city-state. After all, the affairs of the Western Mediterranean were still too far away for a landlocked city-state like Tegea. Pausanias was more concerned about the affairs of Peloponnesus. Now, the kingdom of the Western Mediterranean had sent an army across the sea to attack Sparta, and they struck a fatal blow to Sparta. Messenia was seized, and Sparta suffered heavy losses. Then, the Arcadia Union and Ionia formed an alliance, and the anti-Sparta faction in Tegea completely gained the upper hand. Pausanias saw this, and his heart ached. At one point, he even thought of leaving Tegea, but where could he go? These days, he had locked himself in his house. On one hand, it was to prevent himself from being attacked by the anti-Sparta faction, and on the other hand, he did not want to see the terrible situation and worry himself. One night, after dinner, Pausanias was taking a stroll in the courtyard to digest his food. A servant rushed to him and reported, "Master, there is someone outside asking to see you." "Who is it?" "He said he is an old friend of yours, but his attire is a little mysterious." Puzzled, Pausanias personally came to the door. There were two people standing outside the door. A slave was supporting another hooded man. "What do you want?" Pausanias asked coldly. His eyes widened as he tried to see the face of the hooded man. The man said, "Pausanias, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. You have grown old." "You are?" The voice was both familiar and strange, and Pausanias could not remember who it was. The man suddenly lifted his hood, and Pausanias was shocked. "Agesilaus, why are you here? If you shout any louder, my life will be over," Agesilaus reminded half-jokingly. Pausanias immediately came to his senses and quickly looked at the street outside the door. Fortunately, it was quiet and no one was around. He quickly welcomed the two into the house, closed the door, and said in a low voice, "Agesilaus, you are the king of Sparta, the commander of the Sparta army. During the war, you ignored the army and risked your life to sneak here. Do you think Tegea is still the Tegea of the past? It is very dangerous here. If you are discovered and captured, it will be a huge blow to the Sparta army. Can they still win against the Dionia people?" Pausanias looked distressed. His words were full of reprimand, as if he was still the king of Sparta. Agesilaus, however, laughed. "Although you have left Sparta for more than 10 years, you are still a citizen of Sparta. I don't have time to chat with you now," Pausanias said with a serious expression. "Get out of the city now. If the people who arranged for you to enter the city dare not help anymore, I will arrange it for you." Agesilaus stopped smiling and looked at the old king. With an extremely solemn expression, he replied in a low voice, "I sneaked into Tegea to save Sparta. Only by making Tegea completely under Sparta's control can we have a chance to win against the Dionysian army. Otherwise, Sparta will cease to exist." Pausanias was stunned, and then asked with concern, "Is the situation in Sparta serious now?" "Very serious." Agesilaus immediately told him the difficulties and dangers faced by the Sparta army. Pausanias was stunned for a long time. When worry crawled all over his wrinkled face, he let out a long sigh. Now that the anti-Sparta faction in Tegea has a clear upper hand, it will be difficult to make Tegea become an ally of Sparta in a short period of time. "As long as we have your help, we can do it," Agesilaus answered confidently, and then he revealed his plan. After listening, Pausanias's expression changed. He thought of the disaster that the Tegeans who had a good relationship with him were about to face, and could not help but say, "Isn't this too cruel? If we don't do this, the fate that Sparta will face will be even more tragic than this," Agesilaus said in a heavy tone. Pausanias was silent for a moment, then said with a determined expression, "You wait here. I will now hurry up and contact all the most trustworthy Tegea counselors who are closest to Sparta." "Pausanias." Agesilaus stopped him and said with a solemn expression, "I believe that after we defeat the Dionysian army, the council of elders, the censors, and the people will forgive the mistakes you have committed." At that moment, the 70-year-old former king of Sparta suddenly seemed to have tears in his eyes. He sniffed and said emotionally, "Agesilaus, you are also old. I didn't expect that today's Sparta will be saved by us two old fellows who are about to die." Ever since the siege of Mandinia was resolved, the Dionysian army had been staying in the camp. This was because Clotocatax had adopted Printos' suggestion. They had received news from the Sicarian that the First Fleet had begun to patrol the Aegean Sea and cut off the main food transportation channel of the Sparta mercenaries. Although Clotocatax was worried that the actions of the First Fleet would arouse the dissatisfaction of the other Greek city-states, Printos was more concerned about the fact that the First Fleet's initiative to attack would put the Sparta army in a difficult position because Sparta's national strength was severely damaged at this time, and most of its former allies had defected. Unlike Dionia, which had an endless stream of ships transporting supplies to Myrcenia every day, it would not have enough food to maintain such a large army. As long as the Dionysian army held their ground, it would not take long for the Sparta army to collapse or be forced to take some risky military action. By then, the Dionysian army would be able to achieve victory at a smaller cost. Therefore, when the scouts in the mountains found out that about 6,000 to 7,000 soldiers from Sparta were meeting up with the Sparta mercenaries in Tegea, not only did Printos not feel nervous, he was very relaxed. This was because the addition of the Sparta army would undoubtedly lead to a shortage of food. At the same time, the defense in Sparta's territory would inevitably become weak due to the lack of troops. Therefore, he suggested to Protokatax, first, continue to build defensive measures in the camp to guard against the attack of the Sparta army. Second, order the Sicarian to continue to try to land on the coast of Sparta's territory and put pressure on the Sparta people. Third, send out more scouts and soldiers, expand the scope of investigation to the north of Tegea, and do their best to destroy and cut off any possible food supply routes for the Sparta army. Clotokatax adopted each of these suggestions, and then it was up to Printos to persuade the commanders of the army to carry them out. Half a day later, Clotokatax received a messenger from the Thebes. The news from the messenger not only shocked Clotokatax, but also made Printos' mood sour. Delphi, the priests of Olympia, and Corinth's people were running around, planning to form a Greek city-state alliance to fight against Dionia, whether it was Clotokatax or Printos. From the day they set foot on the land of Peloponnesus, everything went smoothly. Despite the warnings of the Devers and Laotikides before they left, they still had the illusion that they should be able to complete the task given by the king of Devers step by step. If it were not for the reminder of the Thebes, they would never have thought that the arrival of the Dionysian army would cause such a strong resistance in the Greek Holy Land, and that the Dionysian army was ready to drown them in a monstrous wave. When was the last time most of the Greek city-states formed an alliance? The Greek War of Hippo 100 years ago. They were treating Dionia as an enemy like Persia. This was very uncomfortable for Clotokatax and Printos, who had Greek blood flowing in their veins and had a Greek complex. Therefore, when the messenger left, both of them looked very solemn. Printos was the first to break the silence. He comforted Clotokatax. "Your Highness, you don't have to worry too much. The Thebes have already said that forming an alliance that includes most of the Greek city-states will take a long time. We still have enough time to conquer Sparta. Once Sparta is conquered, Messenia will belong to us again. The Arcadia Union will still be our ally. Elis has also expressed goodwill to us. This way, we will have more than half of Peloponnesus. In addition, the Thebes will also support us. Even if other city-states form an alliance to fight against us, their strength will be greatly weakened. We can defeat them with our current strength and dominate the situation in Greece." Clotokatax pondered for a while and said cautiously, "Our arrival is like poking a hornet's nest. I didn't expect Delphi, Olympia, and Corinth to hate us so much. I'm afraid that this will complicate the situation in Greece. Many things may become uncertain. Indeed, the most important thing for us now is to hurry up and defeat the army of Sparta. We need to get rid of this strong enemy first. Moreover, defeating Sparta will increase our prestige. It will also serve as a deterrent to the other Greek city-states." "Your Highness is right." Printos nodded in agreement. "I think we can report." The voice of the royal guard suddenly came from outside the tent. "What is it?" "An urgent letter from Messenia." Clotokatax opened the letter. He gradually frowned and fell into deep thought. Although Printos was curious, he did not take the initiative to ask. After a while, Clotokatax put down the letter and said, "Senator Tisius wrote that Naupactos has sent an envoy, hoping to let some of their people return to their mother state, Messenia." "Naupactos?" Printos thought for a while and said with some doubt, "I remember that this city-state is located on the north coast of Corinth Bay, near the exit of the bay. During the Peloponnesus War, it was not only an ally of Athens, but it was also the naval base of Athens in Corinth Bay. Athens Admiral Phormio once won a naval victory there." Athens' Admiral Demosthenes used it as a military base and almost conquered Acarnania, Amnacia, Aetolia, and Locris. But why did this city-state make? Lord Printos is indeed worthy of being the chief of staff. You are very familiar with the military campaigns that have taken place in the past. Clotho-Catax praised and then explained in detail. Before the Peloponnesus War, there was a large-scale riot in Sparta dominated by the Messenians. Sparta could not put it out with the help of Athens' reinforcements. Finally, they reached a compromise with these heroics and allowed them to leave Sparta's territory. Athens helped some of the escaped Messenians to establish Naupactos. It is said that it was from the suggestion of Pericles. The famous chief general of Athens did have a long-term vision. So during the Peloponnesus War, Naupactos has been a firm ally of Athens and played an important role. After the war, Naupactos was forced to dissolve the covenant with Athens. But in recent years, Sparta has been exhausted by the war and its strength has been greatly weakened. Naupactos has once again been in close contact with Athens. Printos was born as a Turkish commoner. He was talented and intelligent, but because of his poor family, he did not receive much education when he was young. Later, when Dionia was established, he was the first to respond to the call of the Devers and attended the adult class of the Turkish school. After he became illiterate, he had not stopped learning. But after all, he was old, so he focused his energy on military research. The new generation of Dionia citizens received a more comprehensive education from an early age. They were more knowledgeable and involved in a wider range of subjects. As a prince, Clotho-Catax not only had to receive education from the school, but he also had to complete the study tasks assigned to him by the Devers. The amount of knowledge he possessed was more extensive than that of ordinary people of his age. The people of Naupactos have asked to join Messenia on the grounds that they are descendants of Messenia. Printos carefully thought about what Clotho-Catax had just said. He quickly reacted and said, "But they have close contact with Athens. I am afraid that Athens has secretly instigated them. Now that the First Fleet is patrolling the Aegean Sea, Athens is already dissatisfied, and now there are Delphi and the priests of Olympia secretly operating. Once Messenia becomes unstable because of their participation, not only will the kingdom's efforts to invest in Messenia be destroyed, but it will also cause problems for the army's retreat. We have to be careful." Lord Tisius is also aware of this problem, so he wrote to ask for instructions. Clotho-Catax raised the papyrus scroll in his hand, but there was some hesitation on his face. "But we have already issued a call to the whole of Greece, welcome the immigrants of Messenia back to our mother country. We have just said that not long ago, so how can we go back on our words now?" "Your Highness, we do not need to go back on our words," Printos suggested. "We just need to postpone this matter and say, in principle, Messenia agrees to let them return to their mother country, but because there are too many of them returning, Messenia does not have enough houses and land for them to settle down. When Messenia is fully prepared, we will take the initiative to tell them to return." Clotho-Catax pondered. "You mean, after we defeat Sparta and stabilize the situation in Peloponnesus, we will agree to the request of the people of Naupactos? Even after we have taken control of the situation in Greece, we can inform Naupactos. After all, Messenia is under our control, so the timing is up to us. Anyway, we did not go back on our words." Clotho-Catax nodded and picked up a pen and paper. He deliberated for a while and prepared to write a reply. At this time, a guard outside the tent came to report. "Your Highness, the officer in charge of patrolling the West Gate has brought a man from Elis. He has very important news to tell you." "Elis?" Clotho-Catax was curious and puzzled. He put down the pen and said, "Let him in." Under the supervision of 2 palace guards, a Greek man dressed as a shepherd walked into the tent nervously. When he saw Clotho-Catax sitting at the head of the table, he immediately shouted, "My lord! My lord! My master is Elis Lala. He wrote a letter and asked me to hand it to the commander of the Dionysian army. I took the letter, but I was afraid of being discovered, so I did not dare to take the main road. I ran for 2 days on the mountain roads and did not eat much. I am so tired." "Don't talk nonsense. Quickly take out the letter," Printos said in a deep voice. When the man was stared at by Printos's sharp eyes, he suddenly trembled in fear and quickly took out the letter from his bosom. The guard immediately handed the letter over to him. Clotocatax opened the letter. The content of the letter made his heart sink. He stared at the letter for a while. When he calmed down, he raised his head and said to the guard, "Take him to eat a good meal first. Then tell the financial officer to give him 5 silver coins as a reward." "Yes. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." The man was so happy that he bowed again and again. Then he remembered something and quickly said, "My lord, please write a reply to let my master rest assured." Clotocatax nodded. After the guard and the messenger left, Printos immediately asked, "Your Highness, did something big happen?" Although Clotocatax hid it well, Printos still saw some clues. Clotocatax silently handed the letter to him. Printos quickly read the letter, and his expression became solemn. "Your Highness," the letter says, "the Olympia priest and the Pisans have persuaded the Elysian parliament to join the Greek Union to fight against us." The letter also says, "At the Elysian parliament, the Olympia priest declared that their people will soon persuade the Oconus to rebel against the Arcadia Union." If the situation is as the letter says, the situation will be very disadvantageous to us. Clotocatax clenched his hands tightly. Although he seemed a little nervous, he still analyzed the situation seriously. "When I was in Messenia, I heard from Lord Tisius that the father of this Elysian parliament member, Ionicus, was a Messenian. He once witnessed our army recapture Messenia from the hands of Sparta. He also stayed in Messenia for a period of time and liberated Heroics with Tisius. He has a good impression of the kingdom of Dionia. That's why he wrote us this letter immediately after he heard the news. I'm afraid that if we fail, the newly independent Messenia will once again be occupied by the Sparta. So, I don't think he would lie to us. If Elysian parliament becomes our enemy, and Oconus or more Arcadia cities also rebel, then our path of retreat will be threatened. Messenia is likely to be attacked, and the battle with Sparta will not be easy," Printos said in a low voice. Clotocatax rubbed his hands and asked hesitantly, "Should we lead the army back to Messenia first and see how the situation changes before deciding on the next step of the military operation?" "Top point, Your Highness, we can't retreat." Printos immediately objected. "Now that the Sparta army is about to engage us in battle, if we retreat now, not only will the soldiers complain, but our previous efforts will also be in vain. The Sparta army will be able to catch a breather, and the other Greek city-states will look down on us. They might even form an alliance with the Sparta people and fight against us together. If that happens, it will be even more difficult for us to defeat the Sparta army. Not only can we not retreat now, but we should also speed up our attack on the Sparta army before the Greek city-states are ready. As long as we can defeat the Sparta army, the situation will become favorable to us." After all, this was Clotocatax's first time leading an army, and he lacked experience. Coupled with the bad news coming one after another, he panicked and chose to be conservative under the pressure. With Printos' reminder, he immediately realized that if he did that, the war would undoubtedly prolong. Not only would it consume a lot of the country's resources, but it would also increase the number of casualties. It would also disappoint his father, who had always been aggressive in battles. Thinking of this, he pulled himself together and immediately said, "Lord Printos, you are right. We should speed up our attack on the Sparta army, but what should we do?" "Your Highness, first of all, we should send messengers to inform our garrison in Messenia to strengthen the defense of the northern border, and get ready to mobilize the Messenians at any time," Printos patiently suggested. "Secondly, we should send some scouts and soldiers to the west to investigate not only the situation in the Elise region, but also the movements of the Arcadia Union army, just in case. After that, Your Highness, you should write a letter to the Sicarian king about our current predicament and urge him to attack the coast of Sparta. At the same time, we will lead our main force into the Tegea territory. We will not take the initiative to attack the Sparta camp first. Instead, we will pretend to build a new camp at the border of Tegea and Sparta, forcing the Sparta army to leave their camp and fight us. What if the Sparta army decided to stay in their camp and join forces with the Elis army before fighting us?" Clotocatax couldn't help but ask. "Then we'll build a camp there and block the way for Sparta to return home. Then, we'll send some soldiers to cooperate with the First Fleet and invade Sparta's territory from the north." "I don't think Sparta would want to see that happen," Printos said calmly. After listening to Printos, Clotocatax fell into deep thought and did not respond for a long time. Printos could not help but ask, "Your Highness, do you think there are any shortcomings in my plan?" Clotocatax could tell that Printos was a little dissatisfied, so he quickly said apologetically, "Lord Printos, your suggestion is very good. I have no objections. I'm sorry, I was a little distracted just now because your plan inspired me and gave me an idea." Clotocatax's apology not only made Printos feel better, but also made him feel ashamed of himself for being too narrow-minded. So he asked seriously, "Your Highness, do you have any good ideas? When I was in Turii, I read the history of the major Greek cities in detail. The reason why Elis expressed goodwill to us before was because although it was a member of the Peloponnesus alliance, it had a grudge against Sparta during the Peloponnesus War because of the ownership of Lepreon. Before the Corinth War, Sparta's army invaded Elis territory and forcibly occupied some of its territories. After the signing of the Great King's Peace Treaty, Sparta supported Pisa and forcibly transferred the right to host the Olympia that originally belonged to Elis to Pisa. Since then, the people of Elis hated Sparta to the core. So when they learned that our army was going to fight with Sparta, they were very happy and even sent Ionicus to Messenia with the fleet. Now, the reason why Elis agreed to join the Greek alliance against us is probably because Pisa voluntarily surrendered to it, giving it the opportunity to completely unify the western region of Peloponnesus. But it forgot that if we were really defeated and withdrew from Peloponnesus, once Sparta regained its strength, it would still compete with it for the dominance of the western region. So, we should send a diplomat, Chaereas, to Elis and make a promise to them. We don't necessarily need Elis to support us, but as long as Elis can remain neutral, Daionia will support Elis to become the leader of the western region of Peloponnesus. Even if the people of Elis don't agree to our proposal in the end, they will hesitate and argue, which will delay the military mobilization against us. What do you think, Sir Printos? Clotocatax's suggestion made the eyes of Printos, who only focused on military matters, light up. He sincerely praised, "Your Highness, your suggestion is really wonderful. I think we should not only send Chaereas to Elis, but also send him to other city-states to disrupt the situation in Greece that is beginning to be unfavorable to us." Clotocatax and Printos hurriedly carried out their plan, but on the second day, they received news from scouts. The Sparta army was attacking the city of Tegea. The Sparta army's initiative to attack made Printos feel that this was a good opportunity to fight the Sparta army. So, under his suggestion, Clotocatax left 3,000 soldiers to guard the camp and led the army to rescue the Sparta army. The road to Tegea was relatively narrow and uneven, with high hills on both sides. The experienced Printos did not let Clotocatax advance rashly. Instead, he suggested that they first send the mountain scouts to investigate the surrounding situation. Sure enough, they found the Sparta army lying in ambush in the mountains. So, Clotocatax sent out a mixed group of light armored soldiers and light infantry to attack the Sparta army lying in ambush on the hills. The battle was not fierce. The Sparta army did not have any Sparta warriors. Most of them were mercenaries, and they did not have any heavy infantry. After their whereabouts were exposed, they quickly chose to retreat in the face of the well-trained light armored soldiers and light infantry of Daionia. But the battle in the mountains delayed them. Seeing that it was almost dusk, the Dionysian army had to find a place to camp and rest. On the morning of the third day, the Dionysian army continued their march, but in order to prevent ambushes and harassment from the Sparta army, they did not march quickly. It was not until the morning that the vanguard entered the territory of Tegea. The Tegea-Mandinia Plains was one of the rare large flatlands in the Arcadia region. It was a long and narrow area that stretched from north to south. Rivers crisscrossed it, and the land was relatively fertile. It was a famous wheat-growing area on the entire Peloponnesus Peninsula, as well as the granary of the Arcadia region. The soldiers trekked through the mountains and came to the open plains. Seeing the lush green wheat fields everywhere, undulating in the gentle breeze, all of them felt refreshed. Clotocatax did not have the leisure to enjoy the scenery, because he had already received a report from a scout. The Sparta army was attacking the city of Tegea. The battle was very fierce, and it seemed that the Tegeans had suffered heavy casualties, and were on the verge of collapsing. Before this, Printos and the other generals had analyzed the situation. Tegea had been under the protection of the Sparta army for a long time, and unlike the Mandinians, it did not meticulously build its own walls. Its walls had not been maintained for a long time, and there were no trenches or other defensive facilities outside the city. But Hegemon was, after all, one of the largest states in the Arcadia region. It had a large population, and it should be able to hold out for a while. How could he die so quickly? However, the reports from the scouts were all the same. Sparta's army had completely surrounded Tegea city, and Sparta's soldiers had already attacked the top of Tegea city several times. Corpses were strewn all over the city. Without a doubt, under the assault of tens of thousands of Sparta's soldiers, Tegea city was in grave danger. Clotocatax and Printos would never allow Tegea city to fall into the hands of Sparta. First of all, it was still spring, and the people of Tegea still had plenty of food in their homes. This would greatly alleviate the food shortage of the Sparta army. Second, Sparta had conquered Tegea city, which was located in the center of the plains. Now that they had a firm foothold in the plains, they could continue to threaten Mandinia in the north and gain a certain strategic advantage. Thus, Clotocatax issued an order: increase the speed of the march, advance towards Tegea city. At the same time, the Dionia prince added another order: try not to trample on the wheat fields. Tegea city was only a few dozen miles away from the southwestern border. The terrain was flat, and the Dionysian army's advance was relatively fast. By noon, the vanguard could already see the outline of Tegea city. At this time, Clotocatax received another report from the scouts. Most of the Sparta army had withdrawn, and they had begun to arrange their soldiers to face the west. The Sparta army is now preparing for a decisive battle with us. When Clotocatax saw that his goal was about to be achieved so quickly, he was first overjoyed, but then he felt nervous. After all, the upcoming decisive battle would determine the success or failure of the Dionysian army, as well as the life and death of tens of thousands of soldiers. Of course, Printos was much calmer. He suggested that the army should temporarily advance, and at the same time, he requested to observe the formation of the Sparta army from a closer distance. After hearing this, Clotocatax also expressed his desire to go, and he even used the excuse that my father often personally observes battles to shut the mouths of those who tried to persuade him. As a precaution, the 1st Cavalry Legion sent 500 cavalrymen to protect them. Soon, they arrived at the vicinity of Tegea city. From afar, they could see tens of thousands of Sparta soldiers spreading out from the south to the southwest of Tegea city. The scene was noisy and chaotic, and the shouts and cries of "kill" could be heard coming from the top of Tegea city. Obviously, Sparta was still unwilling to give up on the siege, and they were still making their last effort. Seeing that Clotocatax and his cavalrymen were still approaching, Sparta's formation also sent out many cavalrymen, intending to drive them away. To prevent any accidents, Printos had to order Clotocatax to retreat immediately. On the way back, Clotocatax saw that Printos was frowning and deep in thought, so he couldn't help but ask, "Is there any problem with Sparta's formation?" Printos came back to his senses and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, did you see those real Sparta warriors? They are actually lined up on the left side of the formation." After being reminded by Printos, Clotocatax recalled the scene he had seen before. In the battle formation that stretched for several miles, thousands of Sparta warriors wearing traditional red cloaks were indeed lined up on the southernmost side. Clotocatax had spent some time in the staff office of the Ministry of Military Affairs, and he had participated in the study of previous battles that took place in the Mediterranean Sea. He knew that due to the small population, Sparta rarely fought independently in large-scale battles. Most of the battles were fought under the command of the Allied forces, and Sparta's own warriors would often be concentrated on the right side, relying on Sparta's traditional left-turn tactic to determine the final outcome of the battle. But this time, Sparta's warriors were actually concentrated on the left side, which was indeed unexpected. He thought for a moment and said, "Is it because of the defeat of Leuctra? Sparta thought that their traditional tactics were no longer suitable, so they changed their formation? Or, they just casually arranged a formation and pretended to engage us in battle, just to delay our rescue of Tegea?" Printos knew that with Sparta's current situation, the only person who could lead and command such a large army was their old king, Agesilaus. He knew about the old general's past battles. Agesilaus' style was cunning and unpredictable, which was very different from the traditional generals of Sparta. This change in the battle formation that was different from the past definitely caught his attention, but he could not guess the real intention of the other party. He temporarily suppressed his doubts and said, "Your Highness, you are right. We should save Tegea first." But when the Dionysian army approached Tegea, the Sparta army had all stopped attacking the city and continued to line up on the east side of the Dionysian army. It seemed that they were prepared to fight the Dionysian army to the death here. Clotocatax immediately gathered all the commanders together and told them about the battle plan that he had discussed with Printos. "Your Highness, our first legion is the strongest, but you arranged us to the left wing and let Legio IV to the right wing to fight against the Sparta warriors. I think this is a little unreasonable." Tessus objected. "I think it's reasonable. Legio IV is completely capable of defeating the Sparta army in the front and establishing victory for the entire battle." Not only did Olivers refute loudly, but he also acted like a veteran. "Tessus, I couldn't tell. You've just become a commander and you're already looking down on us." "Sir Olivers, how would I dare?" Tessus complained but did not back down. "I'm just saying the truth for the sake of victory." Seeing this, Clotocatax hurriedly stepped forward and advised, "Stop fighting, both of you. I believe that Legio IV's combat strength can completely resist and even defeat the Sparta army's attack, but the key to victory lies on our left wing. Commander Tessus, you must lead the first legion to defeat the enemy in front of you as soon as possible, and then attack the enemy's flank in the middle, thereby winning the entire battle. I hope you can do it." Tessus's spirit was lifted, and he immediately said confidently, "Your Highness, please rest assured that the First Legion has never disappointed the commander." The conflict seemed to have been resolved, but then the commander of the 7th Legion, Tectelos, said with dissatisfaction, "Your Highness, you're being too unfair to the 7th Legion. The soldiers guarding Myrcenia are the soldiers of the 7th Legion. The soldiers guarding the new camp are the soldiers of the 7th Legion. Now that the battle is about to begin, the reserves are the soldiers of the 7th Legion. The 7th Legion worked so hard to accompany you to the Peloponnesus Peninsula, but in the end, they didn't even win a single battle. How are they going to face their families when they go back?" The more he said, the more aggrieved Tectelos felt. His voice became louder and louder, attracting the attention of the surrounding soldiers. Compared to the 7th Legion, the other legions had, after all, benefited. The commanders quickly lowered their heads and looked as if it had nothing to do with them. Although Clotocatax was contradicted like this, he was not angry. Instead, he advised apologetically, "Commander Tectelos, the commander of the Sparta army is King Agesilaus. He has always been good at using troops, and I'm afraid it won't be easy to win this battle. So, by using the 7th Legion as the reserves, I hope that you can influence the entire battle at the critical moment and win for us. Even if we defeat Sparta, our war in Greece will not end here. In future military operations, I promise you that the 7th Legion will be the first to be considered." After hearing these words, Tectelos' expression became slightly better, and he immediately said, "The 7th Legion will perform the duties of the reserves well." Tectelos looked burly, but he was actually very thoughtful. Before leaving Turiae, the Devers specifically talked to him, and he felt the high expectations the king of Devers had for Clotocatax. How could he risk offending the king by not carrying out the order? He was just taking the opportunity to make a scene to attract the prince's attention and earn more benefits for the 7th Legion. After all, compared to the 1st, 4th, and Legio VI, the 7th Legion did not have much of an advantage. Time is of the essence. All commanders, please return to your legions immediately after receiving your mission. Watching the commanders leave on their horses, Printos, who had been silent all this while, finally praised sincerely, "Well done, Your Highness." Mukaloo, who was at the side, understood why Printos said that. As the commander of the Dionysian army, when faced with the doubts of his subordinates, he could resolve it with just one sentence. This was an order. After all, according to the military law of Dionia, once an order was given, the lower-ranking officers must strictly carry it out. However, Clotocatax still patiently persuaded these officers at this time. It could be seen that the saying that His Highness is humble was indeed not empty words. Under the orders of the commanders and the command of the various commanders, all the soldiers of the Dionysian army moved quickly. Although the Dionysian army started to get into formation later than the Sparta army, after half an hour, the Dionysian army's formation was basically complete, the 1st Legion on the left, Legio 6 in the middle, and Legio 4 on the right. The formation was 15 rows thick and about 4 miles long. The 1st Cavalry Legion was divided into 1,000 cavalrymen each, positioned at the two ends of the formation. Agesilaus, who was standing in front of the formation and observing the formation of the Dionysian army, frowned when he saw that the opponent was moving quickly and stopped making noise. He looked back at the messy formation behind him and could not help but say, "Hurry up and urge the commanders to speed up the formation." "Father." Archidamus was a little hesitant. "Didn't you ask them to deliberately slow down the formation?" "I think even if they don't deliberately slow down, the Daionia army should be in formation first," Agesilaus said helplessly. "Hurry up and inform them. If the Dionians suddenly attack, how can we fight when our formation is still in such a mess?" "Yes, father." Archidamus quickly ran back to the formation. Agesilaus looked at Dionia's army formation again, but all he could see was darkness. After looking at it for a while, he still couldn't tell where the advantage of the Daionia army was. Instead, he felt his eyes turning sour. He had no choice but to give up observing the enemy's formation. He held his cane and slowly walked back to the back of the army formation under the protection of the guards. The sun had begun to move towards the west, and the warm sunlight shone on the Tegea plains. On the east side was the dazzling Sparta army's formation that was 4 miles long, while on the west side was the pitch-black Daionia army's formation that was also 4 miles long. The two armies were separated by 3 miles, and both were surrounded by green wheat fields. They looked like two yellow and black parallel lines drawn on a green cloth, and the northern midpoint of these two parallel lines was Tegea city. "Father, the formation is ready. Why aren't you attacking yet?" Archidamus hurried over and asked. "Don't rush, wait a while more," Agesilaus glanced at him and said calmly. "What are you waiting for?" "The soldiers have been waiting for half an hour. The sun will set if we wait any longer," Archidamus urged anxiously. Agesilaus' face immediately darkened, and he said sternly, "You should stay with your soldiers, not come here to mess around. Hurry up and go back." Agesilaus looked at Archidamus' back and subconsciously rubbed his face with his hands. In fact, he was not waiting, but he was afraid. A veteran who had been on the battlefield for decades was actually afraid, but that was the truth. Although Agesilaus had experienced countless wars, it was his first time commanding a battle that could decide Sparta's life and death. Furthermore, the opponent was the powerful Daionia. He had just witnessed how well trained the enemy soldiers were. Although he had made meticulous arrangements for this battle, he felt inexplicably guilty when the battle was about to start. The life and death of Sparta depended on his command, and he found it difficult to open his mouth. Suddenly, Agesilaus' body swayed a few times and he almost fell. His servants quickly held him up. In order to raise morale and observe the enemy's situation, he had to stand for a long time. His old body could no longer support him, so he could only helplessly sit on the wooden chair that had been prepared. The commander of the Dionysian army, Cultivation, was equally nervous. It was his first time commanding a battle, and he was faced with such a large-scale battle. Furthermore, the enemy was the Greek overlord, Sparta. Looking at the dazzling light walls that stretched endlessly on both sides, Cultivation felt an invisible pressure. He knew that his command would determine the life and death of thousands of Daionia soldiers, so he had been hesitating. "Your Highness, the soldiers are almost done resting. You can give the order to attack now," Printos stepped forward and reminded him softly. Should we wait a little longer?" Cultivation asked, feeling a little guilty. Printos intentionally looked up at the sky and said, "If we wait any longer, I'm afraid today's battle will have to be cancelled. If we miss this opportunity, I don't know when we'll be able to capture the Sparta army again. The situation will become more and more unfavorable for us." Printos' words caused Cultivation's expression to change. He was silent for a moment, then clenched his teeth and said, "Then let's attack." Woo! Woo! The sonorous sound of the bugle echoed in the west side of the Tegea plains. The various military flags that were originally raised high in the formation pointed to the east at the same time the bugle sounded. "Advance!" Just like the other team officers, Marquez gave the order to his team of soldiers. The group of soldiers shouted excitedly, pulled out the shields that were stuck in the mud, and carried them on their backs. In order to save the soldiers' strength and make it easier to march, the weapons merchant added a long strip of cloth to the inside of the shields according to the requirements of the Ministry of Military Affairs. With it, the soldiers could carry the shields on their shoulders. They held spears and javelins in their hands, and moved forward steadily with the other groups of soldiers. The battle was about to begin, and Marquez was a little excited. However, he was not as excited as his Greek soldiers. He knew that they were eager to defeat the Sparta warriors who had dominated Greece for decades. They wanted to prove that the Greek citizens of the Kingdom of Ionia were the strongest warriors in the Greek world. Therefore, Marquez was not worried about the morale of his soldiers at all. The Ionia had begun their attack. Agesilaus heard the bugle sound from the opposite side and unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Facing the mercenary general who came to ask for instructions, he said calmly, "Don't be in a hurry to blow the bugle. Let the Ionia advance a little further. This way, when we engage in battle, the city of Tegea will be behind them." As the Ionia soldiers advanced slowly, rows of wheat sprouts fell to the ground. The originally straight line of the Ionia army gradually became more distinct. The light infantries with brisk footsteps had passed through the checkerboard formation of the heavy infantries and walked in front. Next were the cavalry on both ends. Even though they did not let the war horse gallop in order to conserve horsepower, they were still moving faster than the light infantries. The Ionia light infantry spread out in a loose formation at the front of the left, middle, and right flanks. When they were about 2 miles away from the Sparta army, Agesilaus finally gave the order to attack. The left flanks were the Sparta warriors in red cloaks, the middle flanks were mainly mercenaries, and the right flanks were mercenaries who had retreated from the siege not long ago. Other than the right flanks being 10 rows thick, the middle flanks and left flanks were increased to 20 rows thick. Both flanks were Macedonian cavalry. It seemed like Agesilaus had arranged the most traditional Greek phalanx formation and was about to engage in the most standard Greek heavy infantries with the Dionysian army. The only difference was that countless light infantries passed through the gaps in the formation and advanced forward in a loose formation. Agesilaus had some understanding of the Dionysian army. He knew that the Dionysian army was good at using light infantries to attack first to disrupt the enemy's formation. That was why he had specially instructed the mercenary general to recruit more light infantries in order to counter and weaken the Ionia light infantries during the battle. "What did you say?" "The enemy has a lot of stone throwers." Clotocatax was surprised after listening to the scout's report. "Yes, Your Highness. The enemy threw a large number of flying stones at our light infantries from afar, causing some soldiers to be injured. I think the Sparta people might have recruited some stone throwers from Rhodes." Advisor Mukalu made his conjecture, and sighed regretfully. "It's a pity that the original stone throwers in our first corps have all retired. Damn it. I should have asked my father to send some Bali people." Clotocatax was filled with regret. After the southern part of Iberia was incorporated into the Kingdom of Ionia, the Bali Islands naturally submitted to Ionia. The Devers allowed them to govern themselves and generously promised to solve their food shortage problem. However, they also made a request: if the war required, the Bali Islands must provide no less than 2,000 stone throwers. "Don't worry, Your Highness. The Spartans' light infantry is a temporary patchwork, and they are not as well trained as our soldiers. They are just taking advantage of the distance advantage. I think our light infantry will soon give them a taste of suffering," Printhos consoled. Clotocatax was skeptical, but at least he felt a little relieved. Not long after the light infantries of both sides fought, the cavalry of both sides also began to speed up. Although the tall wheat sprouts hindered the war horses to a certain extent, the cavalry had no time to think too much at this time. Soon, the cavalry of both sides collided. At both ends of the formation were 1,000 Ionia cavalry versus 750 Macedonian cavalry. Although the Ionia cavalry had the advantage in numbers, the Macedonian cavalry was as famous as the Thessaly cavalry in Greece. They were not weak in terms of horsemanship, fighting spirit, and combat effectiveness. Although the 1st Cavalry Legion was the first in name, it was different from the Infantry Legion. Its combat effectiveness could not be the best among the other legions. Even the newly established 5th Cavalry Legion, 6th Cavalry Legion, and 7th Cavalry Legion were stronger than it. The 5th Cavalry Legion was located in Iberia, and its main soldiers were from the conquered Lusitanian cavalry. The 6th Cavalry Legion was located in the Periver area, and its soldiers were all Gallic cavalry. As for the 7th Cavalry Legion, it was located in Hadrumetum, but it usually did not have a fixed number of personnel. Instead, it required the tribes of West Namibia to provide 3,000 to 4,000 cavalry when needed. It was the only light cavalry legion in the kingdom and the largest cavalry legion. Therefore, Cutius, who took office the year before last, felt the pressure and increased the intensity of the cavalry training. Leds could no longer ride for a long time due to his age and injuries, so he chose to retire. At this time, the outcome of the cavalry battle could not be determined in a short period of time. When the news reached the command center at the rear of the Daionia army, in order to prevent Cloto Catax from worrying again, Printos took the initiative to say, the reason why His Majesty did not send too many cavalry back then was because he considered that Peloponnesus had many mountains and few plains, so there was not much room for the cavalry to play. Moreover, the army was already consuming a lot of food for the expedition across the sea, and the cavalry consumed even more food. The Greek cavalry was not strong to begin with, so only one cavalry legion was sent. It is not our main force for victory. The main force for victory is our infantry legion. Cloto and Catax looked forward with expectation. As the entire army continued to move forward, the dust that was stirred up had already begun to pervade the air, blurring the line of sight. On the contrary, the screams continued to be heard, becoming clearer and clearer. The Daionia light infantry, who had suffered some minor losses, sped up and shortened the distance between them and the enemy. Then, the archers used their superb shooting skills that they had trained hard for many years to attack the enemy. The Cretan archers could only barely hold their ground. The javelins took the opportunity to rush forward, closing the distance to within 30 meters. They threw their javelins, but they were counterattacked by the large number of Thracian light shieldmen. Compared to the total number of Dionic light infantries, the 7th Legion's light infantries were left behind in the camp. The Spartan alliance had more than twice the number of light infantries. Although the individual units were not weak, they were put together at the last minute. Not only did they lack tacit cooperation, but they also often hindered each other from time to time. Moreover, they lacked experience in large-scale battles with light infantries. That was why the Dionic light infantries, which had fewer numbers, had the upper hand by relying on their nimble movements and skilled tactical cooperation. As the distance between the two armies got closer, the Sparta coalition light infantry, who were worried that they would be squeezed in the formation, hurriedly retreated. On the other hand, the Daionia light infantry remained fearlessly in front of the formation. They turned to attack the Sparta heavy infantry who were slowly moving forward. Although the arrows falling from the sky did not cause much damage to them, they could slow down their advance and disrupt their formation. However, the heavy javelins that were thrown at them posed a threat to their lives. The mercenary heavy infantry in front of the formation could not dodge the javelins. Before they could enter the charging distance, they were forced to run, causing the already crooked formation to become even more uneven. The Daionia light infantry quickly withdrew from the gaps in the chessboard formation at the back. The small squares quickly closed up and formed a unified formation. Then, the commander shouted, "Prepare the javelins." At this time, most of the Sparta coalition soldiers had rushed within 40 meters of the formation. The timing was just right. This was the result of the long and arduous training of the Legion of Dionysia. Accompanied by the roar of the Legion of Dionysia soldiers, nearly 20,000 javelins flew out, covering the sky. The charge of the Sparta coalition army stopped instantly, followed by continuous screams. The frightened Sparta coalition army soldiers had just removed their shields when they were shocked to find countless javelins flying towards them. Although before the battle, Agesilaus specifically reminded the mercenary generals to be careful of the Legion of Dionysia's heavy infantry throwing javelins when they approached, the mercenaries who had never fought with the Daionia were still unprepared. Taking advantage of the Sparta coalition army's formation being disrupted by the rain of javelins, the legionnaires shouted the name of Hades and launched a charge. The Daionia coalition army that was 4 miles long crashed into the Sparta coalition army like an avalanche. The Legio 6 soldiers were holding back their anger because they heard from the team officers that the commander ordered Legio 4 to fight the Sparta coalition army on the right flank, the 1st Legion on the left flank as the focus of the attack, and their Legio 6 was only in the middle to restrain the enemy. Why can't Legio 6 just restrain the enemy? The soldiers swore to let the young prince see the power of Legio 6, so they roared and concentrated all their strength on the long shield in their left hand, slamming hard into the enemy who was trying to restore their formation. The javelins in their right hand passed through the gap like lightning, accurately piercing the enemy hiding behind the shield. The Legio 6 soldiers attacked with all their might from the beginning, causing the Sparta coalition army in the middle to be even more disorganized due to the javelin attack. The Legio 4 soldiers held back in their charge because their opponent was the famous Sparta coalition army, so they had to be on guard. However, when the Spartans charged forward and started fighting, they realized that the Spartans' counterattack wasn't sharp. Under the fierce attacks of the soldiers, the Spartans seemed to be in a passive position. Although this made the soldiers heave a sigh of relief, they also felt a little disappointed. On the left flank, the 1st Legion army shouldered the heavy responsibility of winning the battle, and also attacked with all their might. However, the mercenaries who had just been attacked by the rain of javelins tacitly retreated slowly, greatly reducing the charge of the 1st Legion army. At the same time, they launched fierce counterattacks from time to time during their steady defense, causing some casualties among the 1st Legion army's frontline soldiers. This forced the soldiers to stop advancing and began to patiently fight with the enemy. In general, the Dionysian army relied on the long-range attacks of the light infantry and the heavy infantry's javelin attacks to gain the upper hand from the beginning, causing the Sparta coalition army to be somewhat passive in the frontal confrontation. However, Agesilaus had expected this before the battle, so he thickened the columns of the left and middle armies, relying on a stronger pushing force to resist the impact of the 1st Legion army, and gradually stabilized the situation of the battle. When the battle between the two armies returned to a stalemate, the scouts rushed back to the command center and reported to Clotocatax that the cavalry on both sides had defeated the Sparta coalition army's cavalry and were pursuing them. Clotocatax's nervous face finally revealed a trace of a smile. Although he knew that even if the cavalry won, the small number of cavalry wouldn't be able to play a big role in a war with tens of thousands of people, but it was still a good sign. He was about to say something to Printos to ease the tension in his heart when he suddenly heard the faint sound of a bugle horn. He was stunned for a moment, thinking that he had heard it wrong. However, the sound of the bugle continued and became clearer. He subconsciously looked around at the battlefield that was filled with the morning fog, and for a moment, he could not identify the source of the sound. At this moment, Printos had already given an order to Mukra with a serious expression: "This is not our bugle. Immediately send out a few strategists to investigate the surroundings, and find out the source of the bugle as soon as possible." Yes. Mukru also realized the severity of the problem, and immediately rushed to carry out the mission. "Sir Printos, could it be that Sparta's reinforcements are here?" Clotocatax asked worriedly. Printos turned around and pointed to the back, and calmly comforted him, "Your Highness, don't worry. Even if Sparta's reinforcements are here, we can still defeat them." Behind and on both sides of the command center, there was also a relatively large square formation. Not only were there 3,000 heavy infantry from the 7th Legion, there were also 3 light armor brigades and a mountain reconnaissance brigade from other legions, totaling 7,000 people. Printos had used a quarter of the entire army as reserves. This decision was indeed a little too bold, but now it gave Clotocatax confidence. Not long after the strategists set out, a scout returned. "Sir Commander, there are about 400 to 500 soldiers rushing out of Tegea city, and they have been blowing their bugles and advancing towards the battlefield." "It's the bugle of the Tegeans." Clotocatax suddenly realized. "We saved Tegea, but the Tegeans didn't send anyone out to express their gratitude. It's been a while since the battle started, and they only sent their troops out now." Mukra complained softly. The Tegeans were attacked by the Sparta army before, and they probably suffered a lot of losses. With such a large-scale battle happening right at their doorstep, it's understandable for them to be vigilant. Clotocatax explained for the sake of the Tegeans. He then said excitedly, "Not only did they participate in the battle, but they also sent out so many soldiers. This will definitely help us win as soon as possible." "Bring me the map of the current battle," Printos said. One of the strategists immediately handed over a wooden board that he carried with him. On it was a simple map of the battlefield that was drawn based on the information that Xianxia had gathered. Printos took a look at it, and his expression immediately darkened. Our cavalry has already defeated the Sparta cavalry, and you didn't make any corrections in time. Not in time. Information on the battlefield changes rapidly. If you're slow once, you'll be slow every time. How can you provide good support to the commander? Printos reprimanded. My lord, I was wrong. I'll correct it immediately. The strategist lowered his head in shame and wanted to take the wooden board back. However, Printos didn't give it to him immediately. Instead, he took the wooden board and asked the scout in a low voice, "Where are the Tegean army?" The scouts of Dionia had been specially trained. Not only were they good at riding, they had a strong sense of direction, sharp eyes, and were good at observing and estimating the number of troops. They were also good at recognizing and drawing maps. So, he only glanced at the wooden board for a moment before he pressed his finger on it without hesitation. They're here. Printos focused his eyes and saw that the Tegean army was behind the left wing of the Dionia army, and not far south of Tegea city. Your Highness, we should immediately send someone to inform the Tegeans and have them circle around the rear of the Sparta army and attack. The right wing of Sparta, Printos suggested to Clotocatax while gesturing on the wooden board. Clotocatax immediately understood. He looked around and said, "In order to show respect to the Tegea people, Mukalu, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip there." "Yes, my lord." "Wait. Let the guide from Mandinia, Calasinos, go with you. It'll be easier to communicate with the Tegeans this way." It should be said that Clotocatax was very thoughtful. Mukru accepted the order and left. Printos looked to the north thoughtfully. Due to the dust blocking his vision, he couldn't see the Tegean army that was 2 miles away. He felt a little uneasy in his heart, but he couldn't figure out where this uneasiness came from. Agesilaus also heard the incessant bugle. He stood up again and looked towards the north. His face that was as calm as an ancient well finally showed some ripples. The Tegeans have finally come out. It's time for our warriors to take action. Up until now, Marquez, who was at the front of the army, was getting more and more surprised. His soldiers had already done their best, but not only were the enemies not at a disadvantage, he could also feel the coldness and bloodlust in their sharp eyes through the narrow eye holes of Corinth's helmet. It seemed that they still had some strength left. Where did the Sparta people recruit these soldiers from? So powerful. Marquez realized that the First Legion was going to have a tough battle. At this moment, he heard a roar from the opposite side, and the roar was getting louder and louder. He subconsciously tightened his shield and shouted to his soldiers, "Pay attention to defense. Pay attention to defense." But what happened next was completely out of his expectations. The enemies on the opposite side turned around and ran in unison as they roared. Although the frontline soldiers of the First Legion were a little stunned, they immediately cheered and gave chase. As soon as Mukru left, the command center of the Dionysian army received good news. The right wing of the Sparta army had collapsed, and the First Legion was in pursuit. That's great. The First Legion is indeed the strongest legion in the kingdom. It seems that we have won this battle. Clotocatax was so excited that he danced with joy. His previous nervousness had long disappeared without a trace. He even suggested, "Lord Printos, should we send out the reserve troops? Otherwise, they won't get a single achievement, and the battle will be over." But not only was Printos not happy, he was also a little confused. Strange. According to the information reported by the scouts, the defense of the Sparta right wing was very tenacious, and the First Legion did not gain any advantage. Without any warning, how did they suddenly collapse? You suspect that they faked their defeat? Clotocatax was shocked, but then he immediately shook his head. That's impossible. In such a large battle, thousands of people fake their defeat at the same time. Even our soldiers would have a hard time controlling it. If they are not careful, the whole formation could easily collapse, not to mention those mercenaries who were put together at the last minute. Clotocatax's unintentional words were like a ray of light that flashed across Printos' mind. He suddenly widened his eyes and punched his thigh. Mercenaries do not have the ability to carry out such a large-scale feigned defeat, but there is a city-state in Greece that often uses this tactic to win. Clotho-Katax, who had been in the general staff before, had no lack of military knowledge. He blurted out, "You mean the Sparta?" "That's right, the Sparta. We've been tricked by Agesilaus," Printos said angrily. "No wonder their left wing hasn't performed well so far. They're not Sparta warriors at all. They're just wearing Sparta's attire. The real Sparta warriors are still on their right wing, which they're most familiar with. Agesilaus used this trick to confuse us." Clotho-Katax understood. He tried his best to suppress the anxiety in his heart, but his anxiety still seeped into his words. Quick! Quick, send a messenger to inform KTI. Commander Tessus. Tell him that the Sparta warriors are feigning defeat. Don't chase after them. Be careful of their counterattack. Send another messenger to inform Commander Trotira's and Commander Oliver's respectively. Let them seize the opportunity when the Sparta warriors feign defeat and their formation is not in order. Let's increase the intensity of their attack. They might be able to find a breakthrough in our middle and right wing. Printos' suggestion was quickly accepted by Clotho-Katax. At the same time, he gradually calmed down and said, "Lord Printos, thank you for discovering the Sparta's conspiracy in time. Now, it seems that as long as we respond in time, the Sparta's feigned defeat will turn the tide of the battle in our favor, right?" Clotho-Katax's words stunned Printos again. With Agesilaus' ability, taking such a huge risk without getting any benefits, was it worth it? He suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Bring me the map of the battlefield." Taking the wooden board from the staff officer, Printos' sharp eyes quickly scanned the map, and finally focused on the blue vertical bar at the corner. Below it was a line of small words, 4000 to 5000 Hegemon Allied forces. Printos finally understood the source of his unease. "We received news that Hegemon was attacked by Sparta's army and suffered heavy casualties. If we don't send reinforcements soon, I'm afraid the city will fall." But how could Hegemon send so many soldiers to fight in such a terrible situation? Clotho-Katax's heart skipped a beat. He immediately had a terrifying thought, and he could not help but shiver. "You mean, the Hegemon lied to us, and they were actually acting with the Sparta, but those corpses, Your Highness, we don't have time to pursue the details." Printos pointed at the map and said anxiously, "Now that the Hegemon army has appeared behind the First Legion, I can be sure that they will join forces with the Sparta army to attack the First Legion from the front and back. This is Agesilaus' true plot. We must send reinforcements immediately." Yes, rescue." Clotho-Katax's mind went blank when he thought of the possible consequences. "Quick, inform the 7th Legion to rush to the left flank and rescue the 1st Legion." Printos anxiously ordered on his behalf. The messenger who received the order subconsciously looked at Clotho-Katax. Clotho-Katax waved his hand and said anxiously, "Execute the order given by Chief Staff Officer Printos." The messenger turned his horse around and galloped to the rear. Who knew that not long after, Tegetinos would rush over on his horse and ask, "We haven't received any news of the Hegemon attacking the First Legion. This is just your conjecture. If the Hegemon didn't rebel at all, wouldn't our 7th Legion have made a wasted trip? If there are any abnormalities elsewhere, the 7th Legion won't be able to send reinforcements in time. If we receive news of the Hegemon attacking the 1st Legion before sending reinforcements, it'll be too late. If anything goes wrong, I'm willing to take responsibility." Printos replied without backing down. "I'm the one who gave the order." Clotho-Katax stared at Tegetinos. Although his voice was not loud, it left no room for refusal. "Executed immediately, Commander Tegetinos." Tegetinos did not have much else to say. He glared at Printos and hurriedly saluted. "Yes, Commander. May the Hades watch over us." He then whipped his horse and rode back, his roar still audible from afar. "Brothers, your chance to render meritorious service is here. Stay alert and follow me, we'll speed towards the left flank." Roar! 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 Looking at the billowing dust stirred up by the soldiers of the 7th Legion, Clotho-Katax calmed down a little. And said seriously, "Lord Printos, I believe in your judgment. Thank you for your trust, Your Highness." Printos smiled bitterly and said softly, "I do hope that my judgment is wrong." "Congratulations, Commander. Our 1st Legion has defeated the enemy's right flank." The guard captain congratulated Tessus excitedly. Although Tessus was excited, he was also a little doubtful. That's strange. Previously, we felt that the enemy on the other side was not simple. The First Legion would probably encounter a bitter battle. There were no obvious signs, and victory suddenly came. Putris, what do you think is the reason? Tessus was asking his advisor. Corps commander, I think, we should inform the companies not to chase after the defeated enemy. Instead, we should first control our soldiers, maintain formation, and cautiously chase after the enemy to prevent any accidents. Putris suggested cautiously. Tessus hesitated. After all, it was not easy to defeat a strong enemy. If they did not take advantage of the victory and instead slowed down the pace of the pursuit, it would give the defeated enemy a chance to breathe, and the previous battle would be in vain. At this moment, the scouts of the First Legion hurried over to reporting to Commander, the Xianxia army is quickly approaching us. These shameless Xianxians. They didn't come out to help us when we were fighting hard, but now that the enemy has been defeated, they come out to take credit. Bah! Tessus spat on the ground as he looked disdainfully at the back where the bugles were blaring incessantly. Through the dusky dust cloud, he could already see the Xianxia flag and the dense mass of people. Furthermore, the front of the troops was rapidly extending to both sides. Tessus, who had been on the battlefield for decades, suddenly had a very bad feeling, and could not help but shout, the Xianxians are too close to us. Go tell them immediately, don't follow behind us, and go somewhere else to fight the Sparta army. After the messenger received the order and left, Tessus was still a little uneasy as he muttered. The situation isn't right. Looking at the stance of the Xianxians, it doesn't look like they're here to take advantage of us, but to charge. Commander, you still have to be careful. Although the Xianxians are already our allies, we don't understand them at all, and we've never fought together before. Putris was a little worried as he reminded Tessus. After listening to the advisor's words, Tessus finally stopped hesitating and immediately issued an order. Inform the companies at the back of the army to immediately stop advancing, get into formation, and prepare for defense. 5 or 6 messengers spurred their horses forward at the same time, rushing to the front to give orders to the companies that were still running. Commander, some of the soldiers are on defense, and some are still chasing. If that's the case, the strength of our First Legion will be scattered. Why don't we just stop advancing? Putris suggested again. Tessus did not expect to be faced with such a difficult choice in his first battle as a legion commander. Part of the army on defense, and part of the army chasing. Not only could it prevent danger, but it would also cause the strength of the army to be scattered, which was very risky. If the entire army stopped chasing and defended, what if the Xianxians had no ill intentions towards the First Legion? Then the victory that was already in their grasp would fly away. What a pity. This was one of the reasons why Tessus had always been unwilling to be a legion commander. Making a choice was too troublesome, but soon, he didn't have to worry about it anymore, because he saw with his own eyes that the messenger who was blocking the Xianxian army suddenly turned over and fell to the ground, motionless, with a javelin stuck in his body. The Xianxians are the enemy. Immediately blow the bugle, and the entire army will stop advancing. Tessus urgently shouted. Originally, he and his advisor had led the guards, scouts, mountain scouts, messengers, and buglers, to closely follow the First Legion. But now that the situation was critical, they had to rush forward with all their might, otherwise the First Legion's command center would directly face the Xianxian army's attack. Woo-woo! Woo-woo! At the same time as the bugle of the First Legion was blown, the Xianxians also let out a deafening roar and accelerated forward. At this time, they were less than 200 meters away from the First Legion's companies that were lagging behind. After receiving Tessus's order, the officers of these companies and divisions seized the time to gather the scattered soldiers and reorganize their formation. There was no time to form a unified defense line. Countless Xianxians surged over like a tide, rushing into the First Legion's civ, seemingly wanting to drown all the soldiers of Ionia. Shield formation, defend. Brothers, don't panic. Persevere in defense, our reinforcements will soon arrive. But in the midst of this chaos, the hysterical shouts of the officers of the First Legion resounded unceasingly. The small phalanxes stood erect like rocks in the tide. Apex. This was the scene that Mukril saw when he arrived. His heart sank to the bottom. Oh no, the Tegeans have betrayed the Arcadia Union. The Mandinian guide, Calasinus, was also dumbfounded. The Tegeans have betrayed the Arcadia Union? General Mukrel, I can swear to Zeus that the Mandinian Union has no knowledge of this. Mukrel's face was gloomy. He was not in the mood to listen to Calasinus' explanation. He immediately turned his horse around, squeezed his legs hard, and galloped towards the command center. He had to inform the commander of this terrible change as soon as possible. Calasinus looked angrily in the direction of Tegea city, and followed Mukrel. As a platoon leader, when the 50 soldiers under him were excitedly chasing the enemy, Marquez had to try his best to control the whole platoon and not let the soldiers run away. This was a requirement of the Daionia military law. The First Legion was one of the most powerful legions in the Dionysian army, not only because the soldiers were very skilled in combat, but also because they had a strong ability to carry out military law. However, it was much more difficult to control the formation of the platoon today. This was because the enemies in front were not slow even though they were wearing armor and holding shields and spears. Apart from the initial advantage that the soldiers had at the beginning, when the distance between the two sides increased, the soldiers could no longer catch up with the fleeing soldiers. This made the arrogant soldiers of the First Legion very unhappy. In the annual Dionysian Army Grand Tournament, the First Legion had never fallen out of the top 3 in the armed race, but now they could not outrun a group of mercenaries. The soldiers chased with all their might, and naturally did not listen to the orders of their officers. Marquez's voice was almost hoarse from shouting, but he could only watch as the whole platoon was about to run away. Just then, he heard the sound of a bugle coming from behind. He instinctively looked back, and saw the colorful military flags fluttering high in the air and the dust were waving rapidly from front to back. He did not think too much, and immediately shouted, "Stop advancing, this is the order of the Legion. Stop advancing." The soldiers beside him also shouted along with him. Soon, the soldiers in front of Max stopped chasing. Although they were all panting heavily, they looked at the fleeing enemies with unwillingness in their hearts. "Assemble! Hurry and gather!" Max shouted in a hoarse voice. In fact, there was no need for him to put in so much effort. The soldiers around him automatically moved closer to him. Some of them were not even soldiers from his division, but the white tassel on Max's helmet gave them a choice. This was an instinct that they had developed after countless times of training. Just as the soldiers of the First Legion were closing in on the platoon leaders and company captains, the routed soldiers at the front also stopped running. Then, they roared angrily and turned back to kill. Damn it! They were feigning defeat. Max, who was at the forefront of the army, was shocked when he saw the scene before him. He once again ignored the stinging pain in his throat and shouted with all his might, "Assemble!" At the same time, he raised his spear in the air and waved it continuously. Dorios, a former member of the King's Guard of Sparta, was the former military commander of Messenia. Because of the invasion of the Daionia army, he abandoned Messenia without a fight, and was almost expelled from his motherland by the Council of Elders and the censors. Although he was eventually convicted, his days in Sparta were not easy. The people of Sparta, who had lost their land in Messenia, glared at him when they saw him, and even cursed him loudly. He could only swallow his anger. He had always been the pride of his parents, wife, and children, and had never been humiliated like this. He did not know how he got through those days, but all his patience was for today. He was almost 50 years old, and today, he was fighting on the front line as an ordinary soldier. Before this, he had been defending and trying to conserve his strength. But after that, he was wearing heavy armor and was out of breath. After all, time waited for no man, and the soldiers of Daionia were hot on his heels. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. In the end, he decided to give up on running and stopped. He wanted to kill as many as he could while he still had some strength left. But then, he saw that his pursuers had stopped in their tracks. This was a situation that Dorios had never seen in previous battles. In the past, when they adopted this tactic, the enemy became more and more disorganized during the pursuit. In the end, they were completely scattered, and many of them had even thrown away their helmets and shields. Therefore, once they counterattacked, it was very easy to defeat the enemy. But now, through the eye-hole of Corinth's helmet, he saw that the soldiers of Daionia were all well armed and fully armored, and they were actively retreating, trying to regroup. Dorios was anxious. He could not allow the hard work of his soldiers to go to waste. So, he lightly hit the soldiers around him with his shield and shouted, "Attack!" Then, he rushed back with his spear in hand. I must not let the enemy regroup. With that conviction in mind, he leapt up and swung his spear with all his might, thrusting it towards the Dionysian soldier closest to him. The soldier quickly raised his shield. Dang! A crisp sound rang out as the spearhead struck the shield's ram. Dorios used the inertia of his forward charge to hit the shield forward. The two shields collided with a loud bang, and the body of the Dionysian soldier was knocked back by the strong impact. Dorios stabbed his spear again, and the spear stuck close to the upper edge of the enemy's shield, aiming for the exposed throat of the enemy at lightning speed. The soldier quickly tilted his head, and the spear knocked off his helmet, leaving a horrible bloody wound on his face. He screamed in pain. Dorios did not swing his spear again. Instead, he used his shield to push the injured Dionysian soldier away and continued to rush forward. He believed that his comrades would completely eliminate the enemy. After a few steps, a force suddenly hit his back, followed by a sharp pain. Under the pain, the strength that he had accumulated was rapidly draining away. He staggered a few steps and looked back in shock. He saw the injured soldier of Dionysia looking at him with a determined expression. The hand that was holding the spear was empty, and he was immediately overwhelmed by the swarm of Sparta soldiers. Dorios slowly fell to the ground. Before he died, he still had a strong sense of unwillingness. He could not kill a Dionysian soldier to clear his name. When the Sparta soldiers at the rear turned to attack, the soldiers at the front would immediately turn to attack. It took a very short time for the whole army to turn from fleeing to attacking, and there was no need to use the bugle to command. This was the tacit understanding that they had developed since they were young. The frontline soldiers of the 1st Legion of Dionysia had spread out. Faced with the surging Sparta soldiers, they could not return to their formation in time. However, even though they knew that they were outnumbered, they did not turn and run. Instead, they bravely stood where they were to block the enemy and buy some time for their comrades at the back. This was the result of long-term military training for the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia. There were less than 50 soldiers in Marquez's team, but the situation was critical. He could not wait any longer. He immediately shouted, "Turtle shell formation." The whole team quickly formed a column of 5 soldiers facing the incoming Sparta soldiers. The soldiers at the outermost layer raised their shields to their chests, forming a shield wall. The soldiers at the inner layer placed their shields over their heads. Then, everyone threw away their spears and drew their short swords. Because in the narrow space enclosed by the shields, the spears could no longer be used effectively. Almost all the team officers gave the same order. Because the hastily formed phalanx was relatively far away from each other, and there was no friendly support for the time being, the turtle shell formation was undoubtedly the strongest defense in the face of an encirclement. As soon as Marquez's temporary team was formed, the Sparta soldiers rushed to the front. Although the formation of the Dionysian soldiers was strange to them, they did not stop attacking, shield to shield, spear to stab. The two most commonly used methods of attack were obviously ineffective against the strange formation of the Dionysia. Some of the Sparta soldiers simply used their bodies to ram into the formation, but the short swords of the Dionysian soldiers darted out from the gaps of the shields like poisonous snakes, stabbing the Sparta soldiers. The Sparta soldiers who were charging at the front could not do anything to the turtle shell formation for the time being, but the continuous flow of soldiers from the back forced them to move forward. Not long after, the entire phalanx of Marquez was surrounded by the Sparta soldiers. The Dionysian soldiers in the narrow and crowded space could not see what was happening outside, but they could hear the deafening roars of their enemies. They nervously used all their strength to resist the attacks coming from the shields, and at the same time, carefully dodged the spears coming from the gaps of the shields. At the same time, they kept stabbing the short swords in their hands to stab the enemies who were too close to the shield formation. The small phalanx of Dionysia at the front was like a small boat in a turbulent sea, swaying left and right, and could capsize at any time. Every minute and every second seemed so long to the Dionysian soldiers in the turtle shell formation. And for the team officers in the center of the formation, the only thing they could do was to use their hoarse voice to constantly encourage the soldiers, "Brothers, hold on. Our reinforcements will be here soon. Since the right wing of the Sparta army began to feign defeat, Agesilaus had been in a state of tension. From time to time, he would send guards to the front to carefully investigate the situation in the middle. When he learned that the mercenaries on the right end of the middle had begun to retreat and that there was some confusion, he cursed angrily. He even wanted to personally rush over to boost the soldiers' morale, but was stopped by the guards. Not long after, he received news that the Spartans had stopped retreating and started to counterattack. Moreover, they had even disrupted the Daunian formation. With a face full of excitement, he clenched his right fist and waved it. "Good job." This sentence was not only a compliment to the Daionia warriors in battle, but it was also a way to comfort himself. That night, he took the risk to sneak into Tegea alone, and through Pausanias, he gathered the counselors closest to Sparta in the city. First, he told them that the entire Greek anti-Daionia alliance was about to be formed, and the Dionysian army was doomed to fail. Then, he told them that the Sparta army would assist them in regaining the leadership of Tegea. At the same time, he also made a promise: Sparta would not kill a single citizen of Tegea. Because of his personal risk, the counselors finally agreed to his plan. So, on the second day, the Sparta army suddenly surrounded Tegea. Just as the Tegea soldiers were defending the city, the pro-Sparta faction quietly opened one of the city gates, allowing the Sparta army to rush into the city and massacre the counselors of the anti-Sparta faction. Since Tegea had always been an oligarchy with the support of Sparta, and the ordinary citizens had no power, the pro-Sparta faction regained control of the city, and soon, the situation in the city was under control. Moreover, they began to pretend to defend and attack the city with the Sparta army. Because the entire city was surrounded and sealed, even if there were citizens who were dissatisfied, they could not spread the news. And considering that if the battle was lost, Tegea would definitely suffer the revenge of Daionia, so the pro-Sparta faction also made a promise to Agesilaus: they would send all the citizens of Tegea who could fight to attack the Daionia. Now that the trap that Agesilaus had set for the Dionysian army had finally succeeded, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He could imagine how the battle would develop next. The scattered soldiers of Daionia on the left would be pincered by the Sparta warriors and the Tegea army. Even if they still had the strength to fight, they would soon be defeated. Then, the Sparta warriors would take advantage of their victory and sweep through the middle, finally winning the entire battle. Agesilaus did not indulge himself for too long. He knew that the Dionysian army liked to leave a portion of their troops in reserve during a battle, so he immediately ordered the messenger: immediately inform the Thracians, let them follow the original plan and attack the right flank of Daionia. Although Agesilaus firmly believed that before the Dionia's reserve troops arrived, Dionia's left flank would be defeated by the two attacks, he was still cautious and was prepared to stab the right flank of Daionia as well, completely disrupting the judgment of the Dionia's commander. This was because he had already received intelligence from the Arcadians that his previous plan had worked. Leotychides had been transferred away, and the new commander of Daionia was actually the son of the Devers king. It was said that this young man, whom the Devers regarded as the heir to the throne, had little experience in commanding. In the face of such a complicated battlefield situation, it would be difficult for him to make a more appropriate response. He suppressed the joy in his heart and prayed to Zeus, hoping that he could give Sparta a great victory and reverse the current predicament of Sparta. Muckrat galloped on his horse. Halfway through, he saw smoke and dust billowing in front of him as countless soldiers in black armor rushed over with shields and spears. Muckrat hurriedly turned his horse to give way, and then sped towards the place where he could vaguely see the rustling of the purple and red helmets. When he got closer, it was indeed the person he was looking for. He quickly shouted, "Commander Tegetinos, where are you going with your troops?" "I'm leading the 7th Legion to the left flank." Tegetinos' tone was still indignant. "Your chief of staff suspects that the Tegea army has rebelled, and wants me to rush to the 1st Legion's aid immediately." The Tegea army has indeed rebelled. They've already attacked the 1st Legion's formation from the rear, and the situation is dire. Damn it, Printos was right. Tegetinos exclaimed, and immediately doubled his volume. "Brothers, the 1st Legion is in danger, and it's up to us to save them. Pick up your pace, and I'll kick the ass of anyone who's slow." Roar! The soldiers shouted in unison. Their footsteps became louder, and the cloud of dust they kicked up grew larger. The Mandingian Calisanos looked at the Dionian soldiers who were rushing past him with excited expressions on their faces. Although he had lost all hope for this battle, he seemed to have regained some confidence. While he was still in a daze, Mukru had already left him in the dust, heading straight for the command center. Seeing Clotho-Katax from afar, who was wearing a black tasseled helmet, Mukru waved and shouted, "Your Highness, the Tegia army has rebelled, and is attacking the First Legion from the rear." Although Clotho-Katax had been convinced by Printos, he still had a sliver of hope in his heart. Now that it was confirmed, his expression changed instantly, and he felt nervous and uneasy. Still, he tried his best to remain calm, and asked with a trembling voice, "Lord Printos, thanks to your suggestion, we've sent reinforcements in time. Do you think our left flank can hold?" In the end, Clotho-Katax could not help but ask the question that worried him. Printos could read his mind, and he immediately comforted him, "Your Highness, there is a strict rule in the military law of Dionia. When pursuing a defeated army, the heavy infantry must try their best to maintain the formation of squads and detachments, and must not be separated. The First Legion, as the model of the entire army, has always been firm in enforcing the military law. Even if we are attacked from both sides by the Sparta army, we will still be able to resist the enemy with our own phalanxes. Not only will we not be defeated, but our army is also used to fighting independently in small groups, and we may even have the upper hand in such a chaotic battle." "That's good." Clotho-Katax was skeptical. "Your Highness, I have another suggestion." "Go ahead." "The Sparta army has set up a trap here to fight us. They are well prepared, and we are in a more passive position. We cannot be led by the nose by the enemy. We must regain the initiative on the battlefield in order to win the final battle." After confirming that the First Legion was attacked from both the front and the back, Printos finally made up his mind to implement the plan that he had been brewing for a long time. With a solemn expression, he said in a deep voice, "I suggest that we send 3 light armor brigades to the north, bypass the left wing, and attack the flanks of the Sparta army. This is to further reinforce the First Legion, and at the same time, to eliminate the strength of the Sparta army as much as possible. Sparta does not have many young and strong citizens who can fight. For them, every one of them is precious, so in previous battles, they have used their allies and mercenaries. This battle involves the rise and fall of the city-state, so they have sent out so many Sparta soldiers. If we pretend to attack the right wing with all our strength, the commander of the Sparta army will definitely try his best to rescue them. After the light armor brigades have been sent out for a while, we will send out our last reserve force, the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade, to attack the flank of the left wing of the Sparta army. That way, we can win the battle in one fell swoop." Clotho-Katax listened attentively, thought for a moment, and said in a firm tone, "Then we will do as you suggest." The Tegia army did not expect that they would meet up with the Sparta soldiers in the Dionia army so quickly. In their original plan, the left wing of the Dionia army would quickly collapse under the ferocious attack of the Tegia army and the Sparta army. Then, the Tegia army would take advantage of the situation to chase after the defeated soldiers and finally win the battle. However, the reality was beyond their expectations. The left wing of the Dionia army did not collapse. Instead, it shrunk into small phalanxes and continued to fight. At that time, the Tegia army did not think too much about it and rushed into the Dionia army that seemed to be on the verge of collapse. It did not take long for them to realize that they had sunk into a swamp. Although most of the Tegia soldiers were heavy infantry like the Sparta soldiers, they were different from the Sparta soldiers who had undergone arduous training since they were young. Wearing the Corinth helmet, they were more adept at frontal combat, and in this crowded and narrow space, they appeared to be too clumsy. To make matters worse, not long after the First Legion pursued the defeated soldiers, they quickly halted their advance due to the ambush of the Tegia army and switched to defense. At this time, the rear of the First Legion did not completely disperse. When they formed their phalanxes, not only were they well organized, but the distance between each phalanx was also relatively close. This was the basis for the First Legion to execute the phalanx tactic. Although Tessus's orders were not decisive at the beginning, he was after all an experienced soldier. He did not panic and lead his followers to hide in a random phalanx. Instead, he found the right direction and led them to a phalanx at the rear of the formation. When the Tygia soldiers rushed in like a tidal wave, he ordered the buglers to blow the bugle incessantly. Although the nearby phalanx soldiers couldn't clearly see the situation around them, they could hear the familiar bugles. Just like a ship sailing in the night that had spotted a lighthouse, they began to consciously move towards the direction of the bugles. Although every phalanx was moving very slowly, their unified movements made the Tetra soldiers squeezed in between the phalanxes feel that their movements were even more difficult. Soon, a greater disaster struck. The 7th Legion led by Tigertinus finally arrived, and they immediately launched a fierce assault on the Tygia soldiers. The rear of the Tygia army was mainly made up of light-armored soldiers who could not face heavy infantry in the first place. Moreover, these Legion of Dionysia soldiers were charging in like wolves and tigers, and they were quickly routed. However, the 7th Legion had already spread out their attack lines and chased them into the dense crowd ahead. Not only did the Tygia army become chaotic, but the already crowded space became even narrower. Apex in the end, the Tygia soldiers couldn't even swing their spears, while the soldiers of the 1st Legion, who were hiding behind the shield walls of the various phalanxes, were able to stab with their short swords. The continuous screams made the Tygia soldiers even more panicked, and with their retreat cut off, they began to rush towards their allies, the Spartans, without a care for anything else. The soldiers kept using their shields to block the external impact and stabbing with their short swords. Their shoulders and arms were sore and numb. Marquez kept shouting encouragement until his voice was hoarse. After an unknown amount of time, the enemy's attacks on the tortoiseshell formation suddenly weakened. Could it be that our reinforcements have really arrived? Marquez saw hope and was instantly overjoyed. The soldiers peeked through the gaps in their shields and vaguely saw the Sparta soldiers retreating. They breathed a sigh of relief and lightly moved their sore arms. At this moment, a loud bang. Bang! 2 loud sounds rang out. The soldiers who were holding their shields above their heads felt as if a boulder had smashed into the surface of their shields. Their arms that were holding the shields were almost broken. They could not help but cry out in pain. At this moment, 2 figures fell from above. Before the Legion of Dionysia soldiers could react, they pushed the soldiers beside them out of the formation. The Dionysia soldiers were all defending against the enemy's attacks from the outside. They did not expect the tortoiseshell formation to be broken from the inside. Caught off guard, several soldiers were pushed out of the formation. Marquez's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He shouted, "Tighten the formation!" while pouncing on the enemy closest to him. His short sword pierced through the enemy's throat. However, the enemy's hideous smile before he died sent a chill down his spine. The Sparta soldiers were already prepared. They swarmed in from all directions, and Marquez's squad had no time to regroup. They were all scattered and had no choice but to fight on their own. It turned out that after the Sparta soldiers rushed into the Dionysia's scattered formation, they found that the Dionysia's soldiers did not scatter. Instead, they gathered into small phalanxes and resisted tenaciously. The Sparta warriors kept attacking, but they still couldn't break through the enemy's defense. Instead, many of them were injured. Sparta, who were very good at tactics, had to find another way to break the enemy's formation. Soon, they came up with an idea. The defense around these small Dionysia phalanxes was very strong, but there might be a breakthrough point above them. As a result, 2 brave soldiers jumped onto the tortoiseshell formation under the escort of many of their comrades, smashing open the entire formation. Facing the overwhelming numbers of the Sparta soldiers, the resistance of the soldiers was quickly crushed. Marquez, who had his thigh pierced through, did not stop fighting. He used his shield to protect his upper body, and used his short sword to slash at the enemy's legs. It was only when a spear pierced through his right hand that the short sword that was full of holes finally slipped out of his hand. The Sparta soldiers used the same method to destroy a few small phalanxes at the front. Just as they were about to continue, the warriors at the front were pushed back by the terrified Dionysia soldiers. Not only were they unable to continue attacking the Dionysia phalanxes, but they were also in danger. After being unable to rebuke the terrified Tygians, they stabbed their spears at their former allies, and the situation became chaotic. Not long after, the rear of the Sparta army also began to stir. The marching speed of the Dionysia light infantry was naturally faster than that of the heavy infantry. After the 3 light infantry regiments quickly bypassed the entire left flank of the Sparta army, without any rest, they immediately launched an attack on the flank of the Sparta army. The ferocious attack just happened to hit the weak spot of the Sparta army. This time, among the 7,000 soldiers dispatched from Sparta's territory, there were only about 1,500 true Sparta soldiers, more than 1,000 elderly Sparta citizens, nearly 2,000 pariasis, and more than 2,000 black rogues. In order to ensure that Agesilaus' plan could be carried out smoothly, Archidamus arranged the Sparta soldiers at the front, followed by the pariasis, and then the mix of old Sparta soldiers and black rogues. At the beginning of the battle, the mixed army of old Sparta soldiers and black rogues did not participate in the battle, but kept a certain distance from the fighting troops, because Agesilaus was worried that these black rogues, who had never received training in feigning defeat tactics, would instead become a hindrance. It was only when the Sparta soldiers returned that the old Sparta soldiers led the black rogues to follow closely behind to increase the intensity and thickness of the attack, thus defeating the left flank of Dionia in one fell swoop. But the reality was that the left flank of Dionia was not defeated, and the black rogues were still following closely behind the entire Sparta army. As a result, they became the target of the attack of the Dionia Light Infantry Battalion. Although the Council of Elders had promised the black rogues who participated in the battle that after the victory of the war, they would become free citizens of Sparta. However, the black rogues who vaguely knew that Sparta was now in a difficult situation were not too enthusiastic about this, but out of fear of Sparta, they pretended to be more obedient. But in the face of the ferocious attack of the Dionia soldiers, these black rogues, who only wore thin clothes and held simple spears, began to retreat after a short while, and along with them, some of the old Sparta soldiers who were still fighting began to retreat. Agesilaus looked forward to the news of victory from the right flank, but the news that the guards sent out several times was that the Sparta soldiers on the right flank were still fighting. Agesilaus felt that he already understood the Dionia army very well, but he never expected that the Dionia soldiers could still fight for so long under the influence of Sparta's tactics of feigning defeat, and then being attacked from both sides. While he was amazed at the tenacity of the Dionia soldiers, he also regretted that he only gathered information through oral rumors, or that his understanding of the Dionysian army was not comprehensive enough. Now, he began to feel uneasy, because he knew that if they could not quickly defeat the left flank of Dionia, the weakness of the Sparta-allied army would be exposed after a long time. The main weakness was the Tegea army, because the Dionysian army always had reserve troops during battles, and they would inevitably send their reserve troops to attack the Tegea army in order to achieve the goal of rescuing the left flank. Therefore, Agesilaus hurriedly sent a messenger to stop the Thracians who were rushing to the south, preparing to rush to the north, bypass the Sparta army, and reinforce the Tegea army. However, just as these thousands of Thracian light shield men ran past his back, the scout hurriedly rushed back and shouted anxiously, "King Agesilaus, it's bad. Our flank is being attacked by the Dionia army." Agesilaus was taken aback. He always thought that the Dionia commander would first send their reserve troops to attack the Tegea army closest to them, so as to achieve the goal of rescuing the left flank. However, at this time, the Dionia army actually bypassed the left flank and attacked the flank of the Sparta army. If the Dionia commander did not lose his mind, it could only mean one thing: the Dionia army had a considerable number of reserve troops, and could attack from both sides at the same time. Agesilaus was secretly laughing at the young Dionia commander's lack of experience and easily falling into the trap. Now, he could not help but marvel at the other party's boldness. However, the situation was very critical, and he did not have much time to think. He immediately ordered, "Hurry up and inform the Thracians to quickly rush to the right flank and repel the attack of the Dionia army. Protect the flank of the Sparta army." The Thracian troops were not far from Agesilaus, and the order was quickly passed down. However, these Thracians who came from the north of the Macedonian territory and did not know much about Agesilaus' reputation had always been known for their bravery and bad temper. Previously, they had received the order to march south hurriedly, and were about to reach their destination when they were urgently called back to carry out another order. They had run back and forth for nothing, and now the order was changed again. Although it was still in the same direction, and the distance was even closer, the Thracians could not help but curse and complain. Even their curses reached Agesilaus' ears. Does that crippled old Sparta know how to command? He must have lost his mind by giving random orders. I think the Sparta people are not doing well. They actually sent an old man who was about to die to be the commander, Let's just finish this battle, take the commission, and leave quickly. I don't want to suffer anymore. If it was any other time, Agesilaus would have flown into a rage when he heard these words that specifically violated his taboo. However, he could only endure it now, and hope that these Thracians would speed up after venting their anger. Finally, when he saw the Thracians disappear from his sight, the worry in his heart did not disappear. Instead, it increased. At this time, he no longer had any hope of winning this battle. He only hoped that he could fight the Dionysian army to a draw, and that the Sparta warriors did not suffer many casualties. He had already decided to change his next battle plan. After this battle, he would immediately disband the mercenary army and bring the Sparta warriors back to the territory as soon as possible. He would try his best to defend against the attacks of the Dionia, protect the safety of the Sparta territory, and wait for the situation to change. However, at this moment, a guard rushed over from the south. Nearly 1,000 Dionia soldiers have appeared at the rear of the right flank. They are attacking the flank of the mercenaries. Hearing this, Agesilaus felt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow, and his entire body instantly turned cold. When the guard saw Agesilaus standing there like a statue, he immediately asked with concern, "King Agesilaus, are you all right?" Agesilaus let out a long sigh. His face was pale as he said in a daze, "Quick! Blow the bugle call for retreat." The guard was stunned. Where did we get the bugle call for retreat? Agesilaus snapped out of his daze and smiled bitterly. For this battle, he had made meticulous preparations and even learned some beneficial practices from the Dionysian army. For example, the commander would not be at the front lines but would be stationed at the rear in order to fully understand and control the situation. Of course, if anyone else were to be the commander of the Sparta army, they would definitely be looked down upon as cowards by the Sparta warriors. However, Agesilaus was old and weak, so it was only natural for him to be stationed at the rear. Another example would be to control the situation of the battle and respond to unexpected situations. Like Dionia, they had to have a reserve force. However, neither the Sparta warriors nor the Greek mercenaries could accept not participating in the battle and just watching from the sidelines. That was why Agesilaus had his eyes on the Thracian light shield-bearers. In fact, the Tegea army was also his reserve force. However, the Greek army, including the Sparta army, had always been the commander who personally participated in the battle. Once the army was in formation and the soldiers began to advance, the commander who was also in formation would lose control of the entire army. It was like an arrow that was shot out, it could only last until the end of the battle. How could there be a special bugle call for retreat? This was a decades of war tradition. Agesilaus could not possibly add a bugle call at the last minute, and the soldiers could not adapt to it. Agesilaus had thought of transferring some of the Thracians back to the left flank to provide support, but when he recalled the Thracians' resentment, he felt that they would likely refuse to obey such an order. At this point, Agesilaus realized that he could not do anything about the development of the entire battle. He stood there blankly for a moment before he suddenly bent down and grabbed the crutch beside the wooden chair. He said in a low voice, "Let's go. We'll go to the right flank." Agesilaus finally made up his mind to abandon the mercenaries in the middle and left flank. He rushed to stay with his own warriors and did his best to guide the defeated mercenaries back to Sparta safely. Agesilaus' judgment was not wrong. Ever since Olivers found out that the enemies in front of him were not real Sparta warriors, he felt that he had been fooled. He ordered the buglers to continue blowing the bugle call and personally walked to the rear of the formation, encouraging the soldiers to strengthen their attacks. He wanted these fake Sparta warriors to know the power of Legio IV. Under the encouragement of the legion commander, the Legio IV soldiers attacked more fiercely. The frontline soldiers even threw away their spears and held their short swords to fight with the enemy. The left flank of the Sparta army was made up of heavy infantry from Ionia and Asia Minor. It was impossible for them to integrate into one with the uniform of the Sparta warriors. They lacked tacit understanding in battle, and it was their first time fighting against the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia. The Legion of Dionysia's skillful sword and shield attacks made it difficult for the mercenaries to deal with them. Casualties continued to increase, and the entire front line began to crumble, barely holding on by relying on the ultra-thick columns. The fierce attack on the flank led by Tegetus was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The traditional Greek heavy infantry had strong defense in frontal battles, but they were most afraid of attacks from the rear. Because the heavy infantry in the formation wore Corinth helmets, their vision was narrow, their hearing was weakened, and their nerves were sensitive. Even the slightest movement would cause their imagination to run wild. When panic quickly spread throughout the entire left flank of the Sparta army, the initial scattered escape did not take long before the entire left flank collapsed. "Legion Commander, we have won. We have defeated the enemy first," the staff officer said excitedly. "There's nothing to be proud of. We have just defeated an army of fake Sparta warriors," Oliver said modestly, but there was a smile on his face. The collapse of the left flank of the Sparta army eventually turned into a rout of the entire army. Although the Thebes won the Battle of Leuctra, they did not gain much as they quickly retreated back to camp. However, the Dionysian army had always had a tradition of expanding their victory after a victory. Under the suggestion of Printos, Clotocatax also sent messengers to inform the legion commanders to continue the pursuit and eliminate as many Sparta soldiers as possible. The Macedonian cavalry that was repelled by the 1st Cavalry Legion had been very tenacious. As soon as the Dionia cavalry stopped the pursuit, they would immediately stop running and pretend to return to the battlefield. This forced the 1st Cavalry Legion to continue the pursuit and could not leave to support the troops that were fighting on the battlefield. Now, the entire battlefield was filled with Sparta's defeated soldiers. The Macedonian cavalry finally stopped pestering them and retreated far away. The 1st Cavalry Legion also joined in the pursuit with peace of mind. The pursuit continued until the defeated soldiers finally escaped into the mountains in the east. This battle between the Dionysian army and the Sparta army had finally come to an end. At this time, it was already dusk. The sun had exhausted its strength and was slowly sinking into the mountains in the west. Its gloomy, warm afterglow shone on the Tegea plains. The beautiful countryside that used to be filled with red flowers and green wheat was now littered with corpses and blood. The screams of the wounded soldiers on the ground and the cawing of the crows in the sky intertwined, adding a sense of gloom and desolation to the scene. Clotocatax was in a good mood. The Dionysian army that he led had won the battle. Although most of the orders came from Printos' suggestions, he smiled and listened attentively to the report of the results of the battle by his advisor, Mukalou. The Sparta army left 2,150 corpses on the battlefield, 482 of which were Sparta soldiers. "How can you tell that they are Sparta soldiers?" Clotocatax asked curiously. "Your Highness, it is a tradition for Sparta soldiers to wear red robes and have long braids. Although they changed their attire during the battle, their braids were not removed," Printos explained. Clotocatax nodded in understanding. "We also captured 5,417 captives, 2,900 of which have varying degrees of injuries." Mukalou looked at the statistics board and continued, "Among them, 921 are Sparta soldiers, and more than 300 are black rogues. In other words, Sparta lost nearly 1,500 soldiers. This is not a small number. It will be much easier for us to attack Sparta's territory from now on." Although Printos said so, he did not relax his brows. Instead, he said with a serious expression, "Tell me about our losses." "Ugh." Mukalou looked at the board and said softly. "Ugh, we lost a total of 1,560 soldiers, and nearly 1,500 are injured. The medics are now performing emergency treatment." "So many casualties?" Clotocatax exclaimed. "Most of the casualties came from the 1st Legion. When they were chasing after the retreating soldiers, they were attacked by Sparta soldiers and Tigris soldiers from both the front and the back," Mukalou was explaining when he was interrupted by Clotocatax. "My brother. 1st Legion's 3rd Battalion Captain Adoris. How is he? Is he okay?" Clotocatax had been worried about Adoris's safety ever since he knew that the 1st Legion was facing real Spartan warriors and that they were being attacked from both the front and the back. However, he still remembered his father's warning, "You cannot be biased on the battlefield." Therefore, he could only suppress this worry in his heart for the time being. Now that he knew that the 1st Legion had suffered heavy casualties, he could not help but ask. "Your Highness." Mukalou did not dare to look away from Clotocatax's concerned gaze. Instead, he turned to look at Printos and said with great difficulty. 1st Battalion Captain Adoris died bravely in battle. As soon as he finished speaking, Clotho suddenly felt dizzy and his whole body fell off the horse. "Your Highness." Printos, who was prepared for this, hurriedly supported him. "Where's my brother? I want to see him." Clotho pushed Printos away and said anxiously, his voice sounding like he was about to cry. Clotho staggered past the rows of neatly placed bodies of Dionia soldiers. It felt like time was passing by very slowly. He asked anxiously more than once, "Why aren't they here yet? Why aren't they here yet?" Finally, the officer leading the way stopped and said in a heavy tone, "This is the body of 1st Battalion Captain Adoris." Clotho heart skipped a beat. He fixed his eyes on the corpse lying not far away. What was different was that it was covered with a piece of white cloth, and Adoris's face could not be seen. Beside the corpse stood Tessus and several other officers of the 1st Legion. Clotho ignored the salutes of Tessus and the others. He walked over with heavy steps and slowly squatted down. His fingers trembled as he was about to lift the white cloth. "Your Highness, Adoris was seriously injured and his face is badly damaged. It's better if you don't look at him," Tessus, who was beside him, advised in a low voice. Clotho heart trembled, but he became even more determined to lift the white cloth. He saw that Adoris's breastplate was broken, and there were many bloody stab wounds on his body. In the middle of his face, there was a bloody hole the size of an egg, which made his face unrecognizable and extremely horrifying. "Ah!" Clotho could not help but scream when he saw this. He immediately closed his eyes in pain, but he quickly opened them again and touched the face of the dead man without hesitation. At the same time, in Clotho mind, Adoris' voice and smile kept appearing. "Clotho, I didn't expect father to send you to Peloponnesus. Don't worry, I'll do my best to protect you. Oh, by the way, this is your first time commanding an army. Don't worry, I'll give you my full support, Clotho. I'm here on behalf of all the soldiers to ask if there's any special plan for us to build the camp instead of going to war. Clotho, you finally ordered us to go to war. I'll fight with all my strength and bring you your first victory. Brother." Clotho cried out in pain, and his tears flowed down uncontrollably. After a long time, he had to stop crying because it was time to cremate the bodies of the soldiers who died in the battle. Clotho stared blankly at Adoris's corpse as it slowly turned into charcoal in the raging bonfire. At this time, Tessus finally had the chance to tell him, "Your Highness, according to the memory of a seriously injured soldier of the 3rd Brigade, after the phalanx formation that Commander Adoris was in was broken by Sparta, he was stabbed by spears in his thigh and chest in order to save his men. His whole body was covered in blood, and he could not stand at all. But even though he was lying on the ground, he still waved his short sword and continued to kill the enemies. In the end, the angry Sparta soldiers stabbed him with spears. The Sparta soldiers should be cut into pieces." Clotho clenched his teeth and cursed. He clenched his fists so hard that his nails pierced his skin, causing blood to flow out, but he did not notice. "Your Highness, Commander Adoris's heroic performance did not bring shame to the glory of the 1st Legion, nor did it bring shame to his glory as the Prince of Dionia. He is the kingdom's hero. His soul will be blessed by Hades and go to Elysium." Printos comforted him softly. Clotho silently stroked the helmet of Adoris, and after a long time, he said in a sad voice, "How am I going to face my parents, my sister-in-law, and my nephew when I go back?" Printos and Tessus were shocked. They looked at each other and thought of the same question at the same time. If the king of Devers knew that Adoris had died in battle, what would he do? After the war, Tessus had learned that the 1st Legion had suffered heavy casualties. At this moment, he resolutely said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, the 1st Legion suffered heavy casualties, and Captain Adoris died in battle. This is all my responsibility. If I hadn't made a mistake in my command and hesitated when I gave the order, it would have been impossible for the soldiers to be prepared in time." Although Clotho was grieving, he was still clear-headed. He waved his hand and interrupted, "Army Commander Tessus, this is not your responsibility. If you want to blame someone, blame the enemy for being too cunning and shameless. Lord Printos, we must not let go of those Sparta soldiers who escaped into the mountains." Clotho words were full of hatred. He swore that he would not stop until the enemy was completely wiped out. This was the complete opposite of the gentle attitude he had shown before. Printos understood that Adoras's tragic death had greatly stimulated the young prince. He did not say anything but said, "Your Highness, rest assured. We have captured the Sparta army's camp in the sanctuary of Hercules and seized a large number of supplies. The Sparta soldiers have escaped into the mountains and have no food to eat. The situation will only get worse. Tomorrow, we will quickly send the army south and seal the border of Sparta. They will be easily captured. The plan to attack Sparta's territory cannot be delayed for too long." Clotocatax said with hatred. "When can the army finish resting?" "Your Highness, it won't take too long. We can send part of the army into Sparta's territory the day after tomorrow," Printos said with certainty. "Part of the army? If we want to conquer Sparta, will we not have enough soldiers? The Sparta soldiers are the ones who do not have enough soldiers, not to mention that we have the infantry of the First Fleet in the south." "Very well, then we will do as you suggested." Corinth Catax nodded and was about to say something, but he saw Mukalu hurriedly walking towards him. "Lord Commander, Tegia has sent a messenger, asking to see you." "Tegia?" Clotocatax's face immediately darkened. His youthful face became a little twisted with anger. "These shameless traitors still have the face to see me. We came to save them, but not only did they betray us, but they also used our trust to launch a sneak attack on our army. The Tegia are the culprits who caused the heavy casualties of the First Legion and the death of my brother. I will not forgive them." Tessus could empathize with the young commander's anger. If the Tegia army did not launch a sneak attack from the rear, and if it was just the Sparta army feigning defeat, he believed that the First Legion would not have suffered too much even if their formation was not in order. It was precisely because of the attack from the front and the rear that he had no choice but to shift the First Legion into a defensive position, thus putting them in a completely passive state. Thus, he also spoke with resentment, "Lord Commander, after the Sparta army was defeated, the Tegia army was completely surrounded by us. Very few of them managed to escape, and we have more than 2,500 captives. Why don't we execute all of these captives as a sacrifice to the souls of the fallen soldiers, or sell them as slaves? I have asked a few of the Tegia captives, and the Tegia Council has sent out all of their citizens who can fight in the city. It is obvious that they have malicious intentions, and want to use this battle to completely destroy our army. But with the protection of Hades, Tegia has lost all of its strength, and we can easily take down this city. Lord Commander, the tradition of our Dionia has always been to treat our friends with sincerity, and never to forgive betrayals. We can completely destroy this city and intimidate all of Greece, so that the city-states that want to be our enemy will think about the consequences." Tessus's words were filled with murderous intent. After listening to him, Clotocatax, who had been grieving and resentful, showed some hesitation. He subconsciously looked at Printos, who was beside him. Printos did not directly state his own suggestion, but calmly recounted a past event. "I remember that during the Western Mediterranean War, His Majesty led the army north to attack Rome. After capturing Rome, he turned to attack the Latin allies in Rome. When he attacked Gabii, he met with strong resistance. Not only did he lose many soldiers, but Gabii also joined forces with the allied forces of Rome to surround our siege forces. In the end, His Majesty led the army to defeat them and captured Gabii. Then, he ordered all the Gabii people to be reduced to slaves. Since then, the Raetum people have felt fear, and wherever our army went, they opened their doors and surrendered. When Tegetinos led the 9th Legion to capture Saros, he used the same method because of the heavy casualties. After that, the conquest of the entire Sardinia island was much smoother. Although the kingdom is powerful, it has little influence on the Greek mainland. On the contrary, many of the Greek city-states treat us like barbarians, which is why Tegia blatantly betrayed us, and Elis turned from kindness to hostility. On the one hand, we need to express our goodwill to the Greek city-states, but at the same time, we need to show them our great strength, which will be more helpful for the kingdom to take root in Greece in the future. Therefore, I think destroying Tegia is a very good choice." Clotocatax suddenly remembered that the commander who captured Gabii and carried out this cruel practice was Printos. Of course, he would not oppose Tessus's suggestion. Tessus Catax frowned and fell into deep thought. After a while, he murmured, "If we get rid of the Tegia people, will we occupy this territory ourselves? If that's the case, it will seriously affect our relationship with the Arcadia Union. Printos blinked and did not speak. He had never thought about this problem because he felt that it should belong to political and diplomatic affairs, and not within the scope of a military staff officer's consideration. Fortunately, Cloto Catax did not ask again, but continued to frown and think for a while. After a while, he said, "Summon the Mandinian guide, Calasinos." Calasinos came in front of the young commander, feeling very nervous. As a bystander, he witnessed the whole process of the battle. Not only did he see the countless bodies of the Sparta soldiers lying in the fields, but he also saw hundreds and thousands of prisoners being escorted by the Dionia soldiers. Among them, there were even some Sparta soldiers with long braids. This gave him a great shock. He was not present at the Battle of Leuctra, so he did not know what the situation was like. But this time, the Sparta army had nearly 30,000 soldiers, and they had the full help of the Tegea people. It could be said that they were the most powerful force that Sparta had in the past few decades, but they were still defeated by the Dionysian army without the help of the Arcadia army. After this battle, there was no doubt that Dionia would conquer Sparta, and the betrayal of the Tegea people had put the Arcadians in an awkward and dangerous situation. Sure enough, as soon as Cloto Catax opened his mouth, he was shocked. Dionia fulfilled the covenant and painstakingly came to rescue Tegea, but they betrayed us, causing many of our soldiers to die. Tegea must pay for this. We have decided to immediately launch an attack on Tegea city. After taking the city, all the members of the Tactile Council will be executed, and all the people in the city will be turned into slaves. From now on, there will be no more Tegea people in this land. Literature Museum This. Cherasinos was shocked by the young commander's aura. He did not dare to say anything to dissuade him. Then what if this fertile land is empty? Cloto Catax stared at Cherasinos and said solemnly, "I believe that Mandinia on the Peloponnesus Peninsula is the most loyal ally of Dionia, so I decided to gift the land of Tegea to Mandinia." Cherasinos' heart was beating wildly. He thought he had heard wrong. He could not help but ask loudly, You're saying that you're giving us the land of Tegea?" It was no wonder that he was overjoyed. The land of Tegea and Mandinia was the only plain in the Arcadia region. It was narrow from east to west and long from north to south. The terrain was high in the south and low in the north. Tegea was located in the south and occupied most of the land, while Mandinia was located in the north. Every time it rained, the rivers would flood. The people of Mandinia had suffered enough from the floods and wanted to expand their land to the south. However, because Tegea was fully supported by Sparta, the people of Mandinia had some reservations and did not start a major war. However, before the War of Corinth, the people of Sparta invaded Mandinia. With the help of the Tegea, they blocked the river in the north of the plain and destroyed the city of Mandinia with a water attack. This became a permanent pain for the people of Mandinia. Now, Mandinia had the chance to own the entire plain. Not only could it obtain more fertile land to increase its strength, it would also completely solve its long-standing worries. How could Cherasinos not be overjoyed? I hope that Mandinia will give me an answer tomorrow. After tomorrow, I can only see that Mandinia has given up on this land and will use it as a military base for Dionia on the Peloponnesus Peninsula. Don't worry, General Cloto Catax. I'll rush back to Mandinia right away. We'll definitely give you an answer tomorrow. Cherasinos quickly said. All right, I'll wait for your reply. Cloto Catax nodded. Callisthenos mounted his horse, gripped the reins tightly, and clamped the horse's abdomen tightly. He urged the warhorse to hurry north. Your Highness, I'm afraid that the other city-states of the Arcadia Union will not be happy with Mandinia if we give Tegea's territory to Mandinia, Printos reminded. Cloto Catax said firmly, although the Arcadia alliance has become our ally, the internal situation of the alliance is too complicated. Tegea has rebelled, and Orchomenus is also being lobbied by others. How can we rest assured to cooperate with such an alliance? It's better to strengthen our relationship with Mandinia, which is truly willing to work with us. It was originally one of the stronger city-states in the Arcadia region. If it merged with Tegea's territory, its strength would skyrocket, and it would definitely become the absolute leader of the Arcadia Union. Besides, once Mandinia annexes Tegea's territory, not only will the city-states of the Arcadia Union be dissatisfied, But the other city-states in Greece will also want to interfere. This is the tradition of Greece. A city-state that is destroyed by its enemy will be rebuilt by the enemy's enemy a few years later. Mandinia will have no choice but to rely on Dionia more. The Lycomedes of Mandinia seems to be very smart. I'm afraid he won't agree. Clotocatax smiled. He's currently in Megaropolis. I'm afraid he won't know about this even after the Mandinians have made their decision. And even if he knows, he won't be able to convince all the people of Mandinia by himself when faced with such great benefits. Clotocatax's consideration was very thorough. Printos no longer had any doubts. For a moment, he felt like he was facing the king of Devers, and even his tone became more respectful. I understand. At this moment, Tessus walked over with a solemn expression, holding a jar. He said in a low voice, "This is Adoris's ashes." Clotocatax carefully took it. When he held it in his arms, tears flowed out again. Tessus kept looking around. He suddenly felt very nervous, because this was not the General Executive Committee of Athens, nor was it the 500-member Parliament of Ares Mountain. This was the Citizens' Assembly on Punix Hill, the highest authority in Athens. Looking at the layers and surging heads, listening to the noise that shook the sky and made one's heart palpitate, the people of Athens claimed that when they held a citizens' assembly, the number of people often exceeded 5,000. It seemed that it was not an empty statement. At this moment, he saw the chief general of Athens, Callistratus, walk to the center of the hall. He raised his right arm high and said in a loud and penetrating voice, "Citizens of Athens, the citizens' assembly has officially begun." Gradually, the surrounding citizens of Athens stopped talking, and the whole hall fell silent. Callistratus continued, "In the last meeting, we discussed the issue of the Dionysian army invading Peloponnesus for no reason. Today, the envoy of Dionia has also rushed to Athens and wants to communicate with us on this issue. Let's hear what he has to say first." When Callistratus pointed his finger at Tessus, the nervousness in his heart disappeared at that moment. He stood up and walked step by step to the center of the hall. In the past, Sparta, Corinth, Thebes, Megara, Argos. Almost all the Greek city-states in the world had sent messengers here to stand in front of the critical citizens of Athens, explaining their city-state's position, whether it was for war, for alliance, for trade, or just because a citizen of a city-state had broken the law in Athens. Numerous famous Athenian scholars had delivered stirring speeches here, such as Solon, Demosthenes, Aristophanes, Themistocles, Common, Pericles, Alcibiades, Socrates, and so on. Whether it was in the Dionia Academy or in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Tessus had learned a lot about speeches in Athens from his teacher, Ansitanos. Over the years, he had traveled back and forth to various alliances and tribes in the western Mediterranean. Although he had received a satisfactory reply from the Thebes a few days ago that the Thebes would remain neutral, Tessus knew that it was the Thebes' intention to do so, and it had nothing to do with him. Today, it was finally time for him to show his strength. Tessus stood in the center of the hall, his eyes sweeping across the indifferent faces around him, and a sense of pride rose in his heart. He took a deep breath, feeling the abundant breath flowing between his chest, throat, mouth, and nose. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Citizens of Athens, on behalf of the 2 million citizens of the Kingdom of Dionia, excluding women and children, I extend my sincere greetings to you." His first sentence caused a commotion among the people of Athens around him. 2 million citizens? Is it true? Including the overseas territories, Athens has no more than 15,000 citizens. How can Dionia have more than 10 times the number of Athens? First of all, I would like to correct a mistake made by Lord Callistus. Dionia sent troops to Peloponnesus to fulfill the covenant and help the Thebes fight against the Sparta army. In this regard, I admire the people of Athens. When the city of Thebes was occupied by the Sparta and the Democrats of Thebes were in danger, it was you who bravely reached out to help them. The Thebes recaptured the city, but faced the attack of the Sparta army. It was you who fearlessly formed an alliance with the Thebes in such a bad situation. Not only did you provide them with material assistance, but you also sent your fleet to directly participate in the war, threatening the rear of the Sparta army. The reason the Thebes were able to persist until now and win the Battle of Leuctra is absolutely inseparable from your selfless help. Although Dionia formed an alliance with the Thebes later, we, Dionia, detest Sparta, the main culprit of inciting wars in Greece and causing the entire Greek people to live in peace. We, Dionia, also empathize with the fact that Sparta continues to bully Athens after the War of Peloponnesus. They even invaded your territory during the Great King's contract. They wantonly killed and looted the people of the villages near the port of Piraeus, and they showed no signs of repentance afterwards. Therefore, even if Athens is tied up because of the new contract, you should be optimistic about Dionia's victory over Sparta. Callistratus noticed that the people's expressions had softened. He immediately interrupted Callistratus, "Thank you for your wonderful speech, but first, I want to correct a mistake you made. You can call me by my name, but you can't call me sir because all citizens of Athens are equal, regardless of their age. If I dare to call myself sir, I'm afraid my compatriots will expel me with pottery shards today." A burst of laughter rang in the hall. Callistratus continued, "However, it's no wonder that you made such a mistake. I heard that the people of Dionia are divided into many levels, from the king and ministers to the people at the bottom. The hierarchy is very strict, and it's impossible to call anyone by their name. Otherwise, you will be punished. It's no wonder that you're more reserved when you come to Athens." Callistratus smiled, "I call you sir not only because I respect you, but also because I respect the power that the citizens of Athens have given you. It's the concentrated embodiment of the will of all the citizens of Athens. As for Dionia, I would like to ask Sir Callistratus, have you been to any town in Dionia? Although I've never been there, I've carefully studied the affairs of the kingdom of Dionia." "What I'm saying is the truth," said Callistratus with certainty. "Dionia is different from Athens. Its territory is too vast. To govern such a big country, of course, strict order is needed to ensure that any decisions and decrees are fully implemented," said Callistratus with a solemn expression. "Thanks to the efforts of the officials of Dionia, the citizens of Dionia have enough land and are relatively well off. Not only do they have enough bread for 3 meals a day, but they can also often eat meat, drink in taverns, soak in hot springs, watch football matches in arenas, watch plays in theaters, and watch beasts in zoos. The citizens of Dionia live a rich and colorful life. They are also very hospitable. I hope that the citizens of Athens can travel to the holy kingdom of Dionia. They will definitely be warmly received by them, which will help to remove the misunderstanding between our two countries and promote friendship." His words caused a hushed discussion among the citizens of Athens. At this moment, a man stood up from the front of the hall and shouted, "Isn't it because you have annexed the city-states of Greece and plundered their wealth that the citizens of Dionia can have enough land? While the citizens of Dionia are enjoying themselves, have they ever thought of the people of Greece who have lost their homes and are suffering from hunger and cold?" Callistratus remembered that the person who spoke was a student of Isocrates, and could not help but nod. Callistratus asked in surprise, "How did you come to this conclusion?" "It's the truth, don't deny it." Callistratus laughed, "I used to think that the people of Athens were the wisest and most inquisitive of the Greek city-states, but now I find that I'm wrong. Some people really make up rumors to deceive everyone based on their own preferences. If you really want to know the truth, you should go to the western Mediterranean Sea, to Crotone, Locri, Naples, Syracuse, Tarentum, and other towns. You will find that most of the people in these towns are still the people of the original city-states, but their situation is much better than before they joined the kingdom of Dionia, and their lives are much better." Callistratus interrupted again, "But you have just said that Crotone, Tarentum, Locri, these were once the children of our Greek city-states, but they have lost their independence and freedom. They have been annexed by Dionia and become an ordinary town under your kingdom. Even Thurii, which the citizens of Athens are very familiar with, has become the center of the kingdom of Dionia." When Callistratus mentioned Thurii, he deliberately emphasized his tone, causing a commotion in the hall. He then looked at Callistratus and asked suspiciously, "Now that the army of Dionia has set foot on the land of Peloponnesus, aren't you trying to repeat the story of Thurii, Crotone, and other Greek city-states, so that the whole of Greece will eventually become the territory of the kingdom of Dionia?" His words caused a greater commotion in the hall. Some of the citizens of Athens even cursed out loud. Callistratus' face twitched, but he did not immediately defend himself. Instead, he stood there without a change in his expression. When the citizens of Athens returned to silence, he sneered and said, "Lord Callistratus, I heard that you are a respected orator, but shouldn't you respect the truth in your speech and not make things up, if you understand the situation in Greece? You should know that before the establishment of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, the city-states in Greece were constantly at war. It was not inferior to the situation in Greece today. Even the Thurii you just mentioned was not occupied by Dionia, but burned down by another Greek city-state, Crotone. Dionia merely rebuilt the city on the ruins of Thurii. Dionia had never taken the initiative to invade any of the Greek city-states, but they were constantly provoked and attacked by these city-states. For example, Crotone launched 2 attacks on Dionia. Tyrant Dionysius led the Syracuse coalition army and crossed the sea to attack the southern city-states dominated by Dionia. Tarentum tore up the alliance treaty at a critical moment when Dionia was defending against the Syracuse coalition army and launched a sneak attack on Dionia's rear. And after Carthage, a foreign city-state, declared war on Dionia, Syracuse actually colluded with them. Dionia finally defeated these powerful enemies through many arduous battles. When these Greek city-states joined the kingdom of Dionia, most of them were chosen by the citizens of these city-states through a citizens' assembly held by these city-states. This was because they did not want to face war every day and live in constant fear. They needed a strong backer who could shelter them from the wind and rain. As we have seen, the Greek mainland has been at war for more than 10 years, but during this period, the Greek territory has always been peaceful, and the people live a prosperous life. Facts have proven that the choice made by the Greek people was not wrong. Korea's last sentence was sonorous and forceful, and the hall suddenly became even more silent. Callistratus wanted to interrupt again. This time, Koreas had learned his lesson and quickly continued, of course, Greece is Greece, and Greece is Greece. The situation is completely different. Dionia sent its army to Peloponnesus for no other reason than 2 reasons. The first is what I said just now, to fulfill the alliance treaty and to help the Thebes defeat Sparta, who has been incessantly waging war in Greece. The second is to help the Myrcenians. I remember that Athens has been kind enough to help the Myrcenians who were enslaved by Sparta many times. Our king has also made a promise to the Myrcenians who have been exiled to Tyndaris. So, take this opportunity to let the Myrcenians, who are also Greeks, regain their freedom and independence. I can swear to God that when Sparta is defeated, the Dionysian army will quickly retreat to the kingdom of Greece and will never occupy a single inch of Greece. Koreas raised his hands, palms facing the sky, and finished speaking with a solemn expression. Many of the citizens of Athens were moved. Suddenly, a voice sounded, "The messenger of Dionia is swearing to God." "Can you tell us which god it is?" Korea saw an old man standing in front of the hall. The old man had white hair, but his face was too dark, making him look a little gloomy. He hesitated for a moment, then said calmly, "The god of heaven, Hades. I heard that Dionia worships Hades as the protector of your kingdom. Is the Hades that you believe in one of the 12 main gods of Greece, Hades?" the man continued to ask. "Of course," Korea said cautiously. "It's just that Dionia's understanding of Hades is a little different from the Greek people." The man did not ask what was the difference, but said with a serious expression, "We Greeks believe that Hades is in charge of death and is unapproachable. Ordinary people don't even dare to call him by his name, instead calling him that god instead. There is no temple for Hades in Greece. The only temple that has no statue or name but is closely related to Hades is in Eleusis in the Attica region of Greece. There is a bottomless cave there, which is recognized by the Greeks as the entrance to hell. For this, we Greeks have established a secret ceremony to worship Hades. Almost all the famous people in Greece have participated in this ceremony. I know about the Eleusis ritual." "No, you don't. You Dionia people don't know about it at all." The man roared, "The Eleusis ritual originated in Athens and was tacitly approved by Hades, so it is widely respected by the Greek people. It is the most orthodox ritual dedicated to Hades in the entire Greek world, but you Dionia people build statues and temples of Hades. Not only do you not revere Hades, but you even make up lies about the descendants of Hades to deceive the people. Shut up." Koreas roared and glared at the man. "The fact that our great king of Devers is a descendant of Hades is the consensus of all the people in the kingdom of Dionia. In just 30 years, he became the king of the most powerful country in the western Mediterranean from a mercenary. He turned Dionia from a small alliance into a powerful kingdom that included all the civilized city-states in the western Mediterranean. It was because of Hades' divine revelation and blessing that Hades even performed miracles at several critical times to help the kingdom overcome difficulties. These were witnessed by tens of thousands of people in the kingdom. Therefore, the citizens of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia were willing to worship Hades as the kingdom's protector and become devout believers of Hades. Hades is a merciful god. He doesn't care about the different ways of worship adopted by the Greek people in different regions. But if someone publicly slandered his son and insulted the devout belief of the people of Dionia in Hades, then the millions of devout believers of Hades in Dionia will not be afraid of hardship and death. They will definitely make the blasphemer pay a heavy price. Under the pressure of Korea's majestic aura, the man was a little timid. He subconsciously stepped back, completely forgetting that he was sitting on a stone staircase. If it were not for the help of the people next to him, he would have almost fallen. This man was the torchbearer of the Eleusis secret conference. He had a similar name to the messenger of Dionia, Koreas. The Peace of Koreas signed in Sparta was named after him, which showed how prominent his reputation was in Greece. But at this moment, his poor performance made Koreas frown. Hades, this is such a good topic to criticize, but unfortunately, Koreas messed it up. When the peace treaty was signed in Sparta, his performance was not good either. If I had known this would happen, I would not have expected anything from him. End of chapter 1188. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.